Introduction. Feng, a player frequently engaging in blue-collar jungle roles, faced a series of unfortunate losses due to his teammates' frequent missteps. Yet, he unexpectedly awakened the Jungle King system, transforming him into the strongest jungle player in the nation. What the heck? This guy's Luna is chasing my Nezha, exclaimed Deyun. Brother Yi, you're about to hit the leaderboard. Need me to help you buy a name change card? Warm Sun declared that Feng was undoubtedly the #1 jungle player in the country. As Fat D watched the series of spectacular plays, she whispered, Feng, can you help me climb the ranks? Chapter 1. The Strongest Jungle King System. In the bustling metropolis of Magic City, within a modest and affordable rental room, a young man with striking features stood up, glaring at his phone on the table. What the hell? What are you doing? The early advantages were all thanks to me. What does it have to do with you bunch of useless players? In the final moments, instead of following your dad to secure the dragon, you ran to the enemy base. Are your brains underdeveloped, or are you just foolish? On the Cat Tooth platform, within the King's module, the scene elicited laughter from the few viewers in the live stream. Don't be angry, Brother Yi. Though your 32-13 record with Zhao Yun is impressive, being a blue-collar jungler means you can't always carry the team. This game was infuriating. We could have pushed the high ground at 8 minutes, but the marksman, Gongsun Li, refused to attack the tower and instead went to the enemy fountain, leading to a swift demise at the hands of the enemy's Jianggan. The last moments were even more absurd. Both Daji and Gongsun Li were ambushed by Jianggan hidden in the bushes, allowing the enemy to claim the Storm Dragon and swiftly push back. Ultimately, it boils down to the mechanics of Zhao Yun. As a blue-collar jungler, he possesses control and damage mitigation, but he ultimately requires his teammates' assistance to secure victory. If the streamer had played Sun Wukong, the enemy Jianggan would have been irrelevant. Amidst the viewers' discussions, Feng lay back in his gaming chair, his right hand limply draped over his eyes, appearing almost lifeless. Boom! Defeat. As his phone emitted the sound of the crystal exploding, Feng struggled to rise from the gaming chair, his expression twisted in frustration as he reported all teammates with scores below 5.0. After completing this, he turned his attention to the left side of the computer screen, where the viewers' comments streamed in. After glancing briefly, Feng sighed, Brothers, I understand what you're saying, but I can only play blue-collar roles and am not skilled in core jungling. Seeing Feng's bitter expression, the viewers shook their heads in sympathy. They had been following him since the beginning of his streaming career, now nearly a month. In this time, they had come to understand that he was exclusively skilled in blue-collar jungle roles. What is a blue-collar jungler? Heroes like Zhao Yun, Egudo, and Lanling Wang, capable of controlling monsters, securing buffs, and avoiding minion waves while still obtaining kills. This style of jungling often lacks individual heroism. The focus is on maximizing team benefits and leveraging collective strength to secure victories. However, such heroes possess a significant drawback. They cannot independently shine and rely heavily on teammates for success. For instance, in Feng's previous match, had his teammates followed his directions and diligently managed minion waves and objectives, their chances of victory would have been significantly higher. Yet, the outcome was disappointing. This over-reliance on teammates is the inherent flaw of blue-collar junglers. Brother Yi, consider switching careers. Blue-collar jungling has no future. You might as well work in a factory. Exactly. Heroes like Jing, Luna, and Lan are far more appealing than Zhao Yun or Egudo. Isn't it easy to practice core jungling for a season? Once again, I say in the last match, even playing King of the Jungle would have been more comfortable than Zhao Yun. If you don't pick Monkey King, expect to be trolled. Encouraged by the viewers, Feng felt a surge of determination. He slammed his fist on the desk with such force that the mouse jumped. Alright, they'll heed your advice and start playing core junglers. Feng declared resolutely. Currently, he stood at a peak score of 2,100, which placed him at the bottom of the streamer hierarchy. Coupled with teammates who often exhibited strong individualistic tendencies and weak teamwork, this made Feng's ascent reliant on the whims of his teammates, rendering it highly unstable. If he could master core jungling, he would undoubtedly progress more swiftly. Achieving a peak score of 2,300 would likely result in more mature and stable teammates, allowing him to return to blue-collar jungling with potentially unforeseen results. Of course, his decision to transition to core jungling was predominantly influenced by the need for increased popularity. Presently, his live stream attracted only 20 to 30 viewers daily, occasionally peaking at 50, which was insufficient for a sustainable livelihood. Without his part-time work as a coach and companion player, he would likely have faced starvation. The persistent lack of popularity stemmed from the niche nature of blue-collar jungling. In this era, most players favored individual heroism, the thrilling moments of a single player turning the tide. Even Feng, a blue-collar jungler, found himself swept up in the fervor of such fantasies. Thus, in pursuit of financial stability, he resolved to transition to core jungling. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a mechanical voice, audible only to him, resonated within, detecting the host's desire to transition to core jungling activating system. This system is dedicated to making the host the strongest jungle king with 2.5 years of practice. In the chaotic rift, the jungler holds the power the strongest jungle king system guarantees: no comebacks in adversity, only absolute domination. Upon hearing this, Feng was momentarily taken aback. The strongest jungle king system? What a stroke of luck that such a wondrous system would fall into his hands. Familiar with the concept of system powers from countless web novels, Feng had often fantasized about activating such a system. Had he not spent endless nights engrossed in online literature during classes, he might have achieved a higher education. Though he had always dreamt of activating a system, he never expected that simply considering a transition to core jungling would immediately trigger the strongest Jungle King system. The name suggests that it is tailor-made for junglers. System binding successful. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to claim it? Claim. Feng responded without a moment's hesitation. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully claiming the beginner's gift pack, gaining godly hand speed and awareness. Ding. Congratulations, host, your proficiency with the hero Luna has reached the divine level. Chapter 2. Just transition to core jungling, practicing Luna immediately? As Feng marveled at his newfound abilities, a torrent of vast and profound information flooded into his mind, causing a slight ache in his already limited capacity. Yet, he did not resist, for he understood that this information was solely about advanced techniques for Luna. Whether through AI mastery or human expertise, a myriad of top-tier maneuvers paraded through his mind like a vivid panorama. Meanwhile, a nearly flawless strategy and techniques for jungle gameplay emerged vividly in Feng's mind. He firmly believed that if these insights were penned into a book, they would undoubtedly attract frenzied purchases from coaches across various teams. This was the advantage of possessing a system. This moment lasted for approximately 5 minutes. Feng, with his eyes tightly shut and silent, naturally aroused the curiosity of online viewers. Why has Brother Yi stopped talking? Could it be that he is at a loss for words after our criticisms? Has the online vitriol inflicted profound wounds on his tender psyche? Are our suggestions considered insults? The fact is, we're right, playing with GG the King is indeed superior to Zhao Yun. The online discussions were fervent. They hoped for their beloved streamer to excel further and achieve greater fame. Just then, Feng abruptly opened his eyes, revealing his deep, dark irises. At that moment, a glimmer of brilliance flickered within, a manifestation of confidence born from synthesizing all that he had learned. Brothers, let's directly transition to Jungle Core. Prepare to witness my performance. Seeing Feng unveil a confident and charming smile, the viewers felt invigorated. Indeed, their favorite streamer was not easily vanquished. I recommend novice Jungle Core players start with Monkey and Birdman, as these two heroes are relatively easier to master. I concur, and compared to Jing, Lan, and Luna, the operational difficulty of these two heroes is considerably lower. What nonsense is this? Do you look down on Brother Yi? If we're going to play, let's tackle the most challenging Brother Yi. Heed my advice and start practicing with Luna. Are you a hater? Observing the barrage of suggestions, a smile crept across Feng's lips. If I were a casual player, I would surely opt for the conventional choices of Birdman and Monkey. However, as a streamer, I must select the approach that garners the most viewer engagement. Having contemplated this, Feng promptly opened the Wangzhe module on Maoya. He entered Bei Mu into the search bar and proceeded to observe the gameplay. Despite having the system's experience, he felt no need to learn from anyone else's Luna. However, he was curious to see what level the player known as the pinnacle of Luna in the national server, Bei Mu, could achieve through the system's perspective. This would also help him gauge his own proficiency. As he watched Feng's gameplay, the viewers could hardly contain themselves. Brother Yi, you're not seriously considering starting with Luna, are you? Luna ranks among the top 3 in terms of difficulty for Jungle Core. Beginning with this hero is hardly a wise choice. Brother Yi cannot give up on himself. Progress must be gradual. Isn't it better to start with Monkey and Birdman? Clearly, the viewers tuning into Feng's live stream were skeptical about him starting with Luna. After all, mastering Luna requires hundreds, if not thousands, of games. Of course, accumulating matches only grants more experience to truly excel with this hero. One needs exceptionally swift reflexes, something many lack. While it was uncertain whether Feng possessed such speed, his continuous play of blue-collar jungles suggested he might not. The skill rhythm of blue-collar jungles pales in comparison to jungle core gameplay. Yet, Feng chose to disregard all this as he attentively studied Bei Mu's operation. After completing a match, Feng let out a long sigh of relief. From his observations, Bei Mu's Luna, according to the system's proficiency assessment, was at the level of a niche expert, still significantly distant from the realm of true mastery. If the pinnacle of Luna merely reached the level of niche expertise, what could one expect from himself, who was deemed a god-level player? With a sense of skepticism, Feng prepared to enter a match and attempt a live demonstration. Just then, a gift appeared in the chat, a health potion. Thank you to Yao Nai Wahi for gifting a health potion. Would you like to join me in a match, or shall I play on your account? A health potion could mean playing together or taking over the viewer's account to assist with ranked matches. Joining meant playing alongside Feng, akin to a companionship mode, albeit with a lower success rate than account play. After all, not every viewer joining had extraordinary skills. If paired with a less skilled player, the chances of losing increased significantly. However, Feng's capabilities were also limited, generally only able to handle matches below a peak of 2,000 points or within the realm of 50-star kings. If the skill level exceeded that, it could prove challenging. Of course, now that he possessed the system, things were different. Yao Nai Wahi. I'm currently in a rank-up match at 50 stars. Can you help me through it? Absolutely. Feng replied decisively. Previously, a 50-star rank-up match would have been a daunting challenge, but now it posed no threat to him provided he could secure Luna. Yao Nai Wahi. In that case, please take over my account. A health potion costs $5. And if he could successfully navigate the rank-up match, it would be a worthwhile investment. After all, hiring a professional boosting service often cost much more for even 1 star. Resolving it with Feng was certainly more advantageous. Okay, Feng wasted no time, directly opening the account takeover QR code. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel in the Magic City, a girl with exquisite features slightly puffed out her chest, her large, watery eyes gazing mournfully at the woman before her. After being stared at for a while, the woman sighed in resignation. Peng Di, you're a public figure spending every day playing Wangzhe. What does that mean for your future? If anyone were present, they would instantly recognize the stunning beauty seated on the bed. Peng Di, currently a rising star in China, was indeed captivating enough to be deemed a fairy. Chapter 3. The Collision of Dragons and Tigers on the Other Side. Feng, who had completed his account verification, began his placement matches. The ascent to glory in the King S League, with its demanding 49 stars, had once posed a significant challenge for him. After all, as a blue-collar jungler, his success largely depended on the whims of his teammates. However, the current Feng had developed the prowess to carry his team. As long as at least half of his 4 teammates performed adequately, his winning rate soared above 80%. Yet, if all 4 teammates faltered and surrendered recklessly, there was little he could do. A score of 15 might be acceptable, but if it reached 19, defeat was almost inevitable. It would be exceedingly difficult for him to turn the tide alone. Nonetheless, with 50 stars in the glory ranking, he anticipated that there would not be many who would willingly underperform. With this mindset, Feng embarked on his ranked matches. On the Cat Tooth platform, in Dahua's live stream room, a sense of exhilaration filled the air. Charge forth. The clash of dragons and tigers will be as easy as slaughtering chickens, boasted Dahua with audacious confidence. Dahua, do not don your mask of arrogance just yet. Soon you shall wear the mask of despair, advised Fulai gently. Yet, Dahua scoffed at the caution. Despite a decline in his skills over the years, he could still maintain a stable score of 1,800 in the pinnacle matches. At this rank, facing opponents with 50 stars was merely a contest of equals. According to logic, he should not expect a massacre, but with Fulai by his side, he felt assured Fulai would handle the chaos while he focused on the finesse. As the match had yet to commence, Dahua's brazen demeanor was already on full display, and the viewers of his stream were not about to let him off easy. Watching a mediocre player climb is almost more agonizing than my own losses, remarked one viewer. Remember this face. Those who laugh now will surely weep later. Expect nothing less than a furious meltdown, with both table and phone suffering catastrophic damage. As the audience mocked him, Dahua resolved to let his skills speak for themselves and decisively clicked to enter the ranked match. In that very moment, Pundi, Feng, Dahua, and Fulai found themselves matched together, perhaps by the whims of fate. "I shall take mid lane," declared the plump Pundi, as soon as the interface appeared, announcing his desired role. Upon observing the opposing team, Yifeng immediately thought of Pundi. With both charm and presence, Pundi was certainly appealing, and as a financially challenged individual, Yifeng naturally harbored admiration. However, he remained self-aware, never once fantasizing about any potential connection between them, for they existed in entirely different realms. Thus, he accepted this admiration as that of a mere fan. After all, Pundi boasted a considerable number of female fans, rivaling his male admirers, a rarity among female celebrities. When Pundi claimed his position, he also revealed his mid-lane rank, 21. In an ordinary ranked match, this tier might be considered adequate. Yet within the realm of an average match with 50 stars in the king tier, it appears somewhat insufficient. As expected, upon Fatty revealing her mid-lane rank, the second player promptly disclosed their own mid-lane rank. "I am a mid-laner with a rank of 53, and my modest silver badge stands out remarkably, indicating that I am among the top 100 players in the city." When comparing the two, the disparity is glaringly evident. Witnessing the position being contested, Fatty, with a tone of innocent pleading, implored through voice chat, "I'm not very skilled at support. Could I please take mid?" Despite her tone bordering on desperation, her teammates remained unyielding. The reason was apparent. Her frequently played heroes, Xiao Xiao, Angela, and Deji, immediately suggested she was likely a female player, perhaps even a university student. Had the rank been lower, she might have been granted the position, but in a match with 50 stars in the king tier, a competent mid laner could decisively influence the outcome. Thus, nearly all teammates began to urge Fatty to relinquish her position. The first player remarked, "Let the third player take a position. I trust the second player with mid." The fourth player added, "Just play Zhang Fei or Nyoemo. Focus on engaging in team fights. You don't need to be overly skilled. I'll help you soar in this match." The second player chimed in, "Third player, you can comfortably assist. I will definitely help you excel in this game." Observing this, Fatty's delicate eyebrows knitted together, her large, watery eyes filled with a sense of melancholy. Why, she pondered, was she matched with such formidable teammates? A top 100 player in the city and a mid laner with a rank of 53, surely. That denotes a strong player in the king tier, does it not? Faced with the overwhelming pressure of rank and skill, her rebellious spirit dissipated, and she fell silent. "Why not play Yao with me? I'll help you shine." Just as she was uncertain about her choice, a voice with a magnetic allure resonated through the team's microphone. "Playing Yao will lead the way." Can one fathom the impact of such words on a female player in the king tier? Fatty immediately focused on the speaker, the fourth player, who frequently played heroes like Luna, Aga Duo, and Han Xine, appearing to be a formidable jungler. "Bro, don't charm her like that. If she plays Yao and you can't elevate her, we'll bear the consequences." Another teammate added, "Exactly. Boasting without demonstrating skill. How can you uplift others in a king tier match with 50 stars? Just because you chose Luna doesn't mean you're the best." In response to his teammate's skepticism, Yifeng remained silent, opting instead to ban the hero Dong Huang Tai. Should the opposing team select this character, even with the system's assistance, it would be challenging for Yifeng to realize even half of his potential. To ensure security, it was prudent to disable that option. Observing that Yifeng had already revealed Luna and given his earlier remarks, Fatty felt a significant impact and decided to ban Jin Chan as well. "Thank you." Yifeng acknowledged, fully aware that her ban on Jin Chan was for his benefit, and he expressed his gratitude in return. "You promised to take me flying. You cannot go back on your word," Fatty remarked, her voice transcribed into text. "Absolutely," Leaf Maple replied with exuberance. Luna, having achieved a divine level of proficiency, boasted of his prowess among the elite, wreaking havoc with ease, even while assisting a teammate. The other three comrades, witnessing the jovial exchange between Leaf Maple and Fatty, felt a surge of resentment. After all, those who managed to reach this tier were far from inept, as both online and in reality, they were sought after for gaming. However, Chapter 4, the floating Luna, raised an eyebrow. "Seriously, brother? You, a mere novice Luna, dare to speak of carrying others? I had anticipated a master. Yet I encountered a jester." It was time to call Batman and inform him that the Joker had been found. If a novice Luna could carry a teammate, then surely I, ranked among the top 50, would dominate effortlessly. Observing Leaf Maple's Luna proficiency, the teammates began to mock him. After all, Luna was a hero that heavily relied on skill. A novice Luna, compared to a blank slate, merely differentiated between those who could play ranked and those who could not. Yet, in a match with ranks in the 40s and 50s, choosing a novice Luna was simply inviting ridicule. Not only did the other three teammates harbor doubts, But even Fatty began to question Leaf Maple's abilities. Although she was in the starry rank, she could discern a player's strength. Individuals lacking peak rankings and distinguished titles were clearly not formidable. If this match turned out well, it would likely be a surprising outcome, and even more probable that it would not. In that moment, Fatty developed a significant bias against Leaf Maple. With such poor skills, you still attempt to flirt. Is this not the epitome of a typical mediocre man? However, Fatty refrained from voicing her thoughts, for as a public figure, she had to tread carefully in her words and actions. As the loading screen concluded, they entered the match. Welcome to Honor of Kings. The enemy will reach the battlefield in 5 seconds. All troops advance. Luna survives, level 1. Luna survives, level 1. Luna survives, level 1. Several teammates exclaimed enthusiastically. Yet, Leaf Maple remained silent, quietly muting his microphone and focusing on his gameplay. He commenced the match by purchasing a pair of boots, planning to sell them back at full price upon reaching the high ground to acquire a jungle knife. Such minor tactics are invaluable whether in lane or jungle, as often it is the details that determine victory or defeat. Considering that the opposing jungler was Nakaru and the mid laner was Jiaochan, Leaf Maple opted for a blue buff start. The choice of jungle initiation depends on the strength comparison between one's own mid laner, jungler, and support against those of the opponent. In this instance, the strength of both sides was quite balanced, indicating that early game invasions were unlikely. Thus, Leaf Maple confidently proceeded to secure the blue buff. Reality unfolded just as Leaf Maple had anticipated. The enemy indeed refrained from causing him any trouble. After a brief moment of questioning Feng, his teammates fell into silence, creating a lull in the atmosphere. Swiftly clearing the blue jungle, Feng chose to disregard the central river crab and headed towards the red jungle instead. The level 3 Nakaru possessed significantly greater combat prowess than the level 3 Luna, which justified Feng's decision to forego the central river crab. As Nakaru executed her retribution and claimed the crab before she couldn't help but voice her thoughts, not even attempting to contest the central river crab. Truly a green bean level. Zhu Beiji chimed in. Oh dear, do you really expect a green bean Luna to carry you? Focus on your own game. Faced with his teammate's skepticism, Feng refrained from retorting and continued to farm in the jungle. The disparity between Luna before and after reaching level 4 was akin to that of two entirely different heroes. Thus, his immediate priority was to rapidly farm and attain level 4, for only then would he possess the capability to initiate ambushes and engage in battles. Upon clearing the red jungle and consuming 5 sets of monsters, Luna effortlessly reached level 4. He activated his 3-finger observation to assess the movements across the 3 lanes. The farming route's Lao Fuzi was being relentlessly pressured under the tower by Marco Polo, indicating a lack of opportunity for ganks. Both mid laners were testing each other, their health pools dangerously low, presenting a prime opportunity for an ambush. Meanwhile, on the opposing lane, Zhu Beiji and Nezha were locked in close combat, with both parties' health dwindling below 50%. Recalling how Nakaru had claimed the central river crab earlier while standing near a blue statue, Feng promptly sent a voice message converted to text. Beiji, don't engage in prolonged battles, retreat a bit. The enemy jungler likely initiated from blue to gank top. The message was dispatched, but in the heat of battle, Zhu Beiji chose to ignore it. Not only did he refrain from retreating, but he also unleashed his first skill, meat, egg, scallion, chicken, towards Nezha. At the very moment Zhu Beiji executed his skill, a kite-drawing Nakaru emerged from the river, delivering a straightforward yet lethal combo that brought Zhu Beiji down. It was hard to fathom how such a slender Nakaru could overpower the robust Zhu Beiji so effortlessly. Are you incapable of playing jungler? Why didn't you counter gank when I was ambushed? Zhu Beiji immediately shifted the blame onto Feng after his untimely demise, displaying the behavior of a seasoned chef deftly passing the blame. Feng chose to ignore this and instead positioned himself in the right bush, patiently awaiting the emergence of Jiaochan to seize the level 4 wave. He remained silent, while Peng Di, unable to tolerate the situation, spoke up. They already warned you that the enemy jungler is coming for you, and you still managed to die. Who can you blame? Although Peng Di's argument was indeed sound, Zhu Beiji disregarded the facts entirely. So what? At the end of the day, I was still killed by the enemy jungler. Doesn't that reflect a disparity in our junglers? Peng Di, visibly frustrated, resembled a fuming hamster. Zhu Beiji's remarks had clearly struck a nerve. Don't argue with a pig, it's pointless. Just as Peng Di was preparing to retort, Feng slowly spoke. Upon hearing this, Peng Di let out a soft chuckle, her smile blooming like a flower. Arguing with Zhu Beiji was akin to engaging in a dispute with a pig, wasn't it? After calming Peng Di, the mid-lane minion wave converged, This was the level 4 minion wave in the mid lane, and no mid laner would dare to concede lightly. As expected, Zhao Chan made her appearance. However, Zhao Chan was also cautious, aware that Luna was most likely clearing the blue side jungle. Thus she positioned herself slightly closer to the upper bush, revealing a modicum of awareness against ambushes. Yet in Yi Feng's eyes, it was still insufficient. Observing Zhao Chan's movement towards the river, Yi Feng, who had long been lying in wait in the bushes, suddenly made his move. The moonlight sword in his hand glided swiftly, and as a beam of moonlight flashed across the minion wave, Luna transformed into a luminous orb, charging toward the minion wave. Utilizing the moon mark atop the minions, he refreshed his ultimate ability. With a basic attack, the moonlight mark reappeared on the minions. Clearly, this passive ability had already been prepared in advance. Chapter 5. A Surge of Speed. The Shadow Brother. This maneuver left Zhao Chan utterly astonished. A Luna who relied solely on basic attacks without casting skills was indeed a rarity. Though ungraceful, it proved effective. Even with her Purify, Zhao Chan found herself unable to escape after using her second skill, ultimately falling to Yi Feng. Meanwhile, Shi, who had failed to even secure an assist, could not restrain her mockery. Flowing Luna, you must be pioneering a new approach. Yi Feng remained silent, quietly focusing on the mid-lane minion wave. Seeing Zhao Chan's demise, the opposing support, Zhang Fei, refrained from advancing. After all, she lacked damage, and moving forward would only subject her to unnecessary punishment without yielding any results. Perhaps Yi Feng's actions of farming the minion wave irked Shi, prompting her to intensify her taunts. Are you going to build an endless battle and then chase down the enemy? You know, with your ultimate's mobility, you could indeed dive into the backline. I once thought the worst jungler was Niu Wei, but today, good heavens, you surpass even him. Yi Feng, who had long muted his audio, was blissfully unaware of Shi's insults. However, this ordeal was tormenting for Pang Di. Could you please stop talking? Not only did he kill Zhao Chan without uttering a word, but you just keep rambling on. I haven't even called you out. And yet you jump in to provoke? A starry player and a green bean Luna. You truly are a match made in heaven. Shi's frenzied antics infuriated Pang Di, causing her to clench her fists in frustration, venting her ire upon the hotel sheets. Ignore her, just block her out. Just as Pang Di was readying a retort, a message from Luna appeared in the chat. The voice-to-text conversion caught Yi Feng's attention, prompting him to offer words of comfort. With Yi Feng's reassurance, Pang Di's agitation began to subside, yet her disdain for Shi only grew stronger. As Luna ascended after finishing her task in the middle lane, she resolutely disregarded the central route and began to roam alongside her. Humph, without you, the useless support, my experience in the mid lane will undoubtedly be far more comfortable. Though her tone was defiant, a tinge of bitterness lingered in Shi's voice upon witnessing her support abandon her to join the jungler. As Yefeng made his way upward, he fortuitously encountered Nakaru, who had just finished dealing with Zhu Beiji. Without a moment's hesitation, Yefeng unleashed a skill, and with a swift flick of his wrist, Luna transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards Nakaru. Humph, how dare Luna challenge the might of the Birdman? She must be courting disaster. Nakaru scoffed at Luna's audacity to strike first, yet the scene that unfolded next left her utterly dumbfounded. As Luna swooped in, she executed a rapid sequence of attacks, reducing Nakaru's health from half to a mere sliver in an instant. Goodness, could Yefeng's speed truly be that astonishing? In the blink of an eye, Nakaru was left with barely any health. For a fleeting moment, I could almost perceive the afterimages of his fingers. Could it be the legendary afterimage master? The abrupt turn of events left the viewers in the live stream spellbound. To their astonishment, the Nakaru who had been at half health just moments before had been reduced to a fraction of her vitality. How could they not be amazed? Witnessing his own remarkable speed, a hint of a smile crept onto Yefeng's lips. Such divine swiftness was indeed terrifying. True to the system's reputation, it was undoubtedly a masterpiece. The sudden twist of fate rendered Nakaru disinclined to continue the fight. Her second skill, Blade of the Wind, passed through Luna's form, barely restoring a fraction of her health. Yet, that meager recovery was clearly insufficient. With Luna's red mark binding her, escape was virtually impossible. Just as Nakaru resigned herself to her fate, Zhang Fei, who had been huddled beneath the tower in the mid lane, emerged. His second skill, Guardian Mechanism, leaped to Nakaru's position, encasing her in a protective shield. This shield ignited a glimmer of hope for Nakaru's survival. After all, Luna had expended her ultimate ability. With a piercing bird call echoing, Nakaru's form gracefully ascended, transitioning from a walk to flight, thanks to her third skill, Eagle's Pursuit. With Mamaha by her side, Nakaruru's speed surged by 50%. Consequently, the now ultimate-less Luna would find it exceedingly challenging to catch up. Farewell. Nakaruru felt a surge of glee within. However, her smile swiftly faltered. A radiant essence from Yao flew toward Nakaruru. To add to the chaos, Shishir, who had previously been sulking in the mid lane, suddenly blinked forward, arms raised high. A circular frame materialized beneath Nakaruru's feet. However, the player controlling Nakaruru was not one to be underestimated. With a deft flick of the fingers, she lunged forward, crashing down with tremendous force, narrowly evading the skills of her opponents. Witnessing this spectacle, Shishir's words grew increasingly scathing. It was the first time she had seen a Luna intentionally forego her ultimate to inflict damage, truly a subpar jungler. Meanwhile, in Yifeng's livestream, many viewers expressed their regrets. What a pity. Had Yiga not refrained from using his ultimate, Nakaruru would undoubtedly have met her demise. After all, it was Yi Ji's inaugural venture into jungle play, and achieving such prowess was commendable. As the audience voiced their doubts, Yi Feng, who had been oblivious to the barrage of comments, suddenly engaged in a distant dialogue. Fear not, she won't escape. Yet, such words garnered little faith from the spectators. At that moment, a considerable distance separated Nakaru and Luna, marked by the range of Luna's skill, Lunar Assault. Just as everyone had lost faith in Yi Feng, his actions astonished the crowd. He executed a basic attack, repositioning himself beside the nearest Zhang Fei. As Zhang Fei unleashed his first skill, Art of War, Yi Feng deftly maneuvered forward. Zhang Fei, having been struck by Luna's basic attack, was afflicted with a slowing debuff, making it relatively simple for Luna to overtake him. As Luna approached Zhang Fei, his spear twirled, propelling her further ahead. This maneuver inadvertently drew Luna closer to Nakaruru. Nakaruru, do you dare call a 5-tiger general a traitor? Zhang Fei had no time to respond before Yi Feng, now within striking distance, executed his first skill, Crescent Slash, hitting the unsuspecting Nakaruru. With a swift advance and a decisive lock on the target. Yigo, is this truly your first time playing Luna? Such skill is something even Hanhan next door could not replicate. Indeed, with such clarity of thought, it is likely that only the pinnacle of Luna players, like Baimu, could achieve such feats. Yifeng's impressive performance won over a multitude of viewers. They could scarcely believe that someone who had never played Luna before could execute such remarkable maneuvers on their first attempt. His rapid reflexes coupled with a lucid strategy hinted at a level of skill akin to that of a national server. Observing all of this in silence, Shishir was equally taken aback. Yifeng's recent display was undeniably the work of a seasoned player, likely possessing a high degree of proficiency. Coupled with such a sharp intellect, he could very well be a prominent figure in the streaming community. The thought sent a chill down Shishir's spine. Surely, I won't be subject to online harassment. She consoled herself. Instances of prominent streamers facing backlash from their fans were a daily occurrence, and she fervently wished to avoid such a fate. However, he was evidently overthinking. Although Yi Feng had tens of thousands of fans, most of them were merely inactive followers who seldom tuned into live broadcasts. How could they possibly engage in online harassment? There was no point in pursuing it further, as it would be futile. After vanquishing Nakaruru, Yi Feng noticed that Pang Di was still intent on attacking Zhang Fei nearby, so he directed her instead. Rather than wasting time and energy on Zhang Fei, it would be far more advantageous to return to the blue zone and farm the jungle. In jungle gameplay, maintaining rhythm is paramount. One typically refrains from engaging unless absolutely necessary, as any action must be executed with precision. Well then, Peng Di, controlling Yao Mei, skillfully activated her third ability, independently atop the mountain, successfully positioning herself above Luna. Following the recent 2 kills, Yao Mei had also reached level 4. Upon seeing Yao Mei atop him, Yi Feng chose not to displace her. He had previously stated that playing Yao was about elevating one's allies. If he were to dismiss her now, he would be betraying his own words. Nevertheless, he was not particularly fond of being overshadowed by a female character. After securing a double kill, Yi Feng proceeded to upgrade his equipment. In 3 minutes, he acquired an evolved crystal, a gorilla blade, and a pair of grass shoes, quite a luxurious set. Now, all he needed was to stabilize his position and continuously snowball his development, ensuring that in the mid to late game, no one would be capable of countering him. However, with the system at his disposal, Yi Feng would not settle for an ordinary match. He was determined not only to flourish but also to lead his team, showcasing his prowess as a skilled player. After finishing his blue buff, Yi Feng did not continue to farm, but instead made his way directly to the offlane. At this moment, the minion wave on their side had reached the lizard position, and according to the principle of simultaneous minion spawn, The opposing minion wave was situated between the first and second towers. By heading to the off lane now, he could ambush in the bushes before the minion waves converged. Not to mention, with the presence of his support Yao Mei, the likelihood of a successful gank would increase. Moreover, the opposing jungler Nakaru was likely still in the blue zone. Thus, this encounter for Dehua was destined for failure. Observing that Yao Mei's shield was about to break, Peng Di commanded her to leap down. By doing so, Yao Mei would have a slightly reduced cooldown on her third ability, which was the rationale behind this maneuver. Although she descended, Peng Di did not stray. Instead, she closely followed Luna, which brought Yi Feng great relief. He had often encountered Yao Mei players who wandered aimlessly, only to be swiftly eliminated by lurking enemies. In fact, it was often best for soft supports to scout with their abilities, leaving the face-checking to the more resilient tanks and hard supports. The pair emerged from the bushes near their first tower in the off lane, cautiously making their way towards the bushes in the opposing lane, taking great care to avoid detection. Fortunately, Dehua was sufficiently cautious. After clearing the minion wave, he remained hidden beneath the tower, allowing Yi Feng and Peng Di to successfully reach the bushes closer to the enemy side. You need not assist me in the gank. The opposing Nezha cannot defeat me in a one-on-one. Upon seeing Luna and Yao Mei approach, Zhu Beiji, stationed beneath the enemy tower, was unreserved in his attempts to drive them away. Upon casting a glance at Yi Feng, one might ponder whether there truly exists a confrontation between the top lane and the robust warriors of the battlefield. The simplicity of Zhu Beiji is rather striking. Such an individual serves as an obvious vulnerability within the team. Had Yi Feng been positioned on the opposing side, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. There exists a complete lack of defensive awareness or counterplay. Fortunately, Zhu Beiji recognizes his limitations as a short-range hero and refrains from recklessly engaging the minion wave beneath the enemy tower, instead allowing the minion waves of both sides to converge. It is only after the enemy minions have moved out of the tower's attack range that Zhu Beiji advances to clear the waves. At this juncture, Dehua, who had endured considerable pressure beneath the tower, begins to stir. In the top lane, one may perish, yet one cannot neglect the minion waves or the river crabs. Thus, he takes action. With a deft application of Nezha's second skill, Mixed Heaven Silk Bind, he leaps onto Zhu Beiji and vaults into the midst of the blue minion wave. His first skill, Flame Triangular Spear, is unleashed, instantly applying Burning Flame Seeds to all minions, augmented by the items Heart of Refinement and Dragon Scale Sword, resulting in a devastating triple burn upon the minion wave. The triple burn Nezha is indeed quite vexing, though this is primarily effective in the latter stages of the game. Yi Feng glances at the equipment panel and notes that Nezha possesses merely Heart of Refinement and Dragon Scale Sword. Despite having substantial health, he lacks resilience, rendering him insufficiently tanky in Yi Feng's eyes. In contrast, Yi Feng has successfully crafted the God-Devouring Book, highlighting a significant disparity in their equipment. After a momentary pause, Yi Feng dispels any hesitation and strikes decisively. The simultaneous assault lands squarely upon Nezha. Fat Di's Yao sister also unleashes her first skill, propelling Nezha into the air and hindering his retreat. Subsequently, a series of combos ensues, rapidly depleting Nezha's health. Has he merely lost half of his vitality? Yi Feng surveys his damage output with a hint of disillusionment. Had he been Luna of Yore, Nezha would have perished long ago. An exclamation escapes Dehua, realizing that Luna, that sniper, is indeed lying in wait for him. Despite his apprehension, his actions remain fluid, and after retreating a few steps, he employs his second skill to deftly counter Zhu Beiji, successfully returning to the safety of the tower. Throughout this engagement, Zhu Beiji shows no inclination to resist, leaving Yi Feng perplexed. I have stated that your assistance is unnecessary. Zhu Beiji's words echoed in the team's communication channel. Alas, the low rank is not without justification. As Zhu Beiji prepares for the ensuing confrontation, Fat Di's Yao sister promptly initiates her interference. With a faint crackle of electricity, the tower appears to falter, unleashing a single shot. At this revelation, Dehua's heart sinks. With Yao sister's disruption, the absence of the tower's protective mechanism does not alter the grim outcome awaiting him. Fortunately, Dehua heeds the counsel of Fu Lai. Activating his third skill, Heavenly Descent, flames ignite above the heads of all teammates on Yi Feng's side. Without a moment's hesitation, he follows Fu Lai's directive and locks onto the development lane's Marco Polo. At this moment, when Marco Polo witnessed the emergence of a crimson vortex upon his person, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Just as he contemplated retreating, the venerable sage, long confined beneath the tower, seized the moment to strike. A brilliant flash ensued. An Asian bind ensnared Marco Polo, rendering him immobile. The abruptness of the event caught Marco Polo off guard. He had not yet relinquished his purification, and it was now too late. Confronted with the sage's onslaught, akin to a tempest, Marco Polo refused to succumb passively. He unleashed a barrage of bullets from his dual pistols, striking the sage. The sage, having initiated the encounter with diminished health, faced Marco Polo, who was nearly at full strength, leaving the outcome uncertain. At that instant, everyone understood why Fulai had selected Dehua as the marksman. Indeed, they were true friends. Fulai always remembered Dehua in times of fortune. Their fraternal bond was undeniably profound. Meanwhile, Feng observed Nezha, soaring slowly with the wind and fire wheels, and his mind flooded with countless strategies of pursuing Nezha under the moonlight with Luna. This exemplified the advantages of possessing a system. Feng swiftly selected an approach that suited him and commenced his maneuvers. As Nezha began his ascent, his speed was modest. Feng initiated a couple of basic attacks, bestowing a passive effect upon Nezha. At that moment, Pundi, controlling Yao Mei, mounted Luna. She sensed that her shining moment was fast approaching. As Nezha vaulted over the wall to the position of Yun Zhongjuan, Luna beneath the tower sprang into action. With her third skill, New Moon Assault, she advanced, triggering the crescent mark atop Nezha's head. Subsequently, her first skill, Crescent Slash, was executed, striking both Yun Zhongjuan and the hastening Nezha, maintaining her rapid pace. She unleashed New Moon Assault once more. However, this time, it merely activated the mark on Yun Zhongjuan's head, falling short of reaching Nezha. The two engaged in a relentless pursuit, swiftly arriving at the corridor between the red buff and the dragon pit. At this juncture, Dehua sensed something amiss. What on earth? Luna is pursuing Nezha under the moonlight? Observing Luna's finesse, a look of astonishment graced Tuji's face. Had he borrowed an account to compete in a peak match with scores of 2,300 or 2,400, he might have been surprised, but not astonished. Yet now, with just over 30 ranked stars, and Fulai slightly ahead with perhaps 40 or 50, he pondered how such a formidable Luna could exist in this tier. A Luna capable of pursuing Nezha under the moonlight transcended mere skill. Heavenly skill seemed more fitting. After a brief period of running side by side, the now accelerated Nezha effortlessly distanced himself from Luna. Thinking of escaping? Can you truly flee? Feng scoffed disdainfully, his godly speed once again erupting. With his third skill, New Moon Assault, he executed a lateral movement, arriving at the location of the trio, Peppa Pig and her family. He unleashed basic attacks, ensuring the passive effect was affixed to the three pigs. Once again, the third skill unleashed struck the airborne Nezha. Perish. The nearly deceased Nezha had already been condemned to death by Feng. With a swift follow-up, the foe was effortlessly dispatched. The brilliance was undeniable. As the announcement of Moonlit Infinite Chain 7 resonated, astonishment enveloped the entire arena. Nezha and Luna, having soared together from the side lane, found themselves in the mid lane. And it was evident that this was a pursuit of Nezha under the moonlit sky. Luna's pursuit of Nezha was a feat so extraordinary that even the pinnacle of the national server, Beimu, would not dare to claim certainty in its execution. Yet, within a ranked match of 30 to 40 stars, someone had accomplished it. It was akin to encountering a full Manchu Han imperial feast at a rural banquet, a spectacle that left all in awe. However, the most astonished of all was the player controlling Yao, perched upon the head of Feng's Luna, Fat D. Having played King of Glory for 3 to 4 years, she had witnessed numerous commendable Lunas, yet none could compare to the one before her today. This astonishment transcended mere skill. It emanated from the enchanting aura of actions and demeanor. Though surprised, Fat D felt a surge of joy as her character, Yao, glided gracefully through the air, akin to a kite lifted by a gentle breeze, eventually settling atop Feng's head. No player of Yao could resist the joy of flying a kite. Luna, do you have a girlfriend? Fat D blurted out impulsively, but as soon as the words escaped her lips, regret washed over her. As a public figure, her every word and deed held significant weight. And should this topic surface online, both she and the operator of Luna might face unnecessary harassment. Arriving at the mid lane, Feng casually dispatched the low-health Diao Chan and noticed Fat D's message. He merely smiled lightly, for he had never put stock in online romances. Such relationships, when framed positively, are merely a virtual construct to satiate one's inner emptiness and desires. While there exists the chance of encountering a worthy partner online, the odds are akin to winning the lottery. I have a girlfriend. I apologize, Feng replied politely. Oh, all right, Fat D responded, though a flicker of resentment lingered in her heart. Perhaps this was simply the mindset of a young girl. The match proceeded. Due to Nezha's untimely demise at Luna's hands, The aging warrior in the development lane fell victim to the low-health Marco Polo. Dehua's misstep triggered a cascade of ramifications. Yet, at that moment, no one blamed Dehua, for all eyes were drawn to this extraordinary Luna. Chapter 8. The invitation of the tiger from the side lane. Dehua's words instantly sparked a whirlwind of controversy, prompting numerous netizens to voice their skepticism. Baimu is undoubtedly the pinnacle of Luna within the national server, while the individual before us is merely a pedestrian player, with neither fame nor skill to compare. Indeed, a fair comparison necessitates equal footing. This is a crushing defeat, so what is there to compare? However, I must acknowledge the finesse of Luna's maneuvers just witnessed, swift and fluid, akin to savoring countless exquisite chocolates. The audience buzzed with discussion, yet no consensus emerged. Some argued Baimu surpassed him, while others claimed he outshone Baimu, leading to a split in opinions. In the cat-tooth platform, within the live stream of Yefeng, the previously scattered comments had vanished, leaving an unusual silence in the room. Yet, this tranquility did not last long. The chat soon erupted once more. Judging by the comments, it seemed to be the same few viewers who had followed Yefeng before. Did I truly witness Jaeger's performance correctly? An infinite combo under the moonlight. A pursuit of Nezha? I just slapped myself, and the pain confirms I am not dreaming. Is Yefeng's Luna talent truly this remarkable? Has he grasped so much merely from a fleeting glance at Baimu's Luna? Do you understand why only a glance suffices? Because a prolonged gaze might lead to an explosion. In response to the astonishment of the viewers, Yefeng simply uttered 4 words: modesty, modesty. The match continued, yet following Yefeng's earlier performance, both sides exhibited a notable politeness. The opposing team, upon spotting Yefeng, fled in fear of a catastrophic outcome from merely looking too long. Conversely, his teammates no longer questioned Yefeng's Luna skills. That singular display of an infinite combo while pursuing Nezha had already eclipsed the abilities of most Luna players. And even some of the national server's elite Luna specialists might struggle to replicate it. All of this was facilitated by the system. It is no wonder so many aspire to possess a system, for such enhancement is beyond trifling. Yefeng mused, fully aware that what he witnessed was merely the tip of the iceberg concerning the system's capabilities. As he grows more acquainted with the system, an array of functionalities will undoubtedly unfold before him. If this single facet has already elevated him to such heights, one can hardly fathom the accomplishments Yefeng will achieve upon mastering the system completely. Facing inevitable defeat, the opposing team, save for Fulai, who still dared to challenge Yefeng, scattered in fear. However, Yefeng, having developed tremendously, toyed with Fulai's old master with ease. Ultimately, Yefeng secured victory at the 9-minute mark with little effort. On the results screen, Yefeng's score of 12.02 shone brightly, marking him as the most outstanding player of the match. With a rating of 160 and an impressive output percentage of 52, he was rightly crowned a gold medal warrior. Gazing at such extraordinary statistics, the viewers watching the live stream could not restrain themselves from typing fervently, "Yefeng, is this truly your first time playing Luna?" I am, after all, a provincial-ranked Luna, having played thousands of matches without ever achieving such impressive statistics. A 50 damage contribution is nothing short of godlike. Yefeng's performance has far surpassed the expectations of netizens. Initially, they anticipated that Yefeng, playing as Luna for the first time in the jungle, would be thoroughly schooled. Yet, to their astonishment, not only did he avoid such a fate, but he also executed a mesmerizing chase of Nezha under the moonlight. This level of skill, this speed, this strategic thinking, can you truly believe this was his first time playing Luna? I genuinely played Luna for the first time. Perhaps I am simply endowed with a special talent. Of course, Yefeng was not naive enough to reveal the existence of any system, providing the most reasonable explanation instead. However, how could such an explanation convince the netizens? Even a gifted player could hardly deliver such exaggerated maneuvers on their very first attempt with Luna. They wouldn't have been nearly as astonished had he merely played a character like Monkey King. Oh, but the opposing Lao Fuzi is from the national server? When Yefeng entered the results screen, a glance revealed Lao Fuzi's impressive national rank. He frequently found himself competing at the pinnacle with scores around 2,300, so he was certainly no stranger to national rankings. Yet here he was, in a seemingly ordinary Glory King promotion match, encountering a player of such caliber, which stirred a sense of excitement within him. Upon checking further, he was taken aback. A national-level Lao Fuzi. Could this be Fulai? Yefeng surmised. After inspecting the commonly used heroes and hero pool, he grew more convinced of his hypothesis. If this Lao Fuzi were indeed Fulai, then this Nezha Yefeng's mind raced, as if he had uncovered a tantalizing secret. A national-level Lao Fuzi, wasn't that Fulai? I had just wandered into Fulai's livestream. where he was sweetly duo queuing with Dehua. This Nezha must surely be Dehua. Yi Gu's luck is remarkable, to randomly encounter two major streamers while casually playing ranked. This is not mere flattery. Had he been competing in the peak matches, with his score of 2,100, he might not have encountered such prominent streamers. Just then, the viewer count in Yi Feng's livestream began to surge at an astonishing rate, expanding from a mere 20 to over 1,000 in an instant. This overwhelming influx of viewers caused slight lag in his already subpar streaming equipment, but fortunately, it managed to hold up. Is this the streamer who just showcased Dehua's Luna? Chasing Nezha under the moonlight is a feat not easily accomplished by an ordinary Luna. Is the streamer also a ranked Luna on the national server? I caught a glimpse of the streamer's recorded gameplay. He appeared to be playing a blue-collar jungler, suggesting this was indeed his first time with Luna. What a jest! To chase Nezha under the moonlight on one's first attempt with Luna, such innate talent surely warrants a career in professional gaming rather than mere streaming fame. In that moment, the barrage of comments flooded the screen, yet Yi Feng chose not to respond. Due to his gaze resting upon the two individuals, Mao Ye and El Dehua, it was evident that both held exceptionally high levels on their Mao Ye accounts. Upon entering the live broadcast room, they enjoyed a dazzling entrance, easily capturing the attention of others. What could their purpose be in joining? Surely, it was not to confront me. Chapter 9. The chubby D entangled with Yi Feng. Not only Yi Feng, but many viewers of the live stream believed that Dehua had come to seek retribution. Yet upon seeing the message sent by Dehua, everyone could no longer maintain their composure. After much ado, it turned out he was merely inviting them for a trio match. With his parents away from home, was he feeling the pangs of solitude? Honor of Kings, a thrilling 2-for-1, you deserve it. Dehua, upon encountering a capable jungler, was as transfixed as a dog before a pile of excrement, unable to move an inch. Buddy, your words have directly offended two streamers. It appeared that Baisho was to be forsaken. Indeed, men are often likened to clumsy boars. Upon reading Dehua's message, Yi Feng found himself momentarily stunned. It seemed he had misjudged the intentions of others. I shall switch to my main account to play with you. This is merely my fan account. No sooner had Yi Feng spoken than the number of health potions in the live stream surged dramatically. Grandpa, what can I do? Sent 20 health potions. Grandpa, what can I do? Just play on my account. Thank you, Brother Yi. Faced with such generosity, Yi Feng found it difficult to refuse. After all, it would be rather impolite to do so at this juncture. Meanwhile, the owner of the account, who had gifted $100 worth of health potions, was nearly beside himself with joy. After all, not every player has the fortune to encounter a major streamer. Though it wasn't his own luck that brought him to this moment, the account belonged to him. If Yi Feng could elevate Fu Lai and Dehua, he would have ample bragging rights among his friends. Dehua's reputation as a novice means that should he be able to elevate him, it would serve as a testament to his own skill. As for Fu Lai, he is a seasoned veteran, consistently achieving high scores of 2,400 in peak competition. Managing to uplift him would indeed be a point of pride. In any calculation, that $100 was not in vain. Both Dehua and Fu Lai, upon noticing the gifted health potions, were taken aback. After all, for streamers of their caliber, such gifts rarely captured their attention. Yet, at this moment, Yi Feng expressed gratitude, suggesting he was not a major streamer. However, upon clicking into Yi Feng's profile, the two quickly grasped the entire picture. With over 3,000 subscribers, it became clear that Yi Feng could not even be considered a minor streamer. Such a record did not qualify him for any contracts, indicating he was likely an amateur. Is the streaming industry truly this competitive now? A Luna of such skill hardly merits a contract. Dehua was utterly astonished. We should consider ourselves fortunate to have debuted early. Had we started now, we might not fare much better than he does. Dehua harbored no doubts regarding Fu Lai's words, for he too believed that their current achievements were significantly influenced by fortune. Nevertheless, this held little importance, as luck constituted a facet of strength. The two men gazed at the present-day Yefeng, seemingly seeing reflections of their initial awkwardness during their early streaming days. Back then, they would express heartfelt gratitude even for a mere blood bottle, let alone free cat food. After a moment of nostalgia, they generously gifted him a hot pot each. Wow. Thank you to Boss Dehua for the hot pot, and thank you to Boss Fu Lai for the hot pot. Much appreciated. As Yefeng beheld the gifts, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he felt an overwhelming urge to rise and bow deeply to the two benefactors. Having streamed for just a month or two, his efforts had been fueled solely by passion, yielding little financial reward. The hot pots from Dehua and Fu Lai represented the most lavish gifts he had encountered thus far. All right, enough with the thanks for the gifts. I've been pulling you for quite some time now, Dehua urged. Upon hearing this, Yefeng nodded with a smile. promptly accepting the invitation to team up. At that moment, a data panel appeared in his mind. Host: Yefeng, age 20, streaming popularity 10,000, King's currency 1,000 points. King's currency is a virtual currency earned through streaming popularity, usable in the system mall to purchase items. A system mall? Listening to the system's introduction, Yefeng displayed little surprise, having long been indoctrinated by online literature regarding such concepts. As for the system mall mentioned, he had no time to peruse it at present. Yet he understood that its offerings were undoubtedly remarkable. Products from the system are invariably of superior quality. This adage applies universally to any system. Meanwhile, within the hotel, Pandai remained entranced, staring at the settlement interface. Yao Mei, performance, 2012, rating, 132, gold medal support. This marked her highest rating to date. Hence her momentary daze upon reviewing the data. This Luna is truly formidable. If only I had him guiding me. I could probably ascend to Glory King even while playing Yao Mei. Due to her work commitments, Pandy's highest rank had been merely an ordinary king, and with a packed schedule, she often found herself unable to reach that tier. Now, with someone capable of enhancing her winning rate, how could she not cherish this opportunity? I still have some time. I could play a couple more matches. Let's see if he plays too. If he does, we could team up, Pandai muttered to herself. However, when she exited the settlement page, her expression fell, for the recent match featuring Yin and Meiwa had already commenced. This dashed her hopes of inviting him to play together. Considering she had only an hour of gaming time available, Pandai decided to start another match on her own. 15 minutes later, the expression on Pang Di's face transformed from initial dejection to one of impending storm. Her large, glistening eyes appeared on the brink of shedding tears, and her lips curved downward, revealing her rosy lower lip. In her previous match, she had played as the mid-lane hero, Xiao Qiao, only to be mercilessly captured by the opposing Lanling Wang, resulting in a dismal score of 194. Such a performance, even in the diamond tier, was remarkably devastating. Being repeatedly captured and eliminated was one thing, but the most critical issue was Lanling Wang's elusive nature. At times, while she was playing without a care, he would suddenly emerge from the shadows. Fortunately, Pang Di possessed a strong heart. Had she been a player with heart issues, she might have already succumbed to despair. I'm done. This is infuriating. Even with the air conditioning on, Pang Di felt a wave of heat coursing through her body. But soon, a thought struck her. She quickly opened her recent activity log. Due to the introduction of certification tags in honor of kings, the certifications for Laozi and Nezha as streamers were quite conspicuous. Although Pang Di had not played Honor of Kings for long, she was certainly aware of several prominent streamers, including the renowned Laozi of the national server, Fu Lai. Yet, she was searching for Luna, not Laozi. As she sighed in frustration, she suddenly noticed that the 3 individuals in her recent log had all played for only 8 minutes. Those 3 were indeed Yi Feng, Fu Lai, and Dahua, all actively engaged in a match. A flash of insight illuminated Pang Di's mind, prompting a theory to form. Could it be that the 3 were playing together? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Without hesitation, she exited the game and navigated to the App Store to download Cat Tooth Live. She rarely indulged in leisure time, so entertainment applications were seldom on her agenda. Even short video accounts were managed by her agent, leaving her largely uninvolved. The hotel's internet speed was remarkably fast, and within half a minute, the download was complete. After a brief registration, Pang Di embarked on her live streaming journey. Upon entering Fu Lai in the search bar, results appeared almost instantaneously. Clicking on the link, she found Fu Lai cheerfully bantering with Dahua and Yi Feng, their camaraderie evident as they exchanged playful jabs. Fu Lai's score had reached an impressive 253, though it paled in comparison to Dahua's 351. However, when contrasting with Yi Feng's astonishing score of 703, it was evident that he was leading the charge. Unbeknownst to Fu Lai, the legendary duo had inadvertently granted a significant number of kills to their team. Clearly, their partnership sparked unique synergies. Pang Di gazed at Luna, whose cherry-red lips were adorned with a subtle smile. This was precisely the person she had been fervently searching for. Now, she was halfway to achieving her goal, at least no longer at a loss for a starting point. The streamer pondered, is the host playing Luna also a streamer? Fat D carefully crafted her words and typed them into the barrage chat. However, her message fell into silence, akin to a stone cast into the vast ocean. One could hardly blame Fu Lai. As a prominent streamer, his audience often numbered in the tens of thousands, if not more, rendering a mundane comment easily overlooked. Despite Fat D's repeated attempts, her messages were met with the same indifference, and Fu Lai remained engrossed in dismantling towers, occasionally glancing at the barrage without noticing her remarks. Just as disappointment began to wash over Fat D, fellow viewers of the stream came to her aid. They informed her about another streamer on the Cat Tooth platform, playing Luna, named Feng. They suggested searching for him, describing him as a handsome young man with impressive skills. With a newfound objective, Fat D decided not to linger in Fu Lai's stream any longer. Following the advice of her fellow viewers, she entered Feng into the search bar. Instantly, a plethora of streamers with the same or similar names appeared. She opted for the one with the most followers who was currently live. Upon entering the stream, Fat D was immediately captivated by Feng's striking appearance. As someone accustomed to the entertainment industry, she had encountered numerous handsome faces. Yet, she understood that such allure often stemmed from professional makeup. Without the artistry of a makeup artist, many would merely appear slightly more attractive, while some might even fall short of the ordinary. However, the man before her, Feng, left her in awe. His sharp brows and bright eyes, elegant nose and luscious lips, created a visage seemingly sculpted by masterful hands, undeniably pleasing to the eye. Fat D was certain that even among many male stars, Feng's looks would rank within the top 5. What a handsome guy. I truly wish to team up with him, she mused, her feminine heart fluttering at the sight of him. Yet, this feeling was fleeting, as she soon became engrossed in Feng's gameplay, her teeth clenched and brow furrowed. She noticed a faint silhouette of a Yao sister hovering above Luna's head. No wonder he's dubbed the Wild King. He certainly has no shortage of sisters. Fat D muttered, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. Nevertheless, she remained in the stream, quietly observing. She was curious to discover whether her Yao sister could outshine the one accompanying Feng. The competitive spirit within her ignited unexpectedly. In the midst of the match, under Feng's leadership, the battlefield advanced towards the enemy's stronghold. The Shadow Monarch was claimed by Feng, who channeled its power to the top lane. Fu Lai's seasoned player ventured to the bottom lane alone, while Feng and the Yao sister took charge of the top, with the remaining teammates positioned in the mid lane. The opposing team recognized that Luna posed their greatest challenge and sent all 5 members to defend against her, clearly showing their respect. 5 of them. They certainly hold me in high regard, Fat D thought. With the system at his disposal, Feng's demeanor had transformed significantly. A confident smile seemed almost affixed to his face. Is it really necessary to reach 25? Pundit clenched the white bedsheet, inexplicably feeling a surge of anxiety. However, Feng, immersed in the game, exhibited no signs of apprehension. The moment the dragon troops breached the tower, he unleashed a basic attack, leveraging the opposing lane's Zhu Beiji as a springboard, deploying both his first and third skills, directly targeting the enemy's backline. Feng's performance was outstanding, with his equipment outpacing his opponents by 2 formidable items. Under such overwhelming equipment dominance, even the most exquisite techniques would appear insignificant. Moreover, his adversaries lacked skill. Once his first and third skills landed, he activated his second and third skills, soaring beyond the defensive tower. A swift double strike ensued. With a mere 4 skills, he effortlessly dispatched both Sun Shangxiang and Xiao Qiao, the fragile duo. Without any defensive gear, they shattered upon contact. As he entered the narrow space just outside the range of the high ground tower and crystal, Feng faced an onslaught from 3 opponents, yet he remained unfazed, his smile only widening. He boldly advanced, initiating an unbroken series of attacks beneath the defensive tower. At that moment, Feng unleashed the full potential of the system's godly speed, executing combos that would typically require 3 seconds in just 1. Astoundingly, not a single misstep marred his rapid execution. This display captivated the live stream audience. The in-game Yao, seemingly unaffected, had yet to activate her interference. Whether she was stunned by Feng's prowess or preoccupied with other matters remained unclear. After being struck down by the tower, she stood vacantly. Although Yao had activated her second skill to draw the tower's aggro towards her, the unfortunate Zhu Beiji inadvertently rendered her a sitting duck, ensuring that the tower's focus remained on Feng. The tower's cannon damage continued to accumulate, and by the time Feng's Luna endured the 5th shot, she was on the verge of collapse. However, the 3 opponents fared little better under Feng's relentless assault. In an instant, all 4 were left with negligible health. A hapless Zhu Beiji lingered beneath the tower. I refuse to believe that 5 of you cannot take down a single Luna. The opposing Zhu Beiji barked as he charged towards Luna, with his teammates closely trailing. In an instant, they aligned in a perfect formation. Humph. If you wish to defeat me, you'd better possess the capability. A smirk graced Feng's lips as he executed his moves. Both the first and third skills were unleashed simultaneously. The resonant effect of the runic greatsword triggered, instantly dealing explosive damage. A 5-hit combo. At this moment, Pundi felt no excitement. Instead, her heart raced anxiously. She noticed a red orb trailing behind the airborne Luna, unmistakably the tower's attack. Having already absorbed a significant amount of tower damage, this blow would undoubtedly be fatal. Yet, there was not a trace of panic on Yifeng's face, as if he had already foreseen how to confront the situation. Just as the crimson light of the defense tower was a mere 0.01 centimeters away from him, his hands moved once more. He accessed the shop, sold his resistance boots, purchased the famed dagger, and closed the shop. The entire process was seamless. Many spectators merely caught a fleeting glimpse of the shop interface flashing. A shattering sound echoed, and a fragmented white light radiated from Luna. When did Brother Yi acquire the famed dagger? One exclaimed. I thought I had imagined the shop interface flashing just now. Was that purchase made in that split second? Surely not. Brother Ye's speed surpassed even the swiftest frame change in pocket. Viewers expressed their astonishment, for such hand speed seemed to transcend human capabilities. Yet, Yifeng wore an even broader smile. Possessing godlike reflexes, he had truly acquired the audacity to be arrogant. In that moment, even the swiftest opponent would have met their demise, unless they had preemptively purchased items, which was utterly impossible. This clearly illustrated the immense assistance provided by the system. His hand speed is astonishing, Fat D remarked, her previous concerns now appearing entirely unfounded. Yifeng's Luna, having achieved a 5-kill streak, was observed by Fu Lai and Dehua, who were ready to commend him, but ended up exclaiming phrases like awesome and 6,666. Meanwhile, the opposing team, utterly demoralized by Yifeng's prowess, chose to surrender without further desire to continue the match. Ultimately, whether they surrendered or not was inconsequential, as Fu Lai's old master had already assisted the minions in dismantling the tower and crystal. The match concluded. Undoubtedly, Yifeng's Luna had triumphed with absolute superiority once again. Securing victories in 3 consecutive matches had earned him the recognition of Fu Lai and Dehua. Xiaoyi, you play a remarkable Luna. If you aspire to turn professional, feel free to talk to me, Dehua remarked, possessing connections with professional players from Foshan. If he were to advocate for Yifeng, he might bypass the training phase and head straight to the arena. Yet, it remained uncertain whether Dehua was sincere or merely being courteous. In the future, should any aspirations arise, Yifeng would undoubtedly seek Brother Hua's assistance for recommendations. Having navigated the gaming scene for several years, Yifeng spoke with utmost discretion and politeness. Oh, it's a trivial matter. In the entire realm of King S glory, there is nothing Brother Hua cannot handle. The group shared a knowing smile. Let us exchange contact information. We can play together when the opportunity arises, Fu Lai suggested. All right, sounds good. Upon hearing this, Yifeng did not decline but readily agreed. Although he now possessed the system's enhancements, enabling him to execute numerous jaw-dropping maneuvers, in the realm of live streaming, skill was merely secondary. The primary focus remained on popularity. Take Dehua, Tegan, and Piketao, for example. Their skills could even be described as subpar, yet this did not hinder them from amassing millions of followers. The fastest way to elevate one's popularity was to play alongside prominent streamers. This can serve as a means of attracting attention. Yifeng had this in mind. Thus, when Fu Lai suggested adding each other as friends to play together, he did not hesitate in the slightest. After a brief conversation among the group, they parted ways. When Yifeng finally found the time to check the data, he was astounded by the number of online viewers. 20,000. He rubbed his eyes, still somewhat doubtful as he gazed at the figures. It was worth noting that when he first started streaming, he barely had 20 viewers, and now it had skyrocketed 1,000-fold. An increase from 20 to 20,000 viewers in half an hour was indeed remarkable within the entire streaming industry. Host: Yifeng. Age: 20. Streaming popularity: 100,000. King's Coins: 10,000 points. Has he truly amassed 10,000 King's Coins so swiftly? Listening to the system's voice, a hint of astonishment crept into Yifeng's tone. He had initially thought that with his modest fanbase, it would take at least 10 days or even half a month to reach 1,000 King's Coins. Yet it had turned out to be so effortless. He was already aware that the King's Coins were the currency used to purchase items in the system's shop, so he immediately opened the system's marketplace. A shop visible only to him materialized before his eyes. However, upon seeing the prices, Yifeng's expression darkened. The cheapest item cost 100 cash and required 15 King's Coins. As for some heroes with mastery reaching the divine level, they surpassed 300,000 King's Coins. Yifeng had initially thought that possessing 10,000 King's Coins would make him a small fortune. Yet he was taken aback by the exorbitant prices within the system's shop. Chapter 12. The Gift from Fat D. Yifeng silently mused to himself. Suddenly, a grand prize wheel, visible only to him, appeared before him. The wheel was divided into vibrant colors, each representing a distinct reward. Naturally, alongside the rewarding colors, there were also empty reward colors, represented by black, which occupied nearly a quarter of the wheel's area. Despite the presence of a quarter of empty rewards, the overall probability of winning was still quite favorable. Observing this, Feng felt a flicker of solace. After all, with a 75% chance, even if he were incredibly unlucky, it seemed impossible for him not to win anything. With this thought in mind, the prize wheel began to spin before his eyes. Various colors dazzled in rapid succession, but Feng's expression grew increasingly grim. No matter how fast the wheel spun, it always landed on black. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. The repetitive phrases of gratitude only deepened the gloom on Feng's face. How could he draw 5 consecutive thank you for your patronage outcomes with a 75% winning rate? This couldn't possibly be mere bad luck. What was this sensation of a lottery akin to a rigged game? Feng let out a powerless lament. It was at this moment that his fortunes began to take a turn for the better. The lottery concluded, and his proficiency with the mirror hero reached mastery. He was awarded a card that allowed for indulgence without the fear of weight gain, along with a cash prize of 50,000. Upon seeing the final reward, the darkness that had shrouded Feng's countenance dissipated entirely, replaced by an increasingly radiant smile. He had been streaming for 2 to 3 months, existing in a state of financial deficiency. Thus, receiving such a cash reward was nothing short of splendid. Moreover, the bonus was a staggering 15,000, which, if he were to return home with this sum, would certainly allow him to return in glory. After all, earning 150,000 in 2 months is a feat few professions can achieve outside of robbery. With this money, he could not only invest in superior streaming equipment, but also escape the monotonous diet of instant noodles. Instant noodles are best enjoyed occasionally, but for someone like Feng, who consumed them daily, the mere sight of them now induced a feeling of nausea. Brothers, the hour grows late. Today's stream concludes here. Wishing you all a good night. Since deciding to pursue streaming, Feng had typically begun his broadcasts at midnight, continuing until 10 in the evening. Had it not been for the invitation from Deyun and Fulai, he would have likely signed off much earlier. Although he had worked an extra hour, Feng felt grateful to the two. Without their assistance in driving traffic to his stream, even with the system's enhancement, achieving 20,000 viewers would have taken several months. Feng was certainly not one to forget kindness. He held deep appreciation for those who supported him. What? It's only 11. Is the host retiring so early? Could it be he is suffering from diminished vitality? He quipped with a sidelong glance. Isn't staying up late detrimental to vitality? I should hasten to bed. Good night, brothers. Such remarks were unwarranted, for Yigu had begun streaming at noon, and indeed, he had been online for quite some time. Thankfully, a knowledgeable individual spoke up, alleviating much of Feng's concern. His natural aptitude for gaming was not particularly high, compelling him to compensate for his technical shortcomings through diligent effort. Fortunately, with the system at his disposal, he had acquired the capability to compete with the top-tier streamers in the realm of gaming. Just as Feng prepared to power down his equipment and conclude the broadcast, a rocket donation stunned everyone present. Both the host and the audience felt the impact of this generous gift. Thank you to Feng's little fan for the cat tooth no. 1. Much appreciated. Observing such an extravagant present, even the typically composed Feng could not suppress his excitement, trembling with joy. Cat tooth no. 1. A gift valued at 1,000. After the 50-50 split, Feng would receive 500. While this amount paled in comparison to the unexpected windfall of 150,000, the sentiment associated with earning it through his own efforts was undeniably unique. Much like discovering $100 on the roadside, one might feel a surge of excitement. However, earning $100 through one's own labor instills a profound sense of pride. Certainly, what brought Feng the greatest joy was the instant acquisition of female admirers following the activation of his system. It is worth noting that, although he had previously amassed a following, they were predominantly older gentlemen, with scarcely any female fans. Thus, with the arrival of a female admirer, he felt compelled to cherish her like a precious gem. This particular girl, who generously showered him with gifts and affectionately referred to him as Feng, my beloved, was none other than Pundi. At present, Pundi had already received a warning from her manager, which prohibited her from indulging in gaming. For the sake of her future career and well-being, she complied without protest. However, there remained one goal she was yet to accomplish: obtaining Feng's account. She was not inclined to wait until tomorrow. Feng, my beloved, may I add you as a friend? After watching the live stream and sending numerous messages, Pundi understood that ordinary comments would fail to capture the hostess' attention. Hence, she opted to present a gift. As it was her first time gifting, she was uncertain about the appropriate amount and impulsively sent a hefty sum of 1,000 yuan. Fortuitously, her financial resources were ample, so this gesture did not overly impact her. To draw Yifeng's gaze even more, she also decided to change her username. Of course, I shall send you a private message once I conclude the stream. Faced with the request from his benefactor, Yifeng found no reason to decline. With her task accomplished, Pundi felt a wave of elation wash over her. She had not anticipated that acquiring Yifeng's Weixing account would be so effortless. The host, a seasoned jungler with 2.5 years of streaming experience, reminded viewers to subscribe by clicking the little bell in the upper right corner to receive notifications when he goes live. He expressed gratitude to his generous patrons for their gifts and support, concluding the stream with a heartfelt good night. After addressing the request from his female admirer, Yifeng shared a few closing remarks before promptly shutting down the live stream. At that moment, many new viewers who had just tuned in expressed their dissatisfaction. What is going on? I just arrived, and he is already signing off? They lamented. With such high popularity, is he just going to sit idly by? Chapter 13. Luna ascends the national server. Pundi was elated upon receiving Yifeng's Weixing account and promptly sent a friend request. As Yifeng had not restricted his friend permissions, her request was accepted without delay. Hello host. I am your fan, your little admirer. Your Luna is so impressive. May I ride on your head with Yao Yao? Upon sending her message, Pundi's cheeks flushed crimson, her hands clasping her phone against her chest. Distinctly aware of her racing heart. This marked the first time she had uttered such words to a boy. Being a girl, she felt somewhat bashful. Expressing such sentiments required a courage akin to confessing love. Yet, despite her earnest declaration, Pundi found herself waiting in vain for Yifeng's response. It is not that Yifeng is unwilling to respond. Rather, at this moment, he lies soundly asleep in his bed. The sounds of snoring and flatulence are of no concern to him. Not even a thunderclap or a cannon's roar could rouse him from his slumber. He is the very embodiment of the phrase to sleep like a log. Have you gone asleep? Why aren't you replying? After a prolonged silence without a response, Pengdi could not help but ask again. Yet, the result remained unchanged. Perhaps he truly had fallen asleep. After all, he had been quite exhausted earlier. Consoling herself, Pengdi sent Yifeng a brief goodnight message before closing her eyes to sleep. However, her mind was troubled, making her sleep a tormenting ordeal. Fortunately, Pengdi possessed a resilient spirit, and her discomfort did not linger for long, allowing her to drift into a comfortable slumber. The next day, at noon, perhaps due to the monetary gains, Yifeng had slept exceptionally well the previous night. Stretching lazily, he felt invigorated and refreshed. He picked up his phone and was slightly taken aback by the messages from his young admirer. Unlocking the screen, he noticed a dozen unread WeChat messages, which made him feel a bit awkward. More than anything, he felt embarrassed. He had been so fatigued last night that he had completely missed the notifications. Upon seeing her final message, a cheerful good morning, he felt a warm glow in his heart. This was likely the first time he had received a morning greeting from a girl. Good morning. I'm so sorry. I was utterly exhausted yesterday and didn't see your messages. My apologies. After sending a brief reply, Yifeng attached a praying emoji, believing that the combination of emojis and text could foster a sense of intimacy. He had forgotten who had once said such a thing. Is it already 11? It seems I truly slept for quite a while, he murmured, glancing at the time. After a quick wash-up, Yifeng donned a slightly faded t-shirt and prepared to venture out for a meal. To be frank, Yifeng was not unattractive. Rather, it was other aspects that left much to be desired. As the saying goes, a person is judged by their attire, just as a horse is judged by its saddle. If Yifeng were to wear well-fitted and coordinated clothing, his appearance would surely elevate a notch. On this outing, Yifeng intended to purchase a decent outfit for himself and perhaps get a haircut. Having neglected his hair for over 2 months, his bangs had begun to obscure his eyes. Although he could not entirely conceal his striking features, it had become somewhat bothersome. After much deliberation, he decided that trimming his hair would be the simplest solution. Without further ado, Yifeng, a man of action rather than indecision, grabbed his room key, locked the door, and stepped outside. The summer in the bustling metropolis was sweltering, with the scorching sun making the air stifling, compounded by the asphalt roads, creating an atmosphere akin to a steamer. Big cities have their charms, but the weather here is far less agreeable than that of my hometown, he lamented, tugging at his collar. His hometown, nestled in a quaint township, was surrounded by verdant greenery and boasted fresh air, epitomizing a climate that was warm in winter and cool in summer. Both have their merits and drawbacks, and thus, a detailed comparison is unnecessary. After a brief and airy respite, Feng resumed his wanderings through various shops. By the time he had completed his hair appointment and shopping, the evening had descended. Who would have thought that a mere perm could consume 4 hours? Had he known, he would have abstained from such a decision. As Feng returned home, burdened with his numerous packages, his countenance was one of discontent. What should have been a 1-hour venture had been severely prolonged due to the perm. Upon entering the barbershop, he was inundated with recommendations from Tony, and ultimately, unable to withstand the incessant chatter and having never experienced it, he acquiesced. However, after undergoing the treatment, he was engulfed by despair. He had naively assumed that only women took considerable time on their hair, only to discover that men were not far behind. The most absurd part was that after the styling, his appearance had actually diminished. His hair resembled a disheveled nest, akin to a hen house. Indeed, the adage that no one leaves a barbershop smiling rings true. With a sigh, Feng organized his belongings and settled into his esports chair, preparing for that evening's broadcast. What was amiss with the streamer today? He was late. After finally garnering some popularity yesterday, he was tardy today? Who was responsible for that hairstyle? If Tony had done this to me, I would chase him down the street with a knife. It was undeniably hideous. Had it not been for the streamer's inherent good looks, he likely would have had to resort to a blackout stream today. Following the dual traffic influx of the previous night, Feng had ascended from a lowly streamer to a minor celebrity. Even at the onset of his broadcast, nearly 50 viewers had entered the room, a stark contrast to the 20 viewers he had initially attracted. Observing the barrage of comments, Feng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. All right, my friends, we are not a beauty streamer, and I trust that you have come to my stream to witness my skills, not my looks. His words significantly diminished the critical remarks in the chat. He was indeed correct. In the realm of gaming streams, skill was paramount, while appearance merely served as an enhancement. As the chat began to normalize, Feng set the theme for today's broadcast, climbing the national server with Luna, lose a game, win 1,000 cash. As soon as the title was established, it was met with skepticism from the viewers. Yuga, while your Luna was impressive yesterday, declaring yourself the national server Luna seems rather exaggerated, does it not? He was questioned. No worries, lose a game, win 1,000 cash. I trust in my luck. Isn't that contradictory, aiming for the national server as Luna? As he observed the wave of skepticism in the chat, Feng not only refrained from correcting himself, but instead reveled in his growing pride. The more they doubted, the more his expression mirrored that of a successful con artist, a rather unsettling grin. However, it was not deceit. With his system, he was certain to shine in the peak matches. This is the absolute confidence that comes with having a system. Of course, all of this hinges on Luna not being present. Should Luna be involved, Feng would have no choice but to revert to playing a blue-collar jungler. Despite possessing godly reflexes and exceptional awareness, he would still find winning the match far less impactful compared to playing as Luna. Brother Yi, while your Luna was indeed impressive yesterday, do be cautious not to overreach. Is the streamer truly the national server as Luna? What rank do they hold now? In the Penguin District or the Green Bubble District? Beyond the streamer prowess, I am more intrigued to know if the claim of 1,000 cash for a single loss is genuine. In response to the barrage of inquiries, Feng did not shy away, clarifying, this 1,000 cash is part of a lottery, albeit with a caveat. One must possess my fan badge. Without it, it is rendered void. No sooner had Feng's words concluded than many began showering him with gifts, thereby securing their fan badges. Clearly, the majority were skeptical of Feng, primarily seeking to gamble on the lottery. 1,000 yuan is an amount most can muster, but who would refuse the chance to obtain it for free? As long as the reward is substantial enough, there will always be those willing to take a chance, for everyone harbors a sense of luck, believing themselves to be the chosen one. Gazing at the array of gifts, Feng felt a surge of joy. He currently had over 500 viewers in his livestream. If each person contributed just a single yuan, that would amount to over 500 yuan in gifts. With a 50-50 split, he would still take home a little over 200. Some might argue that offering 1,000 for the lottery is a losing gamble, but Feng asserted he would not be the one to pay that amount. It is not that he lacks integrity. Rather, he simply cannot afford to lose. Without further ado, he logged into his account, selected the peak match, and decisively began his ascent. With a score of 2,100 points, this rank was not particularly high. Indeed, it might barely qualify him for the top 10,000 rankings. And it's unlikely that there exists a national server Luna at this level. Don't be absurd. No way. Tumbled 7 times yesterday and directly reached 2,200 points. Do you dare claim he isn't the national server S Luna? Someone interjected. No way. Isn't that the national server S Kiguzi? As they observed Feng's peak match interface, viewers began to comment one by one. Feng paid them no mind. for he understood that this rank was not his ceiling. With the system awakened once more, it was time to transcend this rank. Matchmaking successful. Entering the interface. Are there any skilled players? Any skilled junglers? A voice, as grating as if a sandal were lodged in their throat, suddenly resonated through the team's voice chat. Upon hearing this, Feng was instantly overcome with goosebumps. Such a jarring voice was beyond his appreciation. Of course, everyone has their preferences, what one may dislike. Another may indeed enjoy. Having been in the streaming industry for several months, Feng was well aware of the identity of the owner of that captivating voice, Cat Tooth, Sweet Ku, who stood among the few female streamers in the realm of the esteemed King's broadcasters. In terms of popularity and follower count, Feng found himself at a considerable disadvantage. Soon, another voice resonated through the team's voice channel. I am the Cake Master. I am the Cake Master. Feng furrowed his brow, deepening the expression until it resembled a twisted pastry. Regular viewers could easily identify a streamer merely by their voice. And as soon as it echoed, the audience in Feng's live stream quickly recognized it. Could it be Niu Wei? That voice surely belongs to Iron Niu Wei. If it isn't, I'll eat dung. Niu Wei and Sweet Ku are duo queuing illegally. Remember to report them later. The moment Hanhan activated her microphone, Feng recognized her instantly. After all, as a renowned Giguzi player in the national server, her fame extended widely among both casual players and fellow streamers. You are just a hammer of a cake master. Are you really a cake master? Upon realizing it was indeed Niu Wei, Sweet Ku promptly fired back. Their relationship remained amicable, with playful banter causing no significant issues. That struck a nerve. Hanhan, deprived of compliments, feigned a look of pitiful grievance. At this moment, other teammates also recognized Hanhan. Second floor, Hangu, carry me for a win. I've lost 5 in a row. Third floor, Hangu. Without your pivotal Luna in team fights, we simply cannot win. Meanwhile, in Cat Tooth's livestream, Hanhan's expression darkened at the comments from the third floor. Is this what the slander group has come to? Ha ha ha. Hangu truly encounters all sorts of slander groups. If it weren't for my Hangu's 7 consecutive losses last night, we wouldn't be stuck in this rank today. Last night had indeed been outrageous. As Hangu had faced off against formidable opponents like Bei Mu, Wei Liang, and Lu Zhua, being forced to relinquish his jungle position, ultimately resulting in a string of defeats. If he failed to secure the jungle role today, it was likely that losses would continue to outweigh victories. Hanhan was well aware of this. Primarily a jungler, although he was proficient with marksman, this season had rendered the marksman's damage output environment rather dismal. Even a double burn by Chi could easily vanquish a marksman. I will play jungler, Hanhan declared after selecting Lan, revealing his jungle rank of 118. The national server's Jungle King. Observing the opponent's rank, Feng found himself in a quandary. He had once been a primary blue-collar jungler, with Zhao Yun and Agu Duo both being high-ranking players on the national leaderboard. His jungle rank stood at an impressive 98. However, this achievement still left a notable gap when contending for position against Hanhan. Fortunately, being on the first floor meant he could simply seize the role without needing to consult Hanhan. After all, as a prominent streamer, he wouldn't easily throw the game. Contemplating this, both sides had already commenced the banning phase of heroes. The opposing team has directly disabled Lan. On the second floor, the third floor, Hanhan. It's fine. I have recently learned to play as Jing from Wei Liang, and I'm quite adept at it. After our side banned 2 heroes, the opposing team irrationally banned Jing as well. Chapter 15. Green Bean Luna stuns teammates. Shall I take on the jungle role? This statement was akin to a heavenly melody for Hanhan. His recent performance with Luna has been subpar. Should he force himself to play her, the likelihood of losing the match would increase. However, if a skilled jungler were to step up, he would be immensely pleased. The one who made this suggestion was none other than Feng from the first floor. Yet, upon glancing at Feng's frequently used heroes, Hanhan couldn't help but furrow his brow. Zhao Yun, Agu Duo, and Zhu Yujing, all are blue-collar junglers. It's not that blue-collar junglers are ineffective. It's just that jungle core heroes can more easily dictate the early game rhythm. If you're playing a blue-collar jungler, then perhaps I should take Nakaruru. After a moment's contemplation, Hanhan ultimately declined. Jungle core heroes not only excel at early dragon control to set the pace, but as the game progresses, their advantages become even more pronounced. They specialize in split pushing, tower diving, and map control. In contrast, blue-collar heroes transition slowly, deal less damage, and can only appear in team fights. A jungler showing up in the front line is undoubtedly catastrophic. Feeling rejected, Feng found himself in an awkward position. In his eagerness to start the game, he had completely forgotten to switch his frequently used heroes. However, as Hanhan declined. The time for selecting heroes was rapidly running out. Feng smirked, disregarded Hanhan's refusal, and locked in Luna. This action left his 4 teammates utterly astonished. Selecting Luna in the first position? Was he out of his mind? Even top-tier players like Bei Mu and Wei Liang wouldn't dare to lock in Luna so early. Moreover, the dire situation was exacerbated by the fact that Zhang Liang, Jin Shan, and Dong Huangtai were not viable options. The survival conditions for Luna are notoriously harsh. Nevertheless, in an effort to stabilize his teammate spirits, Feng attempted to reassure them. "Don't worry, I can play Luna effectively." Hanhan replied, "Buddy, you can deceive me, but please don't deceive yourself. You have 3 frequently used heroes, all blue-collar junglers. And you tell me you can play Luna?" At this moment, Tian Ku chimed in, "Don't force yourself if you can't play. Just let Hanhan take Luna, and you can play Zhang Fei to get by." Hearing Tian Ku's reasonable words, Feng found them rather grating. The players on the 2nd and 3rd floors began to try persuading Feng to switch roles, but this was evidently unrealistic. Feng had already entertained the idea of playing Luna, and with Hanhan's preferred junglers all taken, he had no intention of relinquishing his choice. Seeing that their words bore no fruit, his teammates ceased their attempts to persuade him and began selecting champions they were familiar with, albeit not particularly skilled in playing. From their choice of heroes, it is evident they have not selected their usual champions. However, this is quite common. Had Hanhan chosen Luna, they might have opted for a more powerful lineup, but as for Feng in the first position, it was best left untouched. Feng himself was indifferent. Although he was garnering some success with his live streams, his fame remained rather obscure. One could even say he was little more than an anonymous player. With both teams' heroes confirmed, the red team, Feng's team, comprised top lane, Xiahou Dun, jungle, Luna, mid lane, Shen Mengxi, marksman, Gong Sunli, support, Lian Pe. The blue team consisted of top lane, Guan Yu, jungle, Sun Wukong, mid lane, Jin Shan, marksman, Marco Polo, support, Dong Huangtai. The moment the opposing team's composition was finalized, nearly all of Feng's teammates expressed skepticism regarding his abilities. Given the synergy of Jin Shan and Dong Huangtai, one could easily surmise that even the finest Luna from the national server would struggle against them, let alone an inexperienced one. Listening to his teammates' doubts, Feng felt no inclination to defend himself. The match had yet to commence, and excessive explanations would only render him powerless. Instead, he resolved to demonstrate his prowess through gameplay, eager to see what his teammates would say then. As the loading screen appeared, his teammates were astonished to see Luna's proficiency level. A national server Luna? No, it was a green bean Luna. Was this what they called skilled play? Hanhan was infuriated, thinking that had he known they were dealing with a green bean Luna, he would have preferred to take her place. The other teammates, equally disheartened, lamented their dwindling chances of victory. Once the loading concluded, the game began. Welcome to Honor of Kings. The enemy will arrive on the battlefield in 5 seconds. All troops advance. With that, Feng purchased a pair of boots and headed towards his blue buff, planning to sell the boots for a jungle knife once he reached the high ground. Such habits may seem trivial, but maintaining them could prove beneficial. After all, it is the details that determine success or failure. Quietly hiding in the brush by the blue, he awaited the respawn of the jungle monsters. As the minion waves had yet to intersect, the mid laner, Tian Ku, could not help but comment, questioning why someone who could not play Luna would insist on selecting her. "I'm not in need of your guidance on how to play. Just focus on your own game," Feng retorted, unable to tolerate the pressure from a teammate before the match had even begun. Just as Tian Ku sought to respond, Hanhan interjected, urging both to temper their words. Enough. Let us refrain from infighting before the match has even started. It is detrimental to our unity." With Hanhan acting as a mediator, both parties fell silent, respecting his authority. Nevertheless, the onlookers in the chat were not as restrained. "Yigu, you should retaliate. Can you really endure this? It's outrageous. Yigu has done nothing wrong and has been unjustly criticized. There exists a peculiar sensation akin to passing by a group of elderly women in my hometown, doing nothing, yet inexplicably receiving a barrage of scolding." Feng, evidently, did not heed the advice of netizens, who were merely eager for the spectacle, while he had to contemplate his own future. As the match approached the 30-second mark, the jungle monsters respawned. Having meticulously timed 2 basic attacks, Feng unleashed his 3rd strike upon the blue monster, swiftly following it with a skill-enhanced basic attack as he advanced into the thicket. Drawing the monster into the brush was the most elementary tactic for an underperforming jungler in the early game. Normally, when faced with a monkey jungler, Feng would undoubtedly have used his smite by now, yet at this moment, he relied solely on his basic attacks and skills, as if this smite were a treasured heirloom. Amid the spectators' bewilderment over Yi Feng's reluctance to use smite, a silhouette emerged. The synergy between Dong Huang Tai Yi's sphere and Luna's smite perfectly secured the blue monster. Luna promptly ascended to level 2. Despite possessing a level advantage, Yi Feng did not press forward. Even with the jungle protection mechanism in place, the early game potency of Dong Huang Tai Yi was still formidable. To his dismay, he had indeed retained his smite. After failing to secure the monster, Dong Huang Tai Yi let out a curse. Had Yi Feng not held onto his smite, the ownership of the blue monster would have been uncertain. Shall we continue to harass Luna in the jungle? Jinshan inquired. Casting a glance at the situation in the bottom lane, Dong Huang Tai Yi decisively declined. Forget it. Gongsun Li with lane control advantage seems to be approaching. Even with the jungle protection, they felt confident against a duo, but Gongsun Li's involvement would swiftly tip the scales in favor of one side. In the early game, a rampaging Gongsun Li possesses remarkable combat capabilities, and how could a clumsy hero like Dong Huang Tai Yi even land a hit? Jinshan naturally did not contest Dong Huang Tai Yi's assertion. After contemplating a retreat, the two vacated Yi Feng's jungle without lingering. Observing this, Yi Feng released a sigh of relief. Should a conflict arise, he was not afraid, but it would significantly disrupt his jungle rhythm, proving disadvantageous in the long run. Thus, he was exceedingly pleased to see the enemy's forces dissipate without a fight. This minor skirmish concluded without further ado. With the interference from the opposing team absent, Yi Feng commenced his regular jungle farming. Was it truly this simple to conclude? Witnessing the standoff, Tian Ko felt a tinge of disappointment, though she concealed it and returned to her mid lane. At that moment, having cleared the blue jungle monsters, Yi Feng also made his way toward the mid lane. With a clear purpose in mind, the mid lane river crab, set to respawn in 1 minute, along with the impending second wave of minions, were prime targets for the junglers. Just as Yi Feng arrived at the right river brush, Tian Ku, returning from the confrontation lane, was suddenly ambushed. In the early hours, Jinshan, Sun Wukong, and Dong Huang Tai Yi concealed themselves in the grass, eagerly anticipating Tian Ku's return. As Jinshan promptly unleashed the golden fillet curse, it extinguished any desire Tian Ku had for escape. The curse, akin to an inescapable confinement, held her as firmly as her own pond. With Sun Wukong's staff swinging towards her, Tian Ku surrendered any further resistance. The brutality was palpable. Observing the plight of Shunmingshi, Yi Feng expressed profound sympathy. Brother Yi, why do you laugh while your teammate is being beaten? Someone queried. I thought you were a cheerful and sunny boy, yet you reveal a cunning side. Indeed, while his teammate was enduring punishment, Yi Feng remained unfazed, reveling in his own amusement. Amidst the turmoil, as Tian Ku was subjected to Sun Wukong's relentless strikes, the river crab in the middle lane respawned right in Yi Feng's position. What a delightful rhythm for a jungle core, he remarked in English. The death in the middle lane, alongside the river crab and the minion wave, naturally fell into Yi Feng's possession, yielding a considerable bounty. As Yi Feng claimed the river crab, Sun Wukong secured the first blood by vanquishing Tian Ku. Hey, with the enemy mid laner down, let us invade their jungle, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his words echoing the flamboyant styles of fantasy literature. Nevertheless, his strategy was sound. With the enemy mid laner eliminated, both the minion wave and river crab would inevitably delay their offensive tempo. As the saying goes, a single surge of momentum can lead to swift decline. If they did not attack now, by the time the enemy mid laner respawned, they would have cleared the minion wave. However, it was essential to leave one person to manage the middle lane, and that individual was, naturally, the most suitable choice, Jinshan. From his hiding place, Yi Feng noticed only Jinshan peeking out, and he immediately understood the situation. Think you can counter my jungle? Let's see if you possess the strength. After a cold snicker, he guided Luna out of the brush, descending towards the tower to assist Lian Pe in clearing the minion wave. Upon arriving in the middle lane, Yi Feng was taken aback to witness Dong Huang Tai Yi plotting against the Peiqi family. Was this a testament to the depravity of humanity, or merely a reflection of moral decay? In this game of over 13 players, the cruelty was undeniable. After a moment of reflection, Yi Feng shifted his focus back to the minion wave. With a deft use of his second skill, Lava Strike, Lian Pe gathered the scattered minions, allowing Luna to unleash 3 swift attacks, effectively clearing the wave. Given that Lian Pe had equipped support items, this wave could essentially be credited as Luna's solo achievement. With 3 sets of jungle monsters, the river crab, and a minion wave in the middle lane, Luna successfully reached level 4. Those familiar with Luna are well aware that she transforms into a vastly different hero upon reaching level 4. This distinction is particularly pronounced in the hands of Feng. Upon noticing Luna's ascension to level 4, Jinshan promptly relayed the information to his teammates, cautioning them that Luna had attained her 4th level. However, Donghuang Tai-yi and Sun Wukong appeared unfazed, despite Luna's advancement. Her early game damage had become woefully inadequate due to several seasons of nerfing. Coupled with their significant numerical advantage, they deemed her a negligible threat. Don't mind her. Just come over. With your circle, Luna is doomed to return empty-handed, Sun Wukong commanded decisively. As Jinshan cleared the mid lane, he proceeded towards the red zone occupied by Sun Wukong, which was also Feng's territory. Feng was acutely aware that with Jinshan present, he could not unleash even a fraction of his strength. Thus, if he sought to contest the jungle, he had to act swiftly, before Jinshan could reach the red zone. Without hesitation, Feng commanded Luna to execute her first skill, Lunar Dance, not only securing the major prize, but also marking Donghuang Tai-yi with a lunar sigil. How infuriating! Sun Wukong, who was similarly aiding Donghuang Tai-yi, could not contain his disdain. What distinguishes this thievery of jungle monsters from the actions of a bandit? Yet, they seem to have forgotten a crucial fact. This was Feng's jungle. Who, then, was truly the marauder? Feng felt no surprise at having seized the red buff. He had deliberately retained his smite during the river crab skirmish for this very moment. Damn it, Jinshan, hurry. If I don't eliminate him today, my blood pressure will soar. Sun Wukong growled fiercely. Coming. Jinshan responded, then promptly blinked into the red pit, casting his first skill, Curse of Tightening, to lock onto Feng's Luna. Due to the nature of the ability, escape was impossible for Feng, prompting him to retaliate instead. Foolhardy. Sun Wukong scoffed as Luna dared to turn back. With Jinshan's curse in effect, Luna could only maneuver within a limited space, rendering her ultimate's mobility ineffective. This was precisely why Jinshan countered Luna so adeptly. Although ensnared by the curse, Feng remained unperturbed, revealing a confident smirk, one that exuded absolute self-assurance, akin to a seasoned player dominating a bronze-tier match. However, at that moment, Sun Wukong remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, triggering his enhanced basic attack and swinging his staff towards Feng. Yet, due to the protective mechanisms of the jungle, the blow inflicted minimal damage. Oh, just as I anticipated, Feng thought triumphantly. Previously, when the 3 monkeys besieged Tian Suite, they were met with fierce resistance, resulting in severe injuries to one of them. Now, Sun Wukong finds himself in a similarly weakened state. In Feng's eyes, this condition signifies an opportunity for elimination. With astonishing speed, he executes his attack. The moment his basic attack applies the passive effect on the monkey, he unleashes his 3rd skill, striking the monkey with precision. The incantation of the golden cicada merely restricts movement, lacking any form of stun or suppression. Thus Feng remains unperturbed. Following the damage from his 3rd skill, he seamlessly intersperses basic attacks, launching both his 1st and 3rd skills in quick succession, before delivering yet another basic attack and activating his 3rd skill once more. In the blink of an eye, the monkey suffers 4 devastating blows from Luna, causing his already dwindling health to plummet to near depletion. Wow, his damage is so high. The monkey, witnessing his health rapidly decline, is taken aback. Although he may not be a top-tier warrior, he is well aware of which heroes have been buffed or nerfed with each new season of the game. Luna's damage has consistently been toned down, yet under these circumstances, she still manages to inflict such significant harm. Indeed, she must be nerfed again. No, it is not that her damage is excessively high. Rather, it is his speed that is unparalleled. Golden Cicada quickly identifies the root of the issue. Despite Luna remaining within the confines of the incantation, she has already unleashed her ultimate ability multiple times. The monkey's health decline is solely due to his exposure to an overwhelming array of skills. If the damage were akin to a gentle scrape, it would surely be more rapid. No, I cannot withstand this. You should join forces with Donghuang. As he speaks, Sun Wukong employs his 2nd skill, leveraging Luna's role to escape as swiftly as possible. However, such an endeavor is not so easily accomplished. The moment Sun Wukong attempts to flee, the incantation shatters. Perish. Feng's voice resonates with the finality of a death sentence, akin to the decree of the King of Hell. And indeed, the reality aligns with this grim proclamation. As Sun Wukong rolls away, the radiant light surrounding Luna converges, drawing him back into the fray. Luna's 2nd skill possesses a high priority, much like that of Guguzi. With proper timing, she can retrieve those who attempt to escape. The 3rd skill pierces through the monkey, swiftly depleting his health entirely. One break, the dragon emerges from the mountain. After eliminating the monkey, Feng inadvertently adds a sound effect, transforming the chat into a sea of question marks. Shouldn't it be why does the dragon emerge from the mountain after one break? The streamer's persona appears somewhat complex, akin to an experiment yielding no results even after 30 minutes of refinement. Such is the nature of the game. Players should not be surprised. Playing Honor of Kings accompanied by sound effects from Three Kingdoms Kill instantly ignites excitement in the live stream, even prompting comments from viewers who typically refrain from engaging in the chat. Returning to the matter at hand, utilizing the monkey as a springboard, Feng successfully closes the distance to Golden Cicada. Since Golden Cicada had entered the red pit with a flash, he finds himself cornered, unable to retreat, and is subsequently pummeled by Luna against the wall. The scene was brutally savage. Jinshan called out, "Dong Huang, where are you?" Sensing the impending crisis, Jinshan urgently sought his teammates' assistance. "I can't make it. I'm blocked by Lian Pe," came Dong Huang's anxious voice through the team's microphone. Upon hearing this response, Jinshan's heart sank. This is it. I'm doomed today. Indeed, reality did not disappoint him, as he fell beneath Feng's fluid and seamless combination of attacks. A double kill, a name made in battle. Another voiceover reminiscent of Three Kingdoms Kill sparked laughter among netizens. Most gamers do not confine themselves to a single game. Rather, they dabble in various others. The sensation of dormant memories being awakened is truly nostalgic. Stop the voiceovers, streamer. You're making me want to play a couple of rounds myself. There was a longing for the days spent playing board games with childhood friends. The experience of mobile gaming lacks that original charm. Despite spending tens of thousands on in-game purchases, the cost of heroes has escalated, prompting an early departure from the game. The classic version played with childhood friends remains far more cherished. To buy osmanthus flowers while carrying wine, nothing compares to youthful adventures. A wave of sentiment swept over everyone. Every game undergoes an inevitable rise and decline, yet regardless of this cycle, the boundless joy it once brought me is sufficient. Although Feng had slain Jinshan, the latter's desperate struggle had left his health in a precarious state, reduced to roughly 1/5. Luna, inherently fragile, would likely perish from a complete set of skills unleashed by Dong Huang. Chapter 18. My partner's evolution crystal with the system in place. Feng had a comprehensive understanding of each skill's range, instantly discerning whether an attack would hit. Thus, he had chosen to halt rather than retreat. This display left Dong Huang bewildered. What audacity allowed him to simply stop? Arrogant Luna, witness my prowess. A golden flash erupted from within him as Dong Huang Tai plunged into the red pit, swiftly closing in on Luna. Yet Feng remained unperturbed. For Dong Huang Tai had already released his second skill, casting all 3 spheres from his body. A Dong Huang devoid of level 4 posed no threat to him. As anticipated, the approaching Dong Huang could do nothing more than invoke his first skill to summon another sphere, resorting to basic attacks thereafter. One sphere thinks it can kill me? Preposterous. Feng found Dong Huang Tai's intentions laughably naive. Dong Huang retaliated, but bereft of skills. He could only unleash frenzied basic attacks, his moonlight sword striking repeatedly against Dong Huang Tai. At that moment, Lian Po approached, observing the painfully slow decline of their health bars, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Stop fighting. At this rate, you won't kill anyone." In an instant, it felt as though a torrential downpour had begun in the realm of the king. With the arrival of Lian Po, the health of Dong Huang Tai began to plummet rapidly. However, Feng's Luna, being critically low on health, found herself in peril. As the duo reduced Dong Huang's health to half, Luna's vitality was nearly depleted. It seemed that if she were to take even a couple more hits, her demise would be inevitable. The precariousness of her situation weighed heavily on Feng's mind. Observing the stark disparity in health, netizens echoed his sentiments. If only Brother Yi had a tad more health, would he truly be subjected to such humiliation? And here comes Brother again. Surely, he would meet his end. Just as the majority were convinced that Feng was destined for defeat, his fingers sprang into action. After executing a couple of basic attacks, leveraging the lunar mark atop Dong Huang Tai, he deftly maneuvered out of the red pit and positioned himself near Yunzhongjun. Subsequently, he unleashed a flurry of skills upon Yunzhongjun emerging from the red zone. Dong Huang Tai witnessed this scene with a bemused expression. Had he truly given up the fight? With such little health, he could not withstand the damage from jungle creatures. What? Are you attempting to engage with jungle monsters now? Is this foolishness? Observing Luna's bewildering maneuvers, Tian couldn't help but utter a curse. Down in the bottom lane, Hanhan shook his head in disbelief at Feng's actions. Had he been in Luna's shoes, he would have certainly used his ultimate twice instead of engaging with jungle creatures. Wasn't this akin to searching for excrement in a latrine? Despite the trio's skepticism towards Yi Feng, reality delivered a resounding slap to their faces. After the second skill's shield absorbed a fatal blow, Yi Feng's fingers moved with remarkable speed, executing a takedown on Yun Zhongjun just before he could unleash a second basic attack. Then, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. As a surge of green light enveloped Luna's form, her health began to regenerate at an extraordinary pace. In the blink of an eye, Luna astonishingly recovered a third of her health. What the heck? I can't believe it. Not only did the barrage of comments reflect shock, but Dong Huang Tai, Hanhan, and Tian Ku, who had been closely monitoring Luna, also exhibited expressions of astonishment. It was the evolution crystal. He leveled up after defeating the Birdman. Being a top-tier player in the national server, Hanhan quickly discerned the crux of the situation. With Hanhan's revelation, the bewildered netizens swiftly grasped the reality. Upon closer inspection of Luna, they indeed noticed a faint white halo encircling her. Goodness, Brother Yi is exceedingly meticulous, defeating monsters to recover health upon leveling up. When did he acquire the evolution crystal? I have no recollection of it whatsoever. This evolution crystal has truly proven its worth. It should be etched into the family tree. Who is it just now that spoke of eating excrement? Have they vanished after being deceived? At this moment, everyone understood that the tide had turned. With the health restored by the evolution crystal, Yi Feng's Luna was no longer intimidated by Dong Huang Tai. Even with 3 orbs, Dong Huang Tai waited patiently after a series of skills, and then Yi Feng suddenly advanced, executing a fluid combination that led to Dong Huang Tai's demise. A triumphant triple kill, the black-clad commentator chimed in. In this skirmish in the jungle, Yi Feng traded 2 small pikeys for 3 enemy lives, marking a resounding victory. He promptly donned a mask of arrogance, questioning the naysayers from earlier. However, he was blissfully unaware that he had forgotten to mute his microphone, meaning all his teammates could hear him. His skillful maneuvers and formidable strength did not go unnoticed, as Hanhan offered an unreserved assessment. He believed he could never replicate Yi Feng's impressive plays. Even the recent jungle upgrade had caught him off guard. While Yi Feng must have meticulously planned it in advance, not merely acting on impulse. Had he been in Luna's position, he would have avoided engaging the monkey in a counter-jungle and instead cleared the mid lane before heading directly to the opponent's red area to exchange resources. Admittedly, such a decision might incur losses, but not excessively so. Upon hearing Hanhan's remarks, Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly turned to mute his microphone. Yet, Tian Ku, who had overheard the comment, felt a surge of displeasure. For reasons of her own, she perceived Yi Feng's words as a personal affront. What does it matter if he plays well? Can one person truly carry a team in this game? Despite Yi Feng's astonishing display of skill, Tian Ku refrained from openly criticizing him, instead harboring a twinge of jealousy. Nonetheless, this was a fair and competitive 5v5 game, and she remained unconvinced that Yi Feng could single-handedly lead them to victory. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly offended Tian Ku once more, despite having done nothing wrong. Observing everything with keen eyes, Lien Po became an ardent admirer. Big brother, Luna, I was mistaken to doubt you earlier. Can we add each other as friends after this match? Seeing his teammate's swift change of heart, Yi Feng could only smile wryly. Indeed, in gaming, one's prowess speaks volumes. Come to Cat Tooth and renew my membership, and I'll grant you a favor. Chapter 19. The team battle approaches. The recent skirmish had erupted in the red zone, clearly indicating to Guan Yu that Luna was present there. Yet Guan Yu, instead of retreating to the tower after clearing the lane, audaciously pressed against Xiahou Dun. Was this not sheer folly? In the days before the system, he had deemed their actions foolish. Now, with the system in place, they seemed even more misguided. Yi Feng reflected bitterly, then maneuvered Luna towards the opposing lane. After some contemplation, Lien Po hastily followed. With the big brother, I shall feast and revel. With the mid laner, I shall subsist on scraps. The choice was clear. However, this left Tian Ku in the mid lane isolated, foreshadowing the troubles to come. As the fateful strike of Guan Yu fell upon the minion wave, Yi Feng and Lien Po, who had long been lying in ambush within the thicket, sprang into action with unwavering resolve. In this fair competition, the outcome was all but predetermined. Yi Feng, without incurring any cost, successfully eliminated Guan Yu. However, he chose not to claim the kill for himself, instead bestowing the honor upon Xiahou Dun. This detail did not escape Xiahou Dun's keen observation, who promptly commended Yi Feng with a hearty praise, exclaiming, "Well done." Meanwhile, The viewers in the live stream bombarded Yi Feng with inquiries, questioning why he did not seize the opportunity for a kill, rather than displaying irritation. Yi Feng patiently elucidated his reasoning to the audience. He explained that, akin to his partner Tian Ku, he believed that in the realm of kings, success is achieved through teamwork rather than individual prowess. Although he possessed the capability to secure victory single-handedly, it would undoubtedly be arduous. Only through collaborative efforts and the unification of their strengths could they triumph amidst laughter and camaraderie. Xiahou Dun, with his shield, true damage, healing, mobility, and crowd control, was nothing short of a versatile warrior. Should he acquire the necessary equipment and participate in the small-scale skirmishes of the early to mid-game, Yi Feng envisioned a comfortable path ahead. Thus, having relinquished the kill, he could freely farm the minion wave in the opposing lane. Despite the recent changes to the jungle rhythm, which no longer differentiated economic and experiential gains before the 4-minute mark, even the smallest of gains were worthwhile. A wave of minions could yield a significant sum. To amass greater wealth, one must resort to such strategies. Yi Feng then proceeded to elucidate why securing the minion wave was essential. Firstly, with neither the blue zone nor neutral resources having respawned, neglecting this minion wave would leave him adrift, akin to a headless fly. Observing the situation now, after claiming the minions, the blue zone had respawned perfectly, allowing him to control the dragons seamlessly. His clear line of thought astonished the viewers. Goodness! It turns out that jungle gameplay encompasses so much more than simply farming and minion harvesting. One viewer remarked, "When I play jungle, I see minion waves and just rush in, which leads to my jungle being countered." After listening to Brother Yi, everything suddenly makes sense. Enlightened, they resolved to showcase their prowess as a king of the jungle in the national server. Yi Feng, however, was taken aback by the profound impact of his earlier words. After completing his minion farming, he maneuvered Luna to stand atop the teleportation circle, intending to transport himself to the river in the bottom lane and then proceed to farm the blue zone. Just as he was about to initiate the teleport, news from the mid lane reached him. It turned out that after clearing the red, the monkey had directly arrived in the mid lane. In conjunction with Jin Chan's first ability, Tightening Spell, he effortlessly sent Tian Ku back to the fountain. Alas, why does the opposing jungle persistently target me? Yi Feng lamented. Upon reviving, I hastily consumed the minion wave, only to be promptly sent back to the fountain by the opposing jungler. Sweet Keek's morale teetered on the brink of collapse. Such circumstances would undoubtedly lead to a counter in the blue zone. Yi Feng murmured in resignation, decisively relinquishing the idea of teleporting to the lower half of the map. With the mid lane already fallen and the support engaged in the side lane, venturing into the lower jungle would render him utterly isolated. What would happen if the southern village children beset him in his old age? As anticipated, the monkey cleared the mid lane minions and headed straight for Yi Feng's blue zone. Accompanied by Dong Huang Tai Yi and Jin Shan, both having reached level 4, which posed a significant threat to Yi Feng's Luna. Initiate the assault. After canceling the teleport, Yi Feng signaled towards the enemy's blue zone. Lian Pu and Xiahou Dun instantly understood the cue, particularly the latter, who was already playing aggressively. Couldn't resist the chance to explore the opposing jungle. Unimpeded, the trio swaggered into the monkey's territory. Both sides had mirrored their jungle paths, as Luna's blue zone refreshed. So too did the monkeys. Jin Shan remarked, "Monkey, they might be swapping jungle." As the figures of the three from the side lane disappeared, Jin Shan alerted the monkey. "I'm aware, after clearing the blue zone, we'll return to defend. This time, Dong Huang has his ultimate, and with Guan Yu, we can surely eliminate Luna." Listening to Sun Wukong's strategy, Jin Shan and Dong Huang Tai Yi nodded in agreement. The strength of a jungler largely depends on their tactical acumen, and it was evident that this jungler possessed both attributes. At that moment, Guan Yu interjected, "I lack sprint, but I have my ultimate. It is essential to communicate any available skills to teammates before engaging in team fights. Having an ultimate is sufficient. Currently, Luna is a high-value target with a bounty, and even if Dong Huang Tai Yi trades with her, it would be advantageous." Upon hearing Sun Wukong's explanation, Dong Huang Tai Yi smirked, clearly wanting to question the politeness of his remarks. Once the tactical discussion concluded, and after Sun Wukong claimed the blue, the group began retracing their steps towards their own blue zone. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, diligently harvesting his blue, seemed to sense an impending ambush. "Be cautious. They might be planning to counter us," he warned. No sooner had he spoken than the silhouettes of Jin Shan, Sun Wukong, and Dong Huang Tai Yi emerged from the river. 3-3 may not be a concern, Xiahou Dun stated confidently. The trio of Jin Shan, Sun Wukong, and Dong Huang Tai Yi were not particularly adept at kiting, and he felt assured in his assertion. How could it possibly be 33? Yi Feng mused in self-deprecation. As anticipated, the enemy's second tower and lizard. Chapter 20. The perfect team fight. Guan Yu's positioning was indeed impeccable. With a single ultimate, he managed to push back 3 opponents, a moment that would undoubtedly feature in his highlight reel. However, just as Sun Wukong and the others arrived at the river's brush, they lacked flash or any form of mobility skill, rendering them unable to capitalize on the damage immediately. Do not let him escape, Yi Feng decisively commanded. If Guan Yu continued to charge forward, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. However, attempting to incapacitate Guan Yu's steed was no simple task, having unleashed his ultimate ability. Guan Yu had significantly reduced his charge distance by 75%. This meant that he now required only 500 yards to enter his charging state, rather than the previous 2,000. To sever Guan Yu's horse's leg within such a brief distance necessitated impeccable timing, demanding extraordinary reflexes. Yet, for Yi Feng, endowed with divine awareness, this was a trivial endeavor. As Guan Yu finished his charge and prepared to accelerate once more, Luna unleashed her second skill. The radiant, fiery sword light promptly pulled him back, and her third skill, Crescent Assault, allowed her to dart past, positioning her directly in front of Guan Yu. This maneuver undoubtedly incensed him, as he had envisioned a grand entrance that would push 3 opponents forward, rather than merely 2 tanks. A purifying light illuminated Guan Yu, clearly indicating his second skill, Qinglong Yanhua. Freed from control, he hastily surged forward, aiming to surpass Luna and send her back. However, Yi Feng would not permit such an outcome. Just as Guan Yu entered his charge state once again, Luna raised her moonlight sword, striking down as moonlight cascaded around her. After marking Guan Yu with the crescent mark once more, she shifted with her third skill, creating a considerable distance between them. Damn it, what is this Luna? She runs faster than my motorcycle. Guan Yu cursed as he failed to overtake her after several attempts. Observing Guan Yu's growing frustration, Sun Wukong quickly interjected. Forget about Luna for now. If we can eliminate Xiahou Dun and Lian Pe, this team fight will be a resounding success. Hearing this, Guan Yu conceded, recognizing the validity of the argument. Nevertheless, he launched his first skill, Death Slash, towards Luna, only for her to deftly evade with precise footwork. As Guan Yu turned to engage Lian Pe and Xiahou Dun, Yi Feng smirked, wondering why Guan Yu still harbored a grudge when he had already retreated. In the live stream, many viewers were astounded by Yi Feng's maneuvers. While chasing after Guan Yu was not particularly challenging, consistently staying ahead of him required a clear understanding of both their skill ranges, a feat not easily accomplished even by many streamers, let alone ordinary players. Only those who had undergone systematic training, like professional players, could achieve such finesse. As Guan Yu turned back, Yi Feng chose not to intervene immediately, opting instead to trail him from a distance. Jungle, are you truly intent on dragging your teammates down? First, you lure Lian Pe away, leading to my mid lane being ambushed. And now you're bringing several teammates into the enemy jungle. If we lose, you'll bear the blame, you know? Tian Ku remarked, observing Lian Pe and Xiahou Dun being besieged while Luna lingered at the periphery, promptly ready to cast blame. The previous wave of casualties was directly attributed to Yi Feng. This time, venturing into the jungle was ill-advised, and disaster seemed imminent. Hanhan also held little optimism for this situation. Despite 4 minutes having elapsed and the absence of protective mechanisms in the jungle, the numerical advantage of 3 to 4 was glaringly evident. Though the two appeared somewhat like armchair critics, Yi Feng refrained from offering explanations. Engaging in disputes with them would only distract him from his forthcoming maneuvers. As he observed Guan Yu charging forward, Xiahou Dun initiated his first skill, Heroic Strike, striking the opponent. When Guan Yu propelled him into the fray, he seamlessly followed up with the second segment of Heroic Strike, sending 3 adversaries flying with a single blow. Now was the moment. Seizing this splendid opportunity, Yi Feng silently roared within. He promptly maneuvered Luna, utilizing her third skill to advance, leveraging Guan Yu as a springboard to plunge into the heart of the enemy ranks. Before the opposition could react, he unleashed his second skill, Flame Sword, at lightning speed. What transpired next left everyone astonished. Due to the proximity of the enemy's 4 members, Yi Feng's action triggered a critical engagement, effectively ensnaring all 4 adversaries. This was Luna, not Giguzi. Even Giguzi would take pride in such a pivotal moment. Why are you all just standing there? Use your skills, Yi Feng urged, noticing Lian Pe and Xiahou Dun momentarily frozen. Fortunately, both were competent players and quickly regained their composure. Lian Pe executed his first skill, weaving through the crowd before decisively activating his ultimate, Heavenly Collapse. Meanwhile, Xiahou Dun was not idle. He unleashed his third skill into the throng. At that instant, Luna soared from the cluster, prompting the enemy's Dong Huang Tai E to latch onto Xiahou Dun. Dong Huang is without his ultimate. Team, let's go, Yi Feng exclaimed, his hands moving faster than his words, releasing countless crescent strikes upon Dong Huang Tai E. Although the damage was minimal, Yi Feng's rapid strikes led to a swift decline in both Dong Huang Tai Yi's and Xiahou Dun's health. Lian Po's ultimate crashed down once more, sending for enemies airborne, further diminishing Xiahou Dun's health. Stop hitting me, or I'll die, came Xiahou Dun's anxious voice over the team voice channel. He could endure the onslaught from the opposing team, but could not fathom being felled by his own allies. Yet, his teammates showed no signs of mercy. At the moment Lian Po's ultimate struck, the long silent Tian could no longer contain herself. She unleashed her ultimate, comprehensive explosion, which descended upon the four enemies like a thunderous tempest. The devastation was immense. Although the four members from Sun Wukong's side benefited from Jin Chan's damage reduction effect, they could hardly withstand the onslaught. Guan Yu and Sun Wukong fell first, with Tian Ku's Shen Mingxi claiming the first double kill. Yi Feng gazed at the moon, unleashing his skill, Lunar Slash, which activated the resonance effect of the rune greatsword, successfully eliminating Jin Chan. With only Dong Huang Tai E remaining, the team exhibited remarkable synergy, refraining from further attacks. Chapter 21, The Heavenly Emperor Yi. This conclusion took everyone by surprise. The initial engagement had been initiated by the opposing team, and more crucially, there was a disparity in numbers on the battlefield. However, this gap was decisively bridged through Yi Feng's exceptional maneuvers. Detractors in the live stream questioning whether Yi Feng was the national server's Luna were silenced, for even if he were not, his performance in that skirmish was impressive enough to warrant admiration. The most astonished of all was Yi Feng's teammate, Hanhan. Upon witnessing Luna's pivotal play during the critical team fight, an inexplicable thought crossed his mind, the words Giguzi Jungle. Yet, in his mind, his own Giguzi had perished after draining enemies, while Luna's Giguzi danced effortlessly amidst the fray, even teasing Dong Huang Tai. Hanhan felt dwarfed by such speed and skill. Who was this prodigy? He had heard no word of such a formidable Luna recently. After silencing the team's microphone, Hanhan murmured in disbelief. He considered himself among the elite of the King's streaming community. Logically, a player of such caliber should be known to him, if not personally acquainted. Moreover, it was well known that this individual played in the jungle role. Hanhan had a well-known mantra regarding junglers: avoid Wei Liang, evade Lu Zhua, heed Ku Jia, watch Zhong Yi, guard against Ji Ran, and navigate the arduous path of Niu Wei. With phrases like old spectacles, short-legged tiger, 18 lectures to the point of nausea, carting Dao Lan, missing ults on Luna, hard-headed yet pretentious, remember my name, I am Niu Wei. A player of such prowess would undoubtedly earn a place within his adage. Yet now, Hanhan found himself utterly ignorant of this individual's background, provoking an unprecedented sense of unease. However, the collective wisdom of the internet proved formidable. Just as Hanhan pondered, netizens rushed to clarify, nearly revealing Yi Feng's home address. This Luna was a streamer on the Maya platform, named Yi Feng, who had recently risen to fame. I watched his stream yesterday. He outperformed Dehua and Fulai, demonstrating incredible skill by chasing Nezha with Luna, one commenter noted. I was there too. His veteran fans mentioned he previously played as a blue-collar jungler before recently transitioning to a core jungler role. Upon reading the last statement, Hanhan was momentarily paralyzed. Previously a blue-collar jungler, now transitioned to a core jungler? You're telling me that this Luna, who chases Nezha and executes 4 ultimates in a second, just recently switched roles? I would rather believe in the possibility of a human performing nuclear fusion. Hanhan did not hold back in his critique. From the age of 18, he has been a high-ranking player on the national server, and now, in the 26th season, several years have elapsed. Among his many matches with Luna, the count has long surpassed thousands. Yet he believes that his Luna pales in comparison to Yi Feng's, as if an insurmountable chasm separates them. At the very least, he struggles to execute crucial team engagements and then retreat gracefully. It is not merely his Luna. Hanhan feels that many top-ranked Lunas on the national server are also significantly inferior when compared to Yi Feng. This disparity is difficult to articulate, akin to a deficiency that cannot be remedied by mere effort. On the other hand, Tian Ku finds herself in an exceedingly awkward position. Previously harboring grievances against Yi Feng, she now dares not utter a word. Although Yi Feng has not displayed the prowess of rank 15, discerning observers can see that nearly every wave of momentum has been orchestrated by him. Every kill they secure is a gift from Yi Feng, creating an almost effortless scenario akin to having everything handed to them. It is unlikely that there exists another jungler online who performs so impeccably, allowing others merely to collect kills. Tian muses that had she not clashed with Yifeng earlier, her current performance would have been even more illustrious. However, there is no remedy for regret in this world. No matter how much she laments, the opportunity for a do-over has vanished. Why has Tian fallen silent? Could it be remorse? Who wouldn't feel regret in her shoes? The way Luna has executed several breathtaking plays is nothing short of extraordinary. Perhaps it is a secondary account of a top national Luna player. Indeed, were I in her position, I too would find myself enamored with this Luna. Exceptional skill, a pleasant demeanor, and generously allowing others to secure kills. Who could resist such charm? Numerous viewers in the livestream have transitioned from critics to admirers. Initially, when Tian and Luna were at odds, they perceived Luna as lacking awareness, merely seeking to bask in the limelight. Yet, within 5 minutes, Luna's innate charisma had completely won them over. With such skill, why would he need to ride on anyone else's coattails? His very existence embodies the essence of popularity. Who is he truly? He is remarkably impressive. With her crimson lips parting slowly, Tian spoke, her tone devoid of the former haughtiness. Following the collapse of 2 waves of momentum, the opposing team lost confidence in continuing the match. Their execution was commendable. They simply encountered Yifeng. Had they faced another Luna, their experience would not have been so stifling. As the team battle concluded, Yifeng effortlessly claimed the head of the tyrant, further amplifying their advantage. At the 6-minute mark, just as Yifeng intended to showcase his skills, the opposing team abruptly initiated a surrender. With 4 votes in favor, their base exploded. The opposing Marco Polo on the development lane was utterly bewildered, while he was still engaged in a battle of wits with Gong Sun Li. How could the others have surrendered? In the settlement interface, Yifeng's performance is undoubtedly commendable, perhaps due to the swift conclusion of the match. His score was slightly lower at a mere 142. Nonetheless, this was sufficient to captivate even the most obstinate netizens. Brothers, it seems my 1,000 yuan red envelope is out of your reach, Yifeng remarked with a playful smirk, his demeanor inviting a sense of mischief. This audacious expression incited irritation among numerous viewers. What the heck? I just recharged for this account. Isn't the streamer a novice Luna? How can he be so formidable? Who has witnessed a novice Luna achieving 4 kills in a mere second, directly absorbing 4 or 5 opponents? The streamer is undoubtedly a master of Luna, simply choosing not to reveal this prowess. The streamer is likely a top-tier Luna in the national server. Sweet Tian was unaware that Luna was Yifeng. It was Hanhan, who was cognizant of Luna's identity, that enlightened her. Given the discord between Yifeng and Sweet Tian in the previous match, Hanhan saw an opportunity to encourage Sweet Tian to apologize, fostering a mutual acquaintance. After all, considering the potential Yifeng has demonstrated, even if streaming does not pan out, he could readily transition to a professional gaming career. This assessment carries more weight than mere allegations of cheating. Regardless of the game, professional players represent the pinnacle of technical skill, and such recognition speaks volumes about Hanhan's regard for Yifeng's Luna. Oh, Brother Han, your presence is a privilege. As a master ranked 123 in the 18th season's peak competition, Yifeng had certainly heard of Hanhan. However, no honor could rival the renown of a ghostly jungler. Yifeng greeted Hanhan with utmost courtesy, while he chose to ignore Sweet Tian who entered simultaneously. Their previous encounter had been rather unpleasant. Though Yifeng was not a petty person, he found it challenging to simply forget past grievances. Upon noticing Yifeng's discreet dismissal, Sweet Tian felt no resentment, but rather a sense of grievance. I merely acted a little willfully in the last match. Is it truly necessary to treat me this way? After all, he is supposed to be a gentleman. Brother Yi, your Luna exudes a certain charm. I wonder who you learned from. Han, not wishing to play the peacemaker, directly engaged Yifeng in conversation. I am unworthy of such praise. My prowess with Luna is largely attributed to observing Bei Mu, Wei Liang, and yourself. This has enabled me to achieve my current standing. Yifeng's words were undeniably diplomatic. Although Han was also referred to as the King of the Wilds, his Luna did not compare to the national standard, falling short in comparison to the aforementioned duo. By mentioning Han alongside Wei Liang and Bei Mu, Yifeng undoubtedly flattered him. As anticipated, this compliment brought an ear-to-ear smile to Han's face. My brother is quite the charmer. I shall present him with a cat tooth number 1. Following a flurry of activity on the screen, a rocket gift appeared before Yifeng. Wow. I extend my gratitude to my boss Han for the cat tooth number 1. Your generosity is commendable. May you achieve unparalleled success in your peak matches and continuous victories in your rankings. Upon receiving a gift, Feng was not at all stingy, lavishing praise upon Hanhan once more. If uttering a kind word could yield 500 yuan, he would undoubtedly speak until the world met its end. Behold, such a formidable Luna, all learned from me. I wonder who among you dares to claim that I am merely a novice at playing Giguzi. Recently, Hanhan was slightly rattled by the barrage of comments, and with Feng's formidable support, she felt compelled to assert herself. Doubt lingered. I simply could not believe that Feng had learned Luna from Hanhan, although I too held skepticism. That pivotal team fight seemed to have been influenced by her teachings. It appears that the student has surpassed the master. Feng not only grasped the essence of Giguzi's gameplay, but also elevated it beyond its original form. No wonder the leader of the disparagement group could silence Hanhan with just a few words. His reasoning paled in comparison to that of the netizens. And engaging in debate would only lead to his own humiliation. After Feng expressed his gratitude for Hanhan's gift, the screen trembled once more. Another rocket. Has someone else sent cat tooth number 1? Feng murmured, his gaze fixed upon the gift list. Indeed, someone had sent cat tooth number 1. But the sender was none other than Cat Tooth, Sweet Tiankai. Grateful for the gift from the generous sponsor, Feng felt compelled to respond politely. However, his manner of thanking Sweet Tiankai was worlds apart from that of Hanhan, as he did not even mention her name. This action undoubtedly left Sweet Tiankai feeling disheartened. Even many of her fervent fans began to voice their disapproval of Feng's behavior. What right do you have to act so arrogantly? You insignificant streamer with fewer than 10,000 followers? My Sweet Tiankai has 1 million fans. Do you believe we won't unleash a storm upon you? Sweet Tiankai had gifted him, and a simple acknowledgement seemed a reasonable expectation, did it not? After all, she is a girl. Shouldn't an apology merit your forgiveness? An increasing number of Sweet Tiankai's fans flooded into Feng's livestream, hurling insults at him. To this, Feng could only laugh. During the last match, aside from not assisting Hanhan in securing Nakaruru, had he truly committed any grave error? The conflict had been initiated by her, and he had not uttered anything excessively harsh. As for the gift, he had not solicited it, and after it was given, he had indeed offered his thanks, albeit in a manner lacking in eloquence, simply due to his lack of verbal finesse, devoid of any personal sentiments. Upon hearing this, some of Sweet Tiankai's fans were at a loss for words, as it was impossible to disregard the facts. However, several of Feng's longtime supporters chuckled upon hearing him claim to be inarticulate. When Feng first began live streaming, he was an impetuous youth, quick to vent his frustrations at the slightest inconvenience, leading his early fans to compose a poem in his honor. With a slight parting of her lips, the air filled with the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds. A simple gesture of her hand signaled the commencement of an exuberant outpouring of words, infused with a distinctly Cybertronian flair. Could such an individual truly be at a loss for words? Feng's remarks struck directly at the very essence of Tian Ku's soul. Yet, Feng was fortunate. Had it been the formerly demure and introverted Tian Ku, the outcome of their verbal exchanges would have been uncertain. Over the years, the evolution of live streaming platforms has greatly enhanced Tian Ku's demeanor. Cat Tooth, shall we be friends? She inquired. Certainly, Feng replied with a nod, acknowledging that their relationship bore no deep-seated animosities, merely playful banter, rendering any tension unnecessary. Moreover, the gift of a cat tooth number 1 meant Feng was, in fact, at no loss. Goodness, my sister Ku has actually softened. Is this really the same Ku from before? Indeed. Tian Ku had shown considerable improvement in her conduct over the years, exhibiting a restraint that was markedly different from her earlier self. The strict regulations of the platform had left her with little choice. Persisting in her previous ways would only lead to financial penalties that would far exceed her earnings. Upon witnessing Tian Ku relent, the online spectators responded with a flurry of excitement. In a single breath, Feng received 3 cat tooth no. 1 gifts, a feat that even someone as unflappable as he found slightly overwhelming. Each cat tooth number 1 was valued at 1,000 yuan, yielding 500 yuan per gift after the split. Thus, 3 gifts amounted to a staggering 1,500 yuan, a transformative leap for Feng's streaming career. In earlier days, earning such a sum would have taken him no less than half a month, if not a full month. It was no wonder so many aspired to become streamers. The allure of genuine profit was undeniable. Yet, he was not one to forget the struggles of his past. Days spent living off instant noodles felt like mere moments ago. After collecting his thoughts, he noted yet another cat tooth gift had been sent, stirring a wave of nostalgia within him. Feng's little admirer was indeed the same girl who had requested his WeChat the day before. However, at that moment, Tianku was not pleased. After all, she had made the first move, and if someone were to usurp her opportunity, that would be quite the affront. Sister, there is a certain etiquette to consider. I made the initial reservation, and since the gifts hold equal value, why should I not be the first to engage? Tianku's words were laden with tension, targeting the unexpected interloper, Pang Di. Observing Tianku's remarks, Pang Di found the situation amusing. Yet, her subsequent actions left everyone astounded. Yifeng's little admirer has sent a treasure map. Yifeng's little admirer has sent a treasure map. Yifeng's little admirer has sent a treasure map after dispatching 5 treasure maps. Pang Di finally paused. Such generosity left the live audience in sheer disbelief. Each treasure map was valued at 5,000 yuan, making the total for 5 a remarkable 25,000 yuan. After the split, Yifeng would find himself with over 10,000 yuan, an unexpected windfall indeed. However, amidst the excitement, Yifeng could not help but ponder the identity of this individual. With a casual display of generosity amounting to over 20,000, who among ordinary folk would dare to be so extravagant? Moreover, one does not shower affection without ulterior motives, having bestowed such lavish gifts. There must be something he seeks in return. As Sweet-Ku gazed at the dazzling effects of the treasure map raining down, she swiftly exited the livestream after leaving a brief farewell in the comments. If the gifts exchanged between the two had been evenly matched before, they were now overwhelmingly one-sided. Sweet-Ku was not foolish. The prospect of sending even a single treasure map was out of the question, let alone 5. Her hasty retreat elicited laughter from many fans. For Sweet-Ku was not one to easily concede. Witnessing her misfortune made the experience worthwhile for them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hanhan was consumed with envy, his eyes practically turning into lemons. Though he was a prominent streamer, guaranteed to earn hundreds of thousands monthly, the sight of 5 treasure maps made him swallow hard. It was uncertain whether he could even receive 5 in a month, yet Yifeng had effortlessly garnered that many in mere minutes. How could this not stir feelings of envy and jealousy within him? This lad was quite handsome. Could he have caught the eye of some affluent woman? With his suspicions lingering, Hanhan exited Yifeng's livestream as well, knowing that remaining any longer would mean subjecting himself to the bitter taste of jealousy. This was not a sight he wished to behold. Now may I join you in play? With the rivals vying for Yifeng's attention having departed, the tension in Pundi's heart finally eased. Having rushed over without even eating dinner after completing her tasks for the day, she was eager to play a couple of rounds with Yifeng. Naturally, she could not tolerate the thought of him playing with someone else, especially a woman. Of course. It is my honor, my princess, Yifeng remarked, grinning as he picked up his phone. Hearing Yifeng's affectionate title, Pundi's cheeks flushed, and a smile involuntarily blossomed on her lips. It was the first time she had ever been called a princess. Log in. Just send me an invite on the public screen, Yifeng said just as a user named Pang Pang sent him a team request. This is mine, Pundi typed in the comments. To show his respect, Yifeng promptly designated her as a moderator, making her comments easy to identify. Why does this nickname seem so familiar? After accepting the team invitation, Yifeng furrowed his brow, engaging in a mental whirlwind. What? Have you forgotten about me, Yao Mei, after only a few days? Pundi teased playfully, her microphone now activated. With this reminder, Yifeng quickly recalled that during their previous match, only Yao Mei had stepped forward to speak on his behalf. A memory etched clearly in his mind. I simply didn't expect it would be you, and judging by your demeanor, it appears you are a fan of Pundi, Yifeng remarked, speaking whatever came to mind. Listening to Yifeng's words, Pundi smiled gracefully. A fan of Pundi? I am indeed the true Pundi. Naturally, she would not reveal this fact, choosing instead to wait for a more opportune moment. Certainly not now. I also hold a great fondness for Pundi, Yifeng remarked. A Navi smile gracing his face. Brother Yi, do restrain yourself. You might drool. The mere mention of his goddess sent him into a frenzy. Almost as if he were a lovesick fool. Should he ever encounter the real Pundi, his mind would likely go blank. The chances of such a meeting were slim. Given the vast disparity between a gaming streamer and a renowned celebrity, viewers readily concurred, noting that for ordinary individuals like themselves, a prominent star was as distant as the celestial bodies, visible only from afar, but never to be touched. Not to mention, your voice bears a resemblance to Pundi's, Yifeng casually noted. Does it? Pundi felt a flicker of anxiety at Yifeng's unexpected observation. Typically, during filming, professional voice actors would handle the dubbing. So it was only logical that she would not inadvertently reveal herself, even while using a gaming microphone. How could he have recognized her so swiftly? Was he truly a diehard fan? Yifeng soon dismissed this notion as unrealistic, jesting. Perhaps it's merely your familiarity as a fellow admirer of Pundi that led to the misinterpretation. Pundi, relieved by Yi Feng's reassurances, let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 24. A collision of Iron Root and Peach of the Valley? Due to a collaboration between Slow Hand and a certain platform, the 5-star chef Iron Root and the notoriously inept Peach of the Valley teamed up for a gaming session. This surge in popularity was inevitable. One was a culinary master renowned for his delectable dishes, while the other was a source of despair for many, known for his dismal gaming skills. Together, they were bound to create a unique chemistry. Sensing Peach's apprehension, Iron Root, embodying the spirit of a man, comforted her, "Fear not, for two negatives make a positive. Trust in the truth." Yet, truth be told, such consolation was akin to an insult. What if our partnership results in addition rather than multiplication? Peach of the Valley responded, her worry deepening. At that moment, Iron Root felt an inner turmoil akin to 1,000 wild horses galloping through his mind. "I offer you my heartfelt support. And this is how you repay me?" he thought, bemused. "You're practically sabotaging me." "Ha ha ha, Sister Peach, your words nearly had me in stitches." The audience began to speculate. If Iron Root and Sister Peach duo Q, how many stars will they lose? Oh, that's simple. All the stars in the sky are the ones lost by Iron Root and Sister Peach. If professional players struggled to uplift Peach of the Valley, one could only imagine the futility of Iron Root's efforts. He might as well lead her into the depths of despair. It was no wonder the audience held little faith in their duo. Both Peach of the Valley and Iron Root had become synonymous with poor performance. The latter occasionally showcased moments of brilliance, while the former could not muster a single highlight throughout an entire season. How can the presence of these two individuals instill confidence in the audience? Perhaps it is fate that has brought them together, as they have been assigned to the same match alongside Yi Feng and Peng Di. Interestingly, the four of them are teammates. Yi Feng and Peng Di are ranked as King and Star, while Pai Ku Tao and Tai Jin hold the ranks of Diamond and Star. Under normal matchmaking protocols, it would be nearly impossible for these four to be grouped together. However, due to Yi Feng's recent streak of victories, even the system could no longer tolerate his dominance and altered the matchmaking mechanism, pairing him with slightly less skilled allies, much to Yi Feng's oblivion. In contrast to the peak matches, ranked games are evidently more relaxed, devoid of stringent composition requirements, allowing each player to engage with the heroes of their choosing. The lineup was swiftly established. Blue team, Yi Feng's side. Offlane, Tai Jin with Lao Fuzi. Jungle, Yi Feng with Luna. Mid, Pai Ku Tao with Wu Zetian. ADC, random player with Sun Shangxiang. Support, Peng Di with Yao Mei red team. Offlane, Yuan Gu. Jungle, Sun Wukong. Mid, Bujihua Wu. ADC, Ma Chao. Support, Sun Bin. The opposing team's composition appeared quite peculiar. Noticing the absence of a marksman, Pai Ku Tao expressed his bewilderment. Tai Jin, having reached a peak score of 2,000, was unfazed by the unconventional setup. "Wow, 10. A wealthy lady," Yi Feng remarked, taken aback by Pai Ku Tao's noble status. Achieving a 10 ranking on a king account signifies an investment of no less than 20,000. For Yi Feng, such a sum was not insurmountable, yet he couldn't help but marvel at the 10 status. However, he underestimated the jealousy that a woman could harbor. His comment instantly ignited Peng Di's competitive spirit. "It's merely a 10, I shall charge one for you someday." This remark left Yi Feng momentarily speechless. Was this affluent lady truly so naive as to gift herself? He had never doubted this devoted fan's financial prowess, from her initial appearance as Cat Tooth No. One to her current status as a treasure map holder, her elegance was unmistakable. No need. To be honest, after all these gifts, I am at a loss as to how to reciprocate, Yi Feng confessed, never having anticipated that his streaming career would reach such heights. Initially, he aimed merely to make ends meet through streaming, yet his success had far surpassed his expectations. Even without the contributions from Hanhan, Tian Ku, and Peng Di, his earnings for the day had exceeded 300. Undoubtedly, this income placed him ahead of the majority of domestic job positions. "Then you must ponder how to repay me," Peng Di teased. "With no means to repay, I can only offer myself," Yi Feng quipped, his response impeccable in its timing, leaving Peng Di momentarily flustered. "That could work," Peng Di replied, her face flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. However, the faint sounds were naturally unheard by Yi Feng, who was engrossed in a discussion with online friends about the opposing lineup, Slow Hands Platform, Flower Fruit Mountain, and Water Curtain Cave. "Brothers, we finally gathered to play a match. We absolutely cannot lose. The loser treats everyone to barbecue," Tingyan remarked, "in our national server. Ma Chao paired with your national server, Yuan Gu, and they dare to challenge us? Plus, with a Monkey King on their side. I cannot fathom how we could possibly lose this round." Sang Jia interjected, What do you mean by a monkey king on their side? I was once the top monkey king in the national server, and soon, I will showcase what true agility looks like. Clearly, the Yuan Ge Ma Chao and Sun Wukong on the opposing side were Tingyin, Jia Suo, and others. Today marked their small gathering at Flower Fruit Mountain, a reunion for the three great monkey kings. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, they idly queued for a ranked match, only to coincidentally cross paths with Feng and his team. Jia Suo exclaimed, "Hey, did you see the video that Huaga posted yesterday? When he played Nezha and unleashed his ultimate, he was endlessly chased by a Luna." Jia responded, "I thought something was up. I've seen that already. But that Luna doesn't seem to be the top-ranked one in the national server. Probably just some random player." Tingyin added, "Clearly." Yu Haven read the comments thoroughly. The player controlling that Luna is named Feng, a small streamer on the Cat Tooth platform. Huaga mentioned it in the comments. In the realm of competition, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, let alone three monkeys. The trio quickly engaged in a verbal spar, seizing upon any opportunity to outshine their opponents in conversation. Fortunately, their tempers remained amicable. Otherwise, it might have escalated into something more serious. After the playful banter, Jia Suo jested, "Do you think it's possible that this Luna is actually Feng?" The jest was taken lightly, and they began to mock him. This is ranked play, not a peak match. Such coincidences are unlikely. Indeed, if this Luna were Feng, I would gladly cover the drinks today. As the match began, Feng immediately maneuvered Luna towards the blue zone. As always, when encountering a monkey king as a jungle core, there was no need to start with the red buff, given the opposing team lacked the capacity for counter-jungling. "Who should I start with?" asked Peng Di attentively. "Why not stick with me? I'll lead you to victory." After a moment's contemplation, Feng replied, "In the realm of this game, it was quite common for a support to start alongside the jungler." Feng pondered whether Wu Zetian could hold her own against both Zhihuo Wu and Sun Bin without the help of Yao Mei, concluding that it wouldn't significantly affect their chances, unless Wu Zetian were to recklessly engage with Zhihuo Wu at level 2. Understood, Peng Di obediently complied, guiding Yao Mei into the brush by the blue buff, close to him. "Tegan, I find myself in a state of anxiety. Luna possesses the rank of a king, which implies that the opposing team likely harbors a king as well. Is it possible that the Inazuma I'm up against is none other than the one I am to face in the lane?" Before the match has even commenced, Picateo is already engulfed in a whirlwind of self-doubt. This unfounded apprehension leaves Tegan in a state of exasperation. To falter before the battle is indeed a grave misstep. Clear the minion wave and retreat. Do not succumb to impulsive actions. After a moment of contemplation, Tegan endeavors to offer words of comfort. Picateo readily agrees. As the match approaches the 30-second mark, the jungle creatures respawn, and the minion waves converge. All players become engrossed in their tasks. Approximately around the 40-second mark, a triumphant announcement resonates from the mid lane. Sun Bin has slain Wu Zetian, securing the first blood. What on earth? After claiming the blue buff, Feng cannot help but mutter. We Haven even reached 50 seconds into the game, and we already lost the first kill. This pace exceeds that of a professional actor. How did you perish? Ironically, Tegan inquires as he competes for the minion wave. Oh dear, she contested the lane. I engaged her, which led to the enemy minions attacking me. Subsequently, she leveled up to 2, utilized her flash, and kicked me out from under the tower, collaborating with Sun Bin to eliminate me. Picateo's voice carries a hint of remorse, considering that the official match had barely surpassed 20 seconds when she surrendered the first kill. This speed rivals that of a food delivery service. In the past, encountering such absurd teammates would have compelled Feng to voice his frustrations. But now he finds himself indifferent. Furthermore, as he is accompanying a female player, exerting pressure on his teammates would lack grace. After clearing the blue area, before even stepping into the red zone, another announcement rings out from the top lane. The chains of Yuenga, in conjunction with the red buff, successfully gank the top lane, resulting in the demise of Tegan's Lao Fuzi beneath the enemy tower. This Lao Fuzi is quite incompetent, just like Tegan, remarks the chains. Indeed, he is rather underwhelming. And it seems he activated his weaken ability only a second before his demise, replies Jia. On the other hand, Tegan is filled with dismay. Having retreated into the tower, the enemy still dares to dive for me. Unbelievable. Tegan had assumed that the protective mechanism of the turret would deter the foes from tower diving. However, the enemy's tactics were brutally ruthless. With 2 teammates falling within a minute, Feng cannot suppress his complaints. These teammates are utterly incompetent. 2 kills surrendered in just a minute, and they appear to be playing without purpose. Instantly, he receives a torrent of feedback from netizens. The mid laner is a diamond. Such a rapid decline is understandable. But how can the top laner, who is supposedly a star, die so quickly? Ah, this is where you are mistaken. It is the star rank that harbors the deepest waters. When I was in Diamond, every match, upon reaching the star rank, it was either that the opponents were exceedingly formidable or our own team was dismally incompetent, rendering the game unplayable. The netizens erupt in a frenzy of mockery in the comments. Clearly, the disparity between the Diamond and Star ranks is akin to the chasm between ice and fire, subjecting them to relentless torment. In the moment Tegan falls, Yifeng shifts his perspective to observe the status of the opposing Sun Wukong. Due to withstanding the attacks of the turret, the monkey's health had dwindled to half. This was fatal for the jungler. With that in mind, I shall not hold back any longer. Collecting the red buff, Luna successfully reached level 4. Retaining a smite as she made her way towards Sang Jie's blue zone. Hey, can we communicate? I intend to counter the blue. Can you assist me? Considering the skill levels of his teammates, Yifeng promptly activated all microphones, hoping that with his leadership, his companions would execute some commendable maneuvers. Tai Jin was the first to respond. I've got the mic. The enemy monkey is at half health. Feel free to counter. Sun Shangxiang followed suit. I'll join after clearing this wave. The enemy Ma Chao is under the turret, also at half health, a perfect opportunity to counter. Noticing that 2 players had unmuted, Pictao slowly activated his microphone as well. I can assist, but I lack my ultimate. With the responses received, Yifeng wasted no time, advancing from the river to the blue position, initiating with a combination of his first and third skills, directly striking the blue and entering the blue pit. Sangjia, the enemy Luna might be at your blue. Hearing En's observation as Sun Shangxiang headed toward the river after clearing the minion wave, Sangjia began to panic. What now? I used my smite on the river crab earlier. You're the jungler. Why are you asking me what to do? And remarked, exasperated by Sangjia's indecision. Yes, I am the jungler, Sangjia reassured himself, then fervently signaled for a gathering. Requesting assembly. Requesting assembly. It must be said, Sangjia's signaling was commendable. The frantic signals on the minimap soon caught the attention of the mid laner, Hinoha. After clearing the minion wave with the assistance of Sun Bin, the two made their way toward the blue zone. With teammates now present, the half-health Sangjia felt emboldened as he approached the blue zone from the Shadow Wolf's position. Scanning the area, he found the blue pit devoid of any presence. It must have ended swiftly, likely hiding in the nearby bushes, he surmised. Just as he cautiously approached the blue pit's brush, a beam of blue moonlight shot forth from the thicket. In a flash, Sangjia, with remarkable speed, activated Sun Wukong's first skill, Protective Charm. The moonlight passed through, not only inflicting no damage but also granting Sun Wukong a protective shield. Chapter 26. 3 monkeys. He would not wait for the enemy to gather before striking, as that would be akin to foolishness. Utilizing the moon's mark atop the blue, Luna unleashed her third skill, Moonlight Pursuit, soaring towards Sun Wukong. The damage from her ultimate skill also seized the blue hidden within the brush. At this moment, Sun Wukong's shield from his first skill had dissipated, and Luna's ultimate glided past, dealing damage. Without allowing the enemy to escape with their second skill, she unleashed a basic attack, marking Sun Wukong with the moon's insignia. The Crescent Assault once again swept across the battlefield. With 2 formidable abilities unleashed, Sun Wukong, already at half health, found his vitality reduced to a mere quarter. Goodness, his damage is astonishing. Sangjia couldn't help but exclaim as he witnessed the vanishing health bar. Realizing the urgency, he sought to utilize the second skill's mechanics to escape the fray with the aid of Luna. Yet, Yifeng was not one to allow such an easy retreat. At the very moment Sangjia attempted to roll away, Luna activated her second skill, Blazing Sword Radiance, once more pulling the cloud-riding Sun Wukong down from his lofty perch. The classic maneuver left countless spectators in shock. Why does this seem so familiar? I thought I had seen this in the last match. Initially, I assumed it was a mere bluff, but it appears to be a testament to Yi Ji's skill. The precision of this play was truly remarkable. I had never witnessed such finesse in other Luna streams from different servers. Without further ado, this singular act alone affirmed that Yi Gu undoubtedly possesses the prowess of a top-tier Luna player in the national server. Yifeng's execution of this maneuver garnered immense admiration from viewers, as even those unfamiliar with Luna were aware of the considerable difficulty it entailed. It was as if Yifeng had an innate understanding of every move the opposing monkey would make. Such awareness is not a trait possessed by everyone. With Luna interrupting the second skill, the monkey had little chance of survival. The ultimate ability was unleashed, and the monkey fell. Luna gracefully descended into the blue pit. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, fluid and self-assured. Wow, is Yi Ji's Luna this smooth? What on earth has he consumed? I am the one selling chocolates beneath Yi Ji's window, and I've already delivered 3 carts. From Yi Feng guiding Luna out of the brush to her return to the blue pit, the entire process took a mere second. In just 1 second, many viewers scarcely grasped Yi Feng's actions before that colossal monkey was no more. Hey, Sanjia, what happened? I just cleared the minion wave. How did you die so quickly? Upon witnessing Sanjia's demise, Ting seized the opportunity to taunt him mercilessly. However, Sanjia was still immersed in the shock of Luna's performance, his thoughts far from retaliating. Be cautious, this Luna is quite formidable, Sanjia advised earnestly. I understand that being soloed is hard to accept, but please do not drag me into this. I am the oddity in the side lanes, outpacing your monkey by a significant margin. Ting clearly dismissed Sanjia's words. After all, this was merely an ordinary low-star ranked match. What kind of powerful Luna could one possibly encounter? Listening to the oddity in the side lanes boast, Sanjia scoffed, thinking to himself, what oddity? With so many heroes. My performance on the character Yuan Gu surpasses yours. How did you become so quick? The seemingly out-of-place Pandai complained, having failed to secure even an assist. Yet, she quickly realized her misstep. Indeed, those 6 short words ignited a frenzy among the viewers. Oh my, this little fan actually remarked that Brother Yi is swift. Could it be that she has already experienced it? Brother Yi certainly does not appear to be a man of mere 3 seconds. Perhaps it is due to his habitual late-night endeavors. Goodness, what you said compelled me to hastily withdraw my hand from my lap. Your pace is simply too rapid. The live stream will surely be shut down. Yi Feng, too, was rendered awkward by Pang Di's words. Is this something one can say during a live broadcast? Should I perhaps take it a bit slower next time? He tentatively inquired. At the very least, allow me to contribute as an assist, he thought. With a hint of grievance in Pang Di's tone, Yi Feng, having acted without informing her, left her without the opportunity to assist. Originally, Pang Di believed there would be another chance, but little did she know that Yi Feng acted with such swiftness, eliminating Sun Wukong in merely a second. She barely had time to react. Primarily, the prior kill did not require your control. I shall be more mindful next time, Yi Feng reassured her, prompting a slight improvement in her expression. Just as the two were preparing to withdraw, the screen displayed the simultaneous appearance of Ma Chao, Ji Huowu, and Sun Bin. They have all converged. What should we do? Pang Di inquired with concern. After all, she was a delicate lady, playing a support role, and such a scenario was bound to instill fear. Yet, upon scanning the levels of the 3, Yi Feng could not help but chuckle. What is there to fear from a trio lacking level 4? Although Ma Chao and Ji Huowu possess combat prowess before level 4, it is only post-level 4 that their capabilities reach their zenith. Presently, the 2 opposing players evidently do not possess such power. This signifies that Yi Feng may easily toy with them through sheer skill. Ji Huowu, should we engage? I lack my ultimate ability and flash. Sun Bin, perhaps we should refrain from engaging. It appears that the opposing Luna has no intention of continuing to farm in the blue zone. The mid and support players quickly reached a consensus, opting against confrontation. Yet, Ting was less inclined to comply. His strength far surpassed that of a 10-star king. Thus he regarded the opposing Luna with disdain. Why not engage given the jungle protection mechanism? With that, Ting surged forth, activating his sprint and launching his Cold Dawn spear towards Luna. Yao Mei, bounce him once, Yi Feng commanded. Understood, Pang Di replied with a smile. As the green energy sphere launched forth, Ting seemed to hear a familiar voice whispering. Are you here to catch the little deer as well? Yao Mei's first skill propelled Ting and Ma Chao into the air. How laughable. Do you think this little control can restrain me? Though Ting had not equipped resistance boots, he paid little heed to this minor control while sprinting. Unbeknownst to him, it was precisely this fleeting moment of control that sealed his fate. The instant Yao Mei's energy sphere was released, Luna, standing beside her, swiftly struck. In a heartbeat, her skills connected, directly reaching Ma Chao's position. Upon hearing the voice of Pundi, Yi Feng's previously serious expression dissipated, replaced by a warm smile. With a swift series of 3 basic attacks, he bestowed the moonlight mark upon Ma Chao. Subsequently, utilizing New Moon Assault, he vaulted over the wall ahead, arriving at the river's edge. Meanwhile, Pundi had been patiently awaiting his arrival. It turned out that as Yi Feng set out to confront Ma Chao, he had instructed Pundi to head towards the river, knowing that while he could traverse it with ease, the level 4 Yao would struggle. Thus, Yi Feng had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation with the opposition during this skirmish. After all, the blue had already been countered, and Sun Wukong had claimed a kill. The primary quest had been fulfilled. Pursuing anything further posed unnecessary risks. Do you think you can escape? Upon witnessing Luna's attempt to flee, Ting was instantly incensed. Taking control of Ma Chao, he retrieved the cold radiant spear from the ground and approached the wall, executing a basic attack that allowed Ma Chao to seamlessly pass through it. "Don't get too hasty, my friend," warned Jihua Wu, who was a moment too late to intervene. By the time he spoke, Ting and Ma Chao had already made his escape through the wall. However, this maneuver led to a disconnection between Ma Chao and Jihua Wu, as well as Sun Bin. "Are you really daring enough to come over here alone?" Yi Feng expressed his astonishment at Ma Chao's actions. Typically, Ma Chao would either enter the fray to secure kills or initiate a tactical retreat. In either case, it was evident that Ma Chao was not equipped for such a bold move at this moment. Such behavior was tantamount to courting death. "Wow, you really came over." Sun Shangxiang also acknowledged Ma Chao's audacity. Following this, she unleashed a combination of skills that struck him, resulting in a devastating explosion. With no substantial defensive items, Ma Chao found his health plummeting from half to nearly critical. Had Sun Shangxiang's damage not been reduced in recent seasons, he would have likely been on the brink of death. "Looks like I have to step in." Observing that Sun Shangxiang had failed to secure Ma Chao, Yi Feng took matters into his own hands. He executed his first skill, Lunar Slash, targeting the area beneath Ma Chao. "Brother, you've missed," Sun Shangxiang lamented. "It seems a tad off," Punny concurred. Positioned in the midst of the wall, Ma Chao was targeted by Luna's Lunar Slash, which was aimed at the wall's base. There was little chance of a successful hit. Many viewers in the live stream echoed their disappointment, as a successful hit would have allowed for a follow-up with the third skill to secure Ma Chao. However, without a hit, forcing the third skill could easily lead to his demise at the hands of Jihua Wu and her ally. Consequently, a considerable number of viewers believed this was the end of the line. Yet, a confident smile graced Yi Feng's face as he murmured to himself, "Not a bit off. Just perfect." In that moment, as if to align with Yi Feng's sentiment, Ting and propelled Ma Chao, armed with the cold radiant spear, forward with great speed. Arriving precisely at the lowest point of the wall, he found himself at the terminus of the crescent moon slash, landing the hit with unwavering certainty. Astonishingly, this Luna seemed to possess the gift of foresight. Anne's astonishment at Luna's deft maneuvers was palpable. As the arcane blade struck, his heart sank. True to form, upon landing her first skill, Luna swiftly executed her follow-up action. The third skill, New Moon Assault, followed suit, delivering a lethal blow and claiming the kill. This unforeseen outcome sparked a whirlwind of fervent discussions among netizens. "Goodness, I can hardly predict like that. It must be sheer luck. A thorough investigation into the enemy Ma Chao is imperative. Surely he is an actor. Is it so difficult to acknowledge Yi Ji's prowess? It was akin to the moment I sent this message. After all, I received $5 for it." Laughs. After securing the kill, Yi Feng sought to create further chaos for Shihokubo and Sun Bin. Yet, upon witnessing Ma Chao's demise, Sun Bin activated his second skill and promptly fled with Shihokubo. Not only did they evade trouble, but they vanished without a trace. "They just ran away?" Yi Feng questioned, bewildered. Did he truly wield such formidable intimidation? As Shihokubo and Sun Bin made their hasty retreat, Yi Feng's side emerged triumphant from the skirmish in the jungle. Not only had they reclaimed Sun Wukong's blue buff, but they had also dispatched both Sun Wukong and Ma Chao, leveling the previously diminished economy. However, before Yi Feng could revel in his success, news from the opposing lane arrived. He was momentarily taken aback. Was it not only Old Master Yi in that lane? Could the enemy Yuenga achieve a double kill? A glance at the status of his teammates in the upper left corner illuminated the situation. Wu Zetian from the mid lane had inexplicably ventured to the opposing lane, only to be swiftly eliminated by Yuenga's double strike. This mishap resulted in Yi Feng unwittingly relinquishing the advantage he had just regained. The economic gap widened once more. "Come on, guys, I'm racking up kills, while you're just handing them away." Even with Yi Feng's typically composed demeanor, the mounting pressure began to weigh heavily on him. Tai Jin remarked, "This Yuenga surpasses all those I have encountered. I truly cannot compete. Her skill and awareness are top tier." Pic Tao added, "I apologize, I am not adept at this game and have let everyone down." Witnessing their sincere apologies, Yi Feng's ire dissipated entirely. After all, regardless of their shortcomings, they remained his teammates. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on Flower Fruit Mountain escalated into a fierce quarrel among the three, evoking the sensation of three warriors standing against 1,000, their voices echoing like the cries of monkeys on both shores. "I warned you to be cautious, yet you still ventured forth. Is that not sheer folly? And you walked right into his skills. Where was your positioning? Doesn't the Ma Chao player know how to maneuver? How was I to know this fellow could predict my moves? Moreover, Shihokubo and Sun Bin were on the periphery. If they had coordinated their efforts, Luna would surely have perished. Do not boast. Defeating Luna would be as simple as child's play. The two of you, Do refrain from offering yourselves up so readily. I could easily secure victory on my own. The enemy team has amassed a total of 4 kills, with Joshua claiming 3, while my 2 companions each surrendered 1. How could this not incite his ire? Nevertheless, the 3 share a good rapport, and while it may appear they are hurling insults at one another, it is merely playful banter. After all, Chapter 28, the True Men's Battle, unfolds as Yi Feng captures the head of the tyrant. At that moment, the opposing summoner, Joshua, dispatched a message to all. Yuan Gu, 6 minutes, in the confrontation lane, 11, the True Men's Battle. Though Yuan Gu refrained from naming anyone directly, all were aware of whom he referred. Upon reading this message, a look of disdain crossed Yi Feng's face. Honor of Kings is a game of fair competition, not a one-on-one duel. If the enemy were to resort to ambush, would it not make him appear foolish? Just as he contemplated a refusal, a sudden shift in the barrage of comments captured Yi Feng's attention. On the opposing side, Yuan Gu, Sun Wukong, and Ma Chao formed the Huahua Mountain Trio, comprising Jiasuo, Sangjia, and Ting. And truly, I must investigate. Indeed, I had just been in their live stream, and I sensed a familiarity with Luna. I never imagined it was truly Yigu. Yigu, the Old Master, and Wu Zetian on your side are Tegan and Pike Tao, respectively. Due to prior events, Yi Feng's live stream had drawn thousands of viewers. The strength of these thousands was undeniable, merely 5 minutes into the match. The identities of both the enemy and allies had been unveiled. Naturally, Yi Feng received the news, while Jiasuo, Tegan, and Pike Tao were similarly informed by netizens. Tegan, what? Our Luna is Yi Feng, the recently emerged passerby king? Pike Tao, who is Yi Feng? I have never heard of him. Is he also a streamer? Jiasuo, a friend informed me that the opposing Luna is Yi Feng. Ting, I received the same news. Sangjia, if it is indeed Yi Feng, then losing to him is no disgrace. Although he may not be on the national server's Luna leaderboard, that episode of Moonlight Chase demonstrates his skill. It is evident that many streamers are aware of Yi Feng's recent feat of pursuing Nezha under the moonlight. As a high-ranking player and streamer, they understand the difficulty of such a maneuver. Let alone Nezha soaring through the air. Even hitting stationary wooden posts within such a brief time frame is no small feat, however. Upon realizing that the opposing Luna is Yi Feng, Jiasuo felt not fear, but exhilaration. Being recognized as the #1 Yuan Gu in the national server, his reputation is already considerable. Should he triumph over Yi Feng, this rising star, his fame would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Yet, the cost and reward of such an endeavor are clearly misaligned. For once failure occurs, the shackles may ultimately elevate Yi Feng, while he himself might become merely a backdrop to Yi Feng's narrative. Both the shackles and Yi Feng pondered this notion. All right, wait for me. Yi Feng concurred after a brief contemplation. Although his live streaming had shown some promise, he was still in the nascent stages. Thus, he should seize any opportunity for growth and viewership. Naturally, this growth must be achieved through legitimate means. Unlike a certain infamous figure atop the ranking who resorts to indiscriminate antics. With Yi Feng's agreement, the viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. While they were indeed fans of Yi Feng, the name of the national server's pinnacle, the Shackles, resonated profoundly with them. After all, when the Shackles rose to prominence, Yi Feng was still engrossed in his studies. Could this be a battle for the ages? Such a claim may be exaggerated. Were Yi Feng to embody the national server's Luna, then perhaps such a title would be warranted. However, Yi Feng seldom played Luna. Otherwise, conquering the national server would be a breeze. Do you think the national server is a bus that you can board at will? The birth of each hero within the national server demands immense dedication and perseverance. Upon hearing Yi Feng's consent, the Shackles felt no doubt. If Yi Feng was determined to elevate his streaming career, he would undoubtedly accept this challenge. Are you truly prepared to face him in a duel? Do you require my presence to discreetly assist you? The unexpected audacity took him by surprise. Listen to this. Can you believe those words came from a girl? This little admirer seems overly fond of Yi Feng. I came to learn skills, not to endure this romantic spectacle. If such antics continue, I shall unfollow. Indeed, it is akin to having diabetes and yet indulging in excessive sweetness. Are they trying to drive me to despair? Those flaunting their affections should be condemned. Those in love should be cursed. A multitude of viewers vociferously denounced Yi Feng's actions. At this hour, those with girlfriends were likely engaged in videos, shopping, or weaving through streets, leaving behind a congregation of single souls watching the live stream. The single individuals could hardly tolerate witnessing public displays of affection. Yet, Yi Feng had no time to scrutinize the barrage of comments. Instead, he smiled and retorted, "Do you truly lack faith in me?" "Of course not," Fat D replied resolutely. I merely worry that the opponent might resort to underhanded tactics. What if this is a trap? That is unlikely. Such antics would only tarnish his reputation, Yi Feng replied decisively. The Shackles, a veteran figure in the realm of honor of kings, commanded a degree of credibility, though not absolute. This duel was initiated by him, and to renege would be to shoot oneself in the foot. Fat D, however, remained anxious, unsure of what to articulate. If Yi Feng were to triumph, it would be a boon. Yet, should he falter, the hard-earned popularity he had amassed might plummet precipitously. In due time, it is certain that netizens will voice their opinions regarding the domestic server's Luna, dismissing her as merely a foe of the Shackles, boasting grandly, yet lacking in skill. The higher one is exalted, the more devastating the fall. This truth remains. Let us do this. You observe my maneuvers beneath the tower, and if it becomes a trap, you shall come to my aid, Yi Feng suddenly proposed. All right, responded Pundi. Meanwhile, the opposing side began to deliberate their strategy. Jihuo Wu and Yuan Ge. Your suggestion for a one-on-one duel is quite acceptable. We can then rally against him and seize his bounty, rendering him incapable of a comeback. It was evident that Jihuo Wu was brimming with excitement, as he perceived the duel proposed by the Shackles as a cunning trap. A one-on-one is precisely that. Should you dare to engage in any unscrupulous actions, do not blame me for my lack of effort, declared the Shackles, his temper flaring at Jihuo Wu's words. To enhance the chances of Luna and Yuan Ge securing victory in the 6-minute duel, both teams made certain sacrifices. The Shackles could not only consume the minion wave in the opposing lane, but also farm the jungle creatures of Sangjia. Should the middle lane minions remain unvanquished, he could also partake in that lane. Overall, the objective was to nurture the Shackles to a state of abundance, ready to vanquish Yi Feng's Luna in one fell swoop. On the other hand, Yi Feng's strategy was even more audacious. He could not only farm the jungle to accumulate layers for his jungle knife, but also leverage the 3 lanes to his advantage. Even a blind person could discern that Yi Feng was the sole pillar of the team, rendering any criticism moot regardless of how much he consumed. To facilitate Yi Feng's swift navigation between the 3 lanes and the jungle, Pundi promptly acquired the equipment, Wolf's Run. Once Yi Feng finished with the minion waves, she would activate Wolf's Run to escort him across the lanes, ensuring a seamless experience. Throughout their fervent farming for gold, both teams exhibited an unusual harmony. They either remained huddled beneath their towers, motionless, even when confronted by the river, or refrained from any probing actions. It was as if the outcome of the match rested solely on the shoulders of Yi Feng and the Shackles. This peculiar sentiment was not lost on either of them. What are your chances of defeating him? As the time for the duel drew nearer, Pundi could not help but feel her heart race. 50-50, Yi Feng replied. This answer was not a mere dismissal of Pundi's concern, but rather a conclusion reached after careful consideration. It was not that he, endowed with a powerful system, would falter in skill against the Shackles. Rather, it was the nature of the heroes involved. Although Yuan Ge was labeled a low-tier hero, his exceptional mobility, coupled with impressive stats, instilled fear in many fragile heroes. Yi Feng's Luna was among those who hesitated. With only 6 minutes to gauge the early to mid-game, Luna lacked the economic advantage to acquire tanky items. Thus, Yi Feng felt a twinge of apprehension. For even the slightest misstep could result in an instantaneous demise. Time passed second by second, swiftly arriving at the pivotal 6-minute mark. Yi Feng and Jialo made their way towards the confrontation lane. Along the journey, they were not idle. Both opened their equipment panels to scrutinize each other's gear. Jialo's Yuan Ge had amassed an impressive economic total of 7,500 gold at the 6-minute mark. His equipment included cooldown boots, Master S power, Shadow Battle Axe, and 2 Storm Greatswords. Such a luxurious array of items suggested that if a duel were to occur at 7 minutes, Yuan Ge would undoubtedly possess the broken army, rendering Yi Feng utterly powerless. In contrast, Yi Feng's Luna, with an economic total of 8,000 gold at 6 minutes, had a rather modest selection of equipment. Apart from the Rune Greatsword, Devourer's Book, Prophecy of Time, and Resistance Boots, he seemed to lack any additional items. Had he fallen into destitution? It was implausible that 8,000 gold could only yield such a sparse arsenal. Observing the paltry 3 items on the opposing side, Jialo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. With 8,000 gold, one would expect at least 3 complete items. How could there be merely 2? Did he truly believe that these 2 items could rival his strength? The more he contemplated, the more he entertained this possibility, eliciting a cold smile from within. He resolved to teach this arrogant youth a proper lesson. Although Luna had equipped resistance boots to mitigate some of Yuan Ge's control effects, the majority of Yuan Ge's damage was physical, Should his skills land entirely, the effectiveness of the boots would diminish significantly. While landing all skills might pose a challenge for other Yuan-gu players, for Jelua, the pinnacle of the national server, it was as easy as breathing. Why? You may ask. A rank 1 Yuan-gu might raise eyebrows. Yet Jelua consistently maintained his position above all others, showcasing his extraordinary prowess. Yi Feng's lack of equipment also caught the keen eye of Tai General Brother Yi. With just these 3 items on Luna, do you truly believe you can secure victory? What? Are you planning to borrow money from me for equipment? Yi Feng's retort swiftly silenced Tai General. If honor of kings allowed players to lend gold to teammates, he would not hesitate to part with all his assets. As Luna and Yuan-gu approached the confrontation lane, a monumental clash was on the horizon. The minions engaged in battle were blissfully unaware that a storm was about to sweep through. Just as Luna prepared to make a move, Jelua had already struck, summoning a puppet with his first skill, sending it charging towards Luna. Strikingly, this puppet bore an uncanny resemblance to Pundi's Yao Mei. Hey Yi Feng, if I stood next to him, would you recognize me? Pundi suddenly inquired. I would certainly recognize you at a glance. Yuan-gu's puppet model features a subtle white line. Just take a closer look, Yi Feng replied without hesitation. Really? Pundi questioned, narrowing his eyes and fixating on Yuan-ji's puppet. Indeed, within its model, there existed a barely perceptible white line. I thought they were identical, Pundi lamented, somewhat disappointed. In her previous moments of indulging in short videos, she often observed the puppet of Yuan-gu skillfully maneuvering within the local formations, launching sudden and lethal strikes. She had always assumed it was an identical situation. What are you thinking? Yi Feng chuckled softly, then devoted himself entirely to confronting the puppet before him. Yuan-ji's puppet harbored 2 exceedingly perilous aspects. One was the binding effect of the third skill, and the other was the knock-up upon retraction. As long as he could evade these 2 threats, everything would unravel smoothly. Just as the shackled Yuan-gu advanced with his 4th skill, Yi Feng, who had been attentively monitoring the opponent's maneuvers, seized the moment to act. His first skill struck a minion, while his 3rd skill glided diagonally, creating distance between himself and Yuan-ji's puppet. Ah, it seems you have quite a bit of experience with Yuan-gu, Shackles remarked in admiration, promptly directing the puppet to close the gap once more. However, without the 4th skill's advance, how could the puppet contend with Yi Feng? With a series of basic attacks, he marked both the minion and the puppet with the crescent emblem, then unleashed his 3rd skill directly towards Yuan-gu's true form. Why attack the puppet when one can target the main body? Yiga certainly has his reasons. With Yi Feng's speed, executing for major attacks in a second, Yuan-gu would undoubtedly struggle to withstand the onslaught. The outcome seemed assured, and the Champagne team could prepare to pop the cork early. Numerous netizens, upon witnessing Yi Feng's performance, expressed their admiration. In their eyes, as long as one could bypass the puppet to strike at Yuan-ji's essence, the battle would become significantly more manageable. Yet, was it truly as simple as that? Chapter 30. Each employs their strategies. Shall we switch places to execute the binding and the slash? Truly, Yuan-gu was the pinnacle of the national server. Observing Shackles' clarity of thought, Yi Feng couldn't help but marvel as well. However, if Shackles had the desire to operate with skill, so did Yi Feng. In a fleeting moment of repositioning, before Shackles could deploy the 3rd skill's binding, Yi Feng's Luna transformed into a fleeting light, once again charging towards Yuan-ji's true form. A break in the ultimate chase? That's also a commendable strategy. Witnessing Yi Feng's maneuvers, Shackles acknowledged him. If this wave of Luna were to continue her ultimate pursuit, but fell prey to the puppet's confinement, she might very well be ensnared by Shackles' complete set of skills. Yet, was reality truly so? Relying on the 3rd skill Lunar Strike to approach Yuan-ji's essence, Yi Feng's fingers flew across the controls. A combo of 13 strikes ensued, instantly depleting half of Yuan-ji's health. Goodness, did he not break his ultimate? There shouldn't have been anything to serve as a springboard. Shackles couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. During the repositioning, only the puppet had approached Luna. Could that truly be the case? Suddenly, Shackles realized the sheer brilliance of the lunar control technique. As it turned out, when Luna had unleashed her 3rd skill amidst the minions, she had merely utilized a fraction of the crescent emblems atop the minions' heads, while the emblems on the puppet had not been activated. However, due to the proximity of the puppet to Luna, Shackles instinctively presumed that the emblem on the puppet had also been triggered. Such meticulous execution, was this truly the work of a mere human? The Shackles left no room for lamentation, for the nearby leaf maple had already unveiled his astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, 2 of his skills had pierced through him. Had it not been for Luna's meager 2 magical items, The 2 health packs could have restored the nearly depleted Meng Gu to full vitality, and he would have long since perished. Nonetheless, even in this scenario, Meng Gu had lost half of his health, a dire blow to the ill-fated shackles. His numerous displacements rendered the puppet's utility limited, if not recalled. It would merely serve as a springboard. Despite the chaotic battlefield, the clarity with which Shackles analyzed the situation revealed his experience as a seasoned combatant. Recognizing that the advantage of the puppet had dissipated, he decisively recalled it. At that moment, Luna stood resolutely between Meng Ge's corporeal form and the puppet. With a swift recall and a central strike, she activated the Master's power, unleashing a basic attack. In mere moments, she had lost a third of her health due to just 2 skills. This indicated that had Leaf Maple not skillfully evaded many of Meng Ge's abilities, he might have faced a swift demise. This was not merely a descent into the abyss. It was akin to a fragile being confronting an insurmountable force. Observing his rapidly diminishing health bar, Leaf Maple could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Beyond the 2 engaged in battle, the onlookers outside instinctively immersed themselves in the unfolding drama, their tension palpable. Unobserved, Leaf Maple's Luna is truly remarkable. His strategic thinking and speed have reached the pinnacle of excellence. Another remarked, while Luna's skills may not be as intricate as Meng Ji's, executing her abilities is far more complex. After all, controlling the moon is no simple feat. Both the lane's oddities and the monkey expressed immense admiration for Leaf Maple's prowess. In contrast to the insightful critiques, Leaf Maple's teammates exhibited a more laid-back demeanor. Pikachu, Iron Root, who do you think would prevail in a duel? Iron Root sighed. I'm merely a cook. I cannot comprehend it at all. As their team communication was live, Pundi also overheard their exchange. I am somewhat concerned. The enemy's Ji Huowu has not appeared on the map for quite some time. Upon her warning, Pikachu and Iron Root immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. All 3 of them were stationed under their defensive tower, while Sun Xiangxiang was pushing the tower in the development lane. Meanwhile, the enemy team comprising Ma Chao, Sun Bin, and Sun Wukong found themselves exposed under Luna's gaze, while the mid-lane Ji Huowu seemed to have vanished entirely from the map. Do you think Ji Huowu might attempt a sneak attack to claim Luna's valuable head? It's uncertain. After all, it was Shackles who initiated the duel, not Ji Huowu. If the enemy were to secure Luna's head, it would spell imminent defeat for them, as all their growth relied solely on Leaf Maple. Yet, even so, their overall economy lagged behind by a staggering 1,500. Currently, Yifeng's Luna carries a substantial bounty. Should he be slain, he could potentially fall behind by 2,500 points. At that juncture, defeat would be their sole recourse. After all, no matter how formidable Yifeng may be, it is unlikely he could single-handedly contend against 3 prominent streamers from Waguashan. After much deliberation, the trio ultimately chose to place their trust in Yifeng, not out of reluctance to act. The match resumed, and the first skirmish between the 2 sides had concluded. At present, it appeared that the Shackles were slightly inferior. This had already instilled a sense of pride in Yifeng's devoted fans. In their eyes, Yifeng was merely a novice Luna, having transitioned less than 3 days prior. His previous maneuvers were considered mere flukes, and when faced with a formidable opponent like the Shackles, he would inevitably shatter under pressure. However, the current circumstances had exceeded their expectations. Perhaps Brother Yi could indeed secure a victory. Yet, I suspect it remains a formidable challenge. As the Shackles represent the pinnacle of the national server's Yuenga, to compete in skill against him is akin to wielding a blade before a master craftsman. Even in defeat, it would not be a disgrace. I had anticipated that Brother Yi would be eliminated in a single onslaught. Yet, while discussions of potential victors and vanquished ensued, the 2 combatants in the match were acutely aware of their circumstances. The Shackles, concealed within the thicket, held his breath, knowing that unless he could evade Luna's 3rd skill and disrupt her ultimate ability, he stood no chance of victory. This is the nature of Yuenga's passive. Without his puppet, Yuenga is left in a precarious position. Observing Yuenga enter the opposing lane's foliage, Yifeng understood the maneuver's intent. He unleashed his first skill, Crescent Slash, towards the thicket. Upon impact, he refrained from following up with his 3rd skill. Should he do so, the Shackles would undoubtedly evade it with Yuenga's ultimate, resulting in a precarious shift in the tide of battle, to his detriment. Noting Luna's vigilance, the Shackles felt a pang of anxiety. After all, his puppet still had 7 to 8 seconds remaining before it would expire. Soon, Luna's first skill refreshed. Yifeng acted without hesitation, sending the arc of moonlight soaring towards the thicket where the Shackles lurked. Yet, this time, the echoing effect of Rune Blade did not manifest. This indicated that Luna's Crescent Slash had not found its mark. While the average individual might struggle to comprehend this, Feng, possessing an extraordinary awareness, discerned the shackles' ruse. Did he evade my first skill with his ultimate? Feng was well aware that the shackles awaited the arrival of his puppet. Thus, he could not afford to hesitate. Boldly probing the thicket. At the very moment he entered the foliage, a flash of yellow darted past, as Yuenga immediately transitioned to another thicket. Although the sequence was remarkably swift, Feng's keen eyesight captured it. He advanced towards the alternate thicket. Moved faster, even faster. The shackles. Observing the remaining 2 seconds of his puppet's duration, felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, the execution of his actions was flawless. The 4 darts from his second skill struck Luna, causing her health to diminish once more. Upon entering the brush, Feng noticed the nearly depleted health of Yuenga, a slight smile gracing his lips. I've got you now. He swiftly closed the distance with a basic attack, prepared to unleash his skills and eliminate him. At that critical moment, however, Yuenga's puppet finally came off cooldown. With astonishing speed, he activated his first skill, sending Luna airborne, followed by a basic attack that unleashed the power of a master, seamlessly transitioning into a swap. He then decisively retracted, landing the central damage of his cross flash. This standard maneuver instilled boundless confidence in his heart. Previously, just 2 skills had managed to reduce Luna's health by half. Now, with all skills hitting their mark, how could he possibly perish? Die? He scoffed, a smirk playing at his lips. Unless Luna had purchased a resurrection armor, there was no reason for her to survive. Yet, almost immediately his smile froze. Although his skills had successfully depleted Luna's health bar, the kill notification did not appear. There, where Luna had stood, a radiant golden aura enveloped her, unmistakably the effect of the resurrection armor. Damn it, she actually has the funds for a resurrection armor? He cursed under his breath. He had never anticipated that Feng, that shameless individual, would truly dare to challenge him with such an item. However, reflecting on the fact that Yuenga had previously possessed 8,000 gold, yet only 2 completed items, everything began to fall into place. Had he refrained from purchasing equipment solely to await this moment? The resurrection armor was a completed item, requiring full payment without any small components. Thus, the prior wealth without purchases made perfect sense. This extreme act of acquiring the resurrection armor astonished not only Yuenga, but also left the audience in stunned silence. When did Yeg buy the resurrection armor? I have no idea. I thought he was genuinely dead. I recorded the screen. It seemed he hesitantly opened the equipment shop. Is that speed even human? I'd believe it if someone said he was cheating. As everyone marveled at Feng's recent display of skill, the match began to reach its conclusion. Resurrected, Luna faced a defenseless Yuenga, harboring no fear whatsoever. With her 12th skill activated, she swiftly dispatched him. The outcome had been determined. The duel concluded. All present were left in shock. How could the pinnacle of the national server, Yuenga, be defeated by a novice streamer? Incredible, Yeg actually won. These skilled players engage in deadly exchanges. I watched them maneuver for ages. If it were me, I would have charged into that brush from the start. Thus, it was evident we were not experts. As the duel came to an end, Feng glanced at the number of viewers in his live stream. It had already soared to 7,000 or 8,000. Surpassing 10,000 was merely a matter of time. This is utterly outrageous. A collision with a prominent streamer, indeed, appears to be the most effective method to enhance one's popularity. Filled with joy yet somewhat contemplative, Feng reflected on his situation. He was merely an amateur streamer, not a contracted one, and the primary distinction lay in the fact that the former could only benefit from gift revenue, while the latter could also earn from traffic. In other words, despite Feng's soaring popularity, he received not a single cent. To earn money, he needed to rely on the generosity of his audience. This predicament was unavoidable, as the top-tier streamer segment on Cat Tooth had reached saturation, and lacking any prior achievements, he had no offers for contracts. However, everything was now changing. Feng had garnered a modest reputation, and it was likely that before long, individuals would approach him regarding potential contracts. Witnessing his burgeoning career, Feng couldn't help but display a satisfied expression. Life was becoming increasingly delightful. As Yuan Gu fell to Luna's onslaught, the match concluded. Yet the outcome was utterly unforeseen by all. Goodness, did Feng truly win? He defeated the chains? Iron Root exclaimed in astonishment. I told you so. Feng was destined to triumph. Fat D proclaimed with a hint of pride, as if she had anticipated this result all along. Yet, truthfully, when she had seen Luna's health bar deplete moments earlier, her anxiety had been palpable. Pick Peach remarked, Feng is truly remarkable. He can compete with these renowned streamers in skill. Not only did Feng's teammates recognize his prowess, but the trio from Wawishan also expressed their admiration for him. Sang Jie noted, This lad's reflexes and strategic thinking are exceptional. Truly, the new generation is pushing the old aside, and the realm of champions now belongs to the youth. Tingen added, had it not been for the final resurrection armor, Chains would have emerged victorious. However, had Yifeng purchased it earlier, the outcome might have been equally uncertain. Chains acknowledged, he is indeed formidable, with clear strategy and fluid execution. It is merely a matter of time before he ascends as the top Luna player in the nation. Among the trio's evaluations, Chains, who had faced Yifeng directly, offered the highest praise. After all, during their encounter, he had distinctly sensed that Yifeng's Luna possessed an unparalleled essence compared to many others. I concede, Chains declared over the public chat. Thank you for the match, Yifeng replied in kind. After securing Chains' significant defeat, both sides' overall economy balanced out. Furthermore, with Sun Shangxiang demolishing the second tower in the bottom lane, their economic advantage grew even more pronounced. Chapter 32. How can a poor streamer afford hacks? Is this even real? Can this be turned around? I told you he was cheating, but you refused to believe it. Now it's undeniable. This turn of events truly defied belief. If it were merely a matter of reflexes, few professional players could achieve such feats. The assailant was none other than the long-absent Ji Huowu, who had been lying in wait in the bushes, poised to deliver a fatal strike to Yifeng. However, little did he know that this almost flawless ambush was effortlessly sidestepped by his opponent. This moment of surprise led him to question his own abilities. This can't be a cheat. I refuse to believe it. After discarding her fan, Shiranui Mai promptly rolled backward, consequently missing the prime opportunity to launch an attack. At that moment, she could only retreat in dismay. Meanwhile, seeing Shiranui Mai's predicament, Pandai swiftly approached Yifeng on her wolf mount, unhesitatingly taking a seat atop his head. With the shield in place, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. Are you all right? Pandai inquired, a rather superfluous question. Yifeng, having effortlessly evaded Shiranui Mai's fan, stood frozen in astonishment. Clearly, he was taken aback by his own recent maneuver. Although he recognized the system's assistance, he pondered how to address the skepticism of netizens. As expected, the barrage of comments had erupted into fervent debate. The overwhelming majority of netizens suspected that Yifeng was utilizing cheats, while a mere handful believed he could not afford such illicit enhancements. Brothers, do you believe me when I say I'm not cheating? Yifeng's feeble explanation hardly sufficed to sway the multitude. Yet, despite the criticisms, that single maneuver was insufficient to provide concrete evidence against him. Consequently, the number of viewers in the live stream increased, even surpassing 10,000. With Yifeng securing a significant kill, his equipment received a substantial upgrade, leading to a swift victory. In less than 10 minutes, he dismantled the opposing crystal, thereby declaring his triumph. Undoubtedly, afterward, Shiranui Mai remained undeterred, reporting Yifeng for allegedly using third-party software. However, her complaints fell into oblivion. I'm done for now. I'm going to eat, Pandai lamented, reluctant to part ways. Had it not been for her agent's persistent urging, she would have truly wished to play another match with Yifeng. If her agent were to discover this, he would surely be taken aback. It is well known that Pandy's greatest passion is food, yet at this moment, she preferred to forego a meal in order to accompany Yifeng in gaming, showcasing his significance in her heart. All right, let us play together again sometime. After their farewell, Pandai remained wistful, but soon her stomach growled, breaking her reverie. Otherwise, she might have lingered on the moment for a while longer. On the other hand, Yifeng displayed his phone, revealing only a slightly yellowed illegal website and nothing else. Furthermore, during the operation, he had not touched any volume or power buttons, and such evidence was insufficient to quell the doubts of skeptical netizens. A worthless person like me, earning 3,000 in 3 months, could ever afford cheats? Upon uttering this, the skepticism abruptly ceased. Wow, that actually makes sense. Just the other day, I bought a cheat for a guaranteed hit, and it cost me 2,000. The streamer's financial capability clearly doesn't support such purchases. Is 2,000 worth it? To play on the national server with a cheating tool would cost one around 10,000 or 2,000 yuan. Is it truly worth it? Seeing that no more netizens had spoken of using cheats, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Brothers, I'm off to have a meal. I'll resume the stream later. With that, he closed the live broadcast. The viewers were left bewildered. So, you prefer to end the stream when it's at its peak popularity, don't you? Yet Yifeng had already signed off. His fans could only flood the comment section with their grievances. After concluding the stream, Yifeng prepared himself a bowl of instant noodles, adding some ham and a braised egg for good measure. His earnings were decent enough these days, allowing him to indulge in such simple pleasures. However, just as he was about to dig in, the system in his mind abruptly materialized. Host: Yifeng, age: 20. Current stream popularity, 50,000. King's coins, 5,000 points. The system had cut off at pivotal moments twice, thus the King's coins awarded were not particularly abundant. Nevertheless, with the 5,000 points combined with the previous 1,000 points, he had sufficient resources for 6 system draws. Although his last attempt had yielded lackluster results, it was still a significant fortune for him, enough to sustain him for a while. Consequently, this time he hesitated not, diving straight into the system draw. As the wheel of rewards began to spin once more, Yi Feng's heart raced with anticipation. Previously, he had drawn "Thank you for your patronage" 5 times in succession, and such misfortune was nothing short of a curse. This time, with only 6 opportunities at hand, the prospect of repeating that dismal fate was daunting. He might just find a block of tofu to bang his head against. As the wheel gradually slowed, the rewards began to reveal themselves. The worst-case scenario did not unfold. Aside from 2 instances of "Thank you for your patronage," the other 4 draws yielded prizes, which was a commendable outcome. Among these, the reward of 50,000 cash appeared twice, amounting to a total of 100,000 yuan, coupled with the previous reward of 150,000. Yi Feng had amassed a grand total of 250,000 yuan from the fortunate draw. For an ordinary person, this might require 2 to 3 years of hard work, yet he had acquired it with minimal effort. In addition to the cash rewards, Yi Feng also received several functional cards. Mind Reading Card 1. When used on a person, reveals their innermost thoughts, discerning truth from falsehood. Power Boost Card 1. When used on oneself, temporarily amplifies strength, granting the might to move mountains. The direst outcome had not transpired, and overall, Yi Feng felt quite satisfied. However, relying solely on luck was not a sustainable strategy. Currently, he had only achieved God-level proficiency with Luna. Depending solely on this would surely be insufficient for his streaming ambitions. Even if Luna were unparalleled, without access to her, he would become a liability to his team. At that time, when the audience becomes weary of aesthetics and loses interest in Luna, Yi Feng's popularity will inevitably decline. Chapter 33. Is there no sincerity in your contract offer? Upon seeing an unfamiliar number without any notes, Yi Feng, out of courtesy, decided to answer the call. After all, it could be a family matter, and using someone else's phone, missing such a call would lead to regrets for a lifetime. Once the call connected, a crisp female voice greeted him. "Hello, I am Han, the head of the Cat Tooth King module. I've noticed your recent achievements in live streaming and would like to discuss a potential contract with you." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng, holding a cup of instant noodles, lost his grip, and the scalding broth splashed onto his lap. It was indeed a moment of misfortune. However, Yi Feng had no time to dwell on that. He promptly inquired about the details of the contract. Clearly, when faced with the choice between monetary gain and a blissful life after marriage, he unhesitatingly opted for the former. "Is that true? What kind of contract standards can I expect? What benefits are included?" Despite the multitude of streamers on the Cat Tooth King platform, most, like Yi Feng, remained uncontracted and enjoyed the freedom of being independent streamers. Only by signing a contract with the platform could one receive traffic recommendations and various benefits. It was only then that one could truly call themselves a streamer. On the other end of the line, the sound of pages rustling indicated that Han was reviewing Yi Feng's personal information. "You barely meet the contractual standards of our company. A monthly base salary of 5,000, and with a commitment of 240 working hours per month, you can earn an additional 3,000 for full attendance, with a 73-27 split on gifts." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's expression darkened instantly. Although his streaming performance was lackluster, he possessed a fair understanding of the industry. With an online viewer count of 10,000, it was simply unacceptable for him to be offered merely a basic contract. It is crucial to note that the number of concurrent viewers and the total view count are 2 entirely different metrics. Had Yi Feng not ended his stream earlier, his cumulative viewership could have reached 50,000. Such an achievement could only warrant a basic contract. If there is no sincerity, then let's not discuss it any further. I will inquire with other platforms like Shouhu, Xiaopobang, and Douyu, Yi Feng retorted fiercely. He understood that salaries are negotiated, not dictated by the other party. And grasping this concept would prevent him from feeling subordinate during interviews, thus avoiding significant losses. Of course, while aspiring to elevate his worth, one must also assess their own capabilities. If one's financial aspirations do not align with their position, they will inevitably face consequences. Upon hearing Yi Feng's forthright words, Han, in a studio somewhere in the bustling metropolis, suddenly stood up. Clad in sheer black stockings, her fitted outfit accentuated her figure, showcasing her alluring curves with a slender waist. Just her appearance alone exuded an enchanting beauty. Yifeng's unexpected assertiveness left her somewhat at a loss. In truth, given Yifeng's accomplishments, he was fully qualified for a higher-tier contract, perhaps even a premium one. Yet, as an agent, she had to devise ways to maximize profits for the company, which was why she proposed a basic contract instead. Initially, I believed the individual on the other end was merely an inexperienced youth, utterly ignorant. However, to my surprise, he turned out to be a seasoned negotiator, unwilling to concede even the slightest disadvantage. If negotiations are not feasible, I shall seek counsel on another live streaming platform. Seizing the moment, Feng exerted further pressure. His audacity in raising the stakes stemmed from a profound confidence in his own worth, coupled with the certainty that the cat-tooth platform would not easily relinquish him. While competition exists among platforms, and although cat-tooth currently reigns as the preeminent live streaming service, it would not permit Feng to be poached by rivals. How about this? I will offer you a tiered contract, with a base salary of 15,000 at month's end, plus 3,000 for maintaining full attendance of 240 hours monthly. You would earn a minimum of 18,000 per month. What do you think? An 18,000 monthly salary is quite substantial, ranking among the higher echelons across the vast expanse of Huagua. Coupled with her alluringly captivating voice, it becomes an almost irresistible proposition for any man. A fresh high school graduate offered nearly 20,000 a month would likely feel compelled to express immense gratitude. Against such a fledgling individual, Hanhan possessed absolute confidence in her ability to sway him effortlessly. Yet, she grossly underestimated Yifeng's steadfastness regarding financial matters. Even if the temptation came wrapped in her enchanting tones, or if she stood before him in utter nakedness, he would remain unwaveringly composed. If there is no sincerity in this, then I shall take my leave. I have matters to attend to, he declared, abruptly ending the call before awaiting a response. He needed to address the remnants of his instant noodles. In the bustling metropolis of Magic City, within a certain studio of Cat Tooth Company, Hanhan stared incredulously at her phone's receiver, unable to fathom that someone dared to terminate her call. During her routine voice broadcasts, her dulcet tones had ignited the passions of countless men, compelling them to shower her with gifts. Yet now, Feng had audaciously hung up on her. A mere streamer who relies on hype. How dare he? Hanhan exclaimed in frustration. As the head of the King's module, she possessed an inherent pride. How could she allow such disrespect to go unanswered? After carelessly tossing Feng's profile onto her desk, she retired home to bathe and rest. Meanwhile, Feng shed his damp attire, yearning for a hot shower. However, upon entering the bathroom with anticipation, he was met with an icy blast of water that sent chills down his spine, causing him to retreat hastily and shut off the tap. What the devil? Wasn't it supposed to be 24-hour hot water? Why is it so cold? He fumed, storming downstairs, clad in a hastily thrown-on garment. Old Wang, when I moved in, you assured me of 24-hour hot water. Why was the shower nothing but cold? Feng banged on a window, seething with indignation. Soon, a wrinkled yet sharp-eyed old lady peeked through the window. She was the landlord of the entire building, appearing to be in her 70s or 80s. With a visage that suggested the exhaustion of life, yet her acumen rivaled that of the young. The weather today was uncooperative, and the absence of hot water seemed quite normal. One could make do. When confronted by Feng's inquiries, the old lady merely offered a cursory response. Hearing this, Feng was nearly driven to exasperation. After all this time, was the entire building's hot water system powered solely by solar energy? It was only 20 degrees today. Who could manage a shower in such conditions? Chapter 34. Moving house in the face of Wang Po's intimidation, Feng remained undeterred and resolute. Although he had yet to become a contracted streamer, the rewards from the system had afforded him a modest fortune, making it effortless to rent a better place. Who can't boast? I'll tell you this. You won't find a cheaper rental in the entire metropolis. Wang Po's assertion held merit. The monthly rent here was a mere 500 yuan, a price often seen in many third or fourth-tier cities, let alone in the precious real estate market of the metropolis. To find an affordable rental without resorting to sleeping on the streets was already a considerable feat, How dare you mention a monthly rent of 500? Last month, my electricity bill was 500 and my water bill was 400. I simply cannot fathom how a person who showers only thrice a month could consume so much water. Feng's implication was clear. The onlookers above were well aware that Wang Pa had been tampering with everyone's utility meters, yet they dared not speak out. After all, while Wang Pa had her share of flaws, her prices were undeniably low. They were all struggling souls in this city, adhering to the principle of saving wherever possible. And thus, they could not overlook the opportunity Wang Pa provided. You, you'd better be gone by tomorrow. I refuse to believe there's no one else willing to rent this place. Leave. I'll leave when I choose. Feng resolutely ascended the stairs, not casting a glance back. Halfway up, he could still hear Wang Pei's shouts. Even though you've only stayed 3 days this month, you still owe rent and utility fees. Scoundrel. Feng muttered a curse under his breath as he returned to his room. When he stepped out, his parents had crammed numerous items into their backpacks, including seasonal clothing, bedding, and even pots, bowls, and electronic devices. The assortment of miscellaneous items was overwhelming, weighing at least 400 to 500 pounds. Though Feng had the means to replace everything, these belongings were imbued with sentimental value, having been brought from home, so he refrained from discarding them. After preparing all these essentials, Feng felt no desire to stream and simply lay back to sleep. Early the next morning, before Feng had fully awakened, a frantic knocking echoed through the door. Aren't you supposed to be moving? Why are you still here? Hurry up and open the door. My moving company is waiting. Hearing the familiar voice, Feng furrowed his brow. This old witch was truly a nuisance, pestering him early in the morning. Upon opening the door, apart from the hunched old woman known as Wang Pe, there stood a robust, brawny man, wearing a sly grin as he gazed at Feng. His expression resembled that of a butcher eyeing a pig destined for slaughter during the festive season. This is the mover I hired, a relative of mine who also bears the surname Wang. Out of respect for our kinship, he will only charge you 1,000 for this move. Feng immediately displayed a look of disdain upon hearing this. 1,000? Why don't you just rob me instead? Do you truly believe I am a fat pig to be slaughtered at will? Oh, Wang Master, greetings. Since you are the mover recommended by Wang Pe, I trust the payment has already been settled? Upon hearing Feng's words, the expression on Wang Master's face stiffened instantly. Do the youth of today possess no sense of decorum whatsoever? What's your problem? It is your move, not mine. Why should I pay for you? Wang Pe scolded him softly. What moving company are you calling? The emperor isn't in a hurry, but the eunuch is. Respect should be mutual. And facing the aggressive Wang Pe, Feng had no intention of offering her any goodwill. The folding bed, wardrobe, and sofa were all purchased by you. Take them all away. I do not wish to have them here before my eyes. Upon hearing this, Feng quickly realized. When he first arrived, the room was devoid of any furnishings, and he had personally acquired all the furniture. Thank you for the reminder, Wang Pe. I nearly forgot. After expressing his gratitude with a smile, Feng retrieved some rope from his backpack and began to bind the large items one by one. Observing Feng's unusual actions, Wang Master couldn't help but speak up. Surely he doesn't intend to carry all of this by himself? How could that be? Not to mention the large pile on the floor, just the sofa and folding bed alone must weigh at least 700 or 800 pounds. Wang Pe retorted without hesitation. Even though Feng was quite young, it was inconceivable that he could lift such a weight on his own. Feng, you cannot possibly think of carrying these items by yourself, can you? I have hired a mover for you. There is no need for such trouble. Within a few moments, Feng had managed to bind all of his belongings together, and Wang Pe began to panic. I cannot afford a $1,000 moving company. I shall do it myself. With that, Feng's mind flashed to a card he had drawn from the system's grand wheel, the strength card. Upon utilizing the card, an overwhelming surge of power enveloped his entire being. At that moment, Feng felt as if every strand of hair on his head was infused with an indescribable strength. Is this the effect of the strength card provided by the system? It is truly unparalleled. With a sigh of astonishment, Feng proceeded towards the floor to retrieve his belongings. Was he genuinely intending to move the luggage himself? Even Wang Master, who had assisted in moving over 1,000 households, could not help but feel astonished at this scene. Though Feng's possessions were not many, they collectively weighed nearly 1,000 pounds. How could an ordinary person possibly lift such a burden? Young individuals often exhibit an air of arrogance, but such attitudes typically dissipate once they encounter adversity. Wang Pe, being several decades senior to Master Wang, adopted a demeanor that suggested she had consumed more salt than he had rice in his lifetime. Master Wang himself found the situation rather unrealistic and donned the guise of a mere bystander. However, the subsequent events left both of them utterly astounded. Feng grasped the hemp rope and effortlessly hoisted the bundle and furniture onto his back. He even bounced slightly to find the most comfortable position, remarking, "Not too heavy." Really, this declaration rendered both Wang Pe and Master Wang speechless. Master Wang wondered, am I still on Earth? Is this even human? Meanwhile, Wang Pe was rendered mute, her dentures having fallen to the ground. Observing the dazed duo, Feng couldn't suppress a sardonic smile, thinking to himself, I hope I haven't scared them into a psychological shadow. As Feng descended the stairs, Chapter 35, Renting a Room unfolded. With each step he took, more residents peeked out from their doors. Why are there so many spectators? Feng mused, glancing at the open windows. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He retrieved his phone and stand, and promptly initiated a live stream. Why is Yiga streaming so early today? Queried one viewer. Brothers, a university student must rise early. Who understands? Another chimed in. Is Yiga playing Luna again today? I watched your Luna yesterday, and, brimming with confidence, I played around, achieving 192 and mentioning your name. It seemed apparent that this was an outdoor setting, not indoors. Thanks to the promotional efforts of Dehua, Hanhan, and others, Feng had transformed his online presence. Even at the start of a stream, hundreds would flock to his channel. Today, I won TB Gaming. I'm moving and doing some outdoor streaming instead, Feng said with a grin, pointing the camera at the substantial load on his back. The audience was left in awe. Wow, that is quite a hefty load. Is his head all right? Of course, his head was fine, as it was being supported by his back. How much do all these items weigh? A sofa, wardrobe, folding bed, rice cooker, gas canister, what on earth? The exaggerated scene had viewers' eyes widening in disbelief. Even those who had just entered the stream, still groggy, were now fully alert. Although this audience typically favored gaming skills, they certainly would not miss such a curious spectacle, an event colloquially termed eating melons. Last night, Feng had contacted a property in the heart of the Magic City, and that was precisely where he was headed. The journey was not short, spanning approximately 30 to 40 kilometers. However, for Feng, who had utilized a power boost card, it was but a trivial distance. Before long, he transitioned from the suburban area to the city center, drawing astonished glances from pedestrians with his exaggerated appearance. Is this child endowed with extraordinary strength? How could one person bear such a multitude of items? Despite the sheer quantity, each object is undeniably heavy, easily amounting to 800 or 900 pounds. If I possessed such strength, I could earn a fortune merely by moving bricks. Feng's exaggerated appearance soon attracted a crowd, as many were curious to investigate. After all, some believed these items to be mere plastic replicas, appearing heavy only in appearance. However, upon tactile engagement, even the most skeptical were rendered speechless. As time progressed, the number of viewers in Feng's live stream swelled, reaching a staggering 100,000 within a mere hour. Although many harbored doubts, there were also individuals eager to witness the spectacle, showering gifts generously. In a short span, the value of gifts soared into the thousands, explaining why some are willing to do anything for such tokens of appreciation. Observing the soaring popularity of his live stream, Feng felt a surge of elation. Once the system calculated his earnings, he would acquire tens of thousands of king coins. With this newfound wealth, he would be able to purchase system goods without hesitation. Indeed, life was becoming increasingly splendid by the day. After walking for quite a while longer, Feng's peculiar demeanor caught the attention of some social workers. Hello, young man. I am the foreman from Qiangxin Group, next door. Would you consider coming to our construction site to move bricks? I can offer you a princely sum of 1,000 a day. Young brother, I am a national-level weightlifting coach. Your physique is remarkable, a rare talent for martial arts. Have you considered bringing glory to our nation by breaking world records? Excuse me. Young man, I am a reporter from the metropolis. May I inquire whether your strength is innate or acquired? Upon hearing the mention of a reporter, Feng quickly lifted his gaze. The reporter, displaying great professionalism, not only extended the microphone but also gestured for the cameraman to focus on Feng. However, the first words that escaped Feng's lips nearly drove the reporter to frustration. Hello everyone, I am a Cat 2 streamer, primarily playing Luna. My room number is Feng 12138. Feel free to join and give a follow. Stop. Cut that segment. Do not broadcast it. Yet, the Metropolis news was live, making it impossible to cut away. Countless onlookers recorded the moment and shared it online. Due to the necessity of walking, Feng took a full 6 hours to traverse from the suburbs to the city center. Upon arriving at the coastal properties before him, Feng recognized that he had reached his destination. This area, even in the metropolis, is considered quite upscale. Given its proximity to the sea, it exudes a charm reminiscent of facing the ocean, where spring blossoms flourish. Brothers, I have arrived at my destination. I will end the stream now. This evening, I will be live streaming Honor of Kings. Once he concluded the broadcast and saw the substantial profit of 13,000 after deductions, Feng's face beamed with joy. The earnings from this single day eclipsed the total he had made in the previous 2 months combined. Indeed, with the aid of the system, a turnaround was merely a matter of time. Feng did not rush inside. Instead, he stood quietly outside the door, awaiting his system reward. However, after a considerable amount of time, the anticipated phrases failed to materialize, prompting him to voice his frustration. System, with all the popularity I just garnered, why have you not bestowed upon me my reward? You na-ve fool, I am the most formidable Wild King system. Only the popularity you accrue while live-streaming Honor of Kings qualifies you for my rewards. Engaging in these other activities will not suffice. Yi Feng, upon hearing this, was left speechless. He had always believed that any popularity gained through live streaming would be sufficient, only to realize that it was strictly limited to broadcasting Honor of Kings. However, upon reflection, it made sense, considering it was the most formidable Wild King system. Good day, are you Mr. Yi Feng, who reserved our room last night? At that moment, a man dressed in work attire with a buzz cut approached, exuding the typical demeanor of a real estate agent. Yes, you mentioned last night that you had available units for long-term stay. We do have available units, though the rent is somewhat steep, 10,000 a month. May I inquire if you... Had he heard such a statement in the past, Yi Feng would have turned and walked away immediately, yet now, his expression remained unchanged. 10,000 it is. The price seems quite reasonable. A seaside property in the city center at this rate is indeed not exorbitant. I would like to stay for 6 months. Where do I make the payment? Upon hearing this, the real estate agent's face nearly split into a grin, appreciating the directness of the inquiry. Chapter 36. Life is getting better. Originally, Yi Feng had intended to stream in the evening, but after completing his tasks, he arrived at 10 o'clock. Coupled with his exhaustion from the day, he decided to take a shower, change clothes, and indulge in a restful slumber. Meanwhile, in a studio located in a certain part of the Magic City, Hanhan was taken aback by her subordinate's report. What? You say that little rascal Yi Feng has achieved a popularity of 1 million? Even with her status, she was momentarily stunned. 100,000 online viewers? With such a crowd, could his Luna possibly be breathing fire? Indeed, the peak online count reached a staggering 140,000, with a cumulative audience of 500,000. Her subordinate continued to relay the astonishing figures. Hearing these exaggerations, Hanhan furrowed her brow. Whose fame has he latched onto today, the great immortal? Zhang Daxian, the #1 in Honor of Kings. He boasts millions of followers on the Cat's Tooth platform, achieving heat levels in the tens of millions, with online viewers never dropping below 100,000. Thus, Hanhan immediately speculated that Yi Feng must have capitalized on Zhang Daxian's popularity. No, he has relied on his own appeal. Today, he executed a stunt that has gone viral on short video platforms. His future traffic will likely soar even higher. After hearing her subordinate's report, even Hanhan, with her composure, felt a stir of anxiety. If Yi Feng were to be lured away by another platform, resulting in economic losses for Cat's Tooth, the repercussions would fall squarely on her shoulders. After all, she was currently responsible for signing new talents and uncovering potential newcomers. If her superior were to discover that she had overlooked such a promising newcomer, it would undoubtedly jeopardize her year-end bonus. No, I must swiftly take control of Yi Feng. Without hesitation, Hanhan picked up her phone and dialed Yi Feng. On the other end, Yi Feng had already completed his morning routine and was reclining on the pristine, soft mattress, feeling in indescribable comfort. Had I known this hotel boasted such a plush bed, I would not have burdened myself with so much luggage. It turns out that the Linhai property not only sells houses but also operates as a hotel. During holidays, the influx of people seeking accommodations only increases. Being a hotel, it surely cannot lack a single bed. The immaculate, plush mattress felt as tender as a woman's embrace, exuding warmth that stirred one's imagination and made one reluctant to depart. Just as Yi Feng was lazily rolling about like a cat, his phone rang. Upon seeing the contact name Cat Tooth Hanhan, a sly grin crept across his face. Hanhan had previously called him, although their conversation was rather lackluster. He had still saved her number. He initially anticipated a drawn-out negotiation lasting a week, yet unexpectedly, she called him so soon. Perhaps the rising heat of the day had instilled a sense of urgency in her. Have you considered how much guaranteed payment you will offer me? Yi Feng inquired directly. Caught off guard by his straightforwardness, Hanhan clenched her small fists in frustration. A B-level contract, with a base payment of 50,000, should suffice, right? Yi Feng remained silent, abruptly ending the call. Staring at the disconnected call, a bewildered Hanhan felt a sense of disbelief. How dare you hang up on me twice? In a furious huff, she redialed, only to be met with the message that the number was turned off. Please try again later. How dare you be so ungrateful? She muttered angrily, crossing her arms, her small forearms accentuating her curves. Ding dong. Amidst her anger, she heard a text notification. Opening her phone, she found a message from Yi Feng. If there is no sincerity, then do not engage in negotiations. If you are sincere, come to Magic City Linhai Properties 351 tomorrow for an in-person discussion. Seeing these words only fueled Han Ling's indignation further. How could he claim sincerity when he hung up on me twice? However, the thought of the potential income from signing Yi Feng stirred her resolve. In truth, her relentless haggling was motivated by the desire to maximize her earnings. After all, the income from signed artists is relatively stable, yet the value they generate will undoubtedly exceed the contract value, with the surplus being divided proportionately, enriching the editor's coffers. If Yi Feng were to agree to a C-level or D-level contract, Han Ling could potentially earn an additional 20 to 30,000 a month. With such earnings at stake, how could she not be driven to negotiate fiercely? As long as Yi Feng does not attain an A-level contract, I shall still have much to gain. Tomorrow, I shall confront him in person. Han Ling is confident that with her stunning physique and captivating beauty, coupled with a hint of vocal assistance, no man could withstand her charm for more than 10 rounds. Young lad, prepare to sign a B-level contract under your sister's expert guidance. While speaking, Han Ling lightly bit her lip, her enchanting gaze exuding an irresistible allure. Before long, noon arrived the following day. Brothers, it's time to go live. Have you missed me? After a restful night on the plush mattress, Yi Feng felt rejuvenated and, after a simple bowl of noodles, commenced his live stream. That must be the dog yearning for food. Some viewers remarked on how the host had managed to lift such weights the previous day. Clearly not an easy feat. Hey, are you streaming games? I thought you were about to lift something heavy again. They inquired about how he managed such a feat. You can't possibly train with weights regularly, can you? As more fans tuned in, they expressed curiosity about yesterday's events, and Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. It seemed his antics from the previous day had garnered him a substantial following. I've worked hard in the countryside since childhood. Lifting those weights was a mere trifle. As he spoke, Yi Feng rolled up his sleeves, showcasing his impressive biceps. That streamer has a backup plan. If the live stream doesn't flourish, he can always work at a construction site. With that kind of strength, I could even support a young model. Indeed, it felt as if he were operating on a cheat code. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Yi Feng quickly redirected the conversation. All right, let us focus on boosting our scores today. I still aspire to play Luna in the national server this month. His statement was met with mockery from the online audience. Brother Yi, I admit you are strong, but your Luna is merely a blue rank now, far from the national standard. Yi Feng felt a twinge of confusion. He had no friends in the bustling metropolis. Could it be a neighbor at the door? With curiosity, he opened the door. A fragrant aroma, reminiscent of orchids, enveloped him, refreshing and delightful. Before him stood a stunning woman, her pink hair cascading down to her slender waist. Her ample curves were accentuated by the fishnet stockings that clung to her legs, creating an alluring sight. In his youth, he had only been attracted to the slim and petite, unaware that a slight plumpness could be exquisite. The beauty before him, combined with the intoxicating fragrance, left Yi Feng, who hadn't seen a woman in half a year, momentarily speechless. He could hardly fathom how he was connected to such a woman. Could it be a trap? After a few seconds of stunned silence, Yi Feng discreetly averted his gaze from her legs and, with a hoarse throat, asked, "May I inquire who you are looking for?" Hearing his question, Han Ling took a small step back, lifted her chin slightly, confirmed the accuracy of the door number, and then said with a soft smile, "You must be Yi Feng." "Indeed, it is I. May I inquire who you are?" Although uncertain how the other party knew her name, Yi Feng felt an inexplicable familiarity in the voice. It took a moment to remember that they had conversed over the phone the previous evening. Han Ling gently bit her red lips, crafting a delicate and enchanting demeanor, evidently attempting to employ the charm of her beauty. However, after a rather intense morning, Yi Feng had attained a chilling composure, rendering such trivial seduction ineffective against him. "Are you the Han Ling?" Yi Feng inquired, a note of surprise in his tone. "Oh, have you been captivated by your sister's beauty?" Han Ling leaned forward, her buttons straining against the pressure, momentarily revealing an alluring glimpse. Being a head taller than Han Ling, Yi Feng found himself unable to resist swallowing hard at the sight before him. This woman did not strike him as virtuous. Han Ling stepped forward, boldly entering Yi Feng's room, swiftly closing the distance between them. Beyond the scent of her perfume, Yi Feng detected an unusual fragrance. "What are you doing? Trespassing into my home?" Having never been so close to a woman, Yi Feng instinctively retreated, startled. Were women now this audacious? Entering his home, without fear of him being some deranged killer? "Dear boy, I have come to discuss a contract with you. Is it too much to ask to enter your abode?" Han Ling's words dripped with innuendo. "Then let us speak of your sincerity. If it's merely about signing a basic contract, there is no need for further discussion," Yi Feng stated bluntly, his demeanor resolute. Noticing Yi Feng's unwavering stance, Han Ling's smile faltered slightly. She had never anticipated that, despite her efforts, he would remain unyielding, growing increasingly avaricious instead. Considering my voice is so distinctive. How could you forget me so swiftly? Hanhan continued, playing the emotional card. She believed that securing Yi Feng's signature would yield her a substantial income over the year. Thus, she aimed to negotiate fiercely. I received quite a number of calls yesterday. It is only natural to forget a few, Yi Feng replied with a gentle smile, causing Hanling's heart to skip a beat. As her body quivered, the allure of her form subtly shifted. Too many calls. Does that imply you have received offers from other platforms? A sense of urgency surged within Hanling, and her previously feigned demeanor dissipated. This is quite serious. I must consult my superior. Yi Feng was taken aback, perplexed as to what he had said to warrant such a swift change in Hanling's attitude. Observing her turning away to make a phone call, Yi Feng involuntarily scrutinized her figure from behind. The delicate and the broad. It would not be an exaggeration to call her a mesmerizing beauty, were it not for Yi Feng's far greater interest in wealth than in women. He might have impulsively agreed to sign an exceedingly unreasonable contract. After observing Hanling for a considerable time, Yi Feng felt a bit parched and poured himself a glass of water. Our superior has stated that we can offer you a high-level contract with a monthly salary of 100,000. Surely, you wouldn't refuse, would you? A monthly salary of 100,000? Yi Feng gasped in astonishment. Is it truly possible to earn such a sum in the streaming industry? 100,000 a month amounts to 1,200,000 a year. For an average person, 3 million is already sufficient for a comfortable life. 100,000 a month? Yi Feng murmured to himself. To claim he was not moved would be a lie. His parents were farmers, and for them, 10,000 yuan was an astronomical figure. Seeing Yi Feng furrow his brow in contemplation, Hanling felt a surge of triumph within her. In truth, her superior had commanded her to secure Yi Feng's contract with Cat Tooth at any cost, highlighting the importance placed on him. Nevertheless, even with her superior's directive, Hanling still sought to profit for herself by proposing a high-level contract. Judging by the current situation, the results were quite favorable. So, little brother, are you satisfied with this offer? Noticing Yi Feng's prolonged silence, Hanling pressed further. As she appeared to be in a winning position, Yi Feng's wavering resolve vanished, replaced by a sense of caution. This woman was inscrutable, and he could not discern the truth behind her words. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. It seemed he would need to employ some underhanded tactics. Do not fault Yi Feng for his wariness. It was his first foray into the world, and he certainly did not wish to end up stripped of everything. Mind-reading card, activate. As he silently uttered these words, his eyes seemed to possess the ability to perceive all. When he looked at Hanling, her thoughts were laid bare before him, as if he were reading a book. After a moment of observation, Yi Feng felt a mix of anger and frustration. What? Am I to be treated like a fool? He never anticipated that Hanling would drive such a hard bargain, leaving the enticing contract still below her true expectations. A monthly base salary of 100,000, with a requirement for live streaming hours. Yi Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret as he noticed Hanling's utter lack of remorse. However, he was not one to backtrack. Since they had reached an agreement, there was no need for alterations. Hanling retrieved the contract from her briefcase, hastily adjusting some figures, and then handed it over. Observing such a hasty procedure, even Yi Feng, who was typically indifferent to details, could not help but voice his discontent. Is this how it's done? After all, it is a large company. Shouldn't a new contract be drafted? Having something is better than nothing. Yet one must not be overly fastidious. After making some simple amendments, Hanling promptly submitted the contract. A brief glance revealed no glaring flaws, and Yi Feng decisively inscribed his name. Perhaps we could share a dinner sometime, he suggested, retrieving the contract. Hanling did not miss the chance to cast a flirtatious glance at Yi Feng. A monthly salary of 1 million, a figure that far eclipsed her own earnings, was difficult for Hanling to regard with her usual composure, even when it came from a subordinate. Another time, as I am still in the midst of a live stream, she remarked. If that is the case, I shall not intrude further, she added, her figure gracefully turning as her pink tresses brushed delicately against Yi Feng's face. With a light step, she swiftly approached the door. Dear brother, do remember to think of your sister, she said, pouting her lips and blowing a charming kiss toward Yi Feng. He shuddered, goosebumps erupting all over. Fortunately, Hanling refrained from further mischief and genuinely exited the room. It would be wise to maintain a distance from such a temptress. Yi Feng felt a lingering apprehension. He could not shake the feeling that Hanling was a ravenous enchantress, a woman akin to a rose, beautiful from a distance, yet perilous to approach. Gentlemen, now that the matter is settled, let us return to the live stream. Yi Feng resumed his position in the gaming chair, ready to continue. but was momentarily stunned as the chat was flooded with comments about dear brother. It dawned on him that their conversation had been overheard by the audience. The onlookers, ever eager for gossip, wasted no time in teasing him. Is the soundproofing really that inadequate? Feng lamented, feeling a wave of despair. He had not anticipated that their dialogue would carry through the walls separating the bedroom from the living room. In truth, the audience had not caught much. Only the last exclamation of dear brother, which had been rather loud. Aside from that, their exchange had been largely inaudible. All right. Allow me to demonstrate what it means to master Luna in the national server, Feng declared, logging into his account. Observing the peak score of 2,300, many viewers who had been watching for days began to stir with excitement. Wait, wasn't he at 2,100 just 2 days ago? How did it rise so swiftly? Is this for real? Is this still Yigu's previous account? Furthermore, Luna had achieved a golden rank. Surely this was a sign of foul play. Witnessing the astonishment of the viewers filled Feng with pride. Although he had not streamed his peak matches in recent days, he had diligently played each night before sleep. With his exceptional skills as Luna, it was undeniable that he dominated the competition. Thanks to the system's assistance, he experienced what it was like to climb the ranks effortlessly. Feng opened the battle statistics panel, and the flamboyant display dazzled the eyes of the online audience. Alas, who is truly losing in this game? How is it that I continue to emerge victorious? His arrogant tone, paired with an infuriating expression, incited a flurry of keyboard assaults from netizens. No wonder I faced 5 consecutive defeats yesterday. It was all because you won. The more he flaunted his conceit, the more irksome it became. Handsome as he might be, his exceptional gaming prowess left no room for others to thrive. I refuse to believe this. The streamer must have hired a booster. Unless he plays with my account for a couple of matches. The audacity of his calculations was so blatant it felt as if the abacus beads were bouncing off my face. As the netizens engaged in heated discussions, Feng initiated a peak matchmaking. Soon enough, he found himself matched for a duel. Upon entering the interface, he declared, "Brothers, I will be playing jungle. I trust no one will object." With that, he showcased his jungle rank, 117, the king of the national server. Such prowess was indeed intimidating, leaving others reluctant to contest positions. Listening to the familiar voice, Feng was momentarily bewildered, then perplexedly typed 2 words, Hanhan? Indeed, he had encountered Hanhan once more. At that moment, Hanhan mistakenly believed Feng to be one of his adoring fans, and with a smug demeanor, he proclaimed, "Yes, I am Hanhan, the top player reigning supreme in the 18th peak competition." As these words left his lips, the atmosphere in Feng's live stream shifted dramatically. Hello everyone, I am Wei, a streamer who has been discussed to the point of nausea this season. Though Hanhan's skills may falter, his awareness was commendable. How many streamers could break into the top 10 solely on intuition? When combined with skillful execution, he had been propelled out of the top 100. I thought you were just a petty critic, but you were even more ruthless, playing both sides. Feng gazed at the barrage of comments in his livestream and could scarcely fathom how Hanhan's own chat was reacting. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Hanhan's approach had indeed garnered him a wave of immeasurable fans. While the detractors were indeed harsh, they were not malicious. They were merely instigators. Moreover, their criticisms were not mindless. They discerned the context, akin to the nature of petty critics. May I play jungle? Feng refrained from revealing his identity and instead shared his performance with Luna. Record, 35 matches, win rate, 100, gold and silver medals, 350. Such an almost absurd record elicited gasps from his teammates. Wow, brother, you are incredible. A perfect record with all gold medals. Are you playing on a Smurf account? You didn't get that record from ranked fishing, did you? Unless you can lead me to victory this match, I find it hard to believe. Impressive. Oh great one. Please carry me. At that moment, Hanhan was equally taken aback by Feng's statistics displayed on the first floor. Then allow me to take the lead. Feng responded with a smile. Hanhan, adept at sensing the wind, found it increasingly difficult to decline. The viewers in the live streaming room seized the opportunity to mock relentlessly. This is my cow tail. Winning is utterly impossible. If one could win, why would one bother? As the score rises, others will naturally acknowledge you. This statement holds true, as many contrarians often resort to discussing ranks. However, this compromising demeanor is truly embarrassing for me. Upon hearing Feng's agreement, Hanhan felt an indescribable joy. Just then, an unexpected comment appeared in Hanhan's live stream. Brother Han. It seems the jungler on the opposite side is Warm Sunday. The match had concluded, with both sides banning 3 heroes, making it easy for viewers to identify which streamers had clashed. What? Did we collide with Warm Sun? Hanhan was astonished. Having frequently battled Warm Sun, He was well aware of the latter's prowess. A professional player and owner of the skin for Jing, Warm Sun had long been entrenched in the pinnacle matches with a score of 2,500. Any label associated with him declared one truth: Warm Sun is formidable. To think we encountered Warm Sun? How unfortunate. Hanhan's tone was tinged with frustration. Although he had a general understanding of Yifeng's skills, he did not believe Yifeng could contend with Warm Sunday. After all, the disparity between professional players and casual streamers is not trivial. Even an average training player would rank among the elite in the realm of streamer kings. Moreover, professional players seeing Yifeng still considering picking Luna, Hanhan hastily interjected. Brother Yi, the jungler on the opposite side, is Warm Sunday, don't play Luna. Yet, before Hanhan could finish his sentence, Yifeng on the first floor swiftly locked in Luna without a hint of hesitation. Goodness, playing Jing against Luna? Won't that backfire? Hanhan's concerns quickly materialized in reality. Upon seeing the opposing team select Luna, Warm Sun promptly locked in his signature hero, Jing. This is disastrous. Simply witnessing the jungler choices made Hanhan envision his crystal shattering. There was no remedy. Although he believed Yifeng's Luna was strong, it could hardly surpass Warm Sun's Jing, could it? Observing Hanhan's half-spoken words, Yifeng felt no fear. Rest assured, it's just Warm Sun's Jing. I'm not afraid. As soon as these words left his mouth, the viewers in the live stream and his teammates began to express their disbelief. Dude, you've gone too far. Even the #1 Luna in the nation wouldn't dare say such a thing. Indeed, even the legendary player, Wei Liang, would yield to Warm Sunday. Although you might dominate in the pinnacle matches at the 2,000-point rank, I still believe you lack the prowess to contend with those two. Precisely. To be acknowledged as the #1 in the nation, you must present irrefutable achievements. Every beginning is challenging. Take it slowly. As live streaming has gained momentum, it is only natural for him to contemplate strategies for gaining points and climbing the ranks. Upon realizing that the opposing jungler, Jing, was none other than Nuanyang, his teammates did not succumb to despair. Rather, they unveiled their signature heroes. This indicated that a momentous showdown was imminent. Soon, the heroes for both sides were finalized. The red team, Yifeng's side top lane, Sun Tzu jungle, Luna mid lane, Zhou carry, Marco Polo, Hanhan, support, Lian Po the blue team, top lane, Hua Mulan jungle, Jing mid lane, Shishir carry, Gongsun Li support, Zhang Liang observing the seemingly absurd level of crowd control from the opposing team. Yifeng could not help but furrow his brow. It was a daunting lineup, prompting him to consider bringing a Purify spell. With nearly 10 forms of crowd control among the 5 opponents, it was no wonder Yifeng felt overwhelmed. Not to mention the knockups and pulls. Even the suppression from Zhang Liang and the silence from Hua Mulan were more than he could bear. Although Yifeng's skills with Luna had significantly surpassed those of his peers, the system was not infallible. When pinned down by Dong Huang and Zhang Liang, he was bound to face defeat. Witnessing Yifeng's furrowed brow, the viewers in the live stream transformed into spectators, easily reading his apprehension. Could one not feel anxious facing such a composition? Even the illustrious Luna would likely perish twice in this scenario. If Hanhan were to take on Luna, seeing this lineup, he would probably hesitate to engage. As the audience engaged in discussion, the match successfully commenced. Welcome to Arena of Valor. The enemy will arrive in 5 seconds. All troops advance. Teammates move towards their designated positions, while Yifeng hesitated. Opting for a red buff could help him avoid an encounter with Nuanyang in the blue area. Yet, this would effectively cede the entire blue zone to Nuanyang, a result he was unwilling to accept. Zhou, brother, just go for the standard blue start. We will help you defend the blue area. Lian Po. Indeed, Zhou and I clear lanes rapidly, so you can rest assured to start at blue. Their reassuring words warmed Yifeng's heart. Indeed, he was not alone in this battle. He had teammates. In his previous experiences playing as a blue-collar jungler, he had always prioritized his teammates' economy. How was it that after only a few days of playing a core jungler, he felt like a solitary warrior? Thank you, everyone. I will ensure we emerge victorious. Yifeng promptly expressed his gratitude. Lian Po. Hey, why say such things? We are all teammates. Zhou. Exactly, let's work together. Encourage one another and refrain from insults. This is the essence of the game. When Arena of Valor first launched, many players were novices, and everyone encouraged each other without resorting to insults. It seemed that the joy of gaming lay simply in the act of playing together. As time progresses, the current players often place excessive importance on winning and losing, pressuring their teammates intermittently. When conflicts arise, they seldom contemplate resolutions, instead resorting to blame. In Chapter 40, Red Zone countered, a perplexing situation unfolds. Did the opposing team fail to prepare for a counter-invasion? The unusual behavior of their mid and support players leads Yi Feng to harbor doubts. Under normal circumstances, if the allied jungler intends to counter, the mid and support would swiftly clear their lanes to assist. Yet, the opposition's mid and support seem more focused on harassing rather than lane clearing, which instills uncertainty in Yi Feng. Before long, the allied mid and support finish clearing the mid lane. Lianpe promptly arrives at the river's brush, searching for any hidden threats. However, his efforts yield no results. Having scoured every brush, he finds no trace of Jing, which causes him to feel a sense of unwarranted triumph. It appears that the opposing player, Nuanyang, has recognized that their mid and support cleared the lane too swiftly. Abandoning the counter-invasion, Zhou Yu acknowledges Lianpe's thoughts, suggesting that such a possibility cannot be dismissed. Listening to their conversation, Yi Feng finds their reasoning somewhat valid, yet not entirely convincing. It is only at the moment he secures the blue buff with his smite that a flash of insight strikes him, who decreed that a counter-invasion must target the blue buff. Upon grasping this crucial realization, Yi Feng immediately signals for a gathering in his red zone, articulating through voice chat that Nuanyang's initial target is not the blue, but rather his red. Their unwavering focus on the blue has left the red zone completely unguarded. Consequently, if Nuanyang intends to invade, it would be a straightforward endeavor. Lianpe exclaims in disbelief, while Zhou Yu reports that there is no red left in the pit. Likely all taken. Zhou Yu, now positioned at the Three Pigs, hastily conveys the status of the red pit. Yet, Yi Feng suspects the situation is more intricate. Counter-invasions are inherently constrained by the jungle's protective mechanisms. Even with Jing possessing double smite, such rapid clearing is implausible. It is evident that the monsters were merely pulled into the brush. Yi Feng makes a decisive move, and Zhou Yu obediently utilizes his second skill, Flame Arrow, targeting the brush. An indicator appears in the upper right corner, signifying the brush, accompanied by an exclamation mark. Upon clicking, an announcement echoes, "Caution, there are enemies in the brush." Indeed, there are adversaries concealed within. As Zhou Yu approaches the brush, he employs a skill to dislodge two opponents lurking inside. At this moment, Jing has already been reduced to half health under the combined assault of Zhou Yu's flames and the red's onslaught. Despite witnessing this, Nuanyang exhibits no fear. Instead, he dons a confident smile. "Thank you." With deft speed, he strikes both the red and Zhou Yu with his skill, executing his smite. The dual punishment of both the doppelganger and the main body allowed for an effortless acquisition of the red buff, while simultaneously enabling Jing to ascend to level 2. Warm Sun exhibited remarkable speed, swiftly elevating his second skill and instantly unleashing it upon Zhou Yu. Leveraging Jing's unique passive mechanism, he refreshed his first skill with ease. Without a moment's hesitation, Jing approached the dragon pit and executed his first skill, departing with remarkable grace. Astonishingly, this strategy was exceedingly clear, leaving Zhou Yu feeling frustrated. "You were too hasty, thus becoming a stepping stone," he lamented. Meanwhile, Hanhan, who had been suppressed beneath the tower by Gongsun Li, maintained his gaze upon the jungle. At this juncture, he succinctly articulated the situation. Had it not been for Zhou Yu being struck by Jing, Warm Sun would not have been able to unleash a second first skill. Consequently, Zhou Yu could have continued to chip away at Jing's health. Zhou Yu, caught off guard at first, repeatedly expressed his apologies. This was not merely due to Hanhan's status as a prominent streamer, but rather because his explanations were undeniably sound. This misstep stemmed from his overwhelming desire to ascertain the situation within the brush, leading to a rather elementary error. "It's merely a red buff," Yi Feng remarked at that moment. Lianpe quickly concurred, stating, "Indeed, it's just one red. Letting it go is quite acceptable for Luna." Sun Tzu, who had been engaged in a fierce battle on the side lane, interjected, "Exactly. How many national server Lunas encounter Warm Sun only to start with a 0? This outcome is already quite commendable." With the comforting words of his teammates alleviating much of Zhou Yu's guilt, he felt somewhat relieved. However, Yi Feng's subsequent statement left everyone in astonishment. "We cannot allow him to have it so easily. Let us counter the red buff together." As soon as he spoke, both viewers and teammates expressed their disbelief. "What? Did I hear you correctly?" they questioned, uncertain if they had misheard. "Brother Yi, you're not feeling unwell today, are you? You intend to counter Warm Sun's red?" Hanhan was the first to voice his skepticism. The notion of Luna countering the jungle monsters was shocking enough to leave an impression for an entire year, especially given that this Jing belonged to Warm Sunday. As the teammates confirmed they had not misheard, they began to dissuade him. Lianpe said, "Brother, patience is key. The situation lost now can be regained later." Zhou Yu added, "Indeed, as long as you can develop, it's quite feasible to overcome Jing." Sun Tzu chimed in, "Do you even believe what you're saying?" A silence fell over them. They were all acutely aware that Jing excelled in the early to mid-game, while Luna thrived in the mid to late game. If he were to be suppressed, he would face relentless pressure, ultimately leading to an inexplicable defeat. Thus, when facing such a dominant jungler, Luna needed to roam across lanes to amass experience and gold, shifting the burden onto her teammates. This was a common approach when facing a disadvantage in the jungle. However, in this match, Feng was unwilling to adopt such a course of action. Having finally experienced the essence of the game, he did not wish to disrupt the delicate atmosphere. "It's all right, you can trust me," Feng declared, and he could distinctly sense the silence that enveloped the team voice chat. However, this silence was fleeting. "All right, today I shall indulge in a bit of madness with you," he continued. The guilt that weighed on Zhou Yu for having let Jing slip away solidified his resolve to accompany Feng in this escapade. "Lian Pe, if you're going, I shall join as well. It is unacceptable to miss out." Chapter 41. Luna's counter-jungle Warm Sun remarked that the opposing team might have encroached upon their jungle. Upon witnessing the enemy's mid-lane duo clear the lane and head towards the red zone, she promptly reported their movements. Warm Sun was the backbone of the team, playing a crucial jungler role, thus he naturally became the focal point of their strategies. Upon hearing this, several teammates expressed their astonishment. "Gong Sunli, what? Luna is countering Jing's jungle? Surely, I must have misheard." Zhang Liang. It seems the enemy has lost their senses. Even Mulan, resting in the fountain, joined in the mockery. What is the difference between Luna entering Jing's jungle and Sun Wukong entering Liu Bei's jungle? Just as everyone assumed Luna's actions were a reckless gamble, Warm Sun, who took every match seriously, did not perceive it as a farce. As a professional player, he understood Feng's intentions clearly. He must have noticed my low state and wishes to reclaim the momentum. In a typical match, the opposition would surely fear Jing's prowess and refrain from counter-jungling. Yet Feng was different. Bold and skilled, he chose to defy convention and directly counter the jungle. At that moment, Warm Sun remained in the blue zone, while Feng's Luna had already commenced her assault on the red. With Zhou Yu's fiery assistance, the red's health plummeted swiftly. Sun Tzu and Lian Pe immediately targeted Peiqi's family, evidently intent on executing the counter-jungle strategy to the fullest. With their intentions laid bare, it became abundantly clear to all. This counter-jungle was no mere ploy, it had genuinely commenced. Who would dare believe that Luna was encroaching upon Jing's territory? Moreover, this Jing was none other than Warm Sun, a prominent professional player. What was the difference between this and someone relieving themselves atop him? However, if Warm Sun were to make a choice now, it would be 1,000 times more challenging than Feng's earlier decision. Currently, he could not return to Feng's red zone to continue farming. If he merely consumed the blue zone quietly, he would lose an entire set of Peiqi monsters, which would undoubtedly be a significant setback for Jing. This red must not be relinquished. With jungle protection mechanisms in place, he must fight for it. True to his professional caliber, Warm Sun quickly formulated a plan after a brief contemplation. Were he an ordinary player, he might have deliberated for ages, only to find that by the time he made a decision, everything would have been lost. With Warm Sun's tactical decision, the intensity of their harassment grew increasingly fierce. Yet, with Lian Pe and Sun Tzu shielding the front lines, Shi and Zhang Liang found themselves at a loss. "Let us retreat. The jungle counter has concluded." As the confrontation continued, Feng suddenly spoke up. It turned out that, with Zhou Yu's fiery assistance, he had successfully claimed the red buff. With the red buff no longer in play, further incursions into the jungle seemed futile. His teammates quickly responded and retreated from the river mouth of the landing phase. The blue zone still had minor monsters available, and Feng seized this opportunity to transition from the blue zone to the red zone. However, this left Nuanyang in a difficult position. Just as Feng and his team retreated, Nuanyang had only just arrived at the mid-lane health pack. With Feng's team having completely withdrawn, Nuanyang could only hastily consume the river crab in the mid lane before returning to the blue zone to continue farming. This back and forth wasted considerable time. At this point, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Nuanyang was at a disadvantage. Frustration gnawed at him. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would never have chosen to invade the enemy's jungle. Now, the result was a failure that cost him dearly. Feng not only reclaimed the red buff, but also devoured an additional set of Peiqi monsters, establishing a significant economic lead. Astonished at how smoothly the counter-jungle had gone, Zhou Yu returned to the mid lane, reflecting on the experience. Accompanying Luna in the jungle was a first for him. It was exhilarating, far more thrilling than a solo kill. Sun Tzu felt equally emboldened. However, following this skirmish, he found himself down to half health. Fortunately, he had secured the first blood and, combined with the Peiqi monsters, would soon reach level 4. At that point, he might even have the opportunity to take down Hua Milan. Meanwhile, Hanhan was utterly astonished. He could hardly believe that Yi Feng dared to invade the enemy jungle knowing that the opposing mirror was Nuanyang. If it were him, even 100 lives would not embolden him to do so. Could it be true that he had actually played Luna to counter Nuanyang's mirror in the jungle? Hanhan's eyes widened in bewilderment, as if questioning the viewers in the live chat. Why are you looking at me? Pay attention to Luna and learn from her. Viewers echoed his sentiments, expressing their disbelief. It wasn't just Han. The audience in Yi Feng's live stream was equally shocked. Wait, Luna countering mirror in the jungle? Is this for real? The opposing mirror is Nuanyang. Yigo, how could you dare? One must admit, simply having the audacity to invade the mirror's jungle already set Yi Feng apart from the majority of domestic Luna players. Many domestic Luna streamers often opted for patience in the early game, only to showcase their prowess in the mid to late game once properly equipped. None compared to Yi Feng, who retaliated immediately against any grievance, providing a spectacle for all to behold. Brothers, watch closely and learn. I will defeat the #1 mirror in the nation. As a streamer, one naturally must exude confidence. Yet, such bravado comes with the risk of inciting the ire of the audience. You've gained a slight advantage, and already you're boasting? The opposing mirror is Nuanyang, after all. Do you think professional players are joking with you? Recently, the streamer has been ascending ranks at an astonishing pace, floating above the fray. One can only hope that Warm Sun will take decisive action. Despite widespread skepticism regarding Yi Feng, his ever-increasing popularity attests to the efficacy of his strategy. Now that he has successfully secured a contract, Yi Feng's current focus lies in acquiring more King S coins. Although he has requested a homepage recommendation from Hanhan. To truly grow and strengthen, he must rely on his own endeavors. After completing a round in the jungle, Yi Feng has smoothly reached level 4. Concurrently, Warm Sun's mirror has also attained the same level. The two, as if connected by an unspoken bond, have both set their sights on the development route. The reason is simple. Both the mid lane and support players from each side aim to create opportunities in the bottom lane. Thus, the lower lane has become a congregation of activity, with both teams surrounding the river, probing for openings. Shishir swiftly flashed forward to engage with her first skill. Thread of Binding, securely ensnaring Hanhan's Marco Polo. Just as Shishir prepared to withdraw, Hanhan promptly used Purify to escape. Chapter 42. The bewildering maneuver of Warm Sun. Although Zhou Yu was caught by Shishir, the absence of mirror meant that relying solely on the enraged Gongsun Li was insufficient to inflict substantial damage. Moreover, with Lian Pan nearby causing disturbances, Gongsun Li could not focus on dealing damage. At this moment, Warm Sun remained on the periphery. He would not advance unless Luna made an appearance. If he could eliminate Luna, the jungler's early momentum would be completely disrupted. Simultaneously, Warm Sun would then take control of Yi Feng's red zone. This illustrates the critical reason why a jungle core cannot afford to fall in the early game. Warm Sun thinks this way, and so does Yi Feng. However, at that moment, his gaze suddenly shifted to Hanhan, who was clearing minions in the bottom lane, seemingly indifferent to the fate of his teammates. Truly, Han the Emperor is a curious character. Possessing godlike awareness, Yi Feng comprehended Hanhan's intentions and decided not to linger. He unleashed his first and third skills on the nearest Shishir, joining the fray. Unable to contain himself, had he finally resolved to take action? Witnessing this scene, Warm Sun could not suppress a cold smirk. Once Luna's health dipped below 2/3, he was confident he could deliver a fatal blow. This is the confidence of a top-tier mirror player. As Luna joined the team fight, Warm Sun ceased his prior actions and began making his way toward the battlefield. Although Yi Feng entered the fray as a latecomer, he undoubtedly became the focal point of the enemy's assault. In an instant, the target of several attacks shifted from Zhou Yu to Luna. What have I done to deserve this relentless targeting? Yi Feng lamented as he observed his health plummet to half. Were it not for the enemy's skills having been nearly expended, his current condition might have been even more precarious, possibly leading to an instant defeat. Despite his dire state, Yi Feng did not retreat. He needed to buy time for Hanhan's ultimate ability. Having reached level 4, I inquired if I could draw upon the wisdom of Giguzi. At that very moment, Hanhan's voice resonated from the team's voice chat. In that instant, relying on the lunar mark adorning Shishir's forehead, Yi Feng soared towards the positions of Gongsun Li and Zhang Liang. Before Gongsun Li could employ her first skill to escape, Yi Feng unleashed his second skill, drawing the two together. Simultaneously, Hanhan activated her ultimate ability and charged forward. As Marco Polo arrived beside them, he began to spin at lightning speed, unleashing a barrage of bullets from his dual guns. Amidst the chaos, laughter echoed through the team voice chat. Is it typical for players in the green field to exhibit such behavior? No sound effects from the skin, yet it possesses its own auditory flair? After a brief moment of playful sarcasm, Yifeng demonstrated his remarkable hand speed, executing a blistering 133-hit combo that swiftly depleted Zhang Liang's health. Having claimed his first kill, Yifeng immediately shifted his gaze to Gong Sun Li. At that moment, Gong Sun Li had escaped the grasp of Luna's second skill. However, having already utilized her first skill, her only means of escape was through her third skill. Yifeng was acutely aware of this. Just as Gong Sun Li prepared to toss her umbrella towards the tower, Luna executed a basic attack, swiftly maneuvering behind her. As Gong Sun Li cast her third skill, Solitary Crane breaking the dawn, she flung her umbrella, inadvertently pushing Luna away. As Gong Sun Li retrieved her umbrella, she was startled to find Luna standing right beside her. When on earth did this guy get behind me? Gong Sun Li couldn't help but feel astonished. After being caught off guard by Marco Polo's ultimate, her status had already plummeted. Although Yifeng and Luna were also in poor condition, they were undeniably in a stronger position compared to Gong Sun Li. The two engaged in another fierce skirmish, ultimately resulting in Gong Sun Li being finished off by Luna's basic attack and punishment. A double kill was achieved. At the same time, Shishir succumbed to the combined assault of Zhou Yu and Lian Po, with Zhou Yu securing the kill. What a flawless team fight this has been. A 0-4-3 exchange, and Hanhan was filled with exhilaration. Thank goodness I eliminated Yun Zhongjuan beforehand. Otherwise, your ultimate might not have targeted Gong Sun Li. After spending considerable time communicating with the Slander Group, Yifeng had developed a certain aptitude for initiating team fights. Welcome Yi Gu to the Slander Group. Let us appoint a leader for him. Isn't this banter akin to initiating an ultimate right in someone else's face? It seems Niu Wei might be driven to despair. Just as the barrage of comments predicted, Hanhan felt quite wronged after Yifeng's remarks. Yi Gu, this approach will leave you friendless. Despite often being teased by the Slander Group, it didn't mean he was entirely indifferent. Yet, after enduring such jibes for a while, he had grown somewhat accustomed to them. My apologies. Yifeng quickly corrected himself. Meanwhile, the warm sun finally arrived on the battlefield. He never anticipated that a moment of advantage in team combat could swiftly turn into a complete annihilation. Alas, he had underestimated the opposing Luna. To be honest, when the adversary selected Luna first, Nuanyang felt a sense of disdain. After all, he was a renowned player of the national team, and even facing Baimu, he was confident in securing an upper hand. Yet now, not only had he failed to gain an advantage, but he was also being thoroughly suppressed by the opposing Luna. This reality compelled him to take the situation more seriously. Although his teammates had all perished, and he was left with merely half his health, Nuanyang felt no fear whatsoever. Utilizing his 12th skill to maneuver beside Marco Polo, he unleashed his first skill, swiftly eliminating him. Oh no, Nuanyang is about to reap the rewards. Hanhan exclaimed in despair. Among their team, the only one in decent condition was Lian Po, with a third of his health remaining. The others were essentially one-hit targets. Just as Hanhan had predicted, Nuanyang's gaze was fixed on everyone. He executed his third skill, Shadow's Embrace, using Lian Po as a springboard to launch himself towards Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu reacted with remarkable speed, casting his 213 fire to stun Nuanyang. However, as a professional player, Nuanyang was well aware of Zhou Yu's intentions. He swiftly repositioned himself, leveraging a brief moment of invulnerability to evade the control. Upon closing in on Zhou Yu, a single basic attack was sufficient to eliminate him. Without even casting a glance at Lian Po, he exited the scene. Chapter 43. The red buff is a gift. Yifeng expressed profound confusion regarding Nuanyang's actions. He could hardly fathom that such a low-health mirror would dare to provoke him. Such audacity is considered a serious faux pas among professional players. At the moment the crescent moon strike eliminated Nuanyang's mirror, the entire match seemed to freeze momentarily. If it had merely been two random players, the spectators might not have been so astonished. However, the fact that this maneuver was executed by Nuanyang, everyone was likely to be left in utter shock. After all, Nuanyang was a distinguished professional player. How could he commit such a fundamental error? Yet, what transpired was undeniably real. Compelling belief. The barrage of comments reflected the viewer's astonishment. Was that really Nuanyang's handiwork? Had I not checked Nuanyang's livestream, I might have thought the opposing mirror was a novice. Come on, Hanhan, stop playing and return the phone to Nuanyang. Meanwhile, Nuanyang gazed at the dim screen, his eyes momentarily lost in thought. To be frank, the disgraceful performance he had just exhibited was hard for him to reconcile as his own. Observing the flurry of question marks in the livestream chat, Nuanyang could only manage a wry smile. Brothers, please stop the insults. The team fight was dreadful, and I truly lost my composure. If it weren't for my teammates' 3-for-0 exchange, I wouldn't have been so eager to achieve results, leading to such a reckless play. Though the actions of Warm Sun were undeniably clumsy, his teammates dared not utter a word of dissent. After all, they had just been outplayed in a 3-for-0 exchange, while Warm Sun had secured all the kills for their team. How could they dare to criticize him? The cost of Warm Sun's blunder was not merely the loss of his own life. It also afforded Feng a significant opportunity for growth. Having consumed a health pack and regained some strength in the lower lane, he managed to farm a wave of minions. Thanks to the evolution crystal's function, Luna's health quickly restored to nearly full. In this condition, there was no need to return home. He could even attempt to take down the tyrant. However, just as he was about to request Hanhan's assistance in slaying the tyrant, the latter spoke first. Brother Yi, it's been 4 minutes. Could you spare me a red buff? The request from Han Tiandi for a red buff at the 4-minute mark was nothing unusual in the realm of King S glory. Asking for a greeting was considered quite polite. Typically, players would simply take the red buff without a word. Go ahead and take it. But make haste and help me with the dragon afterwards. Feng acquiesced to Han Tiandi's request for the red buff, feeling it necessary to compensate for having taken a wave of minions from him. Thank you, Brother Yi. Han smiled as he collected the red buff, landing a couple of hits on the tyrant before heading toward the farming lane. Rest assured, with this red buff you've graciously given me, I shall surely pierce through the enemy Gongsun Li, Han declared with ambition. I have no expectation that you will pierce through Gongsun Li. Just make sure you don't throw it away immediately. Although Han's marksman skills were commendable, he was merely a substitute player. Compared to seasoned marksman players, there was inevitably a gap in skill. Thus, Feng regarded Han's boastful statement as little more than a jest. Not a chance, even if I fall. This red buff will not end up in the hands of the enemy. Just as those words left his lips, as Han prepared to clear the minion wave, a flash of golden light erupted from the nearby brush. At level 4, Zhang Liang activated his ultimate ability, linguistic manipulation, effectively pinning Han in place. Meanwhile, Gongsun Li, witnessing Zhang Liang's hold on Han, unleashed a flurry of attacks. Every skill was used in conjunction with basic attacks, causing Marco Polo's health to plummet. Oh, so we're playing dirty, are we? You'd best finish me off during Zhang Liang's ultimate. If you leave me with even a sliver of health, prepare for my retribution. With that fierce declaration, Gongsun Li intensified her assault. Han quickly learned the harsh truth that those who speak the fiercest often endure the most brutal blows. Marco Polo was already fragile in the early game, and Gongsun Li's damage output was extraordinarily high. Han barely withstood the duration of Zhang Liang's hold before he fell. The red buff then shifted to Gongsun Li's possession. Brother Han, your speed in handing over the red buff is simply beyond my imagination. The red buff had barely lingered in Han's hands for 3 seconds before it transferred to Gongsun Li. It was no wonder that Feng would harbor some disdain. It is truly not my fault. Who would have known that there was a Zhang Liang lurking in the bushes? If there is someone to blame, it should be Lianpe. Had he been by my side, my demise could have been averted. Han directly shifted the blame for his demise onto Lianpe, leaving him utterly bewildered. He had merely assisted Feng in slaying the dragon. How did he end up bearing the brunt of the blame? Brother Han, that is quite unjust. After finishing off the dragon, my health was critically low, leaving me no choice but to retreat, Lianpe protested. After engaging in a team battle and aiding Feng in the dragon fight, he was already drained of health. Should he venture to the development lane to rescue Han, he would undoubtedly meet his own demise. Do not worry, I will handle the two down below, he assured. Upon witnessing Gongsun Li eliminate Han, Feng declared their impending doom without hesitation. After dispatching the tyrant dragon, he found himself at half health, harboring delusions of taking down 2 opponents. Yet, Zhang Liang lacked his ultimate ability, leaving the door ajar for opportunity. It is in your hands now, Brother Yi. Han uttered his final words. Meanwhile, the duo in the development lane remained blissfully unaware of the looming danger, preoccupied with whittling down their health. Be cautious. The enemy Luna is still in the lower lane, warned Nuanyang, well-meaning and perceptive. With the tyrant lurking in the lower jungle and Luna having just claimed it, it was evident that she would be in the vicinity. Do not fret. Luna is likely at half health and poses no threat, Gongsun Li, emboldened by the red buff, confidently asserted. However, he was not entirely mistaken. Even with the restoration from the evolution crystal, a Luna emerging from the tyrant battle could not possibly be at full strength. At best, she would be at half health. With Luna at half health, Gongsun Li still felt assured in his ability to maneuver. You all do your best. Do not fall prey to a double kill. It was encouraging to see his teammates brimming with confidence, and Nuanyang did not wish to extinguish their hopes. However, as Feng emerged from the bushes in the development lane, the two could not help but take a few steps back. "Brother Yi, perhaps we should reconsider. I feel a bit anxious with you at half health," Hanhan suggested. Given the recent team battle, he had a newfound respect for Feng's skills. Yet, Luna was indeed at half health, while their adversaries were at full strength. It seemed prudent to avoid confrontation rather than recklessly charge forward. Nevertheless, Feng disregarded Hanhan's counsel, unleashing an indescribable speed. A visual spectacle was about to unfold. After being ensnared by Luna, Zhang appeared noticeably flustered. Executing a flash towards the tower, he aimed to cast his first skill, Lingyan Barrier, at Luna's feet, hoping to momentarily incapacitate her with the 4 gold medals. Yet, he grossly underestimated Feng's reflexes. The instant he flashed, Feng's fingers danced across the attack wheel, swiftly locking onto Zhang. With a deft maneuver, he evaded the 4 gold medals through a basic attack's displacement effect. "Is this still human?" Zhang exclaimed in astonishment. He could hardly fathom that someone could evade skills with mere basic attacks. However, the limitations of human effort do not extend to the capabilities of the system. Utilizing a basic attack to swiftly close the distance to Zhang, he executed his 3rd skill, Lunar Assault, without waiting for Gongsun Li's follow-up. As he distanced himself from Gongsun Li, he merely triggered the lunar mark atop Zhang Liang's head. The art of lunar control was indeed mastered to perfection. Observing Luna stepping out of his attack range, Gongsun Li felt a surge of anxiety and promptly used his first skill, Return to the Moon, to move closer. He aimed to inflict as much damage as possible with his red buff and basic attacks. After all, Feng's current target was still Zhang Liang. He was uncertain how long Gongsun Li's fragile form could withstand the onslaught once the focus shifted to him. Unbeknownst to him, Feng was awaiting just that moment when Gongsun Li advanced. After landing a basic attack, Gongsun Li began his offensive against Luna. Yet, as he unleashed his first basic attack, Luna transformed into a streak of light, charging towards them. This was troublesome. He had fallen into a trap. The strength of Luna lies in her ability to control the moon. In the early game, her damage is not particularly high, and her skills have lengthy cooldowns. Thus, maximizing damage requires mastering the lunar control technique. Only through this mastery can one achieve optimal damage. Feng once struggled with this, but since acquiring the system, he realized that lunar control is simply a matter of having hands. Although Gongsun Li recognized the predicament, his fingers remained glued to the basic attack button, rendering him incapable of swiftly switching to his first skill. Consequently, he could only endure Feng's playful assault. Once Feng successfully shattered the lunar mark on Gongsun Li's head, the latter returned to his original position for the first skill. Feng, however, paid him no mind and applied the lunar mark to Zhang Liang once more with a basic attack. He then pierced through with his 3rd skill, subsequently unleashing his 13th skill to trigger the effect of Runic Blade, sending Zhang Liang back to the fountain. "Is this Luna truly human?" Zhang Liang murmured to himself. In the span of mere 2 seconds, so many actions were executed, leaving him in awe. He had encountered many high-ranking Lunas, yet none exhibited the fluidity of the one before him. After eliminating Zhang Liang, he leveled up again. The effects of the evolution crystal became evident once more, as Luna's health bar began to rise steadily, leaving Gongsun Li in a state of astonishment. Could this be part of his plan? The answer was affirmative. With the system at his disposal, Feng could instantaneously simulate countless scenarios and select the most successful method of execution. Even with the red buff, it was exceedingly difficult for Gongsun Li to create distance in the face of Feng's relentless approach. Each point of his umbrella's fall was effortlessly tracked by Feng. This sensation left Gongsun Li utterly powerless, as if Luna were aware of the very color of his bitter tea seeds. Soon, Gongsun Li could no longer withstand the pressure and was slain single-handedly by Luna. An unstoppable force. The triumphant commentary echoed throughout the canyon, sending a chill down Nuanyang's spine. Despite being told not to engage, they continued to fight, and now 2 kills were handed over so easily? This was absurd. It felt as if this opponent knew his every thought. Gongsun Li was filled with frustration. Having played thousands of matches as a marksman, he had never felt so powerless. Even when he faced Baimu before. "How's it going, brothers?" After achieving a double kill, Feng eagerly inquired about his teammates. "Zhou Yu, 6666, 666, 6666 Lian Pe. Incredible, incredible, incredible. Hanhan, what a display. If I possessed even half of your skill with Luna, I wouldn't even regard Weiliang as a threat." Niue's statement was not made in jest. Although his skills with Luna were lacking and he did not possess the national standard, His understanding and awareness had already reached the level of the national server. He was well aware of the difficulty Feng had just encountered in controlling the moon. He certainly could not replicate it. Even Baimu, with Weiliang present, would not have the same smoothness as Feng. However, Hanhan's comment instantly drew the ire of netizens. Weiliang and Baimu. Hanhan, please refrain from dragging us into your boasting. Niu Wei, stop watching. No matter how many times you see it, you won't learn it. How dare you speak to me, Emperor Han? Even if his eyes were trained, his hands would not follow. As the match continued, both sides exchanged kills. Yet, Feng's team was clearly superior, as they pushed the minion wave to the high ground by the 10-minute mark. Nuanyang's team, generally lacking in reach and with a utility player in the mid lane, chose to turtle in response to the advancing minion wave. Consequently, the Shadow Lord fell into Feng's hands at the 10-minute mark. Glancing at the 3 lanes, Feng decisively placed the shadow power in the top lane. With a swift black veil flashing through the top lane, the opposing minion wave vanished, transformed into gold, and was distributed among Feng's 5 players. Following this, he sent a voice message, "Brothers, you 4 push mid, I will handle the top alone." His teammates naturally had no objections. In a mere 10 minutes, Feng had already showcased his prowess. Chapter 45, Surfing the High Ground. Positioned in the opposing lane, Feng had a complete view of Nuanyang's every move. Using his ultimate to clear minions, he must not know how to spell death. Feng's tone was laced with mockery. Theoretically, with the dragon minions supporting, the mirror could only use its ultimate to clear minions. Yet, at the 10-minute mark, the game had progressed into the late stage. Without his ultimate, the mirror's combat effectiveness would plummet. Among the opposing 5, only Nuanyang's development was decent. Now that the mirror lacked its ultimate, it was the perfect opportunity for Feng to press the advantage. If he wished to act, he would do so. As the essence of the warm sun shifted onto the body of the dragon soldier, Feng, who had been patiently waiting nearby, sprang into action in an instant. With both his first and third skills unleashed simultaneously, he struck the warm sun directly. The warm sun, well aware that this was not the opportune moment to confront Feng head-on, quickly repositioned, retreating to the safety of the turret. However, he underestimated Feng's mastery of the moon control technique. With a deft basic attack, he closed the distance using the defensive tower, subsequently applying the moon mark to the surrounding minions with his second skill. His third skill then pierced forth with great force. In the blink of an eye, he once again caught up to the warm sun's mirror image. Astonishingly swift. In that very moment, the warm sun finally comprehended the exceptional prowess that Feng's Luna possessed. Such a keen and rapid pursuit strategy is unattainable without thousands of games played as Luna. Though pursued by Luna, the warm sun did not yield easily. Instead, he initiated a series of swift maneuvers akin to the flying thunder god technique. The warm sun's mirror had one less item than Feng's Luna, compounded by the shameless acquisition of the frost storm item by Feng, which drastically reduced the mirror's damage output. This item is utterly vexatious. It ought to be removed, he lamented. Without the Starbreaker, his attempts against Luna were akin to mere scratches. Yet, what transpired next would astonish the warm sun for a lifetime. Just as his team approached to eliminate Feng, the latter ceased to be discreet. His godly hand speed was on full display at that moment, executing infinite moon control with apparent ease. The concepts of jittering and spiraling drift became effortless in Feng's hands. Even under the assault of 5 opponents, he commenced a high-ground surfing mode. Despite the flurry of skills unleashed, not a single ability grazed Luna's hem, with only a few basic attacks managing to inflict any damage upon Feng. This was nothing short of enlightenment. The warm sun could no longer maintain his composure, as he could clearly see the erratically darting Luna still had the leisure to maneuver and cast her skills. At that point, even if someone accused Feng of cheating, the warm sun would wholeheartedly believe it. Amidst the intensifying battle in the top lane, Feng's teammates finally remembered him. By this time, Feng had successfully eliminated the opposing Gong Sun Li amidst the 5-person brawl. "Luna, I'm here to assist you," he called out. With that, Lian Pa charged ahead, using his first skill, Burst Charge, to pass through walls before unleashing his ultimate. Sun Tzu executed a daring leap over the boat and wall. The uncontrollable husky battleship surged into the throng of 5 enemies, instantly sending 3 of them flying. Had it not been for the invulnerability effect of the warm sun's ultimate during his repositioning, it would have likely sent 4 airborne. Before the 3 could land, Lian Pa flashed forward, unleashing his fully charged third ultimate, shaking the very ground, and sending the trio soaring once more. Although Han Tiandi's jungling skills were lacking, he possessed a discerning eye. In the midst of a relentless onslaught from the opposing team, It was evidently an opportune moment for him to escalate his strategy. With a swift application of his 23rd skill, he boldly initiated a barrage of laughter. After viewing countless videos and live streams, Feng increasingly perceived Honor of Kings as a game dictated by vocal prowess. It seemed as though without the operator's vocalizations, inflicting damage was impossible. Expressions such as laughter and expressions of triumph echoed throughout the battlefield. Nevertheless, it must be said that while vocalizations do not augment damage, they undeniably instill a sense of momentum and dominance. As Marco Polo made his entrance, the health of Warm Sun plummeted rapidly. Zhou Yu, ever the opportunist, ignited the ground beneath the feet of the combatants, causing the heated floor to send Warm Sun darting about in distress. The three players who were knocked airborne sought to escape, yet Sun Tzu would not afford them such an opportunity. With a skill that induced dizziness, he incapacitated them once more, and as the stun effect waned, they were sent flying again, under the absurd control exerted over them. The names above their heads transformed from peak summoner to knocked up and stunned. Throughout this entire ordeal, apart from Warm Sun's momentary flight, the others remained powerless, subjected to a relentless barrage that led to their downfall. The team fight concluded swiftly with a total annihilation, a flawless execution from Feng. Achieving a staggering 0-for-5 exchange, Warm Sun found himself at the brink of despair. It was one thing to falter in a peak match. It was another entirely to perform so poorly in a professional setting. However, blaming his teammates seemed an unrealistic stance, and Warm Sun reluctantly accepted his defeat. Yet, a flicker of curiosity regarding the identity of this Luna sparked within him, for even among the top players, few could claim victory against his mirror. Upon viewing the results screen, Warm Sun noted his 432 performance score, rated 82, marking his team as the defeated. In stark contrast, Feng boasted an 803 performance score, rated 143, placing his team in triumph. The disparity in performance was unmistakable. Observing Feng, a player he had never encountered before, Warm Sun wasted no time in filing a report. In his view, the ability to evade skills while showcasing such prowess was utterly exaggerated. Even he, a professionally trained player, could only achieve such feats in peak condition. The likelihood of someone like Feng dodging nearly every skill was beyond his capabilities. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream noticed Warm Sun reporting Feng and flooded the chat with comments revealing Luna's identity. However, the intensely focused Warm Sun had no time to glance at the comments. After completing his report, he saved a copy of the video and promptly ended the stream. The audience was left in stunned silence. On the other side, in Feng's stream, he basked in the glory of effortlessly defeating Warm Sun, exuding an air of pride. Although his Luna had yet to reach national server standards, the victory over Warm Sun was a significant achievement. In the following matches, Feng undoubtedly continued his winning streak, with his peak match score rapidly approaching 2400. It is noteworthy that just a few days ago, Feng's peak match score was a mere 2,100 points. Within a span of merely a few days, it has surged by 300 points, a speed that can only be described as monstrous. Brother Yi, your ascent in rank is astonishingly rapid. At this rate, you will surely enter the top 10 of the peak matches in just a few days. What advantage does such rapid ranking hold? Can he surpass my Dehua's decline? Your words leave me utterly speechless. It appears that Dehua has plummeted by 400 points recently, dropping from 1900 directly to 1500. Has he really reached 1005? No, I must play, lest I find myself ranked beneath him. Meanwhile, in the Team S office, Yang Peng responded promptly to the sound of a knock at the door. Come in, he called out. Coach, while playing peak matches just now, I encountered an incredibly outrageous Luna. I have a recording of it. Could you take a look? Said Nuanyang as he entered the office. An incredibly outrageous Luna? Upon hearing Nuanyang's request, Yang Peng furrowed his brow. He was well aware of Nuanyang's discernment. If he deemed something outrageous, it must indeed be extraordinary. Send it to my computer, and I shall review it. All right, Nuanyang responded, promptly sending the footage of his match against Feng to Yang Peng's computer. As Yang Peng clicked play, he adjusted his glasses, eager to witness the so-called outrageous Luna that Nuanyang had described. Nuanyang fast-forwarded to the final team battle. After watching for a while, Yang Peng was utterly astonished. The Luna's maneuvers struck him like a thunderbolt. The fluidity of her movements, the trembling text, the spiral drifts, the exquisite positioning, left the experienced Yang Peng in a state of shock. As a coach, he prided himself on having witnessed every conceivable outrageous play. Yet now he realized that what he had previously seen paled in comparison to the Luna in the video. Nuanyang noticed Yang Peng's astonishment and remained silent, allowing him to absorb the information. Yang Peng repeatedly slowed the playback, wishing to analyze each frame in hopes of uncovering irrefutable evidence of Luna's technological prowess. However, as fatigue set into his eyes, he found no definitive proof, only lingering suspicion. Nuanyang, did you report him after the match? Yang Peng suddenly inquired. Nuanyang shook his head. I reported him immediately, citing the use of third-party plugins, but to no avail. Even before coming here, I had informed someone within the official team. Yet they insisted there was no issue. It was quite common for professional players to have connections within the game's official circles. Yang Peng stroked his chin thoughtfully. In the realm of competitive play, false accusations are rare, but if he isn't cheating, this is truly outrageous. After pondering fruitlessly, Yang Peng conceived another plan. Perhaps your Douyin account could post this video and solicit the audience's opinions? Upon hearing this suggestion, Nuanyang merely scoffed. Isn't asking the public merely a futile endeavor? Regardless of whether the videos are subjected to scrutiny or deemed worthy of research, netizens generally align themselves with one of two factions. One group asserts that those who cannot achieve something must be cheating, while the other insists that those who excel are also likely cheating. This incessant debate, fraught with heated exchanges, often leads to no definitive conclusion. Such discussions serve merely to stoke the flames of popularity and pique interest. As Yang Peng humorously relayed to Nuanyang. With a resigned nod, Nuanyang exited Yang Peng's office, clutching the video in hand. The day swiftly passed, and the video posted on Nuanyang's account quickly gained traction, buoyed by Douyin's vigorous promotion. The exaggerated tone paired with an equally sensational title piqued the curiosity of many netizens. The following day, Feng awoke from his slumber upon a comfortable mattress. Taking his time to rise, like any habitual late riser, he reached for his phone and began to browse Douyin. As he entered the app, he was met with the sight of a girl in a fishnet outfit, her pear-shaped figure twisting and turning on the screen. Instantly, Feng, who had been bleary-eyed just moments before, became alert, his eyes widening in astonishment. Douyin truly is a marvelous invention. Such sights would have been unattainable for the impoverished in ancient times. With a sigh of reflection, he tossed a crumpled tissue onto his bedside. After watching a few more videos featuring cheerful dancers, Feng began to applaud with both hands in a gesture of affirmation. However, his attention was soon snagged by a video title that seemed to promise intrigue. Professional player Nuanyang suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the enlightened Luna. Is this the power of technology or humanity surpassing technology? At that moment, Feng could no longer contain his disbelief, muttering disparaging remarks to himself. The current media indeed has a flair for hyperbole. Does anyone truly understand the prowess of the enlightened Luna? Shouldn't there be more diligence in the portrayal of a professional player's performance? The title Enlightened Luna carries greater weight than a mere top-tier Luna, as it signifies a level attainable solely through meticulous programming and coding, a standard beyond the reach of ordinary players. Consequently, many online now brand themselves as Enlightened Luna following a remarkable play. Despite his criticisms, Feng persevered in his viewing, driven by curiosity about the formidable Luna that had bested professional player Nuanyang. Yet, upon witnessing the screen shake, the high ground surfing, the extreme positioning, and the flawless team fight resulting in a 5-0 exchange, he found himself utterly bewildered. Wasn't this the very match where he had collided with Nuanyang? Indeed, this Luna could rightfully be called Enlightened Luna. It was not mere self-praise. With a system that enabled him to achieve godlike proficiency with Luna, Feng could genuinely claim the title of Enlightened Luna. Compelled by curiosity, he ventured into the comments section. This is clearly a hack, with those movements. How could it not be cheating? Dude, do you watch the live streams? The player behind this Luna is Feng. He streamed the gameplay and still calls it cheating. Isn't Feng just a hacker? A few days ago, I lingered around the pinnacle of the competition at 2,100 points, and in the blink of an eye, I have ascended to 2,400. Is it not a case of cheating? Indeed, the comments section reveals a myriad of opinions. In Chapter 47, The King's Great Roulette. After creating a new account, Feng simply posted a video. The central theme of his message was to assert that he is the one and only absolute enlightenment Luna. The fervor surrounding absolute enlightenment Luna is astonishing. Within merely half an hour, there were thousands of comments. You might think it has gone viral, but in truth, only a scant few offered their likes. What could account for such a discrepancy between the number of likes and comments? Perplexed, Feng ventured into the comments section. To his astonishment, he discovered that nearly 1,000 comments were predominantly scathing. Bro, are you a clout chaser? Why do you feel the need to ride on every wave of popularity? The disdain for such opportunistic individuals was palpable, as they asserted false claims of identity. What kind of video evidence do you have? Just declaring yourself as absolute enlightenment Luna. Who would believe that? Although the Luna character in question was indeed played by Feng, how could he substantiate that he is, in fact, Feng? Faced with a torrent of skepticism, Feng opted not to retaliate. After all, it would be futile to engage with a crowd of thousands intent on disparaging him. Proving his identity should not be an arduous task, or so he thought. After a brief moment of self-reflection, Feng tidied his appearance and activated the camera to commence his recording. For those who have witnessed my live streams, I am the genuine Feng from Cat's Claw. The Luna from that match was indeed played by me, and many were present to bear witness. He continued, "Today, I record this video to officially announce my arrival on Deyun. If you enjoy my content, please follow me, as I will be regularly streaming on Cat's Claw." Upon completing the recording, Feng promptly shared the video. Given the previous video's impact, many intrigued viewers would navigate to Feng's profile to verify the authenticity of his claims. Once they accessed his profile, they would encounter this newly released video, eventually distinguishing truth from fiction. However, an even more pressing matter loomed before Feng: the intricacies of video editing. Though his gaming prowess had reached an elite level with the aid of the system, how could he establish a foothold on Deyun without the skill of video editing? Should he reach out to Hanhan? This notion was swiftly dismissed. He had no desire for dealings with such a ruthless individual. Enlisting her help with editing would likely cost him tens of thousands over the course of a month, and granting her control over his account would result in significant losses. Yet, learning to edit from scratch was a daunting prospect. While mastering basic editing software might not be overly complex, producing captivating and dynamic content undoubtedly required a certain level of expertise, an expertise Feng found himself lacking. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. The host discovered a skill called Master Editor in the system's marketplace, which could be acquired if one possessed sufficient King's coins. Master Editor? Feng pondered, intrigued by the name that exuded an air of prestige. The Master Editor is a skill that elevates the host's editing prowess to its pinnacle. Upon acquisition, your editing skills will reach cinematic standards. Cinematic standards? Feng gasped in astonishment. With the rise of short videos, their quantity had long surpassed 1 billion. Yet, among these countless short videos, those that achieved cinematic quality were exceedingly rare, perhaps non-existent. This underscored the extraordinary potential of the Master Editor skill. If Feng possessed such a capability, editing gaming videos would be as effortless as a university student tackling elementary school problems. Let me see how many King's coins this ability requires. With a flicker of thought, the system marketplace materialized before him. As his gaze swept across the offerings, he quickly located the Master Editor. To his dismay, it required a staggering 200,000 King's coins. Feng exclaimed in disbelief. Although he had garnered a decent amount of traffic the previous night, it had only rewarded him with 50,000 King's coins. The King's coins he possessed had all been spent on a lottery a few days prior, leaving him with merely 50,000. The gap between his current holdings and the price of the Master Editor was nothing short of daunting. System: are there any other means to acquire King's coins besides live streaming? Despite the exorbitant prices, Feng was confident that there must be alternative ways to earn King's coins. Certainly, aside from the Lucky Roulette, there is also the King's Roulette. What is the King's Roulette? Feng inquired. He had already experienced the Lucky Roulette, which had yielded impressive results, earning him tens of thousands. However, this was his first encounter with the concept of the King's Roulette. The Lucky Roulette allows for the exchange of King's coins for real currency and items, while the King's Roulette offers virtual currency and virtual items. Virtual currency and virtual items? Indeed, virtual currency comprises King's tokens and King's coins, while virtual items include hero proficiency and various abilities. Upon hearing such powerful features, Feng was immediately incensed. Why hadn't you mentioned such a remarkable opportunity sooner? Given the current landscape, the prizes from the King's Roulette appeared to far surpass those of the Lucky Roulette. In the past, you could not afford the King's Roulette, so informing you was of little consequence. What do you mean by that? Feng was profoundly confused. Was the cost of participating in the King's Roulette different from that of the Lucky Roulette? The entry fee for the King's Roulette is 5,000 King's coins per attempt, with a complimentary spin after 10 attempts. So expensive? Upon hearing the system's stated price, Feng felt utterly disheartened. 5,000 King's coins for a single attempt. In other words, after toiling diligently to amass 50,000 King coins, he realized it was merely sufficient for a single 10-draw attempt. The stark contrast left him engulfed in a profound sense of defeat. Money is indeed hard to earn, yet it is all too easy to squander. Do you wish to continue with the lottery? At this moment, Feng found himself in a tumult of indecision. Although Han Ling had promised him a month of recommended placement on her homepage, generating king coins through traffic would require at least 3 to 4 days. Currently, he was at the nascent stage of a burgeoning popularity if he did not expedite the establishment of his Douyin account. It would not be long before the platform was inundated with content. Chapter 48. All in is a form of wisdom as the grand wheel of fortune spun. A plethora of enticing items materialized before Yi Feng's eyes. The most abundant offerings were those enhancing abilities, such as physical augmentation and stamina enhancement, each a coveted aspiration for every man. Yet, for Yi Feng, the paramount concern was the quantity of king coins. The aspiration to draw the coveted editing master was, without doubt, a mere fantasy. He held no illusions regarding this matter. As the wheel gradually decelerated, the prizes began to manifest one after another. King coins 10, 000. King coins 20, 000. King coins 10, 000. King coins 10, 000. In total, he had drawn approximately 70,000 king coins. While he had recouped his initial investment, the gap to reach 200,000 remained substantial. However, this was of little consequence, for he had also secured several other items. King coupons 5, 000. King coupons 5, 000. King coupons 5, 000. King coupons 5, 000. Upon viewing these virtual currencies, Yi Feng furrowed his brow. 5,000 king coupons appeared to be a significant amount. Yet in reality, it equated to a mere 500 yuan. It paled in comparison to the several tens of thousands in cash from the lucky wheel. These king coupons were of little use to him. Due to his family's circumstances, Yi Feng was not inclined to spend money on games. He believed that these funds would be better spent dining with loved ones or indulging in good food with friends. All the skins in his account had been gifted by an online admirer, and he had not spent a single penny. Lottery concluded. Do you wish to continue? Just as Yi Feng was lost in thought, the system prompted him for a second time. This round of the lottery had yielded 70,000 king coins and 30,000 coupons. Although the quantities had increased, they fell short of the 200,000 he sought. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Feng opted to continue the lottery. However, this time, fortune seemed to elude him. He only managed to secure 30,000 king coins and 70,000 coupons. The coupons were increasing, while the king coins dwindled. For a fleeting moment, Yi Feng felt as though he were gambling. After suffering a loss, the urge to stake everything in hopes of a turnaround felt strikingly akin to gambling. Just as Yi Feng contemplated whether to withdraw, the system's voice echoed once more in his ears. The lottery has concluded. Does the host wish to continue? Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from further attempts, as luck seemed to be against him. With the signs of loss already apparent, Yi Feng began to entertain thoughts of pulling back, of cutting his losses in time. After all, the King's coins are merely virtual currency. There is nothing to lose by trying. The system quickly countered, eager to incite him back into the fray. Yielding to the system's persuasion, Yi Feng conceded that since the King's coins were not cash, he might as well proceed, as there was no real risk involved. In fact, there was a chance for a modest gain. Without the courage to gamble, how can one turn the tide? As my host, you ought to learn to take risks. Gambling is a form of wisdom. First gamble. Second gamble. Third gamble. Fine, I will gamble. It's not as though I can resist the system's incessant nagging. However, upon revealing the reward of this round, his expression darkened instantaneously. Congratulations, host, you have received 100,000 points. 100,000 points, and nothing else. Not a single King's coin to be found. This meant that in this lottery, Yi Feng had lost even the bitter tea seed he had hoped to salvage. Insufficient King's coins detected for further lottery attempts. The grand wheel of fortune is now closed. System, I suspect this is deliberate, though I lack the evidence. Yi Feng growled. How could that be? As your system, I am here solely to assist you, never to harm you. Yi Feng scoffed, pondering that if the system truly wished to help, it could simply provide him with whatever he needed. After ordering a simple takeaway, Yi Feng rose to freshen up. Having signed a contract, he felt invigorated to work. After all, a monthly salary of 100 was certainly motivating. Within an hour, having prepared for his work, Yi Feng was ready to go live. What title should he use for the stream today? He murmured to himself. The title of a live stream is of utmost importance, akin to the title of a book or the subject of an essay. A captivating title is essential to draw viewers in. Otherwise, no matter how skilled one might be, an empty stream is futile. After much contemplation, Yi Feng still could not devise an explosively engaging title. Just then, a glance at his substantial 20 points sparked an idea. Of course, I could host a skin giveaway. This crowd of freeloaders would undoubtedly not want to miss out. 20 points equate to 2 in cash. I wonder how many epic skins I could give away with 88 points. If I were to give away skins, I could likely attract a considerable wave of freeloaders to my stream. Besides, having already signed a guaranteed contract, coupled with the system's rewards, all that was needed was an audience. Thus, for Feng, whether or not to shower gifts holds no significance. All that matters is the presence of people. With the prospect of a live draw, he could give away an epic skin for a loss. With this notion in mind, crafting a captivating title for the live stream became a breeze. By the way, system, these credits are acquired through legitimate channels, right? Feng suddenly inquired with a hint of concern. An account suddenly brimming with such credits would surely attract the attention of the official authorities. The loss of the account would mean a significant setback. Rest assured, host, what the system provides is of unparalleled quality. The credits you have obtained are purchased through lawful means and will not be flagged, the system assured him. With this reassurance, Feng felt a weight lifted from his shoulders and commenced the live stream. As the stream began, within the blink of an eye, a dozen individuals entered the room. Feng had now cultivated a loyal following, a stark contrast to the days when no one paid him any mind. Brother Yi, are you really giving away skins today? Chapter 49, the livestream skin giveaway goodness. Although I am nearsighted, surely I am not hallucinating. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 50,000. Even 200,000 credits? This must be a trick. It has to be an issue with my eyesight. I should get it checked tomorrow. To enliven the atmosphere. These longtime fans preferred to blame their vision rather than accept the reality that Feng had amassed 200 credits. I truly purchased these. A few of my old fans who are friends with me in the game can attest to it. I've already sent the skins over, if you don't believe me. Check your accounts. When Feng first began live streaming, he had more gaming companions than professional boosters. Thus, many old fans had friend slots available. Upon hearing this, several higher-tier fans promptly exited the stream. However, it wasn't too long before they returned. Oh my goodness, Brother Yi actually gifted me the Doomsday Mecha skin for Sun Xiang. My absolute favorite. I've always thought it too expensive to purchase, yet today my wish has been fulfilled. Brother Yi knows I play as Yao and directly gifted me the Cloud Eagle Flying General. What a delight. How is this fair? Why did I receive the 5-on-5 Black Festival skin for Yao? This is infuriating. As time passed, the number of viewers in the live stream soared to over 1,000. In the past, Feng would have deemed such a scenario unimaginable. Yet now, he felt it was merely ordinary, and even found himself somewhat disheartened for not meeting his expectations. After all, he was no longer the person he once was. Is he truly giving away skins? Is there really such a stroke of luck in this world? How could skins possibly be given away? I'm just here to watch the spectacle. I too find it rather unrealistic. Those claiming to have received skins are likely paid actors brought in by the streamer. Many remain skeptical, believing Feng was merely toying with them. After all, streamers are not fools. The notion of freely giving away skins seems far-fetched. Wealthy individuals possess their riches. But what does that have to do with you? One cannot impose moral obligations on others simply because they have more money. This is unrealistic. My friends, you can all witness my tokens. Today, when I say I'll give away skins, I truly mean it. To instill more trust among the newcomers and reduce skepticism, Feng revealed an account with 20 tokens. With tangible evidence, the voices of doubt diminished significantly. After all, wealthy individuals are not foolish. No one would frivolously spend 20,000 yuan. Various unusual occurrences can only affirm one truth. This streamer genuinely intends to give away skins. Allow me to clarify that the skin giveaway is indeed real. Shortly, I will display a QR code for you to scan. You must compete with your speed and internet connection. If you successfully scan the code, I shall present you with an epic skin. Moreover, should I lose in this game, I will directly offer a legendary skin. As soon as the words left his mouth, the live chat erupted with excitement. Just as Feng anticipated. Most netizens who surf the internet relish the idea of free rewards. Naturally, they are keen on an event that offers returns without expenditure. It is quite understandable for them to abandon their favorite streamer to linger in Feng's live stream for the chance of a free skin. Is what the streamer says true? You say that people from Huaxia do not deceive one another. Can everyone participate, or are there prerequisites? Although Feng's offer is incredibly generous, many netizens still remain cautious. All that is required is my endorsement to participate. As Feng continued to clarify the conditions for entry, many began to lower their defenses. After all, displaying a token costs only a few yuan. The prospect of acquiring an epic skin is indeed a lucrative deal. If Feng were to lose a match, offering an additional legendary skin would be an even greater windfall. Weighing the pros and cons, numerous netizens perceived a profitable opportunity and eagerly began to display fan banners. Many even shared this news with friends and family. hoping to increase their chances of winning. Within just a matter of minutes, the live stream's popularity surged to an astonishing level, even showing signs of surpassing the previous night's figures. Observing the steadily rising viewer count, Feng could not suppress a satisfied smile. He was convinced that if he could maintain this momentum today, he would achieve unprecedented statistics. At that point, 20 King tokens would no longer seem astronomical. Isn't the streamer going to commence the lottery? Indeed, with over 10,000 viewers in the room. If the lottery doesn't start soon, the opportunity will vanish. A 1 in 10,000 chance. I am the chosen one. You're no chosen one. Don't squander all your luck in one place. Watching the eager comments flood the chat, Feng recognized that the moment had arrived. Since everyone was so impatient, let us not dilly-dally and commence with today as first lucky viewer. Everyone, prepare your phones to scan the QR code. As Feng finished speaking, the netizens erupted in enthusiasm. Some find themselves without a spare phone, overwhelmed by their busy lives. Others fret about their internet speed, wishing they could perch directly atop the router. Meanwhile, some watch live streams with a reverent demeanor before the Buddha, all in hopes of acquiring coveted skins. As the countdown reached its conclusion, 3, 2, 1, Feng scanned the QR code to log in. In an instant, someone successfully logged in via the scan. Goodness, that was quick. Feng pondered momentarily, questioning the absence of any delay, yet he dismissed it and proceeded to enter the game. This is rather amusing. I've drawn the absurd name eating excrement. Feng could hardly contain his amusement. If you live stream yourself eating excrement, be sure to call me. I promise to bestow upon you a legendary skin. At that moment, the viewers in the live chat continued to lament their own misfortunes. While their own failures were regrettable, the successes of others were even more heart-wrenching. All right. Not winning isn't the end of the world. There's always another chance, so let us refrain from wailing. Turning back to the host, Feng inquired, what skin do you desire? After briefly soothing the viewer's spirits, Feng returned to the matter at hand. While he could easily grant an epic skin, he still asked symbolically. Upon hearing about the legendary skin, the host and viewers erupted with excitement. Legendary skins cost 168, and with the epic skins at 88, this gesture amounted to nearly 250 yuan. It was enough to stir even those who were merely students. And even some working individuals found themselves tempted. Better to act than to hesitate. The fan banners surged once more. One viewer remarked, there's a temple nearby. I'll go pray for good fortune. Another quipped, superstitions aside, I'm heading to the telecommunications tower. I'll max out my internet speed. As the viewers debated fervently, Feng had already opened the ranked match interface. To his astonishment, he discovered it was a golden rank. At first glance, he mistook the brilliant golden tier for a star rank. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. It was the esteemed glory gold rank. To be candid, after playing this game for so long, Feng had never encountered a player of the gold rank. He always believed that no matter how inexperienced one might be, they should at least reach the star rank, right? Brother, is this your secondary account? Wouldn't it be better to use your primary account? I could grant you another skin on your main. After all, a top-tier Luna with a peak score of 2,400 venturing into the gold rank was akin to using a nuclear bomb to catch fish. However, the hostess' subsequent words left Feng utterly speechless. This is my main account. What do you think? Quite a high rank, isn't it? I'm 9 years old this year and hold the highest rank in my class. Many girls want me to carry them. With that, Feng received several group invitation requests, the usernames of this group of girls being remarkably similar. Her name is Ying, sweetie, adorable, and at the end, ad darkened. Feng felt a wave of embarrassment. The gaming chair was uncomfortable in every possible way. Such a trendy name made my rheumatism flare up. Just as Feng contemplated rejecting each one, the account owner suddenly spoke again. This cannot be declined. Otherwise, I will be doomed at school. Oh, you had a girlfriend at the age of 9? Feng was instantly taken aback. He was nearly 19 and had never held hands or kissed a girl. Now, a mere 9-year-old had a girlfriend, which was, without a doubt, a thunderbolt from a clear sky for Feng. The single men in the live stream began to flood the chat with comments. Living worse than a primary school student. How outrageous. Are today's children so extravagant? At 9, I was still playing house with mud. Adults, times have changed. We, the post-2000 generation, have become the older generation. This reveals that among boys who enjoy watching gaming live streams, the majority are still single. After all, those who have girlfriends have long since settled down. Who would wish to watch a man live stream? What about her invitation? Should it be neither accepted nor rejected? Since she is the account owner's girlfriend, Feng had to tread carefully. Better to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin a single marriage. What if these two little ones grew up together and walked hand in hand into old age? Then you should just accept and play a game with her. Are you really that comfortable handing your girlfriend over to me? Feng chuckled. Don't normal men cherish their girlfriends? Even a mere glance from someone else would make them jealous, let alone being in such a sweet duo. She is a year younger than me. You surely cannot like her, the account owner asserted with conviction. Feng nodded in agreement, having no rebuttal. He was neither a pedophile nor a lilicon. He had no reason to like a primary school student. Then I shall agree. Since the account owner permitted it, Feng accepted the duo invitation. As soon as he entered, he heard a cute and fierce voice. Baby, let me tell you, I just gathered enough coins for Yao Mei. Now I can ride on your head. Surprised? Unexpected? Happy? Listening to the other party's tender voice, Feng scratched his head. He indeed had no reason to like her. Please activate your mic. Otherwise, my penguin messages will explode, the account owner suddenly said. All right. Feng replied as he turned on the duo mic. Hello. His matured voice, altered by puberty, was instantly recognized by the other party. You're not my baby. Who are you? How did your account end up in your hands? Faced with the girlfriend's inquiry, Feng did not conceal his identity. I won your boyfriend's account in a draw from my live stream. He asked me to team up with you for a game. It is possible that the host sent a message to the other party, who evidently lowered their guard. Well then, are you certain you can lead us to victory? Feng did not directly mention winning or losing. Instead, he remarked, if we lose, I shall bestow upon each of you a legendary skin. The other party was clearly tempted. Then let us lose. I am eager to acquire the Yao Mei skin from the 5/5 Blackout Festival. The Yao Mei skin from the 5/5 Blackout Festival is indeed a classic. Both its effects and design align beautifully with the aesthetic preferences of the Huaxia people. Moreover, and perhaps most importantly, it is affordable, costing merely 88 yuan, a sum that can be saved over the course of a week. If we lose this match, I shall certainly gift it to you. If that is the case, I shall take on your role, the other party responded. Feng merely smiled, choosing not to reply. In his heart, he had already resolved that regardless of the outcome, he would gift the Yao Mei skin. If you ask me why, I can only attribute it to fate. All right, enough banter, let us commence the game. Under Feng's persistent urging, the young girl, as the room's host, clicked to start the match. Unbeknownst to them, they were about to encounter the universe's foremost Diao Chan. Meanwhile, on the Cat Tooth platform, in Zhang Laosan's live streaming room, the universe's top Diao Chan, Zhang Laosan, enjoyed moderate to high popularity among King of Glory streamers. With his remarkable ability to evade turret attacks as Diao Chan, he captivated numerous viewers, a rarity among King of Glory broadcasters. Brothers, let us secure a 30-game winning streak. At that moment, Zhang Laosan, wearing a green hat and exuding excitement, was challenging a new account. By the fateful hands of destiny, both parties matched together. As there are no ranks below Diamond, upon entering, Zhang Laosan immediately locked in Diao Chan, his most proficient hero. To preserve his reputation, he needed to exert 100% of his prowess. On the other side, Feng also unhesitatingly selected Luna. There was no alternative. His mastery of Luna had reached a divine level. While he was competent with other blue-collar heroes, none could rival Luna in terms of visual appeal. As for heroes like Jing and Lan, which also possessed considerable allure, Feng had scarcely played them, rendering them unsuitable for his use. Meanwhile, the young girl promptly chose Yao Mei. I'm playing Yao Mei now. Do you know how to play Han or Li Bai? Being a young girl, she naturally preferred heroes with striking appearances and flamboyant skills. I am not familiar with either, Feng candidly admitted, recognizing that acknowledging one's shortcomings is the first step towards improvement. And as long as he amassed enough King of Glory coins, Feng would inevitably become an all-round jungle king. Eventually, whether it be Han, Li Bai, or even Jing, Lan, and Hu, he would be able to dominate professional players. A life of extraordinary success requires no explanation. What kind of streamer would one be if they knew nothing? Isn't that a source of embarrassment? Children possess a pure and unfiltered mindset, often speaking their minds without restraint. Although their candidness may occasionally seem bothersome, one must remember that the innocence of youth should not be taken too seriously. Nevertheless, Feng found himself slightly irked. Must one be a jack of all trades to be a successful streamer? There are indeed numerous talented individuals who excel in their niche. While I may not master Li Bai or Han, I am proficient with Luna. As he spoke, Feng promptly selected Luna, only to be met with the girl's ridicule, suggesting it was somewhat peculiar for a boy to play as her. Just as Feng prepared to retort, the viewers in the live chat could no longer contain themselves. What nonsense is this? Can a man play a female hero? The girl's implication was that boys who choose female characters are somehow odd, which seemed even more outrageous. I exclusively play female heroes, especially Shishir. Me too. I only play support characters. While Yi Feng was embroiled in this dispute, Zhang Laosan was starting to feel the pressure. What? The Luna on the opposing side is Yi Feng? He had seen the viral video posted by Nuanyang the previous night, which had garnered immense attention. Although he could evade all turret attacks without taking damage, he was confident that Yi Feng's reflexes could match his. After all, mastering Luna is no trivial feat. But what should I do? Am I really going to end up bald? Zhang Laosan gripped his green cap tightly, fearful that his hair might vanish in an instant. It was evident that he was quite anxious. Yi Feng's recent notoriety had become overwhelming, with titles such as the #1 Luna in the entire network and a prodigy in the national server. Although Zhang Laosan had been famous for quite some time, he felt a twinge of apprehension facing this rising star. His flitting gaze betrayed his unease. He was genuinely unsettled. The main reason for his anxiety was Yi Feng's soaring reputation. Even Hanhan willingly relinquished the jungle position, highlighting the latter's prowess. Most notably, Yi Feng's ability to defeat Nuanyang's Jing with Luna was a feat few could accomplish. However, Zhang Laosan was formidable himself, a cosmic-level Diaochan, also an operational hero. In a one-on-one duel, should he successfully interrupt Luna's ultimate, Yi Feng would be rendered ineffective. Although discovering that the opposing Luna was indeed Yi Feng caused Zhang Laosan a moment of trepidation, his seasoned experience quickly steadied his resolve. As the barrage of comments suggested, in a level 11 scenario, Diao Chan held a slight advantage over Luna. If he could dodge one of Luna's skills with his second ability, the match would shift dramatically. Moreover, Zhang Laosan was no stranger to evading Luna's ultimate with his swift reflexes. As both sides finalized their hero selections, they transitioned into the loading screen, where the unique and prominent couple icon, boasting a level 6, stood out. Little sister, how do you manage to play games at your age? Yi Feng engaged in awkward small talk with the young girl, using my grandmother's facial recognition. As long as one's thoughts do not falter, solutions will always outnumber the difficulties. The young girl replied in her tender voice. Instantly, Yi Feng's mind was flooded with the words of Zhao Zilong from Changshan. The amusing writings of elementary school students online are truly delightful. After a few casual exchanges, the group delved into the match. Despite being in the gold and platinum ranks, Yi Feng's habit of trading his boots for a jungle knife remained unchanged. He purchased boots at the start, intending to sell them for a jungle knife upon reaching the high ground tower. While making his way there, Yi Feng opened the economic panel to examine the opposing team's composition. To his astonishment, the opposing jungler was none other than Pei Qinhui. Pei Qinhui in a gold match? Could he possibly be a novice? Yi Feng pondered. This hero is rarely seen even in the higher tiers of star and king ranks, yet here he was, appearing in the gold and platinum ranks. It was hard not to suspect the opposing jungler was merely a beginner. With his godly proficiency in playing Luna, Yi Feng found it hard to believe anyone could outperform him in skill. However, the hero's inherent strength was undeniable. If Pei Qinhui attempted to invade his jungle, even a novice would have to retreat momentarily. In a real confrontation, the outcome remained uncertain. Of course, Yi Feng was not intimidated by Pei Qinhui, particularly since the opposing support was still Zhong Kuei. At level 1, he directly pulled the jungle monsters out of their lair, becoming a source of anguish for every jungler. Even with extraordinary abilities, Yi Feng could not evade this predicament. Brothers, let me show you some flair. After contemplating for a moment, Yi Feng decided to head towards the offlane. His ally, Yang Jian, appeared bewildered, frantically signaling for a retreat. The young girl heading to the mid lane also thought Yi Feng had misplaced himself, exclaiming in the team voice chat, "You're the jungler. Why are you running to the offlane? How can you be a streamer if you can't even distinguish your position?" Yi Feng chose not to respond. Chapter 52, Gemstone or Agate. Encountering Luna while playing as the tiger and opting not to invade the jungle, but instead farming his own red area. One had to wonder if this player truly understood the game. The two met in the red zone, creating an undeniably awkward atmosphere. However, what Yi Feng did not expect was that upon seeing him, the tiger's first instinct was to retreat. This left him utterly perplexed. Why would the tiger, in his own jungle, choose to withdraw upon encountering Luna? It was not as if he had gained an overwhelming advantage at the start. Was the opponent truly that intimidated by him? After stepping back a few paces, the tiger seemed to recall his identity and unleashed a powerful energy wave towards Yi Feng, which he deftly evaded. Given that the opportunity for an invasion had already been revealed, remaining in the tiger's red zone served no purpose. Yi Feng swiftly opted to withdraw. In lower-ranked matches, teammates often neglect to glance at the minimap. Even with Zhang Laosan's signals being ineffective, the offlane player, Yuan Gu, did not come to assist. Helplessly, Yifeng could only watch as he distanced himself further away. Had I known earlier, I should have invited Fu Lai and Bei Mu to join in the fun. Due to a lack of teamwork, Zhang Laosan inevitably felt a tinge of frustration. After all, opportunities to decisively eliminate Yifeng are rare and once missed. They cannot be reclaimed. On the other side, Yifeng, delayed by his venture into the Red Jungle, found his farming progress hindered. Fortunately, the opposing Zhong Kuei was inept and did not invade the blue zone. Otherwise, Yifeng's game would have been doomed from the start. Why haven't I reached level 2 by the first wave? The mid lane Xiao Qiao pondered aloud. While engaged in blue buff, Yifeng shifted his perspective to the mid lane, only to discover that the experience bars of Xiao Qiao and Yao Mei were identical. Instantly enlightened, he opened the equipment panel. As expected, the scholarly Yao Mei had a grimoire resting in her inventory. Sister, why are you building AP as a support? You should be purchasing a gem. Xiao Qiao, having viewed the equipment, promptly converted her voice into text. To ensure Yao Mei understood she was addressing her, Xiao Qiao even tapped on her avatar twice. Oh, did I err in my itemization? Yao Mei's puzzled voice resonated through the team chat. Indeed, she had made a mistake. Wasn't she a mage? Building a grimoire should have been the correct choice. However, as a support, acquiring a grimoire would siphon gold and experience from her teammates. She needed to purchase a gem instead. All right, I will buy a gem immediately, Yao Mei replied, and Yifeng's patient explanation proved effective. Thankfully, she finally recognized her error. However, the next scene left Xiao Qiao and Yifeng utterly dumbfounded. Yao Mei indeed sold the grimoire, but immediately proceeded to purchase a red agate. A gem? An agate? Can these two be compared? Sister, you've made a mistake again. It's the knowledge gem, not red agate. By now, Xiao Qiao had taken to the microphone. Her voice suggested she was a young lady, and her tone conveyed a hint of exasperation. Yao Mei's repeated blunders had brought this young lady to the brink of frustration. Did I err once more? Is an agate a gem? Yao Mei's tone was filled with innocence. Yifeng couldn't help but suspect she was deliberately confusing things for the sake of her skin. After a moment of internal musing, he proceeded to guide Yao Mei on her itemization. Open the system shop and look for something called the knowledge gem in the roaming section. It's green. Yao Mei's execution was commendable, and she quickly located the knowledge gem. I found it, Yao Mei exclaimed with excitement. Selling the red agate, but soon realized she lacked sufficient funds to purchase the knowledge gem. But I don't have enough money. After her series of missteps, Xiao Qiao was nearly exasperated to the point of bloodshed. Half the game had passed, and not only had she failed to reach level 2, but Yao Mei also lacked the necessary equipment. This meant that the experience and economy from the second wave of minions would be partially siphoned off by Yao Mei, leaving Xiao Qiao in a dire predicament. How would she survive this ordeal? Sister, perhaps you should return to your boyfriend. Being in my lane is truly a waste of talent. Xiao Qiao's words vividly embodied the essence of the saying that it is better to have a loyal friend than a dead one. Yifeng was well aware that if this individual were to join him, his progress to level 4 would be significantly hampered. Once Luna failed to reach level 4, she would be no different from a minion. Just as Yifeng contemplated resisting this scenario, Yao unexpectedly activated her microphone and spoke. He is not my boyfriend. He is merely a streamer. The youthful tone of her voice left the teammates utterly astounded. This soft and adorable voice hardly resembled that of an adult. Yang Jian remarked, Buddy, that's a bit odd. How can you engage with someone so young? Xiao Qiao reassured, Sister, do not fear. Just tell me his name, and I will unleash a watermelon-themed onslaught upon him. Hoi added, While I have a penchant for lolis, I am still aware of the law. Faced with the trio's accusations, Yifeng could only respond with exasperation. Their sense of justice was exceedingly overwhelming. They hadn't even listened to the full story before casting judgment. Guys, I am a streamer. I merely drew his boyfriend's account, not that I am truly his boyfriend. Yifeng attempted to clarify, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble. Fortunately, a few teammates were not entirely oblivious and understood the situation, thus refraining from further blaming Yifeng. However, Yao remained in the mid lane, which left Xiao Qiao feeling quite exasperated. Yao's intentions, though, were quite simple. She would follow whoever appeared to be stronger. Noticing that the opposing support had not purchased any items, and with Xiao Qiao still at level 1, a hook could indeed lead to a kill. Glancing at the equipment panel, Zhang Laosan conveyed through voice to text, due to her passive ability, the hook from Zhong Kuei is ineffective against Yao, so naturally, Zhang Laosan's focus shifted to Xiao Qiao. Even if the hook did not result in a kill, it could still force a flash. Once Yao reached level 4, she would tower dive, leaving Xiao Qiao with no recourse. Observing that Lao San had declared a potential kill, Zhong Kuei positioned himself at the forefront of the minion wave. His hook spun continuously in his hand, yet he refrained from releasing it, attempting to mimic the intimidation tactics seen online. However, neither Xiao Qiao nor Yao comprehended that Zhong Kuei's hook waving indicated the imminent use of his second skill, and they unleashed all their skills upon him. Most crucially, even without their skills, neither showed any inclination to retreat, continuing to whittle down Zhong Kuei's health with basic attacks. Confounded by the relentless onslaught, Zhong Kuei was baffled. When had his intimidation tactics lost all effectiveness? These two were indeed skilled, having discerned how to counter his approach. Chapter 53. An unexpected encounter with a wealthy woman? Sometimes, fate is remarkably peculiar. When one is earnest, the hook fails to connect. Yet, in a moment of nonchalance, it miraculously snags the opposing champion. Xiao Qiao found herself drawn before Zhang Laosan, inevitably facing a barrage of attacks. Both her first and second skills unleashed, and without any abilities left, she resorted to basic attacks. Caught by the hook, Xiao Qiao appeared flustered, her panicked cries echoing through the team's microphone. Startled, Feng initially thought it was a vengeful spirit come to claim souls, or perhaps a grim reaper demanding retribution. He promptly switched to team voice chat. The ensnared Xiao Qiao immediately sought to escape with a flicker, but the speed of Zhong Kuei's actions was evidently superior. Before she could execute her escape, Zhong Kuei's stun had already descended, anchoring her in place. Observing her mid-lane comrade being caught, Yao Mei began to fret anxiously. A decisive strike hit two opponents, dealing explosive damage. With Zhong Kuei's stun in play, after Xiao Qiao had used her flicker, Zhang Laosan successfully secured the first blood. Ascend, ascend. This match will demonstrate how the once victorious Feng fell to my prowess. With the advantage of first blood, Zhang Laosan donned a mask of arrogance. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiao, witnessing a horde of minions approaching the tower, could no longer contain her despair and broke into tears. I truly can't believe it. After losing 8 matches in a single morning, who exactly is winning this game? You say you want to purchase support items, and yet you refuse to block hooks for me. This game is insufferably difficult. The first wave of minions, due to Yao Mei's lack of support items, had already caused a subtle shift in Xiao Qiao's mentality. The moment she was hooked by Zhong Kuei and lost first blood became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Unable to hold back any longer, Xiao Qiao began to wail uncontrollably. Could this be the legendary college girl? Feng recalled some online jokes. It was said that college girls often held lower ranks in the game and would break down in tears after consecutive defeats. The current situation mirrored that perfectly. All right. Stop crying. I will help you win this match. Really, truly? The sobbing Xiao Qiao still harbored some doubt. After all, it was only a minute into the game, and one could hardly gauge the true skill of this Luna, if one were to claim she had good awareness. She had just encountered Pei Qin, who in the enemy's red area. As Xiao Qiao continued to harbor suspicions, Feng, who had already arrived mid-lane, collected the minion wave along the way. With this wave bolstering his strength, he would reach level 4 after finishing the red buff. Then, it would be his time to shine. If I lose, I shall gift you a skin. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiao laughed aloud and retorted. Do I look like someone who lacks skins? The skin she was using was Swan's Dream, part of the esteemed Honorary Collection series. If not for earning it through points, it would cost a staggering 2,000 yuan, a substantial sum for the average player. Additionally, Feng recalled that upon entering the match, Xiao Qiao's name was in gold, a symbol of possessing all skins. With these 2 points combined, her identity as a wealthy player was firmly established. Since you don't need skins, how about this? If I help you win, you shall gift Yao Mei a set of skins. All right, it's a deal. Xiao Qiao decisively agreed, further solidifying Feng's conviction regarding her affluent status. Although he now believes that through diligent effort he can certainly return home adorned with success. Who does not relish the thought of being supported by a wealthy benefactor, enjoying a life of leisure with a monthly income exceeding several hundred thousand? He thought to himself, just wait and be awed by my prowess. Feng harbored no doubt that his godlike mastery of Luna would prevent any missteps in the platinum tier. Should he falter, it would lead him to harbor profound skepticism regarding the system's capabilities. After finishing his jungle path, Feng naturally made his way toward the red zone. This scene did not escape the keen observation of Zhang Laosan. Noticing that Luna was left with only blue, Zhang Laosan instinctively understood that Feng would venture to claim the red. He promptly directed Zhong Kuei, instructing him to disrupt the opposing Luna as she attempted to secure the red. There was no need for anything extravagant. Simply drawing out the red would suffice. A task he should find quite manageable. Rest assured, I boast a 50% win rate with Zhong Kuei after 100 matches. Zhong Kuei proclaimed with a hint of pride. Yet, Having weathered many storms, Zhang Laosan was hardly impressed by such statistics. He could only awkwardly compliment. Very impressive, indeed. With Zhang Laosan's guidance, Zhong Kuei advanced toward Yifeng's red zone. At that moment, Yifeng had just finished clearing the Peppa family and was in the midst of claiming the red. Upon noticing Zhong Kuei's entrance into the red zone, Yifeng's senses sharpened. After all, if Zhong Kuei managed to ensnare either the red or Luna, it would significantly impede Yifeng's jungle clear speed. This is precisely why many junglers dread encountering Zhong Kuei. There exists virtually no counterplay, unless the mid lane clears waves at a pace that far surpasses the opponent's. Leveraging numerical superiority to drive Zhong Kuei away is nearly the only recourse. Yifeng had no intention of pulling the red into the brush. As it would serve no purpose, regardless of the target, it would only slow his jungle speed. Upon arriving in the red zone, Zhong Kuei noted that Luna exhibited no defensive measures and could not help but smirk. With such a lack of awareness, how could one claim to be a jungler? He then activated his second skill, and the hook in his hand began to whirl, exuding an air of impending action. This intimidation tactic seemed rather rudimentary. Yifeng scoffed. The red still possessed 3,000 health. He was resolute in not relinquishing it unless ensnared by the opponent. Observing Luna show no signs of retreating, Zhong Kuei aimed carefully, poised to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Yifeng was subtly repositioning the red as he moved. As the red seemed to drift further away from him, Zhong Kuei, unable to contain his impatience, finally unleashed his hook. Just then, Luna abruptly halted, taking a step or two sideways before casting her second skill, Blazing Sword, swiftly drawing the red toward her. This brief displacement allowed Zhong Kuei's hook to whiz past without making contact with the red. Chapter 54. The dual cultivation of Pei Qinhe. After ascending to level 4, Yifeng exuded an air of unparalleled arrogance, as if he had seized control of the entire match. In truth, this perception was indeed accurate. With Luna's transformation following her level up, a significant metamorphosis awaited her. And now was the opportune moment to showcase this change. As Zhong Kuei attempted to retreat after missing his hook, he was intercepted by the approaching Yao. With a deft application of her skill, if someone is present, she launched a spirit ball that struck Zhong Kuei squarely. The momentary disruption allowed Luna, empowered by her skills, to catch up to him. However, Zhong Kuei was no fool. He forcefully slammed his palm against the ground, inflicting a 30 slow effect on Luna in an effort to create distance. Did he truly believe he could escape? Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle. Utilizing Luna's basic attack for mobility, he effortlessly closed the gap while applying a red slow effect to Zhong Kuei, which also imparted a 30 reduction in speed. According to the theory of relativity in the canyon, if you slow down and I slow down, it is as if neither of us is slowed at all. With her newly acquired boots, Luna's movement speed was noticeably enhanced, allowing her to unleash a flurry of strikes against Zhong Kuei, relentlessly chipping away at his health. "I have arrived to assist you," exclaimed Xiao Qiao, who, having just emerged from the fountain, sensed an opportunity for a kill. Thanks to experience compensation, she had reached level 2. Without hesitation, she cast her second skill, Sweet Love Wind, at Zhong Kuei's feet. Unable to escape due to being slowed and lacking a flash, Zhong Kuei was instantly sent flying. Simultaneously, Xiao Qiao Swan Fan soared toward Zhong Kuei, dealing damage. However, due to her lack of equipment, the harm inflicted was minimal. Nevertheless, overwhelmed by their numbers, Zhong Kuei's health dwindled to a third. "Diao-chan, save me. I can't hold on any longer." Zhong Kuei's desperate cries echoed through the team voice chat, prompting Zhang Laosan to furrow his brow in resignation. Even with Diao-chan at level 4, victory in this skirmish was uncertain, and he himself had yet to reach that level. Reluctantly, he followed Zhong Kuei in retreat, though he flung out his first skill, Falling Red Ring, to deal damage to the adversaries. However, given Diao-chan's meager early game damage, Yifeng was unconcerned. After landing 3 basic attacks and applying his passive, he unleashed his third skill, New Moon Strike, transforming into the Radiant Luna, charging towards Zhang Laosan's Diao-chan. If he could only secure a kill on Zhong Kuei, how could he demonstrate his prowess? Thus, his gaze remained fixed on Diao-chan, who was positioned just behind Zhong Kuei. How bold to target me. A true expert recognizes another. Despite Luna's approach, Zhang Laosan remained composed. At the moment when Luna's basic attack connected, he swiftly activated his second skill, Heart Knot, retreating with grace. Simultaneously, the now emboldened Luna cast her second skill, Fiery Sword Radiance, in an attempt to draw Diao-chan closer. Alas, Zhang Laosan had anticipated this move and evaded it with ease. Diao-chan transformed into a fleeting shadow, deftly evading Luna's control while simultaneously unleashing 3 petals to strike at her. This Diaochan certainly possessed something extraordinary. It could not merely be attributed to luck. Yifeng could not help but express his admiration. With the aid of the system, Yifeng had elevated not only his gaming prowess, but also his strategic vision. The recent maneuver by Diaochan was calm and swift, unmistakably indicative of a player not from the local ranks. A true gold or platinum tier player could never execute such a level of skill. Zhang Laosan, maintaining his distance, decisively abandoned Zhong Kuei without a backward glance. Left behind, Zhong Kuei resigned to his fate. In a final desperate attempt, he was swiftly dispatched by Yifeng, who reacted in the nick of time. The slain Zhong Kuei initiated his self-destruct sequence. To be candid, anyone caught in Zhong Kuei's self-detonation surely had some shortcomings. Yifeng remarked without reservation. For in the absence of external interference, even those at the center of the explosion could easily evade it. However, fate often surprises us when least expected. Just after Yifeng's critique, he witnessed Yao Mei and Xiao Qiao unwittingly stroll through the remnants of Zhong Kuei's explosion zone. An unfortunate outcome was indeed inevitable. While one could escape the epicenter of the blast, traversing from one edge to the other required a certain degree of mobility, which the short-legged Yao Mei and Xiao Qiao sadly lacked. Consequently, they both succumbed to the explosive damage. Xiao Qiao exclaimed, "Oh dear, why am I hurt? Who attacked me?" Yao Mei echoed, "I lost health too. Who is striking us?" Yifeng could only describe their remarks as astonishingly naive. The viewers shared a collective sense of anxiety, their blood pressure rising as they witnessed the calamity unfold. It was the first time Yifeng had experienced such a spike in tension during a live stream. Watching them suffer was more painful than facing defeat himself. This was not a mere annoyance. It was a case of sheer folly, and there was no remedy for it. The audience's immersion was palpable, with many expressing their inability to accept the actions of the two players. Yet, soon enough, they reconciled with the unfolding drama. Once Zhong Kuei's explosion subsided, Pei Qingtian, transformed into his tiger form, leaped down from the wall. Yifeng stood there, dumbfounded. This was not how one typically delivered a character. Conversely, Xiao Qiao and Yao Mei quickly regained their composure. Lacking skills, they resorted to basic attacks to inflict damage. However, the tiger was not to be underestimated. It unleashed a fortified basic attack, pouncing directly upon Yao Mei. The ensuing bite caused her health to plummet dangerously low. Fortunately, at that moment, Yao Mei's first skill came off cooldown, enabling her to control Pei Qingtian. Realizing the urgency, Yifeng rushed to assist. With his first and third skills activated, he began a flurry of basic attacks. Once Yao Mei had created some distance, she did not retreat further. Instead, she activated her second skill to inflict damage upon the tiger. As he observed the bewildering maneuvers from both sides, Yifeng began to question whether the extraordinary awareness granted by the system was truly keeping pace with his teammates' comprehension. "Friend, keep running, don't stop." Seeing that Yao Mei showed no intention of retreating, Yifeng urged again. "This is enough running. After all, I am a melee fighter." At first glance, the idea of a tiger being a melee fighter seems reasonable, but upon further contemplation, it is fraught with issues. On the brink of exasperation, Yifeng could only commend. "You possess quite an understanding of the game." "Of course, I have a natural talent for gaming," Yao Mei replied with pride. Chapter 55, Dare to Seize My Dragon? Do you have the capability? What manner of hero is this, able to engage in close combat, while also attacking from a distance? After being defeated, Yao Mei expressed her confusion, echoed by Xiao Qiao's similar bewilderment. Clearly, both were unfamiliar with the mechanics of Pei Qinghu. However, Yifeng knew that explaining it would be quite challenging, so after successfully eliminating Pei Qinghu, he silently began to farm the mid-lane minion wave. "Why are you doing this?" "Yao Mei, it's one thing for you to farm my minions, but you too?" Seeing Luna linger in the mid-lane, Xiao Qiao retaliated with harsh words. Having one Yao Mei interfering with the minion wave was already irksome enough, now with Luna added to the mix. It felt like they were denying the mid-lane any chance to thrive. Although the online community often claims that the mid-lane is a grand stage where those without gold should come, it shouldn't mean that not even the scraps are left for the mid-lane. For minutes prior, heroes with a jungle knife, lacking support, do not share economy or experience. Unable to endure Xiao Qiao's incessant complaints, Yifeng patiently explained, "Is that so? You can check the minion economy." "How would I know what the minion economy is without you?" Xiao Qiao's remark nearly left Yifeng speechless. How could she not grasp even the good and the bad? "In any case, just know that I haven't shared any of your economy." After finishing the mid-lane wave, Yifeng continued to farm the jungle. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiao began to roam between the top, mid, and bottom lanes, regardless of whether she could catch anyone, merely flailing around. This is a common phenomenon in lower-tier mid lanes. Aimless wandering without direction or purpose. Having smoothly reached level 4, Yao Mei ceased following Xiao Qiao and began to latch onto Yifeng. As time progressed, the match swiftly reached the 6-minute mark. Both sides exchanged victories and losses, with no significant disparity in kills. At this moment, Yifeng realized that players in the gold and platinum tiers are not necessarily lacking in skill or awareness. They are simply oblivious to the gravity of the situation. In both the solo and farm lanes, how could one simply grapple to the death upon meeting? There is no such thing as peaceful farming. Only those who survive deserve to farm. Having already navigated several games in the lower tiers, Zhang Laosan naturally understood the players in this rank better than Yifeng. In a flash, Zhang Laosan had secured 7 kills, one more than Yifeng. This Diaochan knows how to play. Her skills and awareness do not align with this tier. Several failed ambush attempts on Diaochan further solidified Yifeng's suspicion that she was not a local player. Brother Yi, it is indeed Zhang Laosan, the unparalleled Diaochan of the universe. I have just returned from Zhang Laosan's live stream, and it is undeniably him. I have also heard that recently, Zhang Laosan has been participating in the event starting from 0 to victory, which confirms his identity beyond doubt. If he loses, he might as well get his head shaved, and it seems the green hat he wears will be hard to remove. Although many netizens are helping Yifeng to clarify that the Diaochan opposite him is indeed Zhang Laosan, Yifeng's popularity has long surpassed the past. The barrage of messages is overwhelming, and the chances of niche information being noticed are almost non-existent. As long as this Diaochan is not Zhang Laosan, this round should be secure. It is evident that even the remarkably skilled Yifeng holds Zhang Laosan's Diaochan in high regard. After all, whether in technique or score, Zhang Laosan is undoubtedly the foremost Diaochan. Given that the opposing team has fewer towers, Yifeng has turned his attention to the Shadow Lord. Simultaneously, Zhang Laosan is directing his teammates. Our minion wave is unfavorable right now. We absolutely cannot let the Shadow Lord go. On the development lane, Huang Zhong says, "Wait a moment, I'll bombard with artillery. You all just enter the dragon pit." The opposing lane's Yuan Gu adds, "I'll keep an eye on the flank." An Arii, without a Yao Mei following him, is rather easy to take down. Pei Qin who chimes in, "Then I'll focus on securing the dragon." Zhong Kuei declares, "I'll pull out Luna. This will increase your chances of securing the dragon." The 4 teammates quickly reached a consensus and headed towards the Shadow Lord pit in the upper jungle area. Meanwhile, Yifeng has already led his teammates to initiate the Shadow Lord first. Be cautious. The opposing team will not let this dragon go easily. Do not worry. As long as they dare to approach, I will rain arrows upon them. In the skirmish on the development lane, with a score of 11, Arii is enjoying significant success. However, each time he dispatches Huang Zhong, he is swiftly taken out by the approaching Zhang Laosan, resulting in Arii's economy not being very high. Just then, a Luna emerged from behind Arii. Wait, how can there be 2 Lunas? Be careful, that's Yuan Ji's puppet. Before Yifeng could finish his warning, the Luna behind him suddenly transformed into Yuan Gu. With a flawless combo of 143, 3223, he eliminated the defenseless Arii in an instant. Damn it, this is a scam. The fallen Arii was filled with regret, frustrated by his untimely demise without having had a chance to perform. "Without my contributions in team fights, we are doomed," lamented the average male Arii in the team voice chat. After eliminating Arii, Yuan Gu penetrated deep into enemy territory. After being knocked up by Xiao Qiao's 213, the fragile Yuan Gu was swiftly taken down. "Brothers, my mission is complete." With Yuan Ji's triumphant shout in the team voice chat, several teammates sprang into action. Huang Zhong unleashed a barrage of artillery upon the Shadow Lord. The fierce bombardment not only striking the Shadow Lord, but also affecting the Luna nearby who was engaged in the dragon. The bloodlines of both characters swiftly diminished. Huang Zhong's damage was utterly unreasonable, Yifeng remarked. With merely an endless blade, Huang Zhong unleashed a series of 3 critical hits, leaving Yifeng utterly stunned. If only such a critical rate could manifest in Sun Shangxiang. Meanwhile, Zhong Kuei seized the opportunity and accurately struck Yifeng. "I've hooked Luna. I've hooked Luna." In the midst of Zhong Kuei's excitement, Huang Zhong lamented, "Why did you bring him before me?" In his fervor, Zhong Kuei neglected to deploy his stun and ultimate ability, inadvertently granting Yifeng the time to act. After applying his passive with his second skill, he executed his third skill, ensnaring both Huang Zhong and Zhong Kuei. Chapter 56. The outburst of team battle. Did you presume that Yifeng's audacity stemmed from mere arrogance? Quite the contrary. It was the astonishing maneuver of the tiger that rendered him almost boastful. The tiger leaped over the wall and pounced upon the Shadow Lord, biting it with his first skill before swiftly transforming into human form to unleash a flurry of basic attacks. This spectacle left Feng utterly astounded. It is well known that the tiger's two forms represent entirely distinct heroes. The human form excels in ranged attacks, ideal for kiting and maneuvering, while the tiger form specializes in close combat, perfect for pursuit and explosive damage. In typical scenarios, players of Pei Qing Tiger would remain outside the dragon pit, utilizing the human form to whittle down the Shadow Lord's health before switching to tiger form to secure the kill. The first skill in tiger form inflicts greater damage the lower the enemy's health, akin to a finishing move, making it optimal for contesting the objective. However, the current Pei Qing Tiger was operating in reverse, clearly a novice. Strike with your tail, little dragon. Just as Pei Qing Tiger continued to output damage, Luna, who had long awaited outside the dragon pit, soared in with her third skill. Did you think Luna would thus lose her ultimate? No. Even before Zhong Kuei's hook was cast, Luna had left a crescent mark upon the Shadow Lord. Not only would her ultimate remain intact, but she could also unleash an additional wave of damage. After completing her third skill, New Moon Assault, Luna unleashed a rapid succession of 13 strikes, inflicting substantial damage. At this moment, the Shadow Lord's health plummeted into the threshold for a decisive contest. The operator of Pei Qing Tiger clearly lacked the reflexes of Feng. While his thumb still fumbled with the basic attack button, Feng had already activated the ultimate. With divine speed at his disposal, none could rival his swiftness. As a ghostly blue light descended, the Shadow Lord's health bar vanished instantly, its massive form consumed by the abyss beneath. What on earth? How could so much health disappear in an instant? Pei Qing Tiger struggled to comprehend the situation as the Shadow Lord evaporated before his very eyes. By the time he realized what had transpired, Feng, having claimed the Shadow Lord, had already surged forward. With no extravagant maneuvers, the ordinary combination of moves swiftly depleted Pei Qinhas's health bar. Under the relentless assault by Feng, Pei Qinhas had already fallen behind in development. Everyone understands the frailty of a disadvantaged tiger, vulnerable and lacking in damage output. For the already godlike Feng, dispatching him was a mere child's play. A triumphant triple kill. The exhilarating announcement reverberated throughout the valley, mingled with cries for help. Yao, help, help. Diaochan has gone mad. Xiao Qiao. Madness is an understatement. I haven't landed a single skill. It feels like battling a phantom. At this moment, Zhang Laosan, having activated his weaken ability, successfully eliminated Yang Jian. The remaining Xiao Qiao and Yao had been reduced to half health and began a frantic retreat. However, Zhang Laosan expertly maintained a distance that was neither too close nor too far from the two, unless a timely intervention from Sun Su arrived to whisk them away. Escape from Zhang Laosan's grasp seemed impossible. Feng, observing Diaochan's subtle maneuvers, increasingly recognized her as a formidable opponent. Yet, amidst his contemplation, he deftly maneuvered Luna toward Diaochan's ultimate position. He unleashed his first skill, Lunar Slash, aimed at Diaochan, seeking to probe her defenses. As expected, Diaochan effortlessly evaded the skill with her second ability. When confronting Luna, Diaochan needed to remember two crucial points: either dodge Luna's first skill with her second ability or evade the ultimate. In essence, as long as Luna did not flail chaotically, Diaochan could freely target her. This was a conclusion Zhang Laosan had drawn from numerous encounters with various Lunars, which proved equally applicable against Feng. After catching up to Xiao Qiao with her second ability, Diaochan launched a lotus flower with her first skill, inflicting true damage and causing Xiao Qiao's health to plummet at an alarming rate. Soon, she was left with a mere sliver of health. Fortunately, Xiao Qiao's skills had cooled down, and she managed to strike Diaochan with a fan, depleting a significant portion of her health. Xiao Qiao, Yao, come over here with me. I'm in dire straits. Seeing that Yao's ultimate had cooled down, the critically wounded Xiao Qiao urgently sought assistance. However, it seemed as though Yao was oblivious to Xiao Qiao's cries for help, steadfastly making her way toward Luna. Then, right before Xiao Qiao's eyes, she mounted Luna. Xiao Qiao. 1,000 frustrations surged through Xiao Qiao's mind. The support should not be a solitary endeavor. She was on the brink of death. Yet Yao remained fixated on the present Luna, completely disregarding her plight. Did she not realize that it was Xiao Qiao who had been watching her all along? Due to Yao's failure to protect Xiao Qiao in a timely manner, the latter inevitably fell to Diaochan's onslaught. A consecutive kill, with 2 eliminations under his belt. Zhang Laosan's Diaochan still retained a substantial amount of health. In contrast, Feng, despite his triple kill, found his own vitality diminished below half. Relying on Yao Mei's shield, he barely managed to maintain half health. The two adversaries locked eyes across the river, an instant connection forged. Zhang Laosan, consumed by bloodlust, leaped forward with his second skill. 3 petals struck Luna, inflicting substantial damage that sent Yao Mei crashing down. In stark contrast to Zhang Laosan's reckless abandon, Yi Feng remained composed. Observing Jiao Chan closing the distance with her second skill, Yi Feng did not retreat. Instead, he advanced towards her. This sudden shift prompted Zhang Laosan to realize the urgency of the situation, but it was already too late. Luna's second skill, Fiery Sword's Edge, pulled him back, marking him with the moon's insignia. Without a moment's hesitation, Luna unleashed her ultimate, distancing herself from Jiao Chan. This unfortunate turn of events left Yao Mei in dire straits. With her health already diminished, she succumbed to Zhang Laosan's assault. In her current state, she resembled a fish upon the butcher's block. Realizing Luna had escaped his range, Zhang Laosan felt a twinge of regret, for he understood that defeating Yi Feng was essential to securing victory in this match. Regret aside, he showed no mercy towards the feeble Yao Mei, accepting the opportunity with a smirk. As the Shadow Lord's dragon minions had already spawned, Zhang Laosan was compelled to abandon the pursuit of Yi Feng and return to the mid lane to clear minions. Unbeknownst to him, in Yi Feng's eyes, he had become nothing more than a cold, lifeless corpse. With minions at his disposal, Yi Feng could unleash an unrelenting barrage of lunar skills. More crucially, Jiao Chan's ultimate had entered its cooldown phase. Her strength lay in her infinite second skill, which was contingent upon her ultimate's availability. At present, Zhang Laosan clearly lacked the means to achieve such a state. The scales of fortune began to tilt decisively in Yi Feng's favor. Oblivious to the shifting tide, Zhang Laosan continued to clear the dragon minions without a glance askew. The moment he cleared the minions, Yi Feng, who had been lying in wait, emerged from the riverbank. With a basic attack locking onto the minion wave, he closed the distance, unleashing his first and third skills to pressure Zhang Laosan's Jiao Chan. The combination of skills, one long and one short, formed a common tactic to control the moon. Yet, Zhang Laosan's reflexes were no jest. He deftly evaded with his second skill while launching 3 petals to strike Luna. The damage inflicted caused Luna's health to wane once more. However, Yi Feng remained undaunted, for he understood that without her ultimate and weakened, Jiao Chan was merely a paper tiger. Utilizing the moon's mark upon the minions surrounding him, Luna soared towards Jiao Chan once more. In this moment, with Jiao Chan stripped of her infinite second skill, there was no escape. She could only face the damage head-on. Yet, Luna's assault was far from singular. As Yi Feng's speed intensified, his skills rained down like a tempest. Due to the weakened state of Zhang Laosan, his Jiao Chan, aside from resisting damage from shoes, lacked any substantial armor. Conversely, Yi Feng, who had developed exceptionally well, wielded damage that was exceedingly formidable. Zhang Laosan soon found himself unable to withstand Yi Feng's onslaught and succumbed. It dawned on him why Nuanyang had been bested by Yi Feng. The pressure of facing him was truly immense. After being eliminated, Zhang Laosan did not seek excuses but readily acknowledged his inferiority, which was nothing to be ashamed of. Facing Yi Feng, Zhang Laosan felt the struggle was even more arduous than in a peak match scoring 2,000 points. This sense of powerlessness and oppression considerably diminished his fighting spirit. With trepidation, he removed his green hat, running his fingers through his hair, feeling as though he might soon lose it. In truth, Zhang Laosan's sixth sense was remarkably astute. After eliminating Jiao Chan, Yi Feng promptly summoned his teammates through voice chat. With the enemy's Jiao Chan down, he instructed everyone to abandon the side lanes and converge in the mid lane to push the tower. He was acutely aware that among the opposing 5, only Jiao Chan possessed any skill, while the other 4 were inept. Now that Jiao Chan had fallen, it was the perfect opportunity to seize the momentum and dismantle the opposing crystal. Fortunately, although his teammates were not particularly skilled, they were obedient and swiftly made their way from the side lanes to the mid lane. Simultaneously, the dragon minions arrived on the scene. Directly commencing an assault on the mid lane's second tower, Zhang Laosan discerned Yi Feng's intentions and commanded his team through voice chat, stating they should let the second tower fall and simply defend their high ground, for the enemy would not be able to breach it. Let the second tower go. With me, the artillery hero Huang Zhong present, not a single tower shall fall, he declared as he positioned himself between the second tower and the high ground to commence his bombardment. This spectacle amused Yi Feng greatly. Xiao Qiao perceived this as an easy opportunity for a kill and unleashed a series of 213 combos upon Huang Zhong. How could the already underdeveloped Huang Zhong withstand such damage? He was promptly obliterated. Following Huang Zhong's demise, several teammates rushed forward, shouting for vengeance on behalf of their fallen brother. The enemy, caught in a frenzy, was precisely the scene Yi Feng relished. As several opponents were driven back beneath their tower, Yang Jian even retreated first to the fountain to recuperate. How can we push the tower without interference? Truly ridiculous. Xiao Qiao lamented. Observing the enemy's chaotic retreat, Yuinga's courage surged. A mere band of unworthy foes, not to be feared. Charge forward. However, as the enemy minions arrived, after enjoying the spectacle for a while, Yi Feng suddenly took action. With the moonlight sword slightly raised, Luna transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the fray. With Yi Feng's entry, the battlefield's dynamics swiftly tilted in his favor. The exquisite control exhibited by Yi Feng's Luna rendered her almost ethereal, darting through the chaos of battle. This astonishing display left the opposing team of lower-tier players utterly dumbfounded. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, they soon succumbed to defeat. The assault on the towers continued. And with the dragon minions pressing forward, Yi Feng issued his commands. Having long been astonished by his teammates, who obediently followed Yi Feng's commands like puppets, Zhang Laosan watched in despair as his comrades were utterly defeated, leaving his hopes significantly diminished. No matter how skillful he was, facing 4 opponents proved to be an insurmountable challenge. As predicted, with the destruction of the second tower, Yi Feng and his team pressed forward, swiftly dismantling the high ground and advancing towards the crystal. In the face of imminent peril to the crystal, Zhang Laosan felt compelled to intervene and leap into the fray to defend his base. However, his efforts were akin to an ant trying to shake a tree. Ignoring him, they continued to demolish the tower. Noticing that Hui was still intent on attacking the weakened Diaochan, Yi Feng urgently called out for his comrades to focus. Under Yi Feng's guidance, the group disregarded Zhang Laosan entirely, fervently assaulting the tower. The crystal soon buckled under the strain, shattering in an explosive defeat. The announcement rang out. Victory secured. Brothers, we triumphed. I shall reward this Yao with a skin, Yi Feng declared, pulling out his backup device, logging into his account, and gifting her the skin encounter with the divine deer. Wow, the owner just hit the jackpot. 2 epic skins, truly remarkable. One viewer remarked, I wish I could be chosen by the streamer. I've never gifted my girlfriend a skin. Brother, stop spending on the game with that money. Treat her to a few cups of milk tea, and she might be even happier. As Yi Feng sent the skin, the online community erupted in excitement. It became apparent that this was indeed a skin gifting event, not merely a scheme for profit or attention. Consequently, more fans began to send fan banners. And Yi Feng's popularity surged at that moment, precisely as he had hoped. Unexpectedly, after expressing his astonishment, Zhang Laosan began to peruse the live stream's comments. Take off your hat, cut your hair, shave your head. Alas, Laosan was quite unlucky to encounter the rising star Yi Feng. It was truly a pity. Indeed, considering Laosan's skill, he could have achieved a perfect win rate. Many viewers lamented his misfortune, attributing his loss to encountering Yi Feng. Yet, a loss is a loss, and according to their agreement, he must shave his head. Fortunately, Zhang Laosan was not one to go back on his word. Smiling wryly at the camera, he stated, Tomorrow, I will visit Tony downstairs to get a stylish haircut. I promise it will satisfy you all. Implicitly, he meant he would shave his head the following day, while today would remain a regular streaming session. After addressing his viewers, Zhang Laosan grew increasingly frustrated and felt compelled to vent to Yi Feng. Following this train of thought, he ventured into Yi Feng's livestream. Wow, what a title, what a wealthy individual, he exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the skin gifting headline. Although giving away a skin or 2 to fans was not a significant expense for him, the cumulative cost could become quite substantial. Small amounts add up. 88 yuan over time transforms into a considerable sum. Given the current trend surrounding Yi Feng, it is evident that he will not merely draw 1 or 2 accounts, but rather, he is likely to engage dozens. How could this young man, who has just signed a contract, possibly possess such a substantial sum of money? Is it possible that the platform provided it? Zhang Laosan's speculation is not without merit, as he is aware that Yi Feng's contract price surpasses that of most streamers and includes a month-long feature on the homepage. One should not underestimate the significance of this homepage recommendation. Many streamers struggle to gain traction due to the lack of exposure. Yet, here stands Yi Feng, a newcomer, bestowed with a month of such promotion, evoking envy even from Zhang Laosan, who has only had the fortune of appearing on the homepage during moments of exceptional popularity. With so many advantages, could this lad be the favored child of the platform? However, Zhang Laosan understands that this is merely the platform's attempt to nurture fresh talent. Currently, Yi Feng's displayed prowess indeed justifies the resources allocated to him. The waves of the Yangtze River push the former waves to the shore, leaving the old waves to perish on the sands of time. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Laosan clicked into Yi Feng's livestream. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, engaged in casual conversation with netizens, learned that the user Jiao Chan was none other than Zhang Laosan. He pondered how remarkable Jiao Chan was. If it were indeed Laosan, it would not be surprising. Even with the system at his disposal, Yi Feng held Zhang Laosan's Jiao Chan in high regard. As Zhang Laosan contemplated confronting Yi Feng, he felt a wave of relief upon hearing this praise. Even if he had grievances, he found himself at a loss for how to express them. Welcome, third brother, to my humble live stream. Your presence truly elevates this place. Apologetically, he added, I sincerely regret taking a portion of your points. The moment Zhang Laosan entered the live stream, Yi Feng adopted an incredibly humble demeanor typical of a respectful junior. One does not strike a smiling tiger. With these words, any lingering ire dissipated. What saddens me is not the points. What is third brother lamenting? My hair, of course. Yi Feng, bewildered, wondered how a mere point deduction could possibly relate to hair. Could it be that the stress of competing was causing hair loss? Zhang Laosan had made a pact with his viewers that he would shave his head if he did not achieve 100 consecutive victories. The viewers, understanding of the situation, flooded the chat with messages. Soon enough, Yi Feng took notice. Why did you not mention such a significant matter earlier? He expressed with feigned reproach towards his viewers. We did, you just didn't see it. Not wanting to escalate the situation, the viewers quickly replied, if you could send some grand gifts and perhaps change your name. Wouldn't that make it visible to you? The atmosphere in the live stream brightened instantly as comments flowed in. The host appears quite dashing, yet why is he so foolish? Considering that his actions might have led to Zhang Laosan's hair loss, Yi Feng felt a profound sense of guilt. Casually picking up his phone, he entered Zhang Laosan's live streaming room. Without hesitation, he gifted a cat tooth number 1, a mere trifle for someone of his newfound affluence. The gesture, valued at 1,000 yuan, was akin to tossing a few coins into a fountain. Ah, thanks to my brother Yi Feng for the cat tooth number 1. Much appreciated. Brother, you are truly generous. Zhang Laosan, being under a guaranteed contract, relished the gifts from his viewers, his smile widening as he momentarily forgot about his hair troubles. Free brother, I apologize for the plight of your hair, he mused. No worries, it'll grow back in 2 months, Zhang Laosan replied optimistically, as if the matter was of no consequence. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they returned to their respective social circles. What is wrong with me? How many streamers have I encountered in these past few days? Yi Feng lamented. He recalled that his system was the most powerful Wild King system, not the streamer collision system. After grumbling for a bit, he resumed his live stream, once again raffling off skins. This delighted the viewers, who were eager to seize the opportunity to acquire free skins. Observing the myriad of fan-light signs filling the chat, Yi Feng felt no disdain. Rather, he was genuinely elated. As time passed, night fell, and the duration of his stream exceeded 2 hours. The audience was exceedingly enthusiastic, reluctant to let Yi Feng conclude the session, all hoping to win a skin for themselves. All right, brothers, let's call it a night. I haven't even had dinner yet, and I'm quite drained, Yi Feng announced. Throughout the afternoon, he had gifted more than 30 skins. Eager for a break, he opted not to use Luna but instead trained with a hero, inevitably losing the match. Surprisingly, the account owner was more amused by the loss than he would have been by a victory, considering that the legendary skin's value equated to 2 epic skins. And it was all for free. How could one not be delighted? Let us continue streaming until midnight, he declared. This statement was met with unanimous approval from the viewers. I find this proposal quite agreeable. I'm the king of luck when it comes to grabbing red envelopes. Another chimed in. Is there any hope left for a non-lucky person like me? Someone else quipped. Regardless, you won't find anything by scanning here. What's the difference whether you manage to snatch a red envelope or not? Bro, that hits hard, came another reply. Seeing the viewers' enthusiastic agreement, Yi Feng promptly created a fan group, established via live stream. It took less than a minute for thousands to join, flooding the group to capacity. The speed of it all astonished Yi Feng. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon. All right, this group is full. We'll create a second one later, he said. Upon hearing this, the viewers erupted in dismay. I haven't even entered the group yet. Exactly. Did you all cheat? How did it fill up so quickly? It seems I can only await the emergence of a second fan group. In Yi Feng's current live stream, there are no fewer than 100,000 viewers. A single QQ group can accommodate merely 1,000 members, making this competition more formidable than that faced by ancient emperors selecting their consorts. It is little wonder that many netizens express their grievances. All right, enough of that. I shall conclude the broadcast. For those brothers who did not join the group, do not despair, there will be future opportunities. With these 20 points, Yi Feng intends to purchase some skins for himself, yet the majority of the points will be bestowed as rewards for his fans. Having said this, Feng promptly ended the live stream. Reclining in his comfortable esports chair and gazing at the live data, a look of contentment graced his lips. Livestream popularity, 22. Peak concurrent viewers, 121, 380. Gift revenue, 64. 515. Although no extravagant gifts were received, small accumulations eventually amounted to a considerable sum. For an ordinary family, this represents more than half a year's salary, and now, Feng has earned it in just 8 hours. Coupled with his guaranteed contract salary, claiming to have made 100,000 a day would be no exaggeration. Such extraordinary earnings are beyond the wildest dreams of others. Earning money has proven to be surprisingly simple. Feng is indeed qualified to utter such sentiments. Having earned tens of thousands merely by leisurely enjoying games for an afternoon, could it be described with anything less than the word simple? Perhaps even more than 100,000. Feng was reminded of his system. If he could exchange the King S coins after acquiring the editing master, he could indulge in several lucky spins of the wheel, thereby elevating his funds even further. System, how is my popularity today? Calculating today's popularity. Calculation complete. Livestream popularity, 22. Acquired, 30 King S coins. Astonishingly, there are 30 King S coins. Upon hearing this figure, Feng was momentarily taken aback. Previously, during earlier broadcasts, his King S coins scarcely exceeded 70 or 80,000, with no instances of surpassing 100,000. Who would have thought that this time it would soar directly to 30? This can certainly be regarded as a qualitative leap. Never mind, let us purchase the editing master. Feng thought resolutely. With the rapid development of short videos, he could not afford to lag behind. He must seize this opportunity. System, I wish to buy the editing master. Without hesitation, Feng proceeded. Purchase successful. 20 King S coins deducted. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the ability of the editing master. The transaction results emerged swiftly, accompanied by a golden light that penetrated his mind. Feng felt as though he had mastered all the functionalities of the editing software, leaving a profound and unforgettable impression. Beyond mere editing techniques, he also acquired skills in photography. At this moment, Feng was confident that, given sufficient personnel and photographic equipment, he could produce a film that would astonish the world. Of course, this assertion is limited to his proficiency in photography. As expected of a system, mastering this would likely take me a lifetime. Feng was not exaggerating. His academic performance had always been subpar, and the vast expanse of knowledge required was indeed overwhelming. However, upon acquiring the ability of the editing master, Feng was eager to experiment anew and promptly opened his computer. With the mouse deftly controlled by his right hand, everything flowed seamlessly. Transitions, special effects, picture-in-picture, and countless editing functions were executed swiftly and effortlessly in his hands. The efficiency was even greater than I had imagined. In just 1 hour, Feng completed the editing of 5 distinct works, each a potential masterpiece. One can only imagine the remarkable editing efficiency. Soon after, his stomach rumbled, reminding him that he had only consumed lunch that day. He had yet to partake in afternoon tea, dinner, or a late-night snack. However, with the atmosphere so charged, he decided to indulge in all 3 meals at once. He picked up his phone and began ordering takeout. Now, Feng had accumulated a modest fortune, finally bidding farewell to the days of late-night instant noodles. Perhaps he would treat himself to some crayfish with beer, a delicacy he hadn't enjoyed in quite some time. As he placed his order, he reflected on how, since embarking on his journey alone, he had scarcely indulged in such luxuries. His diet had mostly consisted of bread and instant noodles. Now that his circumstances had improved, Feng felt a surge of gratitude towards the system. Without it, he could hardly fathom what his life would be like now. While waiting for the takeout, Feng uploaded the 5 edited videos online. At this nascent stage of his account, the absence of works could easily lead to it being mistaken for a fake profile. After completing this task, he suddenly recalled that he possessed 100,000 King S coins. Keeping them served no purpose, so he decided to use them. Although 100,000 King S coins seemed substantial, Feng was well aware that in the system's marketplace, he could afford little, let alone purchasing skills that would enhance his abilities. System, I wish to spin the lucky wheel. Detected that the host's funds have reached the requirements for the level 2 lucky wheel. Would you like to upgrade? The items in the level 2 lucky wheel are more abundant and valuable. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? How do I upgrade? Feng inquired. It requires 50,000 King S coins. After some initial complaints, Feng quickly regained his composure. Do you confirm the lottery? Confirmed, he declared. As his words fell, the lucky wheel began to spin once more. In that moment, a ripple of anticipation stirred within Feng. As he was eager to discover what prize awaited him, He had already earned 3 to 400,000 from the level 1 ordinary lucky wheel. Now that he was ascending to level 2, Feng firmly believed that something extraordinary was in store for him. However, the subsequent scene left him utterly flabbergasted. The wheel has landed on an empty item. Thank you for participating. An empty item? System, what is the meaning of this? Does the second-tier lucky wheel also feature empty items? Feng wore an incredulous expression. He never anticipated that the second-tier lucky wheel would include such a thing. If luck were to falter, would those 50,000 kingly coins be rendered useless? Dear user, not only the second-tier lucky wheel, but even the 10th-tier lucky wheel may contain empty items. You're impressive. Feng felt like a complete fool, ensnared in the system's bewildering tricks. Yet, what could he do? If he found the system intolerable, he had to endure. Fortunately, such empty items did not persist. Otherwise, Feng would have surely lost his mind. After drawing the first empty item, the subsequent rounds showed marked improvement. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 10 yuan in cash. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 7 yuan in cash. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 8 yuan in cash. After several rounds of cash rewards, the gloom on Feng's face dissipated. He calculated briefly, and the total cash he had won approached 40 yuan. This was considerably better than the first-tier lucky wheel. It seemed that upon elevating the tier of the lucky wheel, if the quality of the items could not be enhanced, the quantity would increase instead. Feng pondered thoughtfully. Even though most of the lottery had passed, Feng was already quite content with his 40 yuan in cash. At this rate, becoming a millionaire or even a multimillionaire would not require too much time. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a gourmet black card. A gourmet black card? Feng was entirely unfamiliar with this item and hastily inquired. Those who possess a gourmet black card can enjoy an unlimited free dining experience at a 5-star hotel once a week. Upon hearing this, Feng was rendered speechless. Unlimited free dining? Wasn't he that akin to a buffet? Although he had never dined at a 5-star establishment, he had seen others do so online. It was exorbitantly priced. Just a few dishes could easily cost over 1,000, and selecting premium items could run into tens of thousands. Adding a fine bottle of wine, one could easily spend over 100,000 on a single meal. Even for Feng at present, such a sum was significant. Thus, when he learned that this black card allowed for unlimited dining, his astonishment was understandable. Now that he had wealth, it was indeed time to indulge in life's pleasures. Previously, Feng lived merely to survive, but now his savings were nearing 1 million. As long as he avoided gambling and drugs, he had enough to enjoy for quite a while. Feng was determined to find time tomorrow to visit a 5-star hotel and indulge. The wheel continued to spin, and the final prize was about to be revealed. With the previous rewards in mind, Feng held little expectation for this last draw. Even if he ultimately drew an empty item, this round of the lottery was still profitable for him. However, life is often replete with unexpected twists. In situations where hope is scarce, one often finds that the outcomes are unexpectedly favorable. Congratulations, host. You have won a Lamborghini Veneno supercar, which has been placed in your underground garage. The car keys have been deposited in your pocket. Please check. Oh my goodness. Upon hearing these words, Feng could no longer contain his excitement, and his exhilaration surged. A car is a man's most cherished toy. Even when he had nothing, Feng had devoted considerable time to studying various models. He was well aware of the value of a Lamborghini Veneno. This car is in the billion-dollar luxury category, with only 5 in existence worldwide. It belongs to an exclusive tier of luxury vehicles, making its worth truly unimaginable. To say it is priceless would not be an exaggeration. After taking a few deep breaths, Feng's emotions gradually stabilized. He fished the keys from his pocket and gazed at the emblem inscribed upon them, his heart racing once more. Who would have thought that his first car would be such a magnificent machine? Feng couldn't help but feel a wave of gratitude, and his earlier grievances with the system dissipated. Without the system, he would likely toil for a lifetime, if not 10, without ever affording such a vehicle. Yet now, he had obtained it with such ease. The stark contrast made him acutely aware of the advantages the system provided. Ding ding ding. Hello. Your takeout has arrived at your doorstep. Please remember to leave a 5-star review. The voice of the delivery person echoed at the door. The convenience of having takeout delivered right to his doorstep was a luxury he had not previously enjoyed. In his former residence, delivery personnel could barely enter the building, let alone bring the food directly to him. As he opened the door, he noticed that the delivery person had already departed. Feng paid them no mind. His gaze fixated on the bright red crayfish. Having barely eaten all day, his mouth watered profusely. He cracked open a beer, donned his gloves, and began to feast heartily. The tender shrimp meat was savored with every bite, washed down with a chilled beer, and the sensation could only be described as exquisite. one morsel of shrimp, one sip of beer. Describing this as culinary bliss would be an understatement. You are the most beautiful cloud in my sky. Just as Feng was relishing his meal, his phone rang. Who could be calling at such a delightful moment? Grumbling, he reluctantly used his pinky to unlock the phone. It was Han. But what could she want? Feng felt a twinge of curiosity. The caller was none other than his superior, Han, the head of the module at the Cat Tooth platform. Considering her position, Feng hesitated but ultimately decided to answer the call. Hello, Boss Han. What brings you to call me at this late hour? You've got quite the nerve, don't you? Chapter 61. Flaunting wealth just to show off. After concluding the phone call, Feng continued to indulge in a delightful feast of shrimp paired with wine, savoring his late-night snack. Once satiated and refreshed with a warm shower, he retired to bed, falling into a deep slumber. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was noon. Eager to fully appreciate the Michelin 5-star culinary experience, Feng deliberately fasted, foregoing breakfast to ensure he could relish every bite. Dressed impeccably, Feng descended to the underground garage, where he beheld the magnificent supercar worth over 100 million. His heart raced with excitement, causing his hands to tremble, resulting in several unsuccessful attempts to insert the key. Fortunately, no one was around to witness his struggle, lest they mistake him for a thief. As he felt the roar of the engine, Feng pressed the accelerator and exited the parking lot, speeding through the city. Well, speeding is a relative term. He was only traveling at 20 or 30 miles per hour. Having just obtained his driver's license after the college entrance examination. This was his first official drive. Thus, he navigated cautiously. After all, such an extravagant supercar could lead to financial ruin with even the slightest collision. Under normal circumstances, cars following him would honk in impatience at such a speed. However, Feng was astonished to find that no vehicle trailed behind him. In fact, cars beside him accelerated past, seemingly eager to avoid any chance of paralleling him. Initially puzzled, Feng soon realized the reason. The exorbitant price of the Lamborghini Veneno made others wary of even the slightest contact. After all, a mere scratch could devastate an ordinary family's finances. As a result, surrounding vehicles kept their distance, fearful of any potential mishap. Naturally, Feng was quite pleased with this situation, enjoying the sensation of having the road to himself. Guided by navigation, he arrived at his designated destination. The thunderous roar of the engine instantly captured the attention of those nearby, drawing their gazes toward him. Wow, is that a Lamborghini emblem? One exclaimed. Hey kid, you've got a lot to learn. That's a Lamborghini Veneno, an invaluable masterpiece. What? The globally limited Veneno? No wonder I've never seen this model before. This car must be worth tens of millions. Such is the allure of Shanghai, where even supercars roam freely. As people beheld the luxurious vehicle before them, many could hardly contain their astonishment, truly envious of its opulence. Feng, observing the admiration in their eyes, felt a surge of satisfaction. After all, flaunting wealth holds no meaning unless it is for the sake of impressing others. The moment Feng stepped out of the car, a wave of shock rippled through the crowd. They had not anticipated that the owner of such a luxurious supercar would be a youth who appeared to be barely 20 years old. Is he really that young? To possess such a car at this age, he must be a rich second generation, they murmured in disbelief. The car owner happened to be a young man. And I coincidentally have a daughter. What a striking coincidence it is. Feng's youthful appearance struck them like a bolt from the blue. Before he had even alighted from the vehicle, the onlookers had already speculated about the identity of the driver. Some suggested it was a venerable elder with silver hair, while others posited that it might be a successful businessman. However, they were all mistaken. The owner of the car was merely a handsome 18-year-old lad. Feng intended to ask the valet to park the car, but the valet adamantly refused, stating that such an expensive vehicle could not afford even the slightest scratch, lest he face ruin. Feng, not wishing to press the matter, discerned the location of the underground parking and drove there himself. Once he completed these tasks, he finally stepped into the restaurant. He sought a table by the window and settled down. It was not long before a waitress approached him, a youthful maiden who appeared only slightly older than Feng. The professional smile she wore did little to conceal the innocence of her countenance, which added to her charm. Good day, sir. May I take your order? She inquired, extending the menu towards him. Feng glanced at the offerings, all priced in the 3 digits, which was indeed quite extravagant. I apologize, but could you wait a moment? My friend has yet to arrive, he replied politely. Earlier, while parking, Feng had inquired about Han, only to learn that she was caught up in an impromptu meeting at her company and would be delayed. Upon hearing that Feng was waiting for someone, the waitress turned to the dessert section of the menu and remarked, "These are our appetizers. You may enjoy them while you wait." "I'm afraid I do not have a taste for sweets," Feng smiled in response. perhaps due to his upbringing. He had rarely indulged in desserts and found cakes and pastries unappealing to his palate. Is that so? The waitress appeared somewhat disappointed and harbored a hint of annoyance, as she never anticipated that a young man driving a Lamborghini would refuse to purchase even a single item. By the way, do you have any beverages? Feng suddenly inquired. Indeed, the waitress's eyes lit up as she deftly flipped to the beverage section of the menu. We offer a variety of drinks, including spirits, wines, and cocktails. Which would you prefer? Upon hearing her recommendations, Feng's smile turned awkward. Having just reached adulthood, he had never partaken in alcohol. His tolerance for beer was reasonable, but he had never touched spirits and found red wine rather peculiar, far less enjoyable than beer. The waitress, sensing her own irritation rising, thought, a wealthy young heir who neither drinks spirits nor wine. Does he truly intend to drink beer? What would you like to drink then? She asked, her training evidently keeping her composure intact. Please bring me a can of cola, Feng replied after a moment's contemplation. Upon hearing Feng's request, the server's eyes widened in disbelief. A person who drives a Lamborghini Veneno, opting for mere cola? Very well, I shall arrange that for you immediately. The server, visibly irked, slammed the menu shut and strode towards the front desk with a hint of indignation. Observing the graceful silhouette of the departing figure, Feng scratched his head, pondering whether his words had inadvertently offended her. Chapter 62. Since we are here, should we not indulge in something delightful? Having alighted from a pink sedan, Hanhan hurriedly entered the restaurant. With a wave from Feng, she quickly spotted him by the window. Striding over, Hanhan unceremoniously plopped down across from Feng and seized the ice-cold soda before him. Ah, I've had this before. Without allowing Feng to finish, she downed the drink in one go, leaving only a few ice cubes behind. I must tell you, you cannot imagine how absurd my boss is. He has been incessantly inquiring about you, and I've exhausted my words. After finishing the soda, Hanhan couldn't help but vent her frustration. However, Feng found it quite normal. As a newcomer who had achieved remarkable results the previous day, it was only natural for the higher-ups to take notice. You, sending skins in the live stream yesterday, what is up with that? Are you wealthy? Then treat your sister to a meal, Hanhan remarked, tilting her head slightly, revealing her graceful, slender neck, which caught the attention of several affluent men nearby. Today, Hanhan adorned herself in a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her curves flawlessly. With a well-defined waist and ample hips, she effortlessly drew the gaze of men merely by standing still. To be honest, the outfit was quite striking for Feng, who had never encountered such allure before. Just as Feng was about to acquiesce, an overwhelming sense of frugality overtook his desires. After all, it was you who suggested treating me to a meal. How could I presume to overshadow that? As Feng's words faded, Hanhan's previously cheerful demeanor transformed instantly, her expression tightening. You possess not an ounce of gentlemanly decorum. It is no wonder you remain single. Feng merely stuck out his tongue, unfazed by Hanhan's remarks. When one's stomach remains empty, what significance does a girlfriend hold? Waiter, let us order, Feng declared. Noticing his utter lack of intention to pay, Hanhan's resolve to have him treat them dissipated entirely. Upon hearing Hanhan's voice, the server promptly approached, extending the menu while inquiring, "Beautiful lady, what would you like to order?" Perusing the menu briefly, Hanhan felt a pang of regret. Just a couple of dishes would equate to her entire day's wage. Let us have 2 sirloin steaks, then. Ultimately, she selected 2 reasonably priced items, yet the total still exceeded 1,000. Very well, the server replied, her disdain for the situation barely concealed. Here was a person driving a Lamborghini, dining at a Michelin 5-star establishment, yet choosing to drink cola and consume merely 2 sirloin steaks? Isn't this just a ridiculous joke? Inviting someone with merely 2 steaks is rather stingy. Feng, seizing the menu from the server's hands, commenced his ordering spree. It became evident that he was a gigolo, which explained his earlier preference for soda. The disdain in the server's eyes intensified. With Feng's remarks, she became more convinced that he was merely a man living off a woman's fortune. All right, enough ordering. If you continue, you'll consume a month of my salary, Hanhan interjected hastily as she observed Feng's escalating order. Nevertheless, he still managed to rack up nearly 50,000 in dishes. Spending such an extravagant sum on a single meal was unfathomable for an ordinary person. Then I'll keep what I ordered, Feng stated, handing back the menu. Very well, the server replied, but not before delivering a pointed remark. Sir, men who rely on women are truly lacking in dignity. With that, she stormed off to the kitchen, leaving Feng and Hanhan in bewildered silence, exchanging glances. Why did she imply that I live off women? Feng questioned Hanhan in confusion. Perhaps it's because you mentioned treating me, Hanhan shrugged. feeling no obligation to intervene in the server's apparent grievances. By the way, why did you order so much? You've just consumed my entire month's salary. Hanhan expressed her dissatisfaction, feeling somewhat cheated. I didn't come to a Michelin 5-star restaurant to settle for 2 steaks, she added. You ought to consider my financial situation. Feng reassured her, don't worry, I won't let you bear the cost. This time it's on me. His calm words startled Hanhan. Had he come into sudden wealth? After gifting a skin yesterday and now treating her to an extravagant meal, even someone as worldly as Hanhan couldn't help but marvel. Feng, however, bore no such thoughts. He simply believed that since they were already here, it would be a shame not to indulge in something exquisite. Oh, isn't this our esteemed Miss Hanhan? As the two awaited their meal, a rotund man approached, seemingly familiar with Hanhan. Zhao Fei. Are you stalking me? Hanhan glared at the man with a piercing gaze. What do you mean by that? I came here to dine, just as you did. It's merely a coincidence. Zhao Fei retorted, his plump face bobbing as he spoke. Unable to mask her disdain, Hanhan fell silent, her contempt evident. Noticing her disregard, Zhao Fei turned his attention to Feng, teasing, well, this young handsome lad looks quite youthful. Could he be your kept man? His yellowed teeth made Feng feel quite nauseated. Zhao Fei, I advise you to watch your words. He is treating us to this meal, Hanhan shot back, unable to restrain her retort. Though she can tolerate insults directed at herself, Hanhan would not hesitate to retaliate when her friends are disparaged. Oh, is it merely a glass of cola? Observing the single lipstick-stained cup on the table, Zhao Fei was instantly consumed by jealousy and could not restrain his mockery. Hanhan, as the head of the King S module, why demean yourself by associating with such a pauper? Why not marry me instead? I may not promise immense wealth, but at least I can guarantee a feast of fish and meat. As Zhao Fei uttered these words, a peculiar confidence radiated from his face. In his eyes, a mere youth, barely of age, was no match for him. Just as Feng was about to retort, the onlookers who had been observing him began to speak up in his defense. Is it true that driving a Lamborghini now qualifies one as a pauper? Hey, the key point is that he's driving a Poison, a limited edition. Chapter 63. The Double Standards of Bystanders. Once Zhao Fei took his seat, a waiter promptly offered the menu. Feng glanced at Zhao Fei's face, which had turned an alarming shade of green, and couldn't help but chuckle. The prices at this restaurant were exorbitant, with even a casual order easily exceeding 1,000. Ordinary folks could hardly afford it. By the way, who is he? Feng inquired about Zhao Fei's identity. Hanhan shot him a disdainful glance, saying, he lives in the same neighborhood as I do, and his family has a bit of money. Ever since I ran into him at the entrance last time, he has been persistently bothering me. He even caused a scene at my company several times, and I eventually had to call the police. I thought that arresting him would put an end to it. But alas, here we are. Though Hanhan spoke with a nonchalant tone, Feng could discern the fatigue etched on her face. Clearly, Zhao Fei had severely disrupted her life and work. Rest assured, once today is over, he will cease to trouble you. Zhao Fei, who had been watching Hanhan intently, felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy upon seeing her laughing and conversing with Feng. Hanhan, I ordered over 5,000 worth of dishes. Would you care to join me? Zhao Fei proclaimed this with an air of arrogance. After all, a $5,000 meal is not something an average family can afford, and even in his usual expenditures, it was quite extravagant. Yet, all he received in return was the disdainful glances of Hanhan and those around them. Who among the diners here is not of some renown? Even a casual drink could easily escalate the cost into the tens of thousands. They found it utterly incomprehensible that someone would boast about spending 5,000 on a meal. Receiving no reaction whatsoever, Zhao Fei sulkily fell silent, finally realizing that the patrons here were not ordinary folk. Nevertheless, he still did not perceive Feng as a scion of wealth. After all, the cheap attire he wore had already betrayed his lack of affluence. While they were all awaiting their dishes, a man in a suit approached Feng. Good day, sir. I am the manager of this establishment. Considering the number of dishes you've ordered, this table for 2 may not suffice. Would you care to move to a table for 4? As the words fell, the customers present were instantly taken aback. This establishment, even in a city as vibrant as Shanghai, is renowned far and wide. The customary practice in most restaurants dictates that a few patrons occupy several seats, as the revenue generated by a single individual pales in comparison to that of a group of 3 or 4. Yet today, an exception was made for this young lad. In truth, the manager was reluctant to deviate from protocol, but the sum offered by Feng was simply too generous, even accommodating 4 or even 8. Patrons might not yield such a profit. Feng, not wishing to compromise his dining experience, acquiesced to the manager's request. The manager, adept at navigating the situation, promptly arranged a 4-person table by the window for Feng. This left Zhao Fei utterly astonished. Could it be that this fellow is indeed a scion of a wealthy family? Soon enough, Zhao Fei's suspicions were further confirmed. As dish after dish was presented to Yi Feng, Zhao Fei, who had a particular fondness for gourmet cuisine, found himself salivating. He had taken note of the menu earlier, and it was replete with items costing several thousand each. One dish even surpassed the cumulative cost of all the others. At that moment, despite his steadfast belief that Yi Feng was merely a poor youth, doubts began to creep in. After all, this meal was certainly not within the means of an average person. As the dishes continued to arrive before him, Han Ling was left dumbfounded. How much could this possibly cost? Although her salary was respectable, she typically practiced frugality and rarely indulged in such upscale dining. Do you truly have money? I do not wish to be left washing dishes. While Han Ling pondered this, Yi Feng had already begun to eat. Unaccustomed to using cutlery, he grasped the steak with his hands, as it was medium rare and not excessively hot. After hastily swallowing the steak, he mumbled, "Just enjoy your meal. I will take care of the bill." Reassured by Yi Feng's words, Han Ling felt a wave of relief and began to savor the dishes. She deftly pierced the steak with her fork, slowly slicing it with her knife, and finally, with her cherry-like lips, she brought the morsel to her mouth. The entire process was a sight to behold, truly befitting a woman of grace. In stark contrast, Yi Feng's manner of eating was far more unrefined. He utilized his hands whenever possible, shunning cutlery, and any dish that graced his lips was devoured within 3 bites, reminiscent of Zhu Beiji feasting on ginseng fruit. This coarse style of consumption quickly drew the attention of those around them. "Could you eat with a bit more elegance?" Han Ling whispered, anxious about the potential ridicule from onlookers. Meanwhile, Zhao Fei wore an expression of amusement, eager to hear the jests directed at Yi Feng. Truly, he was a prodigy. Even in his eating habits, he exuded a commanding presence. A gifted individual, somewhat extraordinary, yet entirely normal. Those destined for greatness often disregard trifles. This young man certainly resonated with my temperament. Upon hearing the remarks of the surrounding patrons, the incredulous Zhao Fei dug into his ear with his little finger. Instead of ridiculing Yi Feng, he instead lavished praise upon him. When did the standards of bystanders rise to such heights? The customers' comments also reached Han Ling's ears. Observing the smug expression on Yi Feng's face, she could not help but whisper, "Did you truly spend money to buy this group of people? Why are they showering you with compliments?" The reasoning is quite simple. I possess greater wealth than they do, and naturally, they wish to leave a favorable impression on me. For who can predict future encounters? Fearing that Han Ling might doubt him, Yi Feng turned to scan the customers, their gazes meeting as many raised their glasses in acknowledgement, including several chairpersons. Money can indeed move mountains. Han Ling muttered under her breath, but refrained from devouring her food like Yi Feng. Instead, she savored each bite with deliberation. As the two enjoyed their meal, dishes from Zhao Fei's table were brought out. In both quantity and price, Yi Feng's spread far surpassed Zhao Fei's. Unable to mask his frustration, Zhao Fei vented his pent-up anger onto his food, attempting to distinguish himself by mimicking Yi Feng and eating with his hands. Soon, the sound of his slovenly eating began to irritate the onlookers. "Hey, could you eat with a bit more grace? Why does it seem like you're channeling Zhu Beiji?" Zhao Fei pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Feng, questioning the restaurant's patrons. However, his impotent rage was met with cold derision. The customers thinking to themselves, "How can a country bumpkin like you compete with a wealthy heir?" The crowd's attitude left Zhao Fei incredulous as he cast a bewildered glance at Yi Feng, who regarded him with a look of pity. This tactic is quite effective. Last time he was apprehended by the police, he did not exhibit such a mortified demeanor. Han Ling, witnessing Zhao Fei's embarrassment, found great amusement in the situation. Her smile, adorned with 2 charming dimples, radiated youthful exuberance. If not for her rather provocative attire, she could easily be mistaken for the girl next door. His pride had been thoroughly trampled, and he would certainly refrain from troubling you in the future, Yi Feng remarked with a mischievous grin. Well done. The two raised their glasses of cola in a toast. After being the target of scorn, Zhao Fei quieted down, eating at a more measured pace. Most importantly, he no longer dared to provoke Yi Feng. Yi Feng, indifferent to the matter, focused solely on his meal. In no time, under Yi Feng's voracious appetite, the dishes were entirely consumed and tucked away. "Waiter, the bill please." After wiping the grease from his mouth with a napkin, Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively. The young lady who initially attended to Yi Feng gracefully approached once more, just as he was rummaging through his pocket for his card. The waitress had already handed the bill to Han Ling. "Good day, beautiful lady. Your total comes to 54,584. Will you be paying in cash or by card? Please give the bill to him. He is treating us," Han Ling replied with a smile. To her surprise, the waitress merely cast a dismissive glance at Yi Feng, who was still searching for his black card, and with a smirk, mockingly remarked, "My dear, are you really letting a pretty boy pay? How amusing. If you two are truly short on funds, perhaps you could wash dishes in the back kitchen. 50,000 is quite a sum. You might be scrubbing plates for a year." The waitress's unabashed sarcasm incensed Hanhan. Before she could express her anger, Yi Feng tossed a black card towards her, which landed precisely atop the bill. "Now, is the bill settled?" The waitress's pupils dilated in shock as she beheld the black card in her hands. On her first day of training, her instructor had advised her that one must never treat a black card holder with indifference, as they could very well be a shareholder whose words could determine one's fate. Realizing her error, the waitress suddenly knelt before him. "I beg your pardon, sir. I was blind to your status and have offended you. Please, do not take it to heart. I implore you, do not dismiss me." Yi Feng, Hanhan, both were rendered somewhat speechless by this unexpected turn of events. Shareholder? Dismiss her? What is going on? Yi Feng remained oblivious, as the system had merely informed him of the card's function to grant him complimentary services, without any mention of shares. However, he understood that the drastic change in the waitress's demeanor was due to the revelation of his black card. Emboldened by this newfound authority, he replied, "Very well. Given your earnestness, I shall overlook this matter. But do ensure that you treat every customer equally in the future. That is the correct approach. Your wisdom is duly noted." "Sir." With these words, the waitress became even more convinced that Yi Feng was indeed the offspring of a shareholder. "Please settle the bill promptly. I am in a hurry." Upon realizing Yi Feng's identity, the waitress dared not display any defiance and hurried to the front desk. "Who would have thought you possessed such stature?" Hanhan gazed at Yi Feng with newfound admiration. If he truly were from a wealthy family, then his previous indifference to her alluring attire would finally make sense. "Don't look at me. I truly know nothing," Yi Feng replied innocently, for he genuinely was unaware of the implications. Before long, the waitress returned, briskly presenting the black card with both hands. "Greetings, sir. Your black card allows you one complimentary visit each week. However, this week's allowance has been exhausted. We look forward to serving you again." Upon hearing those words, Zhao Fei, who had been eagerly anticipating a moment of embarrassment for Yi Feng, was instantly rendered speechless. What card could possibly grant one a complimentary meal at a Michelin 5-star establishment? Could it be that this young man possesses an extraordinary background? The thought of having previously teased Hanhan and insulted Yi Feng made Zhao Fei feel as though he were courting disaster. He wished fervently for a place to hide. "Thank you." Yi Feng swiftly reclaimed the black card and began to stride towards the restaurant exit. Unexpectedly, Hanhan lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Yi Feng's shoulders. Exhaling a scent reminiscent of orchids as she playfully inquired, "Darling, where shall we go next?" Hanhan's sudden maneuver caused Yi Feng's mind to momentarily falter. However, he quickly grasped her intentions. She intended to use him as a shield to ward off Zhao Fei. At that moment, Zhao Fei felt as though his molars were on the verge of shattering. Yet due to Yi Feng's esteemed status, he could only endure the pain of relinquishing his pursuit. "Shall I take you to a hotel for some relaxation?" Yi Feng naturally placed his hand on Hanhan's waist, playfully pinching the flesh on her abdomen. Instantly, her face flushed crimson as she playfully punched his chest, exclaiming, "You are so naughty." Yi Feng merely chuckled, thinking that if she wished to use him as a shield, she must be willing to pay a price. After their playful exchange, Yi Feng felt invigorated, and the two strolled out of the restaurant hand in hand. Upon reaching the parking lot, Hanhan abruptly broke free from Yi Feng's grasp, asserting, "Don't get the wrong idea. I merely used you as a shield to avoid further entanglement with Zhao Fei." Yi Feng shrugged, indicating his understanding. "I shall take my leave then." Just as Hanhan was about to approach her own vehicle, she was startled to find Yi Feng standing beside a Lamborghini Aventador. While she was still processing this unexpected sight, the car's headlights flickered momentarily. In the next instant, Yi Feng yanked open the car door. Hanhan felt as though the world was spinning around her, and an incredulous thought emerged. After listening to Hanhan's explanation, Yi Feng was left in disbelief. "Do you take me for a fool? Pineapple beer can indeed intoxicate." Although he had grown up in the countryside, he was not entirely ignorant. Moreover, he had taken care to read the label while drinking, which clearly stated, "Pineapple-flavored carbonated beverage, containing no alcohol." Yet, gazing at the stubbornly reluctant Hanhan in his arms, Yi Feng could only acquiesce with a sigh. "Very well, I shall escort you home." "Yay!" Hanhan exclaimed with delight, bouncing into the passenger's seat, brimming with energy, showing no signs of inebriation whatsoever. "What about your own car?" Yi Feng suddenly inquired. "I'll call a designated driver to take it back. Now, get in and drive." as I've yet to experience this luxury vehicle. Han Ling replied eagerly, her excitement palpable. Indeed, it is a magnificent luxury vehicle, and the comfort it offers is such that if Han Ling were to unknowingly take a seat, she would certainly feel as though she were reclining in a massage chair. Recognizing Han Ling's thoughtful demeanor, Yifeng felt compelled to comply and settled into the driver's seat. Fastening his seatbelt, he ignited the engine and set off, the experience mirroring their earlier journey. The exorbitant price of the supercar deterred any onlookers, leaving Yifeng with an unusual sense of ownership over the road in this bustling metropolis. Wow, this is incredibly exhilarating. It feels as if there's no one around, Han Ling remarked, enviously aware of the effortless flow of traffic. Each time she ventured out, she encountered insufferable congestion, unlike Yifeng's seamless drive. With this unimpeded journey, Yifeng's confidence surged. He pressed the accelerator, propelling them forward with exhilarating speed, allowing Han Ling to experience a taste of flight. Their destination was not far, and he soon delivered her home. Handsome, be sure to take me for another ride sometime, she cheerfully suggested. Next time, for sure, he casually replied, brushing off her enthusiastic invitation. Before she could express any irritation, he pressed down on the gas pedal and swiftly vanished from sight. As Han Ling watched his car recede, she couldn't help but reflect on the earlier conversation regarding his guaranteed minimum of 100. It became evident that he was indulging in life as a young master. Initially, she thought his demand was ludicrous, but now it seemed that even that sum might be beneath his notice. After all, individuals who traverse in luxury cars and dine at Michelin-starred restaurants, as if they were buffets, are unlikely to fret over such trivial expenses. Sighing, Han Ling entered her residential complex, pondering the elusive joy of the affluent, which she could scarcely fathom. After dropping her off, Yifeng had no intention of lingering and headed straight home. Once in bed, he rubbed his round belly and couldn't help but grumble. High-end restaurants are fond of serving exquisite platters, yet the portions are woefully scant. After spending 50,000 yuan, he barely felt satisfied. While the presentation was undeniably refined, the quantity left much to be desired, reminiscent of a loach stirring up a fish tank. As he lay there digesting his meal, his phone unexpectedly rang. To his surprise, it was a call from Hanhan. Why would she think to call me? Yifeng pondered, a bit perplexed. Given their previous encounters and the gift she had sent, he had shared his number with her. However, he never anticipated that she would reach out directly. After all, unless it was an urgent matter, a simple message would suffice. Contemplating this, despite his uncertainty about her intentions, Yifeng answered the call. As soon as the line connected, he was met with Hanhan's tearful voice. Yifeng, could you help me with my points? I truly can't hold on any longer. Upon hearing the other party weep, Yifeng could no longer suppress his laughter, exclaiming, really? Brother Han, what have you been through to be in tears? In the ensuing 5 minutes, Hanhan recounted his tale of plummeting 200 points a day, a saga of relentless struggle and repeated failure. Despite his best efforts to stifle his amusement, Yifeng ultimately succumbed to laughter, his mirth echoing loudly. Hanhan, however, remained unperturbed, continuing his narrative. You didn't call just to share this, did you? Yifeng inquired after absorbing Hanhan's story. I reached out to ask if you have some time lately. If so, could you assist me with my account? I have time this evening. I'll log in and take a look. Okay. Listening to Han Tian's pitifully pleading tone, Yifeng chuckled in agreement. With Yifeng's positive response, Hanhan's spirits, which had been dampened by his consecutive defeats, began to lift. Brothers, I'm signing off for now. Later, watch my brother Ye's gameplay. He possessed unwavering confidence in Yifeng's skills, believing that under his guidance, his account would soon soar back to its former glory. Here it comes. The connections lead to victories. Truly the Han Tian, even without lifting a finger, can ascend the ranks. This is just the beginning. When the season rankings are finalized, Brother Han will generously gift name change cards to the top 3. To be honest, offering name change cards is the most impressive tactic. It requires no skill, just connections to dominate the top 3. If that's the case, I must begin to doubt the authenticity of your claims. Hanhan jested amidst the laughter of his audience before shutting down the live stream. In the afternoon, after a hearty meal, Yifeng reclined for a nap, swiftly transitioning into the night. Upon receiving the account credentials sent by Hanhan, he promptly initiated his live stream, thanks to his prior accumulation of followers. As soon as he went live, a multitude of viewers flooded into the room. Naturally, among them, devoted fans were scarce, with most merely seeking a chance to acquire free skins. In the blink of an eye, the livestream audience swelled to over 1,000. Such figures, even for a well-established streamer, were difficult to surpass. Brother Yi, are you still giving away skins today? I think I want the newly released Li Xiaoyao, Ba. May the Buddha bless me. I hope to win. Brother Yi, I won yesterday. Can I continue to participate today? As Yi Feng's words resonated, no viewer felt disheartened. They were all there for free skins. Their method of obtaining them was of little concern. I will conduct a cat tooth lottery shortly. Those who enter will have a chance to win a legendary skin. Of course, if you're dissatisfied, I can substitute it with 2 epic skins. With these words, the viewers erupted in excitement once more. This method of lottery was undoubtedly fairer than yesterday's. Yesterday's lottery via QR code was entirely dependent on one's speed and internet connection, evoking a sense reminiscent of frantically snatching red envelopes in a group chat. This method of drawing prizes is undeniably unfriendly to many participants who possess slower reflexes and weaker internet connections. However, today is markedly different. Utilizing the cat tooth system for the lottery ensures fairness, justice, and transparency, as long as participants do not exit the live stream before the draw. They possess a certain probability of winning. Thus, it becomes a pure game of chance, undoubtedly more equitable than yesterday's approach. Yi Feng's strategy swiftly garnered the approval of the majority of netizens. It is splendid. My parents bought me this sluggish phone. And each time I attempted to open the app, others had already scanned the code. I too find this delightful, especially since my phone has been so unresponsive lately. Yet, the sheer number of participants makes the odds rather slim, with thousands vying for a single prize. Naturally, not all netizens are in agreement with this lottery method. After all, for those with swift internet and nimble fingers, such a game of luck is a substantial setback. Their chances of winning have significantly diminished, and understandably, they are less than pleased. For me, this feels like an insurmountable obstacle. A game reliant solely on luck is exceedingly unkind to one of my misfortune. I fear I may never win again. Nonetheless, dissenters comprise a minority, and Yi Feng is unlikely to alter his perspective due to a handful of objections. He promptly organized a televised lottery, inviting everyone to participate. The 10 winners would be contacted through the back end to receive their skins. Given the overwhelming number of viewers, Yi Feng opted not to distribute prizes individually, but instead awarded 10 at once. Even so, the probability of winning remains alarmingly low, considering the vast pool of participants. After addressing the distribution of skins, Yi Feng turned his attention to the main task, helping Hanhan improve her rank. Goodness, dropping from 2,500 to 2,300? Upon reviewing the records, Yi Feng was astounded by the pages filled with red. He felt a pang of sympathy for Hanhan, likely tormented by her teammates. Let me break this losing streak, he thought confidently as he commenced a peak match. At that moment, Hanhan, who had been eagerly awaiting, also initiated her live stream. However, the broadcast displayed Yi Feng's stream. Her role was to commentate and observe. After all, she was playing on her own account, and as high-ranking streamers, they are deeply concerned with their scores and proficiency. Thus, supervision is essential. Additionally, it allows for some casual enjoyment and extended viewing time, which is quite advantageous. Truly a master, he exuded confidence. Witnessing Yi Feng's assurance in a peak match at 2,300, Hanhan couldn't help but commend him. Once upon a time, at the age of 18, he too possessed such unwavering confidence. Unfortunately, as time passes and the years go by, he now seeks to rise in rank amidst relentless challenges, having long lost the brilliance of his former self. However, the absence of past prowess does not preclude one from boasting about it. After all, the adage that one can bask in past glories for a lifetime is not without merit. Under Hanhan's watchful gaze, Yi Feng entered the match. As long as brother Yi secures Luna, this game is essentially guaranteed, Hanhan asserted with unwavering confidence in Yi Feng's Luna. Indeed, Yi Feng's Luna has garnered the title of the strongest Luna in the national server, with claims that even the most advanced AI cannot surpass it. Such accolades are rare, even for the likes of Bei Mu and Wei Liang. Before long, the phase concluded. Observing the Eastern Emperor Tai and Jin Chan lying idle, Hanhan realized that as long as Yi Feng obtained Luna, victory was all but assured. Yi Feng shared the same sentiment. Yet, the next scene left everyone utterly astounded. The opposing teams swiftly locked in Luna. Both Hanhan and Yi Feng were taken aback, unable to fathom that someone else would dare to select Luna at this rank. Who is this person, so audacious? Yi Feng exclaimed, unable to contain his disbelief. This was not merely a futile inquiry. If the opposing Luna was a streamer, the online community would swiftly uncover the details. In mere moments, a multitude of viewers reported back with information about the opposing Luna. What? The opposing Luna is Bei Mu? No wonder they dared to lock it in so quickly. With this revelation, Yi Feng's astonishment dissipated. As the current pinnacle of Luna on the national server, Bei Mu indeed possessed both the skill and audacity to lock in Luna at the first pick. But now what was Yi Feng to do? Up to this point, He had honed his skills exclusively with Luna, leaving him without any other viable heroes to showcase. The first floor remarked, since the opposing Luna has been selected, the jungler should prioritize their pick. The second floor chimed in, surely they can only play Luna? The third floor countered, that seems unlikely. Their usual champions include both the Tiger and the Mirror, right? The fourth floor added, if the Tiger fails to establish momentum early, they'll be utterly ineffective in the mid to late game. They should select the Mirror. Meanwhile, the third floor, under scrutiny from teammates, was occupied by Feng, who was grappling with uncertainty. Should he resort to playing his previously favored blue-collar jungler? Such a slow-paced approach would allow Luna to thrive, particularly in the absence of Eastern Emperor Tai and Jean Chan, making it exceedingly difficult to contain her. Alternatively, should he attempt to play a jungler he was unfamiliar with? Feng pondered that the former option was preferable, as at least the blue-collar jungler possessed a foundational skill set. As a golden light, visible only to Feng, penetrated his body, his mind erupted as if ignited by an explosion. Countless techniques, such as the art of controlling clones and the flying thunder god, flashed through his consciousness. Drawing from his previous experience with Luna, the transfer of these skills was accomplished in mere seconds. These techniques were indeed formidable, even surpassing the prowess of the Radiant Sun's mirror. Having previously engaged in combat with Nuanyang, Feng was well aware of his opponent's capabilities. The skills now imparted by the system far exceeded those of Nuanyang, highlighting their exceptional nature. With these newfound abilities, victory was assured, Feng mused. At this moment, Hanhan was consumed by regret. Had he known that Feng would only play Luna, he would never have lent him his account. He had hoped to capitalize on Feng's skills for a significant score, but without Luna, Feng relied solely on his defenses. By sheer misfortune, he encountered a master like Beimu, and it seemed he would have to concede. Help me secure the mirror, he implored, as Feng, in a last-minute decision, simultaneously sent a request for assistance while selecting the mirror. The first floor, yet to choose a hero, quickly rallied to aid him. Glory crowned, dreams pursued without rest. The mirror's radiant sun god skin was not only visually stunning, but also boasted commanding lines, truly befitting its status. However, upon seeing Feng select the mirror, many longtime fans in the livestream expressed their confusion. Brother Yi, can you truly play the mirror? If memory serves me right, just over 10 days ago, you were playing as a blue-collar jungler. Indeed, but his first attempt with Luna showcased remarkable talent. Yet since that time, I have not witnessed him play any other jungler. Another chimed in. I haven't seen him play the mirror either. Could it be a mere attempt to please his teammates? The sentiment lingered that this match was precarious. Luna's control of the moon was challenging, while the mirror's mastery of the flying thunder god did not guarantee proficiency in both. Not only were the viewers apprehensive, but Hanhan, watching from the livestream, was also filled with trepidation. Although his own skills with the mirror were lacking, his awareness had successfully propelled him to a gold rank, just a step away from the coveted small national rank. Should Feng falter, Hanhan's aspirations for his own national rank would drift even further away. Clenching his teeth, he silently wished Feng well. Please, don't let us down. Meanwhile, on the Cat Tooth platform, in Beimu's livestream, he jested, what? You mean to say the mirror on the opposing side is Hanhan? When did he dare to play it before me? The online community circulated a humorous 3-character verse regarding Hanhan. Avoid the cool, evade Beimu, wait for Kujia, watch the clock, guard against the silent, Lu Wei's arduous path to rank. Hanhan was notably ranked second in this verse, demonstrating the formidable intimidation he wielded. It was not an exaggeration. Hanhan's mirror frequently fell to his own Luna, with losses outnumbering wins, and he had even seen Hanhan's defenses breached on multiple occasions. No, the account on the opposing side belongs to Hanhan, but the player is Feng, as noted by a viewer in Beimu's livestream. Feng, is he not the one who has recently garnered much attention, often referred to as the unparalleled Luna? With Feng's meteoric rise on short video platforms, Beimu was indeed familiar with his name. However, due to his recent focus on ranked matches, he had yet to encounter Feng in peak competitions. Thus, the imminent confrontation promised to be a fierce clash. Let me see whether his mirror is formidable or if my Luna reigns supreme. A smile graced Beimu's lips, and a sense of competitive spirit surged within him. Yet, soon after, a viewer doused his enthusiasm with cold reality. Brother Mu, as far as I know, Feng has never played mirror. I have not seen him play anything else. He has always focused on Luna. He might have just randomly selected a hero after you secured his main. Upon hearing this explanation, Beimu was rendered speechless. What was Hanhan thinking? Entrusting his account to someone whose skills were limited to Luna? Was he not concerned about his credibility? The anticipated showdown that Bei Mu had envisioned quickly turned into a source of frustration as he began to voice his discontent towards Hanhan as well. If Feng truly lacked skills beyond Luna, then winning this match would hold little significance. Sigh, I might as well refrain from defeating him too often. Just to preserve Hanhan's reputation, Bei Mu remarked, considering their camaraderie. Meanwhile, Feng was also subjected to the viewers' probing inquiries. Brother Yi, do you truly possess the skill? Indeed, I have been watching your stream for nearly a week now, and aside from Luna, I have never seen you play any other hero. Hanhan was fervently hoping for divine intervention, and without an explanation from Feng, he was bound to be anxious throughout the match. In response to the barrage of comments, Feng merely smiled softly. Watch closely and learn well. Opportunities for a clash between the top mirror and the premier Luna in the national server are rare. With a squint and a slight nod, he spread his fingers, directing his index, middle, and ring fingers downward in a gesture towards the camera. The entire performance, accompanied by his expression, could be summed up in 2 words: deservedly punished. This display of bravado incited a flurry of commentary among the viewers. Those who flaunt their confidence before the battle often do not maintain their charm for long. I have never seen you play mirror. How can you claim to be the top player in the national server? It is unlikely that you possess the talent to vanquish Bei Mu in your very first match. The crowd began to deride him. After all, in their perception, Feng had never engaged with mirror, while Bei Mu had long since established his reputation through Luna. The outcome of their encounter seemed all too clear. Feng, however, ignored the disparaging remarks directed at him and turned his attention to the lineups of both teams. Red team, Feng team offlaner, Lu Bu, jungler, Jing, mid laner, Zhang Liang, carry, Sun Shangxiang, support, Sulai. Blue team, offlaner, Huang Mulan, jungler, Luna, mid laner, Shi Shi, carry, Di Renjia, support, Zhang Fei. The compositions on both sides are quite standard and lean towards late-game strategies. In such a scenario, Feng's Jing, Chapter 68, seizes the blue. Oh. The game opens with a fierce counter-jungle strategy. Hanhan discerned Feng's intentions and couldn't help but commend him. In his view, as it was Feng's first time playing Jing, a stable jungle farm would be the prudent approach. Unexpectedly, Feng chose the opposite path, opting for an aggressive counter-jungle right from the start, a display of daring that is remarkably rare. Soon, his teammates grasped Feng's signal. Zhang Liang remarked, "My wave-clear speed should be comparable to Shi Shi's. We should be able to support simultaneously. While there is an obligation to assist the jungler in invasions, it is predicated on ensuring one's own development. If one fails to manage the minion waves and blindly invades, it is only the base that will suffer first." Sulai proposed, "Should I use my flash to dive in and push them out?" His suggestion was bold, indicating that he had engaged in such tactics before. This strategy bears similarities to that of Zhong Kuei. With Sulai's substantial early-game durability and passive resurrection, it is akin to possessing 2 lives. Thus, he can disregard the opposing jungler and directly push them out of the pit, thereby disrupting their rhythm. The most critical aspect is that without assistance from mid and support, the jungler can only watch helplessly as Sulai advances, a rather frustrating predicament. After hearing Sulai's suggestion, Feng directed, "No need for flash. When your health is sufficiently low, just walk in." At level 1, even if Luna were to kill herself, she could not take down Sulai, who essentially has 2 lives. Sulai considered this and agreed. A mere Luna posed no threat that warranted the use of flash. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bei Mu stood in the blue bush, entirely oblivious to the impending crisis. Upon learning that it was Feng's first time playing Jing, he had assumed that the opposing team would not dare to counter the blue and thus had taken no defensive measures. This mindset would ultimately lead to Bei Mu's disastrous opening. The match swiftly progressed to the 30-second mark. The jungle monsters respawned, and Bei Mu, having prepped 2 basic attacks, emerged, immediately following with his first skill, Lunar Slash, to pull the blue into the bush. The smite fell, confident that Feng would not counter jungle. Bei Mu used his smite on the blue to accelerate his jungle speed. At that moment, Zhang Fei sent a message that tightened Bei Mu's expression. "Luna. Sulai with his second skill is heading towards your blue area." Even with Sulai advancing alone towards the blue, it posed a fatal threat to Bei Mu. Having already used his smite, if Sulai were to push the blue away, it would severely hinder Bei Mu's progression to level 4. Once the jungler's pace is hindered, a series of cascading repercussions is likely to ensue. In this moment of frustration, Bei Mu laments the oversight of focusing solely on Jing, neglecting the presence of Sulai. He reflects that had he not used his smite, his situation would have been considerably improved. As he attempts to intercept, his thumb moves rapidly across the screen. revealing his urgency. Yet, I find myself unable to impede his progress. Zhang Fei swings his 8-foot serpent spear at Su Lai, but his efforts yield little effect. It is as if Su Lai remains oblivious to Zhang Fei, steadfastly advancing toward the blue buff. Witnessing this, Bei Mu feels a chill in his heart, but simultaneously harbors a flicker of hope. As long as Jing does not arrive, Su Lai can only slow his jungle farming without stealing it away. However, just as Bei Mu contemplates this, the icon of Jing suddenly appears in the bottom right corner. To his astonishment, he had not anticipated Jing's arrival. Despite Yi Feng's unfamiliarity with Jing, he dares to invade the jungle. Though disbelief courses through Bei Mu, Jing nevertheless reaches the blue area. Zhang Fei, just block Jing and disregard Su Lai, he commands, demonstrating his prowess as a top-tier jungler in the national server, quickly devising a strategy to minimize his losses. At this juncture, Bei Mu decides against continuing to attack the half-health blue, intending instead to utilize Su Lai to push him out of the blue pit. Once out of the pit, it would rapidly recover health, and the jungle protection mechanism would compel Jing to retreat. Thus, the blue would remain Bei Mu's. Yet, while the intent is admirable, reality proves harsh. Upon entering the brush, Su Lai, observing the blue with merely 3,000 health, decisively abandons his outward push and instead employs his second skill, Sua Xing Pai Mi, directing his efforts inward toward the blue pit. Yi Feng instantly grasps Su Lai's intent. As Zhang Fei approaches to obstruct, a subtle smile graces Yi Feng's lips. Without waiting for Zhang Fei to utilize his first skill, Hua Di Wei Lao, Yi Feng commands Jing to unleash a basic attack upon Zhang Fei's head. He then swiftly employs his first skill, leveraging the clone mark from his basic attack to refresh the skill once more. Not lingering near the wall, Yi Feng directly thrusts toward the blue. With Su Lai's assault weakening the blue's health, it now dwindles to under 2,000 health after absorbing Yi Feng's damage. In earlier versions, Yi Feng would have immediately used his smite. However, with the seasonal update introducing jungle protection mechanics and reducing smite damage, he refrains from doing so at first. Meanwhile, Bei Mu remains, observing the dwindling health. Even without smite, he is inclined to take a gamble. As the blue's health plummets to 1,800, Luna suddenly strikes. With her first skill, Xian Yuzhan, she attempts to seize the blue in a testing maneuver. Do you believe this is a mere casual effort? No. As the top jungler in the national server, Bei Mu possesses considerable insight into Jing's capabilities. The formidable early-game counter-jungle capability of Mirror stems primarily from the fact that its clones can also unleash punishment. Although the damage is slightly diminished, the substantial hundreds of damage points remain quite significant in the early stages. As for Bei Mu, he gambled on the assumption that Yefeng would release punishment before the shadow dissipated. However, he underestimated Yefeng's psychological fortitude and the system's divine prowess. What constitutes divine prowess? It is the ability to achieve perfection. Once Mirror's proficiency reaches a divine level, the timing of the shadow's disappearance becomes etched in Yefeng's mind with millisecond precision. Such a level of accuracy is not something Bei Mu, with his rough estimates, could hope to rival. As Bei Mu unleashed the crescent slash, Yefeng was acutely aware that there was still a brief moment before the clone would vanish. Thus he refrained from executing punishment. As Bei Mu ventured toward the red zone, Yefeng, having secured the blue, also took action. This left Hanhan, who was watching the live stream, in a state of confusion. Consuming the entirety of the blue zone seemed to be the most conservative approach. Did Yefeng still intend to counter the red? While Hanhan's technical skills might have been somewhat lacking, his awareness was undoubtedly exceptional. Just from Yefeng's movements, he could discern the opponent's intentions. Nevertheless, he still believed that completely consuming the blue zone was the safest strategy, as the value of 2 camps of monsters was not inferior to that of 1. Moreover, the benefits of red for Luna were minimal, allowing Yefeng to take it without significant consequence. However, Yefeng held a different perspective. He believed that counter-jungling should be pursued relentlessly, if it was something the opponent desired. He felt compelled to instigate some disturbance, regardless of the outcome. Creating annoyance was indeed necessary. After a prolonged engagement with Shishir, Zhang Liang noticed the blue suspended beneath Mirror's feet and could not help but exclaim, "Mirror's execution is impressive. The blue has indeed been successfully countered." Seeing Zhang Liang praise only Mirror, Su Lai immediately felt a pang of jealousy. How can you only commend Mirror? If it weren't for me, Su Lai, pushing the blue over, you wouldn't have secured it. Zhang Liang, discerning the unspoken implication in Su Lai's words, quickly responded, all right, you are impressive as well." After a brief moment of playful banter, Yefeng signaled an assembly toward the opponent's red zone. His teammates instantly comprehended his intent. Su Lai remarked, "Wow, countering blue and then red? This is exhilarating. Zhang Liang cautioned. We must be wary of Shishir. Her presence makes small-scale skirmishes quite challenging. Zhang Liang's concern was not unfounded. Shishir's first ability boasts formidable crowd control, which, if successfully executed in the early game, often results in either death or severe injury. This posed a troubling prospect for Feng as he prepared to invade Luna's red zone. Rest assured, I will assist you in clearing the mid lane and create a wave of minions, Feng instructed confidently over the team's microphone, having already devised a strategy. However, Zhang Liang found something amiss in Feng's words, as it seemed he had long set his sights on this wave of minions. You haven't been fixating on this wave of minions all along, have you? What nonsense is this? Am I truly that kind of person? As Zhang Liang was still engulfed in doubt, the converging minion waves unveiled Feng's true intentions. The mirror, emerging from the river, executed a precise skill to obliterate the entire minion wave, leaving not a single one behind. Goodness, you still claim you aren't coveting my minions? Zhang Liang exclaimed. Oh, why the fuss? The minions are gone. Let us invade together. Zhang Liang merely shot him a glance, muttering to himself about the audacity of someone who devours his minions while expecting assistance. Nevertheless, despite his verbal protests, his body betrayed him as he followed closely behind the mirror toward Luna's red zone. Deep down, he understood that he was merely a pawn. If victory was to be attained, it would hinge on Feng's mirror. The group swiftly arrived at Luna's red zone, where Beimu was already engaged in taking the red buff amidst the foliage. Upon witnessing the arrival of Feng's team, his request for a gathering had been utterly disregarded. Yet, apart from Zhang Fei, none of his teammates rushed to the red zone. I have minions at the tower. You should stall for a moment. I will clear the minions and come, Shishir stated. But how swift could Shishir be at clearing waves? By the time she finished, not only would the red buff be lost, but the smaller jungle camps would likely be taken by Feng as well. Damn it. Can't they discern the gravity of the situation? Beimu cursed under his breath. Having already lost the blue buff, should he also lose the red, it would mark a disastrous start. While such occurrences might be commonplace for Luna, Beimu, renowned as the pinnacle of Luna players in the national server, could not endure such humiliation. Even without assistance, I will not relinquish this red buff. Determined, he resolved that if he continued to concede, the viewers in his livestream would believe that his Luna was inferior to Feng's. The hard-earned title of the national server's best Luna would slip through his fingers. And it was not merely a matter of pride. His fame and viewership, largely built upon his prowess with Luna, would plummet if the title changed hands. Unbeknownst to Beimu, this foolish decision would cast a shadow over him for the entire match. The red buff isn't in the pit. It can't be finished already, right? Zhang Liang pondered. If Luna had used her retribution, it should be done, Su Lai replied, and the two contemplated retreating. Hearing their speculation, Feng rolled his eyes, directly refuting their assumptions. Luna used her retribution while taking the blue. It should still be there. Su Lai, puzzled, inquired. How do you know she used retribution? I didn't see it. Brother, can't you observe the health? A level 1 Luna couldn't possibly reduce the blue's health to 3,000 in such a short time without using retribution, Feng explained. Oh, I see now. Upon hearing Feng's clarification, the two experienced a moment of enlightenment. Zhang Liang. Then he can only be hiding in the red bushes. Su Lai, how about I charge in directly and push him away? No, Su Lai's idea was swiftly dismissed by Feng. We came here to counter jungle. If you do that, we will gain nothing. Indeed, under Feng's persuasion, Su Lai managed to suppress his impulse. Thus, the group boldly strode into the thicket between the red and dragon pit. As Zhang Liang cast his first skill into the bushes, the hidden red and Luna were revealed within Feng's sight. Observing the red with less than 800 health, Feng hesitated not a moment and promptly attacked with his first skill. Following that, he executed a basic attack, used his second skill, refreshed his first skill, and struck again. He aimed to eliminate the red swiftly. However, this time, a miscalculation occurred. A full set of skills unleashed. Yet he fell short by 80 to 100 points. Chapter 70. Level 4 Gank Top. Although Beimu acquired the red buff, he was subsequently slain by Feng. No matter how one regarded it, this was a devastating loss. Damn, we didn't secure the double, and I lost a kill. How are we supposed to play now? The slain Beimu was already on the verge of breaking down, furiously stating. Adjusting his view, he beheld Shishir, who had just cleared the mid lane, and his frustration intensified. What is the point of you coming over now? It's over, the other one is dead. Are you here to pay respects? Whether it was Zhang Fei or Shishir, their movements were excessively sluggish, reminiscent of an elderly woman leisurely shopping. In stark contrast, Feng's teammates acted with precision and swiftness. The sense of urgency in their jungle play was entirely different. Naturally, Shishir, unjustly berated, refused to take it lying down. Even if the opponent was the national server Luna. What are you barking about? I'm not consuming the minions. I'm helping you defend the jungle, right? Perhaps I should just play Yao and build support items alongside you. Does my jungle being destroyed benefit you in any way? Can't you distinguish between priorities? Already incensed, Baima showed no mercy and retorted directly. Observing the escalating argument, Zhang Fei quickly intervened as a peacemaker. Both of you should calm down. The jungle has already fallen. I will follow the marksman, and you two should act together in the mid-jungle, with the mid lane and jungle working in unison. The economic disparity before the 4-minute mark would result in a significant loss of experience and gold if a support was present. In that case, neither mid nor jungle could hope to gain any advantage. It seems we have no choice but to proceed this way. Baimu, out of options, resigned himself, knowing well that Yi Feng would sweep through the red zone, leaving nothing behind. As Baimu had anticipated, Yi Feng, still in the red zone, showcased his cunning. Akin to a predator leaving only scraps. Not only did he claim Yinchong Jun and a Peiqi, but he also left behind a small Peiqi. This left Zhang Liang utterly perplexed. Why leave one behind? Why not take it all? Leave one small jungle monster closest to the inner area, and the wild creatures will cease to respawn. When Luna notices this, she will be compelled to farm, thus wasting her precious time. Upon hearing Yi Feng's explanation, Zhang Liang and Su Lai felt a pang of sympathy for those who play junglers. A single wild boar, although not significantly impacting Luna's time, could still serve to annoy the opposing team immensely. This sentiment directly parallels the intricate machinations of the opposing lane. It appears that one should tread carefully around those who play junglers, for they are notoriously vengeful. The two pondered this notion. After consuming the river crab in the mid lane, Yi Feng successfully reached level 4. Shifting his perspective, he soon spotted his ally Lu Bu being pressured beneath the enemy's tower by Mulan in the opposing lane. It was evident that a confrontation had ensued. Mulan, utilizing her first skill for mobility, had dodged Lu Bu's side strike and reduced his health to half, while she herself retained a substantial amount of health. Observing that the level 4 minion wave was about to converge, Yi Feng recognized this as an opportune moment to ambush Mulan. He hastily maneuvered his hero towards the opposing lane. Any player accustomed to the dynamics of the lane would be unable to resist the temptation of reaching level 4. Mulan was no exception, as she understood that if she could secure this wave and ascend to level 4, she would be capable of tower diving to eliminate Lu Bu, regardless of his ultimate ability. Soon, the minion wave met. Mulan swiftly seized the opportunity, employing her second skill to strike 3 minions. And just as she activated her first skill to roll forward, Yi Feng, already positioned in the river's brush, emerged. Damn it, they are indeed coming for me. Mulan thought upon seeing his arrival, yet she remained unfazed, continuing to clear the minion wave. She believed that if she could reach level 4 this time, she had a significant chance to exchange blows with Lu Bu. With precise execution, a double kill against 2 opponents was not out of the question. As Mulan cleared the minions, Lu Bu was equally relentless, using his first skill to strike, diminishing Mulan's health further. Step forward. I will assist you in clearing this wave so you can attain level 4. Yi Feng communicated through the team voice chat. Lu Bu, obediently following instructions, advanced while continuing to attack the minions, eager not to miss out on any experience. Once the positioning was just right, Yi Feng's executed a flawless series of moves to clear the wave. However, due to Lu Bu's failure to consume the river crab, he did not instantly reach level 4. His experience bar lingering at the peak of level 3. He would require another 3 to 4 seconds to level up. An experienced player in the opposing lane. Lu Bu quickly deduced this fact. Meanwhile, Mulan had already attained level 4. Without hesitation, she unleashed her second skill directly upon Lu Bu, sensing the impending threat. Lu Bu hastily activated his second ability for a shield. Yet, this meager protection proved insufficient against Mulan's onslaught. Mulan swiftly closed the distance, landing a basic attack that silenced Lu Bu, followed by an immediate execution of her third skill, switching to her heavy sword, and then seamlessly transitioning into her second skill to push Lu Bu away. The entire process unfolded with astonishing speed, leaving Lu Bu completely unresponsive, his flick still clutched in hand. Without the ability to resist, Lu Bu could only endure the full brunt of Mulan's second skill, offering no semblance of struggle. At that moment, Yi Feng remained on the periphery, cautious, as Mulan had yet to unleash her 2 most damaging sword strikes, which made him wary of overstepping. After Mulan's second skill concluded, Lu Bu ascended to level 4. As he eagerly activated his ultimate, a voice echoed through the team's communication. proclaiming, "Welcome to your king." Yet, Mulan's prowess in countering Lu Bu was not merely for show. As Lu Bu leapt into the air, Mulan prepared to unleash her first skill, focusing on the exact point of his descent. Observing his health drop below 1/3, Lu Bu hastily acquired a piece of armor. With a resounding thud, he landed and was met with a strike. Although Lu Bu managed to graze Mulan with a blow, the damage paled in comparison to the impact of her strike. Their health plummeted in an instant. Lu Bu teetered on the edge of death, while Mulan retained 1/3 of her health. Had Lu Bu not preemptively purchased armor, he would likely have been dispatched long ago. Upon landing, Lu Bu promptly used Flick to retreat, causing Mulan's lethal strike to miss its mark. "I'm out of health. This one's on you," he declared, demonstrating his ability to adapt, as he offered the battered Mulan to Yi Feng. "All right, I'll take care of it." Yi Feng responded eagerly, moving in before Mulan could launch her second skill's dagger, closing in with his 13th skill. Chapter 71. Continuing the blue buff counter. Upon witnessing Yi Feng's performance with the mirror, Hanhan instantly felt inadequate. "Brothers, if I had even half of Yi Feng's speed, I would dominate the top 3 in every season, believe it or not." Hanhan spoke with conviction. For those familiar with his streams knew that his gameplay rarely showcased brilliance. His notorious plays with Giguzi, Luna, Flying Raijin, Dual Masters, and Resurrecting with Thunderblade were as commonplace to him as daily meals. Nevertheless, Hanhan consistently ranked among high-tier players each season, which could only attest to one thing: his awareness was indeed formidable, even surpassing that of others in the same rank. After a moment of reflection, Hanhan couldn't help but lament, "Indeed, fate is fair. While it granted me the door of awareness, it also closed the window of speed." Observing Hanhan's bravado, the viewers in the live stream were quick to tease him mercilessly. Meanwhile, after dispatching Mulan, Yi Feng did not linger in the lane, but instead moved directly to the teleportation circle. What is he planning? Shouldn't he be farming downward through the blue area and setting up a gank? Hanhan could not restrain his curiosity, believing that continuing downward would be the most prudent course of action. Yet, Yi Feng's subsequent maneuver left him astonished. Requesting assembly, he signaled in the blue area of Baimu. Goodness, could he possibly be counter-jungling? This is quite audacious. In their own jungle, not a single monster was slain, while the opposing jungle was left untouched. This almost starvation-style gameplay astounded Hanhan. Despite years of experience playing Honor of Kings, he had never attempted such a strategy. His teammates also expressed their confusion. Su Lai inquired, "Should we continue to invade their jungle?" Zhang Liang added, "Without your ultimate, isn't it a bit perilous to counter-invade?" Yet Yi Feng clarified, "There are only 0 attempts and countless attempts at counter-invading. Although I lack my ultimate, the enemy's Luna hasn't even reached level 4. The advantage lies with me. Moreover, Zhang Liang, you possess your ultimate, so what is there to fear?" After Yi Feng's compelling argument, Su Lai and Zhang Liang found his reasoning sound and followed him towards Baimu's blue area. Meanwhile, Baimu, upon seeing Yi Feng enter the teleportation circle, realized his intentions. What to do? Should they engage? It seemed the enemy was preparing for a blue counter. In the middle lane, Shishir swiftly retorted, "You haven't even reached level 4. How can you engage?" A Luna who has not yet reached level 4 possesses no combat capability whatsoever, unless their own Zhang Fei could activate his ultimate at level 3. Otherwise, the blue area had to be relinquished. Although Shishir's tone was not particularly pleasant, her logic was sound, and Baimu tacitly accepted the decision to forego the blue area and proceeded to farm the red jungle instead. This left Yi Feng, who had hoped to eliminate Baimu, empty-handed. Did they not choose to defend the blue area? Where is everyone? Zhang Liang pondered, having found no one after a thorough search. Su Lai, equally puzzled, felt restless without an encounter, his combative nature itching for action. It was quite reasonable for them to abandon the blue area to guard the red. Yi Feng acknowledged Baimu's choice to leave the blue area and defend the red. After all, Baimu was currently at a disadvantage, and stealthily growing stronger was the prudent approach. Continuing to clash head-on with Yi Feng's side would only lead to a swift defeat. With no one in the blue area, Yi Feng naturally seized the opportunity to claim it for himself. He left no small monsters behind, consuming everything in sight. To show mercy to the enemy would be to be cruel to oneself. Yi Feng was determined not to grant Baimu a single chance to develop. After finishing in the blue area, Yi Feng intended to exert control over Baimu's red area. Convinced he understood Yi Feng's tactics, Hanhan remarked. However, the reality of the situation changed swiftly. After acquiring the blue, Yi Feng directly shifted his focus to the development lane. "Let us dive on Deyun," he declared bluntly in the team voice chat. "I believe we can. I will go in and tank," he added. Following several skirmishes, Su Lai was thoroughly impressed by Yi Feng's maneuvers, to the extent that it would not be an exaggeration to call him a devoted follower. He agreed unconditionally to any suggestion Feng made. Zhang Liang, however, felt it was too risky, pointing out that the opposing Zhang Fei had the summoner spell disruption, making a tower dive potentially dangerous. The early game threat of disruption was overwhelmingly significant, unless they also had disruption or Lu Shan. The risk of being exchanged in a tower dive was simply too high. Yet Feng was resolute in his intentions. No amount of persuasion from others could sway him. Zhang Liang had no choice but to accompany Feng in his endeavors. Soon, the group arrived at the riverbank's grassy thicket along Development Road. Taking advantage of Zhang Fei's presence, Deyun brazenly withstood Sun Shangxiang's onslaught, relentlessly wearing her down beneath the tower. Be cautious. The enemy jungler was recently spotted in our blue zone, Beimu urgently cautioned, noticing that there was no indication of Sun Shangxiang retreating from the bottom lane. However, Deyun, having already reduced Sun Shangxiang to a sliver of health, showed no inclination to relent. Zhang Fei, check the thicket in the river. If anyone is there, we shall retreat. Understood, Zhang Fei replied, heading towards the river thicket. Unbeknownst to him, 3 formidable foes lay in ambush within the underbrush. As Zhang Fei approached, Feng unleashed an 11-hit combo, using Zhang Fei as a springboard to launch himself towards Deyun. Curse it, someone run, Zhang Fei exclaimed, intending to turn back to shield Deyun, only to find himself firmly restrained by Zhang Liang. What the hell, I'm the support. Why did you use your ultimate on me? Zhang Fei was bewildered by Zhang Liang's actions, wondering how this differed from Dong Huangtai's ultimate that absorbs damage. Yet Zhang Liang aimed merely to restrain Zhang Fei, believing that Feng alone was sufficient to vanquish Deyun. Feng, of course, would not betray Zhang Liang's expectations. As the approaching mirror drew near, Deyun fired a yellow card, intending to immobilize the mirror before swiftly retreating. Yet, Feng was well aware of this tactic. He charged forth with his third skill, Shadow's Pursuit. During this dash, the mirror was rendered impervious to control, although Deyun's yellow card could diminish defenses. It could not immobilize him. The scene unfolded as Feng executed a series of rapid strikes, quickly diminishing Deyun's health. Previously, during their exchange, the frequency of Deyun and Sun Shangxiang trading blows had been quite high. With Feng's onslaught, Deyun lost a substantial portion of his health. Do you truly possess the strength to contend with me? Feng taunted as Zhang Liang's control effect concluded. Zhang Fei wasted no time, leaping towards the tower with his second skill. However, Su Lai had been waiting patiently, unleashing a 3-part strike to send Zhang Fei flying. He then utilized his speed to position himself before Zhang Fei, employing his second skill, Unyielding Charge, to thrust him into the mirror's ultimate space. The same maneuver, yet a different victim. Observing Zhang Fei enter his mirrored domain, Feng wasted no time in unleashing a torrent of attacks. Having secured 3 kills, he had already crafted the Shadow Battle Axe. Though Zhang Fei was a formidable tank, he could not withstand such overwhelming damage, and his health rapidly dwindled. Just as Feng contemplated employing his clone to finish off Zhang Fei, the magical array summoned by Zhang Liang's second skill unleashed a magic orb that struck Zhang Fei down. My apologies, I truly did not intend for this to happen. Zhang Liang quickly expressed his regret. No worries, it's all the same in the end, Feng reassured him with a smile. After clearing the minion wave on the development lane, Feng intended to venture into the red jungle for farming. However, at that moment, the voice of Lu Bu resonated through the team's communication. Brother, it seems that the enemy Luna is attempting to take your blue buff. Shouldn't you come and check? As Lu Bu, returning home to replenish his health, headed towards the lane, he noticed Shishir engaging with the lizard in their blue zone and speculated aloud. Upon hearing this, Feng scoffed with disdain. What a surprise. Instead of me seeking him out, he comes looking for me? A glance at the enemy's red zone revealed that the red icon remained gray, indicating that their red buff had yet to respawn. Thus, it became clear, Beimu intended to time his ambush on the bottom lane to reclaim some economic advantage. Under normal circumstances, it might have worked as Beimu had hoped. However, as fate would have it, Lu Bu, returning to heal, witnessed the unfolding situation, rendering this stealthy counter-jungle plan futile. Reciprocity is only fair. Since you sought me first, do not blame me for being ungracious. Realizing that the enemy would first counter the blue buff before returning to claim the red, Feng found the situation much easier to handle. After securing his own red buff, he confidently proceeded toward the enemy's red zone. Our red has just respawned. Come with me to counter. Yet this time, Zhang Liang was notably reluctant, for the hero icon indicated that Jing's ultimate was still on cooldown. with neither of us possessing our ultimate abilities. This counter jungle could easily go awry. Both had expended their ultimates during their earlier encounter in the development lane and were now in cooldown. Despite Jing having a notable economic advantage, Zhang Liang viewed the situation as reckless. Without skills, let us focus on steady farming and expanding our economy. Even Su Lai, who had been clamoring for aggression, uttered a desire for stability and growth for the first time, clearly lacking confidence in the counter jungle. Just watch from the sidelines. I will take charge of securing the red, while you maintain control. Yi Feng understood that without skills, he could not effectively handle Bei Mu's Luna. Thus, he fixed his gaze firmly on Bei Mu's red buff. Upon hearing Yi Feng's intent to counter the red, the two tacitly agreed. While eliminating Luna might prove challenging, securing the red buff and retreating would be quite feasible. The trio arrived at Luna's red zone, where Bei Mu, having just returned from countering Yi Feng's blue, was engaged in taking the red buff. She sure remarked, the enemy has 3 members here. It seems this red buff is doomed. With Zhang Fei still occupied in the development lane, only Bei Mu and Shi Shi remained in the red zone. Faced with a 2v3 situation and at an economic disadvantage, relinquishing the red zone would seem prudent. However, Bei Mu resolutely refused. Noting that both he and Shi Shi possessed their ultimates, while Jing and Zhang Liang did not. Why should we concede the red zone? Bei Mu had observed the actions of Yi Feng and Zhang Liang in the development lane, and as he had anticipated, both Jing's and Zhang Liang's ultimates were still several seconds away from being available. In those fleeting seconds, he could have completed the red buff. Had Yi Feng and his companions advanced with determination and struck first, Bei Mu would have shown them the true essence of the moonlit infinite combo. Rumors circulated online that Yi Feng was poised to supplant Bei Mu as the pinnacle of the national server with his Luna. This revelation left Bei Mu feeling quite disgruntled, as he had held this title for several years without any serious challenge. How could a newcomer, who had only been streaming for less than 3 months, pose such a significant threat to his status? It was only natural for him to harbor resentment. Upon hearing Bei Mu's words, Shi Shi found some merit in his reasoning. Yi Feng and his group soon arrived in the red zone, and as he glanced at Shi Shi, who stood at the entrance of the Pei Qi household, he seemed to regard her with indifference, striding directly toward the red buff. Such arrogance. Shi Shi felt a surge of displeasure at being so openly underestimated. She cast her first skill, Satin Binding, at the feet of the mirror. To act so brazenly was a blatant insult. Yi Feng chuckled softly. The moment Shi Shi raised her hand, he deftly maneuvered to evade her control. His extraordinary reflexes were no mere jest. You might want to be more precise with your skills. This is starting to resemble childish play. Bei Mu couldn't help but complain. He had been holding his third skill for quite a while, waiting for Shi Shi to land her shot, so he could leap over the red buff. However, her first skill was so carelessly executed that it completely missed its mark. Can I be blamed for others' positioning? I didn't deliberately let my skill fail. It's quite amusing that you would blame me instead of her. Faced with Shi Shi's specious reasoning, Bei Mu found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, having evaded Shi Shi's control, spotted the red buff nestled in the pit, approximately 3,000 health points remaining. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed through the wall with his first skill, charging toward the red. Bei Mu had no countermeasures available, his hand resting anxiously on his retribution, focused intently on the red's health bar, attempting to secure it through sheer speed. Yet, such an endeavor was nothing short of folly in the presence of Yi Feng's extraordinary reflexes. Reaching the rear of the red buff, he swiftly refreshed his first skill. With remarkable speed, he struck, damaging both the red buff and Luna simultaneously. As a result, the red buff's health plummeted. Chapter 73. Bei Mu's acknowledgement, yet because of this, he transformed his sorrow into strength, launching into the moonlit infinite combo against Yi Feng. Basic attacks marked with the moon's imprint. He soared into the air with his third skill, unleashing all 13 skills in a series of ascensions. As he executed his second skill, he intertwined basic attacks, performing 2 additional crescent strikes. The entire sequence took merely 15 seconds. While it could not rival Yi Feng's swiftness, it was undeniably worthy of the title of the national server's pinnacle. Is that all you've got, brother? Are you just scraping by? After completing his series of attacks, Bei Mu found that Yi Feng's mirror had only lost a third of its health, prompting an uncontrollable laughter to escape him. Luna, devoid of economic strength, cannot be deemed as merely having low damage. She possesses absolutely no damage at all. A mirror, lacking any skills, relies solely on basic attacks to reduce Luna's health to half. The disparity is glaringly evident. The economic gap is far too significant. Had they been on equal footing, her demise would have been inevitable. North Mood declared vehemently. Previously, He asserted that technique could compensate for any operational shortcomings. It now appears that economic advantage can indeed overshadow all skill. Let us abandon her. It would be more prudent to eliminate Zhang Liang, said she sure in the team voice chat. Agreed. North Mu concurred decisively. Utilizing the mirror as a springboard, he executed lunar assault, seamlessly traversing through walls to confront Zhang Liang. Alarmed, Zhang Liang hastily summoned a spirit tower with his second skill to attack North Mu, hoping to lower his health and compel his retreat. However, North Mu was already consumed by the desire to kill, and in his fury, retreating was far from easy. Just as the two engaged in fierce combat, she sure, with her first skill ready, struck decisively. The stealthy silken bind struck Zhang Liang with precision. Following this, she unleashed her ultimate ability, dragging Zhang Liang into the explosion of the spirit ball with frenzied force. Under their combined assault, Zhang Liang's health plummeted. "Su Lai, save me!" Zhang Liang called out desperately, realizing his imminent demise. Previously, Su Lai had intended to assist Yi Feng, but upon his arrival, he found North Mu shifting his focus to Zhang Liang. He could only lament being caught in a whirlwind of chaos, akin to aimlessly wandering through a marketplace. "I'm coming." Su Lai, true to his role as a tank support, utilized his blink to engage with his second skill, Unstoppable, charging towards North Mu. The suddenness of his arrival caught North Mu off guard. By the time he reacted, his controlled Luna was already forcefully pinned against the wall by Su Lai. Yet, Su Lai was ultimately a step too late. The critically wounded Zhang Liang, under Shishi's relentless onslaught, succumbed completely. Alas, one should not attempt counter-jungling without skills. Zhang Liang lamented, clearly attempting to deflect blame for his demise onto Yi Feng. After all, had Yi Feng not sought to counter-jungle, he would not have perished. However, Zhang Liang soon fell silent, as the battlefield was fraught with tension and no one paid him heed. Following Zhang Liang's death, Yi Feng, with his ultimate ability off cooldown, seized the moment. Just as North Mu emerged from Su Lai's control, he was immediately confronted by the mirror, facing a perilous situation. But who was North Mu? He executed a swift 2-3 combo using Pei Qi as a springboard, soaring towards Shi. Did he think he could escape so easily? Naive. After mocking him, Yi Feng also utilized Pei Qi as a springboard. Marking Pei Qi with the mirror imprint, he unleashed a 121 combo through his shadow clone, striking both Luna and Shi. The already weakened Luna was swiftly eliminated by the clone's damage. Moreover, Yi Feng successfully completed the side quest issued by the system. Thus, I unleashed my full potential. Previously, due to the necessity of accomplishing the task of eliminating enemy units with the mirror clone, Yi Feng had to consider various factors, hindering him from showcasing his true prowess. With the side quest now completed, there was no need for him to remain discreet. It was time for this group to truly experience what genuine fear entails. After dispatching Bei Mu, Yi Feng swiftly repositioned himself. A single set of skills unleashed upon Shi resulted in overwhelming damage, instantly eliminating her. What kind of damage is this? Shi, who had been eliminated in an instant, expressed her astonishment. Despite having a substantial portion of health remaining, could she not withstand even a complete set of mirrors' damage? Check the economic panel. The opposing mirror has already surpassed us by over 2,000 in economy. If nothing unexpected occurs, this match is certainly lost, Bei Mu lamented. After being vanquished by Yi Feng, he glanced at the economic panel. Yi Feng's economy exceeded that of their highest, D Renjia, by 1,800, and was over 2,000 more than that of the rest of his team. It is worth noting that 2,000 in economy is no trivial sum. It corresponds to the value of a completed item. With mirror leading by an entire divine item, how could they not be slaughtered like vegetables? Just as Bei Mu had anticipated, after eliminating 2 opponents, Yi Feng led his comrades to demolish the central defense tower. With the fall of the mid-lane tower, Bei Mu's jungle was entirely compromised. Yi Feng traversed Bei Mu's jungle as if it were his own home, displaying no sense of restraint. Even while farming in front of Bei Mu, he was utterly unchallenged. The most remarkable aspect was Yi Feng's gameplay. After fulfilling the side quest issued by the system, he showcased his mastery of mirror. Under the high ground tower, Bei Mu's team was occupied with clearing minions. Yi Feng, who had been lurking nearby, took the initiative, unleashing a skill that hit 4 opponents simultaneously. Following that, with a combination of swift strikes and the flying thunder god technique, he claimed 3 kills while also destroying the high ground defense tower. Under Yi Feng's relentless assault, Bei Mu and his team were forced to retreat. By the 9th minute, overwhelmed and frustrated, Bei Mu could no longer bear it and initiated a surrender. His teammates quickly acquiesced, and in an instant, 4 of them agreed to surrender. With 5 votes cast in favor, The base exploded, concluding the match. Feng achieved a remarkable record of 1002, leaving Hanhan utterly astonished. Is this what you call a game without effort? Hanhan gazed incredulously at the comments, seemingly questioning the viewers watching his live stream. In this match, it was predominantly Feng who exerted his strength. It would not be an exaggeration to say he single-handedly led the team to victory. After the match, Feng's teammates were all left in shock. Chapter 74, A Swift Departure, No Overtime. Bei Mu's remark did not signify an admission of age or the need to step aside. It is with genuine conviction that I believe Feng's prowess surpasses my own. I had previously observed his remarkable performance with Luna, executing a sequence of 5 kills beneath the high ground. Yet at that time, Bei Mu did not find it particularly outrageous. Although Luna appeared to soar swiftly in the video, I attributed it to Feng's use of accelerated editing effects. However, after our direct confrontation, I realized my grave misjudgment. Feng's dexterity could indeed facilitate a quintuple kill in a mere second, a feat I deemed unattainable for myself. Thus, I generously bestowed upon him the title of the Pinnacle of Luna in the national server. On the other hand, following this peak match, Feng naturally received abundant praise from his viewers. Wow, is this really the first time Feng has played Jing? How impressive, they exclaimed. If this is indeed his debut, it is utterly astonishing. I, an experienced Jing player, could never replicate his skill. Especially that moment when he executed a high ground ultimate to hit 4 opponents. It was truly magnificent. Amidst the accolades in the live chat, Feng quickly became elated. Now you all see my capabilities, right? Such an extraordinary jungler. Why not hit that follow button? With his subtle hints, his followers and subscribers began to swell, and he announced a second lottery event. Much like before, it involved 10 epic skins. Everyone, participate. After my stream, I will handle this collectively. Rest assured, I won't be disappearing. Upon hearing this, the viewers who had previously questioned why the winners hadn't received their skins immediately set aside their doubts and eagerly joined the latest lottery. At that moment, Hanhan entered Feng's live stream, casually waving his hand to donate a cat tooth number 1. Thanks to my esteemed Han Tiandi for the cat tooth number 1. Truly, he is extravagant. Even his casual gestures are beyond my reach. In response to Feng's flattery, Hanhan remained unfazed, fully aware that Feng's guaranteed earnings surpassed his own significantly. Moreover, how could one claim to lack funds when able to spend 20,000 on skins? It was utterly unbelievable. Is it really your first time playing Jing? Hanhan inquired, having closely monitored Feng's stream earlier. The maneuvers displayed by Jing were such that not even he, let alone Nuanyang, might replicate them, leading Hanhan to harbor suspicions. To uncover the truth, he ventured into Feng's livestream. Naturally, Feng could not disclose that his exceptional performance stemmed from the strongest Jungle King system. Instead, he smiled warmly. Yes, it is indeed my first time playing. If you don't believe me, you can watch my stream's replay, or check my account's record. It is publicly accessible. Upon Feng's suggestion, Hanhan promptly reacted and hurried to examine Feng's account statistics. The moment he glanced, he was taken aback. Flipping through 4 or 5 pages, all he encountered were victories attributed to Luna, and not a single instance of the mirror that Hanhan had been yearning for. Unconvinced by fate, Hanhan continued to browse, eventually landing on Feng's performance as a blue-collar jungler. During that period, his record was marked by more defeats than victories, starkly contrasting with the earlier achievements. This left Hanhan even more bewildered. Could a player who transitioned from a blue-collar jungler to a core jungler possess such extraordinary prowess? Feeling disoriented, Hanhan blurted out, "Brother Yi, why not help me secure a national server mirror? A national server Luna would suffice too." What? Not only Feng, but even the online community was taken aback. The once invincible Han Tiandi, who had dominated the rankings at 18, would utter such words? How did this differ from hiring a booster or a substitute player? Who would have thought that the formidable Han Tiandi, who once reigned supreme at the pinnacle of ranking 123, would speak in such a manner? The world has indeed changed, and the integrity of humanity has waned. I too wish for Brother Yi to assist me in obtaining a national standard Luna. I have been stuck at village rank for ages. Buddy, village rank is hardly different from the grand red rank, Han Feng jested. I don't even have a national rank on my own account. How could I assist you? Feng declined Han with a smile. Han took no offense, as he had genuinely spoken in jest. Then, Brother Yi, continue your game. I shall not intrude further. I hope you can help me gain some more points. After uttering this, Han sent a cat tooth number 1 gift. Without waiting for Feng's gratitude, he exited the live streaming room. Observing this, Feng chuckled softly. Such grand gifts deserve a return. Why not send a cash cannon or a hot pot instead? just as Feng intended to resume his game to help Hanhan accrue points. A voice echoed in his mind from the system. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. Mastery of the mirror has reached divine level. By exceeding the objective of slaying an additional enemy target with a clone, you are rewarded with 5 King's coins. What? An additional 5 King's coins for surpassing one objective? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Feng could hardly contain himself. Currently, through the live stream, he could only earn about 20 King's coins a day. To learn that completing a side quest objective could yield 5 coins was simply too easy. Had he known in advance, he would have employed his clone mirror to slay foes in this match. Damn it, this deceitful system, withholding such information. Feng exclaimed in indignation. He then resumed his match, though the side quest did not materialize. Over the next 3 hours, Feng played no fewer than 10 matches, all undefeated. This delighted Hanhan immensely, for throughout these numerous games, Feng predominantly utilized the mirror, which had just attained divine level proficiency. This had elevated Hanhan's mirror's combat prowess to a modest national standard. Had Hanhan played himself, it would have taken an indeterminate amount of time to achieve such results. Yet in Feng's hands, it was merely a matter of hours. Of course, aside from Jing, Hanhan Luna's combat prowess also surged dramatically. If Feng were to engage in a few more matches, he would undoubtedly secure a solid ranking. Within just a few hours, the strength of his 2 heroes had remarkably increased. Chapter 75. The half-price mall. It cannot be said that Feng dislikes working overtime. Rather, he is bound by a guarantee. Streaming for an extra minute does not yield additional earnings, so why should he subject himself to such fatigue? After concluding his broadcast, Feng did not forget his earlier statements. He glanced at the private messages in the back end, diligently recording them one by one. However, he soon noticed something amiss. Strange. I clearly initiated 5 broadcasts, yet there are 58 winners? If one broadcast results in 10 winners, 5 broadcasts should yield only 50. Where did these extra 8 individuals come from? Detecting the anomaly, Feng compared screenshots of all the private message participants and quickly identified several opportunists attempting to take advantage of the situation. This image manipulation is quite sophisticated. If I hadn't acquired the editing master ability, I might not have discerned it. The editing master skill not only encompasses various editing techniques, but also possesses formidable image manipulation prowess. Therefore, regardless of the sophistication of these individual skills, they could not evade Feng's discerning gaze. To come here and attempt to deceive me is a grave miscalculation. After addressing the issue of the winners, Feng promptly inquired with the system. System, how much popularity have I garnered today, and how many King coins do I possess? Processing today's data. Popularity from this broadcast, 35. Acquired 30 King coins. Wow, that's quite a sum. Feng was taken aback by the unexpected level of popularity he had achieved today. 30 King coins is neither too much nor too little. It is precisely enough to elevate the proficiency of yet another hero to a divine level. Opening the system's marketplace. Opening, as Feng uttered these words. A plethora of dazzling items appeared before him. Li Bai Divine Proficiency, priced at 23 King coins. Nakaru Divine Proficiency, priced at 15 King coins. Pei Qin Hu Divine Proficiency, priced at 25 King coins. Dian Wei Divine Proficiency, priced at 18 King coins. Observing the varying prices of the items, Feng began to comprehend. The cost of divine proficiency for these heroes seems to correlate with their operational difficulty. The complexities involved in mastering Li Bai and Pei Qin who are significantly greater than those of Nakaru and Dian Wei, resulting in a price disparity of 7 to 8,000 King coins. After surveying the offerings, Feng realized that King coins are indeed not easily spent. While 30 King coins may appear substantial, they only suffice to elevate a couple of heroes to divine proficiency. Much like currency in the real world, they are difficult to earn and easily spent. With a sigh of exasperation, Feng began to ponder cautiously. Expenditures should be judiciously allocated. Purchasing 2 heroes of lesser complexity pales in comparison to acquiring one of greater intricacy. Take for instance the hero Dian Wei, in the current pinnacle of competitive play, where scores soar to 2,400. Encountering him is virtually impossible due to his susceptibility to manipulation. Once ensnared, no matter how formidable Dian Wei's damage may be, if he cannot engage, all is rendered futile. Lan undoubtedly reigns as the most dominant jungler this season and warrants consideration for acquisition, mused Feng. Previously, while he played as Luna, he witnessed Lan's prowess firsthand. Even when Lan trailed the opponent by 2,000 in economic standing, he could still eliminate 2 foes with the right support. This exemplifies just how exceptional this hero truly is. As Feng contemplated exchanging for Lan, the system interjected once more. Today's special marketplace features items at half price. Upon hearing this, Feng eagerly exclaimed, "Take me to the special marketplace at once." At his behest, the items before him shifted, yet as he surveyed the offerings, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Fart-powered bicycle, original price 30 king coins. Now only 15 king coins. Powered by flatulence, eco-friendly, energy-efficient, consuming merely 10 pounds of soybeans per 100 kilometers. Weapon poop spoon, original price 1 king coin. Now only 5,000 king coins. Place it in a cesspit to absorb its essence. In hand, it boasts a lethality of 10 and an intimidation factor of 9,999. Ultraman Diga transformation device, original price 100 king coins. Now only 50 king coins. A 1 in 10,000 chance to obtain an authentic voice changer. As he beheld these absurd offerings, the corners of Feng's mouth twitched involuntarily. What on earth are these items? After scanning the selection and finding nothing of value, he struggled to maintain his composure. Of course, he still yearned for the Ultraman Diga voice changer, though the risk of receiving a counterfeit was excessively high. System. Do you possess any items that are normal and useful to me? To the host, should you desire something specific, you may communicate it directly to me. If available, it will materialize before you. Why did you not mention this sooner? Did you not inquire why I should? Feng soon discerned that his system mirrored his own nature, akin to the squeezing of toothpaste, always inclined to shirk effort. Very well, I wish to purchase Lan's supreme proficiency. Elevating Lan to a divine level of mastery would alleviate his concerns about a shallow hero pool. With Luna, Jing, and Lan mastered, he believed he could dominate matches scoring 2,500 points. Surely, as the season draws to a close, he would secure a top 3 ranking. Reaping both fame and fortune, what a delightful prospect. Yet, just as Feng was lost in daydreams, the system doused him with a bucket of cold water. Apologies. This item is not among the discounted offerings. Upon hearing that the item was unavailable, Feng could not help but feel a pang of disappointment. In the realm of the high-ranking district, Lan exists as a non-essential entity. Should one manage to elevate its proficiency to divine levels, no individual in the high-ranking district could possibly restrain Feng. If all else fails, he would have to purchase it at the original price. Such were Feng's contemplations. By the way, system, please present all discounted heroes to me. Understood. With the system's filtering, the scene before Feng transformed once more. Hanhan. Divine proficiency. Original price 30 king coins. Current price 150,000 king coins. Zhuge Liang. Divine proficiency. Original price 18 king coins. Current price 90,000 king coins. Zhao Yun. Divine proficiency. Original price 15 king coins. Current price only 8 king coins. Lan, Chapter 76. Discovering identity. System. I wish to purchase Zhuge Liang. Processing payment. Payment successful. Host S. Zhuge Liang proficiency has reached divine level. System. Please open the data panel. Host. Feng. Age. 18. Assets. 53. King coin assets. 20. Acquired abilities. Divine speed. Divine awareness. Master editor. Heroes with divine proficiency. Jing, Luna. Zhuge Liang. Feng nodded in satisfaction. Just half a month prior, his savings barely reached 3,000, yet now it had ascended to 53. Earning 500,000 in merely half a month. Who wouldn't he be astonished? Feng harbored no grand ambitions. Having enough was sufficient, for excess could become a burden. After completing these tasks, Feng took a shower and lay on his bed, scrolling through Deyun. Just as his eyelids began to grow heavy, a WeChat message popped up. It was none other than his enthusiastic admirer, who had previously gifted him skins and sent him presents. Overjoyed upon seeing the message, Feng recalled having sent numerous messages in the past few days, all of which had gone unanswered. He had wondered if he had inadvertently offended her, leading to her silence. Where have you been these past few days? I sent you so many messages, yet you didn't reply. My guardian took my phone, and I've been quite busy lately, so I forgot to respond. The guardian referred to by Peng Di was, in fact, her agent. Feng was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. A guardian? Could it be that she was a minor? Allowing a minor to send gifts was a significant taboo in the streaming industry, and he had no desire to entangle himself in legal disputes. Such matters were far too troublesome. Glancing at the date on his phone, he noted it was Friday at 10 in the evening. His suspicions were further solidified, as this coincided with the time when elementary school students were on holiday. Little one, focus on your studies and refrain from watching my streams. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel, Peng Di, just out of the shower, wrapped in a towel, revealed her exquisite curves. The skin exposed to the light resembled the exquisite luster of mutton fat jade. radiantly white as snow and tender as. Such a figure would bewilder anyone who beheld it. Little friend? Upon hearing Yi Feng's reference to her, Pang Di was instantly incensed. She swiftly extracted her identification card from her bag, obscured her face, and after concealing her name and ID number, she snapped a photo and sent it. Simultaneously, she typed, "Am I considered a little friend at this age?" On the other side, upon receiving the message, Yi Feng gazed at the photograph, deep in contemplation. Did he ponder the fact that his little fan was 6 years his senior? No. Thanks to the enhancement of the editing master ability, the mosaic on the image was utterly ineffective. The name following was clearly visible, Pang Di. This revelation caused Yi Feng to gasp in astonishment. Could it truly be that Pang Di? The Pang Di he referred to was none other than a prominent star in Huaxia, whose physique and beauty were beyond reproach. When Pang Di debuted, Yi Feng had just graduated from middle school. A mere glance at her on screen had left him utterly captivated. Yet, he was acutely self-aware, believing that his infatuation was akin to that of many fans, meant to be silently cherished in his heart. Little did he know that today, this seemingly unattainable dream might very well become a reality. To ascertain the truth, Yi Feng conducted a search and, upon discovering that the dates on Pang Di's profile and her ID matched perfectly, his emotions could only be described as ecstatically euphoric. After all, who would use a fake ID, let alone obscure it? There could only be one possibility. She was indeed his goddess, Pang Di. Are you Pang Di? Just as Yi Feng was about to send this message, he suddenly recalled that if she had not revealed her true identity, it was likely she wished to keep it concealed. Therefore, it was prudent to feign ignorance. By the way, you asked me earlier if I had time. What did you have in mind? Yi Feng seamlessly shifted the conversation. Pang Di then remembered that she sought out Yi Feng to play a game and quickly typed, "I haven't played Honor of Kings in several days. I'm itching to play, but fear losing. I was hoping you could guide me." "No problem, I'll lead the way. You just need to stay alive." Recalling that he had recently elevated his mastery of Zhuge Liang to a divine level, Yi Feng readily agreed. He was eager to discover the performance of a divine-level Zhuge Liang in the Starry Glory tier. "All right, I'll log in immediately. Please hold on for a moment." "Okay." After responding to Pang Di, Yi Feng suddenly remembered that he had reached the rank of Glory King, specifically, King with 50 stars. Meanwhile, Pang Di was merely at the Starry Glory rank, and the disparity in their ranks made it impossible for them to queue together. It appeared he would need to acquire a Diamond Starry Glory account. Acquiring a Diamond Starry rank may seem a daunting task for an ordinary individual, often requiring the assistance of friends. However, for Yi Feng, who has dabbled in the realm of boosting services, it is merely a walk in the park. Upon entering the boosting channel and surveying the options, he swiftly identified his target, a Starry Rank 3 account needing 3 victories to ascend to Starry Rank 4, all for a mere 20 yuan. Without hesitation, Yi Feng accepted the challenge. To him, 20 yuan was inconsequential. It was the suitable rank that piqued his interest. The account owner was equally straightforward. As soon as Yi Feng accepted the order, the individual promptly provided the account details, accompanied by a message urging, "Brother, you must win. If you lose, you'll have to forfeit the deposit." Yi Feng simply chuckled at this, knowing that if he were to lose over a paltry 10 yuan deposit, the real embarrassment would fall upon the ultimate Jungle King system, not him. Rest assured, as long as I secure the jungle position, victory is assured. After responding to the account owner, Yi Feng sent a message to Pang Di. "I'll be using this account shortly. Please add me. I was wondering why you hadn't logged on for so long. Turns out you were switching accounts. The rank disparity was too great. So I sought out another account. Can't really blame me, can you?" Following Yi Feng's message, Pang Di promptly sent a friend request, which he accepted. A team invitation soon followed. Chapter 77. A collision with Xiao Jiner. After an entire day of intense peak matches, Xiao Jiner exhibited signs of fatigue. She found herself yearning for a female friend to join her for a delightful duo queue. "Brother, does it absolutely have to be a girl? Can't a guy suffice?" She jested. 2 males teaming up? That would be quite the conundrum. "I'm a girl, Starry Rank. Is that acceptable?" Although most of her viewers were female, the charming modeling of Li Bai coupled with his dazzling skills attracted a fair share of male admirers to Xiao Jiner's stream. "Sounds good. Let us get started. My alternate account is conveniently Starry Rank." The mention of a female companion instantly invigorated Xiao Jiner, who eagerly urged the girl to log in. The chat room buzzed with excitement. Upon logging in, the girl promptly activated her microphone. "Hey, if I use Yao to hang around your head, you won't get upset, will you?" The playful tone, coupled with her endearing words, rendered any man who heard her utterly defenseless. Xiao Jiner was no exception. "Of course not. How could I possibly be upset with a girl?" "Then let us proceed." Amidst the jeers of netizens, Xiao Jiner commenced the match. only to find herself pitted against Yi Feng. As both teams casually selected their heroes, it was Yi Feng's turn to choose first, and he decisively locked in Zhuge Liang. Upon seeing this selection, Xiao Jiner couldn't help but smile. Zhuge Liang's slow clearing and transitioning in the mid lane, coupled with his lack of economic advantage, meant he was typically played in the jungle in this version. It was well known that Xiao Jiner shared a deep connection with jungle Zhuge Liang, to the extent that one could call them rivals. After all, his brother, Mi Xiaotao, is the #1 jungler in the national server, playing Zhuge Liang. The only jungler I ever feared was a Zhuge Liang. Yet the opposing player clearly does not reside on my list of apprehensions. The Zhuge Liang that Xiao Jin fears is none other than Mi Xiaotao. Consequently, he dismissed the enemy's jungler entirely and opted to assist in securing the Li Bai. Given that the team lacked a jungler, his teammates readily assisted in the endeavor. Oh, Li Bai, now that is somewhat uncommon. The consecutive nerfs over several seasons have relegated Li Bai to the status of an underperforming hero. At equal economy, as long as the opposing marksman equips a pair of boots of resistance, Li Bai becomes nearly ineffectual. Of course, if Li Bai possesses an economic advantage, the gameplay becomes exceedingly pleasurable, as he can effortlessly secure the heads of enemy generals amidst the chaos of battle. Few junglers can achieve such feats. I guess I'll play Yao and latch onto you, Fat D proposed. She held immense faith in Yi Feng's jungling abilities and desired to reward herself with a match as Yao. Just as Yi Feng was about to decline, he reconsidered given her identity and silently acquiesced. Unfortunately, however, the second pick on the opposing side, Xiaojin's female fan, promptly locked in Yao. Ah, she snatched my Yao. What should I play now? Fat D exclaimed in frustration. After all her efforts to enjoy a game, she couldn't even play the hero she desired, and her sorrow quickly ballooned. No worries, you can play Xiaoming. Just connect me, she suggested. Alright, but Xiaoming isn't as easy as Yao. The Xiaoming they referred to is Ming Shireen. Playing Ming Shireen requires constant connections and the ability to switch lines, which, in Fat D's eyes, is far less effortless than riding on Yi Feng's Yao. However, Yi Feng believed that in this matchup, Ming Shireen's contribution would far surpass that of Yao. The weakness of a jungler Zhuge Liang lies in his low early game damage and slow jungle clearing, whereas the damage amplification skills of Ming Shireen undoubtedly make him the superior choice. Provided that Zhuge Liang can develop adequately, his damage becomes utterly terrifying. A fragile mage or marksman touched by Zhuge Liang's passive would lose half their health instantly. Without Yao, Fat D ultimately opted for Ming Shireen, persuaded by Yi Feng. You'll play Ming Shireen, just stay behind me, handle the damage, and so forth. Soon enough, the remaining players on both sides selected their champions. Red side, Yi Feng's team top lane, Ma Chao, jungle, Zhuge Liang, mid lane, Diao Chan, farm lane, Marco Polo, support, Ming Shireen. Blue side, top lane, Charlotte, jungle, Li Bai, mid lane, Shen Mingxi, farm lane, Sun Shangxiang, support, Yao. Observing the stark contrast between the two lineups, Yi Feng couldn't help but murmur. How do we select our heroes this way? Why does every lane seem so severely suppressed? Ma Chao is countered by Charlotte. Marco Polo is disadvantaged against Sun Shangxiang, and Jiao Chan cannot even secure the lane against Shen Mingxi, indicating that this will be a challenging match. It appears that I am left to silently elevate you all. If my teammates prove inadequate, then Yi Feng must retreat, resigning to silence, unaware of what it truly means to have allies. In a challenging match, someone must inevitably step forward. If one continues to consider their teammates and share resources, it is akin to a frog being boiled in warm water. The base will inevitably explode. Just as Yi Feng pondered the state of the battle, the loading screen abruptly concluded, ushering in the match. With 5 seconds remaining, the enemy forces prepared for battle, and upon the disappearance of the fountain barrier, each individual proceeded to their respective positions, beginning with boots exchanged for a jungler's knife. Yi Feng skillfully maneuvered Zhuge Liang towards his blue zone. Observing that Peng D's Ming Shireen was heading towards the mid lane, he promptly remarked over the team chat, Diao Chan cannot outpace Shen Mingxi. You need not proceed to the mid lane, just follow me. Alright, Peng D replied obediently, positioning himself between the first and second towers of the mid lane before swiftly redirecting towards the blue zone. Thereafter, Yi Feng commenced his command. Pull the strings. Oh, understood. Ming Shireen cast the chain, successfully ensnaring the motionless Zhuge Liang, resulting in a luminous purple link between them. Now, advance to the lizard's position, and be mindful of the chain's length. Do not let it break. As Yi Feng spoke, he marked the location with a signal, concerned that Peng D might be unclear about which position to target. Got it, Peng D responded, hastening towards the location and halting precisely at the chain's maximum reach. Now, watch closely. As the match progressed to 30 seconds, the jungle monsters respawned. Yifeng executed a basic attack on the blue monster, drawing the enemy's ire. He then unleashed a powerful attack, marveling at the exceptional proficiency of Zhuge Liang combined with Xiao Ming, exclaiming, "This is simply insurmountable," as they vanquished the Shadow Wolf. The match clock displayed a mere 45 seconds. Exiting the blue zone at this speed, even Lan would struggle to match such swiftness. At this rate, one could reach level 4 in under a minute and a half. Do not underestimate this critical moment. In 1.5 minutes, even the lane with the highest experience from minions cannot achieve level 4. With both economic and level advantages, Yifeng's prowess could only be described as a slaughter. Just as he anticipated, at 1 minute and 24 seconds, he had cleared the entirety of the red zone. Now, it was time for me to showcase my skills. Reaching level 4, Zhuge Liang underwent a transformative change. The energy ball, which is both locking and lethal, renders this skill the unparalleled choice for harvesting in the aftermath of battle. Which lane shall I target first? As Yifeng adjusted his view to decide which lane to prioritize, his teammates began reporting victories in quick succession. Jiao Chan in the mid lane was sent flying by Yao Mei, only to be obliterated by Bomb Cat's jumping bomb, granting the first blood. Wow, that was swift. In less than 2 minutes, the first blood was spilled, astonishing Yifeng. As Jiao Chan delivered the initial kill, the team began to fall like a dam that had been breached, with casualties occurring one after another. The opposing Ma Chao, under the relentless onslaught of Master Xia, met his demise. Before Yifeng could voice his concerns, the farming lane's Marco Polo also succumbed to Sun Shanxiang's fierce assault. What was happening with his teammates? Why were they throwing away kills so recklessly? In under 2 minutes, 3 teammates had already fallen, a pace that left even Peng Di in disbelief. If his teammates were faltering, it seemed the responsibility of victory would rest solely on his shoulders. With that thought, Yifeng set off toward the combat lane. Although Ma Chao had been slain by Charlotte, he had managed to whittle her down to a third of her health. Yifeng's arrival was perfectly timed for a cleanup. Moreover, when Ma Chao fell, the minion wave had yet to reach level 4, and there was still half a wave of level 3 minions remaining. This meant that Yifeng could not only secure the kill on Charlotte, but also claim a significant portion of the minion wave, a substantial economic boon. For a mage like Zhuge Liang, who relied on equipment advantages to deal damage, this opportunity was too precious to miss. Charlotte, be cautious. Their jungler may be on the way. Xiao Jiner, a high-ranking player, quickly warned Charlotte through text, recognizing the swift jungle clearing of Ming Shirin and Zhuge Liang. All right, I'll pull back, Charlotte responded obediently, pushing the remaining minions under the tower before retreating to her own defenses. However, Yifeng, having already cleared the red zone, had arrived at the combat lane. Just as Charlotte turned to leave, Yifeng and his companion emerged from the riverbank. Wow, they really came, Charlotte exclaimed, her voice betraying her panic, though her hands executed her commands with precision. She launched her first skill, the 7-star Radiant Sword, aiming to hit Zhuge Liang while using her speed to create distance. Yet, Yifeng was not one to be easily thwarted. He used his second skill, Time-Space Transposition, to blink forward, effortlessly dodging the attack while closing the gap between them. Without her speed boost, Charlotte hurriedly used her second skill to dart into the bushes, hoping to obscure her vision and catch Yifeng off guard. But Yifeng merely chuckled at her attempt. At that moment, the level 4 minion wave arrived. Controlling Zhuge Liang, Yifeng unleashed his first skill on the minions, instantly stacking his passive ability to 3 layers while advancing toward the bushes. Inside the foliage, Charlotte, devoid of any skills, found herself in a state of panic. She had already used her first and second skills, and her summoner spell, Flash, was spent in pursuit of Ma Chao. Now, she was utterly defenseless. What should I do? What should I do? Desperate, Charlotte observed the approaching level 4 minions, her determination solidifying. Damn it, if I'm going to die anyway, I might as well take down some minions. With that resolve, Charlotte emerged from the bushes and mindlessly began attacking the minions. However, Charlotte, lacking any skills and relying solely on basic attacks, inflicted minimal damage. Before she could eliminate a single minion, Yifeng had already arrived. With his second skill, Time Warp, he stepped forward and landed directly on Charlotte. His passive ability fully stacked, 5 magical orbs soared towards her. Charlotte's health diminished once more, swiftly descending below the execution threshold set by Zhuge Liang. Here comes the big moment. Yifeng deftly slid his fingers, activating his ultimate, Spirit Bomb. Hold on a moment, my minions are not yet finished. Observing Zhuge Liang charging up, Charlotte let out a fierce roar, frantically tapping the basic attack button, eager to consume the nearby melee minion. Yet, it was far from an easy endeavor. A colossal blue orb materialized, striking Charlotte with precision. Zhuge Liang successfully eliminated her. Damn it, just a hair's breadth away. Watching the minion with barely a sliver of health stride over his lifeless body, Charlotte was utterly demoralized. Had he managed to consume even one minion, his long-held desire would have been fulfilled. Bro, that was impressive. Observing Charlotte fail to secure even a level 4 minion, Ma Chao couldn't help but commend him. However, he was soon taken aback. Zhuge Liang, having slain Charlotte, cleared the entire minion wave with a single 12-skill attack, amplified by Ming Shirin's damage boost. This utterly shattered Ma Chao's morale. He had always been the one to consume others' waves. When had he ever been at the receiving end? Are you out of your mind? Stupid jungler, why are you eating my minion wave? As for Ma Chao's insults, Feng had anticipated them and preemptively confined him to the Black Room to preserve Fat D's morale. He also encouraged her to put Ma Chao in the Black Room. Is it really acceptable for us to devour others' minion waves? Fat D, being inherently kind-hearted, felt that such behavior was somewhat unethical and saw Feng's perspective. Ma Chao can consume dual lanes to win, so why can't I do the same to secure victory? Feng's explanation resonated deeply with Fat D. When not duo queuing with Feng, she often played mid lane, as long as she encountered the opposing lane. Chapter 79. A mutual journey. Due to Shun Mingxi still pushing the lane in mid, Feng was acutely aware that if he did not seize this wave of minions, they would be wasted by the turret. Little did he know, this was a bait set by Xiao Jiner. Having cleared the red area, she had hidden in the right bush, intending to ambush Feng's Zhuge Liang. His instincts told him that Zhuge Liang would certainly not let this mid-lane wave slip away. Are we going to directly consume this mid-lane wave? With no one in sight, Feng proceeded towards mid, prompting Fat D to inquire. We must consume it. But there may be an ambush. Feng was acutely aware that the opposing jungler, Li Bai, had yet to reveal himself, which led him to ponder whether Li Bai might be lurking in one of the nearby bushes in the mid lane. However, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. If everything were to proceed smoothly without any risks, life would indeed be rather mundane. If an ambush was at play, then let him take the lead. Upon hearing of the potential ambush, Ming Shirin, who was ahead, suddenly halted. Feng couldn't help but chuckle, finding Fat D utterly endearing in that moment. What are you laughing at? You need to walk in front to better protect me, don't you? Fat D retorted, visibly annoyed upon hearing Feng's laughter. All right, I shall protect you, Feng responded, bemused, as it was his first time hearing about relinquishing one's position to safeguard a support. You are a man. It is only natural for you to protect me. With Zhuge Liang moving ahead of Ming Shirin, Fat D finally began to advance. There Zhuge Liang is approaching, reported Shin Mingxi upon spotting both Zhuge Liang and Ming Shirin at the river's edge. Excellent. One of them must surely fall in this encounter, Xiao Jiner declared with confidence, believing that with her ultimate ability, Qing Lian's sword song, in conjunction with Shun Mingxi's damage output, they would undoubtedly secure a kill. As Feng arrived at the mid lane, he did not hesitate to unleash his own skills. He cast his first skill, East Wind Assault, hitting the minion wave and stacking his passive. At that moment, Shin Mingxi initiated her bomb output. However, having cleared the minion wave earlier, she was left with only 4 bombs. Releasing her first skill, Cat Bomb, she hurled the 4 bombs forward. Yet such an overt maneuver was hardly likely to catch Feng off guard. The instant the bomb cat raised her hand, Feng anticipated her actions. His left hand deftly maneuvered the control wheel, dodging left and right, and with the aid of his second skill, time-space traversal, he evaded all the bombs. Goodness, are you jesting with me? Xiao Jiner exclaimed, witnessing the bomb cat release 4 bombs without even grazing Zhuge Liang. Even her usually good-natured temperament faltered as she began to question. This cannot be blamed on me. Her positioning was impeccable. The bomb cat quickly countered. Yet, Zhuge Liang, having stacked his passive, had already closed in. His basic attack struck the bomb cat, redirecting his passive attack target, while his retribution slowed the bomb cat down. And his second skill, time-space traversal, landed squarely. All 4 passive hits connected with the bomb cat, having feasted on the minion wave and secured a kill. Zhuge Liang was in an extraordinarily advantageous position, both in level and economy. The benefits of his economic lead translated directly into superior equipment. Just 4 passive hits and 1 second skill had reduced the bomb cat from over half health to a mere fraction. How is his damage so high? He has only landed a few skills, and yet I've lost so much health. The bomb cat mused, realizing that should she endure a full combo from Zhuge Liang, she would likely find herself utterly incapacitated. Why are you still standing by and watching? Hurry up and save me. Seeing Li Bai, who was hidden in the grass on the right, remain indifferent, Bomb Cat could not help but urge. Alas, having a teammate like you is truly exasperating. To be honest, Xiao Jiner was reluctant to engage. Since Bomb Cat had failed to land a single skill, his approach was indistinguishable from merely walking forward. Sure enough, just as Xiao Jiner stepped out of the bush and used his first skill, pouring the wine, to close in on Zhuge Liang, Yifeng noticed the opponent's movement. He swiftly used his second skill, time-space shifting, to evade to the left, creating distance from Li Bai. Simultaneously, his third skill, Energy Bomb, locked onto Bomb Cat. After achieving mastery over Zhuge Liang, Yifeng could easily determine with a glance whether his ultimate could secure a kill. Oh no, help me block the cannonball. It's coming. At Bomb Cat's urging, Li Bai dashed forward, gripping the blue line. However, he was slightly behind. There remained a gap between Li Bai and the blue line. Without a displacement skill, he would simply be too late. Relying on others is not as effective as relying on oneself. I must take matters into my own hands. Bomb Cat murmured to himself, and at the moment the energy bomb was launched from Zhuge Liang's hands, he activated his flash. At the same time, Xiao Jiner's Li Bai also executed his first skill, pouring the wine, in an attempt to shield Bomb Cat from the impending explosion. The two actions, perfectly timed, resulted in a near miss. The energy bomb gracefully circled in the air before decisively striking Bomb Cat. Boom. The energy bomb hit, triggering the effect of the jungle knife. The tremendous damage completely depleted Bomb Cat's health bar. This dramatic scene left Xiao Jiner momentarily stunned. Dude, what are you doing? I said I would help you block it. If you were going to help me, why didn't you do it sooner? If you had used your first skill to shield me earlier, I wouldn't have needed to use flash. Zhuge Liang still has his second skill. If I had used my displacement to block for you first, and then he swapped positions, wouldn't you still be dead? Xiao Jiner, a peak player with a score of 2,400, impressively managed to think of so many factors in just a few seconds. After hearing Xiao Jiner's explanation, Bomb Cat instantly felt remorseful. He had only considered having Li Bai block for him, entirely neglecting these other variables. Having successfully eliminated Shun Mengshi with Zhuge Liang, a multitude of glowing orbs surrounded him, each striking Li Bai. Observing Li Bai frozen in place, Yifeng could not help but mutter, "Why is this Li Bai standing there foolishly?" After the passive effect concluded, Li Bai, who was once nearly at full health, was reduced to half. Seizing this opportunity, Yifeng unleashed a relentless 21-hit combo upon Li Bai. The ultimate skill, Energy Bomb, locked on. Chapter 80, Silence and Focus. This individual is no ordinary player, was Yifeng's assessment of the Li Bai before him. Having consumed a set of skills, the character Xiao Jiner found herself in a precarious state, barely clinging to life, and promptly fled the battlefield. Although Zhuge Liang posed no threat to her in his skill-less state, this did not justify her reckless behavior. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yifeng was beaming with delight. The mid-lane river crab, coupled with a wave of minions, allowed the support character Ming Shirin to reach level 4. This advancement marked a significant enhancement for Ming Shirin. Prior to level 4, he relied solely on basic attacks to heal his allies, which yielded an alarmingly low amount of health restoration. However, upon reaching level 4, this limitation vanished entirely. His ultimate ability, which directly transfers health to teammates, bestowed even the fragile Zhuge Liang with a semblance of self-preservation. "You can now stand in front of me and absorb damage with your ultimate," Yifeng proposed, doubting whether Pang Di understood the game. "What nonsense. My ultimate drains my own health. If I shield you, wouldn't that be akin to courting death?" Pang Di retorted angrily. Although her experience with Ming Shirin was limited, she was well aware of the functions and effects of each ability. Thus, Yifeng's attempt to deceive her proved somewhat challenging. "How embarrassing that you know this." Yifeng hastily concluded the conversation and unhesitatingly consumed the mid-lane minions. Meanwhile, the ever-calm Jiao Chan in the bottom lane remained unperturbed, but Ma Chao, in the off-lane, could no longer contain himself. "What do you mean by this? How can you take Jiao Chan's minions?" Though Pang Di and Yifeng had already confined him to a figurative black room, his words awakened Jiao Chan, who had been assisting the marksman. "What are you doing, jungler? It's one thing to bring a support along, but you're also consuming minion waves. Have you no shame?" Upon noticing the complete disappearance of the minions that should have been in the mid lane, she began to reprimand Yifeng. "You wouldn't have been able to secure those minions anyway. Me taking them is the best outcome for you." Yifeng remained unperturbed, attempting to reason with her. However, Jiao Chan's next remark swiftly led Yifeng to confine her to the black room as well. "I am the mid laner. The mid lane minions belong to me. How I choose to handle them is my prerogative. Even if they were to be consumed by the tower, I would prefer not to grant them to you." This almost mindless declaration provided Yi Feng with a clearer understanding of the princess syndrome. Wasn't Honor of Kings a team-based competitive game? When did distinctions between you, me, and him arise? What is your problem? You've been stationed in the bottom lane. You wouldn't have been able to secure this wave anyway. Aren't we helping you by supplementing your wave? Pang Di interjected to clarify for Yi Feng. Due to her work commitments, she found herself perpetually stuck at the starry rank. Yet, in terms of awareness and skill, she was far from inept. With a bit more time, achieving the rank of king would be no challenge at all. Do not waste your breath arguing with those devoid of reason. They will drag your intelligence down to their level and then defeat you with their abundant experience. Hee, I never expected your words to be so amusing. Yi Feng's remarks had Pang Di giggling uncontrollably. She had never realized that one could wield such formidable sarcasm without resorting to insults. Let me tell you, in high school, I could verbally dismantle 5 individuals single-handedly. Really? That is utterly inconceivable. Pang Di was taken aback, for when she first encountered Yi Feng's livestream, she was captivated by his striking appearance. Coupled with his almost outrageous skills, she found herself utterly enchanted, hardly paying attention to what he had actually said. However, times have changed. Ever since he became a streamer, he has restrained himself from cursing, as if there were limitations imposed upon him. Gradually, he ceased to use foul language altogether. Whenever someone insults me, I simply block them, out of sight, out of mind. If a streamer like Cat Tooth uses too much profanity, their live stream could be suspended. Previously, Yi Feng was an unsigned streamer, which meant the penalties were even more severe. A ban could last an entire day. This instilled a sense of fear in him, leading to many viewers entering his stream, observing him in silence, biting his lip, and wondering aloud if the streamer had lost his voice. Not being able to curse was sheer torment for someone accustomed to colorful language. Fortunately, Yi Feng managed to endure and ultimately reform. Your method is rather commendable. I shall certainly give it a try. Pang Di occasionally faces criticism while gaming due to her quick tongue, often falling short in verbal exchanges, having been reduced to tears more than once. With such an effective approach at hand, she was determined to put it to use. A few insults were hurled, yet the opponent offered not a single retort. Whether it was Jiao Chan or Ma Chao, they both understood that they had been sent to the proverbial black room. How dare they confine me to the black room? Jiao Chan bristled with indignation, and upon noticing Zhuge Liang preparing to secure the blue buff, she eagerly followed him. Yi Feng, Jiao Chan is approaching, do be cautious. Pang Di, who kept a watchful eye on the minimap, quickly alerted Yi Feng. She suspected Jiao Chan was attempting to steal the blue buff, but she was ill-equipped for such a task. As Jiao Chan drew near, she was inevitably within Yi Feng's keen sight. Furthermore, Yi Feng was nearly able to discern her intentions with remarkable accuracy. However, Yi Feng was genuinely astonished that a Jiao Chan of equal rank to a support character would dare to attempt to pilfer his blue buff. As the blue buff's health dwindled to 2,000, Yi Feng abruptly halted his assault, seemingly awaiting Jiao Chan's move. This scene did not escape Jiao Chan's notice, and she silently scoffed. Offer me the blue buff as compensation, and we might be on better terms. Jiao Chan leapt in with her second skill. Yet before the petals could strike the blue buff, Yi Feng acted decisively. He deftly manipulated the smite wheel, landing it squarely on the blue buff. Instantly, the blue buff's health bar was obliterated, leaving Jiao Chan to run off in vain. What a wretched creature. This insufferable jungler has played me for a fool. At this moment, Jiao Chan was in a state of utter frustration. Having traversed from the bottom lane only to gain nothing, it was no wonder she was incensed. Anyone in her position would be equally vexed. Before she could voice her inquiries to Yi Feng, he preemptively asserted his dominance. As the jungler, the blue buff falls under my jurisdiction. At this juncture, Jiao Chan remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding circumstances, still stationed beneath the middle lane's turret, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon Yi Feng and Pang Di. For the two who had long since muted her, her fervent onslaught was akin to a stone cast into the ocean, causing no ripples whatsoever. Soon, the minions in the mid lane began to converge. Faced with the realities of gold and economy, Jiao Chan ceased her verbal tirade, just as she contemplated moving forward to clear the minions. A sight before her left her utterly astounded. Goodness, has my mid lane turned into a mahjong parlor? How can there be so many people? At present, counting Jiao Chan. 4 individuals occupied the mid lane. The opposing Ma Chao, the support Ming Shirin, and Yi Feng's Zhuge Liang, all gathered in this singular spot. A wave of minions for 4 people? Even with the support having equipped supportive items, such distribution seems excessive. Jungler, are you out of your mind? It's one thing if I'm not present to share the minion wave, but now that I am, why do you come? Moreover, Ma Chao, why have you joined me in the mid lane when you were supposed to be on my side? The minion wave had yet to converge. Yi Feng's Zhuge Liang unleashed a rapid succession of 12 strikes, obliterating all the minions and triggering the echo effect, clearing the wave with remarkable swiftness. This rapidity left Ma Chao, who sought to secure a finishing blow, disheartened. How could one play Ma Chao without claiming dual lanes? In response to Jiao Chan's accusations, Ma Chao retorted with a phrase popularized online. However, Jiao Chan was clearly unimpressed by this rhetoric. Ma Chao is a scaling hero. Does that not apply to me as well? If you lack compassion, do not expect my allegiance. After delivering a fierce ultimatum, Jiao Chan promptly purchased a pair of boots of speed. Indeed, these were the boots that, upon exiting combat, granted an additional 60 movement speed. With the augmentation of the boots of speed, although Jiao Chan could not outpace Ma Chao, she was now able to follow his rotations. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, having cleared the mid lane, chose not to return to the red jungle for farming, but instead accompanied the others towards the top lane. Are we also heading to farm the top lane minions? Peng Di inquired. With 4 of us on a single wave, there is hardly any benefit to be gained. Previously, Peng Di had watched tutorials on minion waves on Deyun. For optimal economic and experience gain, 2 players should share a wave, 3 would incur losses. As for 4 players, it is like a chicken rib, flavorless yet regrettable to discard. Our objective is not to farm minions, but rather to irritate them. Yi Feng's mischievous voice echoed through the team voice chat. You truly are a piece of work. Peng Di initially believed this was part of Yi Feng's strategy, unaware that it was merely a ploy to vex Jiao Chan and Ma Chao. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Yi Feng's tactics are indeed commendable. Upon witnessing Zhuge Liang and Ming Shirin approaching, Jiao Chan and Ma Chao fervently signaled for a retreat, declaring the area perilous. Well executed. Armed with a substantial economic and experiential advantage, Zhuge Liang's damage output was exceedingly remarkable. With a single skill release, he effortlessly obliterated the enemy minion wave that had just arrived in the lane. After devouring the minion wave, Yi Feng swiftly eliminated a river crab in the opposing lane with a decisive 212 strike, leaving nothing behind. How could Ma Chao possibly endure this? A touch of mercy is expected. Must one only partake in the meat while denying us the broth? Every morsel of economic gain fell into Zhuge Liang's hands, naturally inciting Ma Chao's displeasure. Yet, Yi Feng remained unfazed, turning instead to lead his ally, Peng Di, back to the red jungle to farm. With his purging ability in hand, he felt no trepidation regarding any mischief from Ma Chao and Jiao Chan. Even without it, the damage from Ma Chao and Jiao Chan would only serve to humiliate them should they dare to approach. Meanwhile, in the opposing lane, Charlotte trembled in the bushes. Initially, upon spotting Ma Chao's position, he contemplated advancing to harass. However, the swift movements of Yi Feng and Jiao Chan soon appeared in Charlotte's line of sight, dissuading him from acting recklessly. Otherwise, it would have been akin to courting death. Goodness, what is happening on the opposite side? Why has everyone converged on the lane? Instances of 4 players joining forces in a lane are not unheard of, but they typically occur after clearing minion waves, followed by a tower dive. Such a scenario, where they clear the minions and then depart, is indeed rare. It seems there is discord. They had also appeared in the mid lane moments ago. Having returned home to replenish her health, Xiao Jin remarked, arguing, "That's wonderful. If our opponents are preoccupied with squabbling, they will not focus on their lanes, and over time, our economy will surely surpass theirs." Clearly, Shen Mingxi relished the notion of the enemy's discord, as the scales of victory had imperceptibly begun to tilt in their favor. However, we must remain vigilant regarding Zhuge Liang. His economic status is alarmingly high, Xiao Jin expressed with concern. Having already claimed 2 kills and relentlessly consuming waves, Zhuge Liang was destined to become the most formidable obstacle on their path to victory. No worries. Can one individual truly turn the tide? Several teammates dismissed Zhuge Liang's threat. After all, honor of kings is a team game. No matter how formidable one may be, they shall never match the strength of 5. Do not underestimate Zhuge Liang with Ming Shirin. A 1 against 5 scenario is not entirely impossible. With the assistance of the bomb cat, Sun Shangxiang in the bottom lane had sent Marco Polo back to the fountain and joined the discussion among her teammates. Observing that her allies disregarded her counsel, Xiao Jin chose to relinquish her concerns. Engaging in trivial pursuits is a pastime reserved for the immature. After clearing the red zone, Xiao Jiner arrived cautiously in the blue zone. It had been half a minute since Zhuge Liang had vanished from the opposing lane. During this interval, he must have finished his clearing in the red zone and could very well be lurking in the blue grass, waiting for me. Due to Xiao Dao's influence, Xiao Jiner had a clear understanding of Zhuge Liang's jungle speed. Furthermore, with the assistance of Ming Shirin, his clearing would undoubtedly be expedited. The more she contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. prompting her to begin auto-attacking the Shadow Wolves to stack her ultimate passive. On the other side, as Xiao Jiner had surmised, Yi Feng and his companion had swiftly cleared the red zone and were now lying in wait in the blue grass. Li Bai, having stacked his ultimate, Qinglian Sword Immortal, executed his first skill, Near Wine, and leapt over the wall, positioning himself between the Shadow Wolves and the blue grass. Before Li Bai could advance further, Yi Feng, concealed in the blue grass, made his move. He unleashed his second skill, Time-Space Traversal, from the underbrush, landing directly on Li Bai. Simultaneously, he released his first skill at close range, triggering his passive and swiftly dispatching the low-health Shadow Wolf. Both skills were unleashed unexpectedly from the grass, arriving with incredible speed. Xiao Jiner barely had time to react before the damage struck her. However, what astonished Xiao Jiner even more was that merely 2 skills had depleted a third of her health. He really is waiting for me. In a moment of realization, to avoid the passive damage from Zhuge Liang, Xiao Jiner activated her ultimate. Instantly, Li Bai's form became ethereal, and a torrential downpour of sword rain cascaded before him, striking Zhuge Liang. Yet, the effect was negligible. After the flurry, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Zhuge Liang had not lost a single point of health. How could my damage be so low? Observing her meager output, Xiao Jiner began to doubt herself. Although Zhuge Liang possessed an economic advantage, he had purchased exclusively offensive items, lacking any defensive gear. Despite her own less-than-ideal equipment, Blood Scythe, Pursuit Blade, Attack Speed Boots, and Shadow Battle Axe, this level of ineffectiveness seemed absurd. After all, Zhuge Liang was merely a fragile mage. Just as Xiao Jiner pondered this perplexity, her gaze suddenly fell upon the yellow line behind Zhuge Liang. So that's how it is. Enlightenment dawned upon her. Seeing Xiao Jiner's damage output, Zhuge Liang and Yi Feng exchanged confident remarks, with Yi Feng commending his ally. Sister, your maneuvers are impressive. The yellow line grants double resistances, specifically designed to counteract Li Bai's damage. Given that Pang Di was 7 or 8 years Yi Feng's senior, it was entirely natural for him to address her as sister. Upon hearing Yi Feng's address, Pang Di's delicate visage flushed with a rosy hue. Women are particularly susceptible to being called sister by men, just as men are equally averse to being referred to as father by women. Do you believe I misclicked my skill? Due to the exquisite nail art adorning Pundi's fingers, a miscalculated tap during a health restoration inadvertently transformed Ming Shirin's second skill from damage amplification to a boost in dual defenses. Though unintentional, this alteration yielded commendable results. With the lines shifting to a violet hue, I prepared to launch an offensive. As Li Bai's ultimate ability neared its conclusion, Yi Feng took the initiative to command the team. With Yi Feng's guidance, Pundi no longer flitted about like a headless chicken. After selecting the second skill icon, the link between Ming Shirin and Zhuge Liang transformed from yellow to purple. As Li Bai's ultimate expired, the energy orbs surrounding Zhuge Liang swiftly locked onto their target. Hurtling towards Li Bai, with an economic advantage already in hand, Zhuge Liang, bolstered by Ming Shirin's damage enhancement, unleashed a staggering amount of damage. 3 energy orbs struck Li Bai, reducing his health to half in an instant. Such damage was utterly insufferable. Without even engaging in combat, his health dwindled to mere remnants, prompting Xiao Jiner to exclaim her exasperation. After absorbing Zhuge Liang's damage, Li Bai unleashed his first skill, Near Wine, thrusting towards Zhuge Liang. Yi Feng, caught off guard, fell victim to Li Bai's strike. However, the control was fleeting, allowing Yi Feng to swiftly regain mobility. Utilizing his first skill, East Wind Strike, in close quarters, he inflicted devastating damage, leaving Li Bai with a sliver of health. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Feng locked onto Li Bai with his ultimate, confident that Zhuge Liang's concluding strike would not find its mark. Under the rigorous training of Mi Xiaotao, Xiao Jiner possessed the confidence to assert such a statement. Observing Zhuge Liang targeting her with his ultimate, she quickly retreated to the position of the Shadow Wolf. As the energy ball pursued her, Xiao Jiner held her breath, fully focused, knowing that evading the energy ball with her second skill required impeccable timing. This timing was exceedingly challenging, whether too fast or too slow. The energy ball would spell her doom, thus demanding her utmost concentration. Did she dare to dodge my ultimate with her second skill? Yi Feng saw through Xiao Jiner's intentions. Before the energy ball could be launched, he promptly utilized his second skill to advance, mirroring Li Bai's actions as he stepped into the Shadow Wolf's pit. The 2 units converged rapidly. In such close proximity, for Li Bai to evade the energy ball with his second skill would demand not only skill, but also a stroke of fortune. Yet for a first-rate Li Bai like Xiao Jiner, it remained effortlessly manageable. As the energy ball was unleashed from Zhuge Liang's grasp, Just as it was about to strike Li Bai, Xiao Jiner reacted swiftly. She executed her second skill, Divine Brush, granting her a brief invulnerability that allowed Li Bai to narrowly evade the fatal blow. Remarkably, this Li Bai truly excelled. Even Yi Feng had to concede that this Li Bai, in both technique and timing, was indeed top tier. This further solidified Yi Feng's conviction that this Li Bai was not of such caliber. After narrowly evading Zhuge Liang's ultimate ability, the fans in Xiao Jiner's livestream were utterly astonished. Wow. That maneuver was absolutely brilliant. Truly, this is the national champion Li Bai. Such skill is something I could aspire to for a lifetime. In my own experiences with Li Bai, I encountered Zhuge Liang as well, and throughout the match, I only managed to dodge his attacks 2 or 3 times by sheer luck. Yet, Xiao Jiner's ability to avoid the ultimate is clearly not a matter of chance. Once or twice could be attributed to luck, but it is impossible to succeed every time. Xiao Jiner being hailed as the #1 Li Bai in the national server is certainly well-deserved. However, at that moment, Xiao Jiner realized she was in a precarious position. Did she think that evading my ultimate would spare her? Although my ultimate did not eliminate Li Bai, once the invincibility from Li Bai's second skill, Godly Stroke, wore off, Yi Feng's Zhuge Liang launched his first skill, Eastern Wind Assault, once more. With no skills remaining, how could Li Bai defend himself? The damage struck true, and he was swiftly taken down. A massacre ensued. The now level 30 Zhuge Liang also received a voice notification from the system. Damn it. Chapter 83, Wild Area 23. It was said that this netizen of Yi Feng merely felt that Yi Feng had gained too much fame lately. Perhaps he truly was Yi Feng. As Xiao Jiner gazed at the final comment, rather than harboring doubt, she felt a flicker of hope that it might indeed be Yi Feng. Recently, Yi Feng had been basking in glory, with countless labels affixed to him, all seemingly justified. The platform treated him like a cherished son, with homepage recommendations and $1 million contract that left his fellow streamers envious. If the person truly was Yi Feng, then she would not feel ashamed. Naturally, she had seen Yi Feng's highlight reel, where his exaggerated speed, skill, and strategic thinking made her wonder if he was, in fact, a robot. With Xiao Jiner's endorsement, many viewers in the livestream felt a swell of pride, especially those who proudly displayed their affiliation with Yi Feng's channel. Li Bai, what is happening? To be slain in your own jungle is rather humiliating, mocked Shenmingshi, having just cleared the minion wave in mid lane. Upon witnessing the Li Bai who had been cautioning his teammates perish in his own territory, I thought your awareness was exceptional. Yet, you were still ambushed. Shenmingshi thought to himself. However, had he witnessed Xiao Jiner's recent maneuvers, he would likely have refrained from such remarks. If you were my teammate, you should be avenging me instead of making snide comments, Xiao Jiner retorted with confidence. Losing to Yi Feng, she acknowledged her inferiority in skill. Yet, being ridiculed by a Shenmingshi was intolerable. After all, even in high-ranking matches, she wielded a certain level of intimidation. How could someone from the starry rank dare to mock her? Rest assured, I will avenge you, she vowed. Li Bai, in his impotent fury, continued to mock Shenmingshi. Xiao Jiner fell silent, redirecting the focus onto Shenmingshi. He wished to observe what impact Shenmingshi could have against Zhuge Liang, someone he himself could not overcome. Wait a moment, Ma Chao has shifted to the mid-line. I shall assist you, remarked Charlotte from the opposing lane. After clearing the minion wave, he hurried toward the blue zone. Zhuge Liang's economic advantage was exceedingly pronounced. Should Shenmingshi engage him directly, the odds of survival were grim. Very well. I shall first expend my bombs from a distance, he declared. Upon hearing their tactical discussion, Xiao Jiner promptly interjected, Shenmingshi, should you proceed, you will be swiftly eliminated. Let Charlotte go first. Previously, Zhuge Liang's ultimate would not recharge unless it resulted in a kill. However, with the season's reforms, it has now become possible for his ultimate to refresh, even if it does not claim a life, provided that a target afflicted by the skill is slain within that critical moment. Xiao Jiner had just experienced this scenario. Thus, she was unequivocally certain that Zhuge Liang still possessed his ultimate ability. A fully equipped Zhuge Liang was far beyond the capabilities of the fragile Shenmingshi. If Xiao Jiner struggled even with her skill mechanics, how could Shenmingshi, devoid of any self-preservation skills, hope to endure? Yet, Shenmingshi was resolute in proving himself to Xiao Jiner, rendering her warnings futile. If you die, then watch closely. Do not act like a fountain commander, he retorted. Unable to tolerate his arrogance, Xiao Jiner muted herself, refusing to speak further. Even in a peak match of 2,300 points, no teammate would dare speak to him in such a manner. Yet here, in this modest diamond and starry tier match, he encountered a group of unruly players. At least in the past, he was merely a tiger fallen to the plains. Now he was being bullied before even experiencing a decline. Noticing Li Bai's silence, Shen Mingxi felt that his words had struck a deep chord within his opponent's soul, and he chuckled lightly. Upon reaching the location of the shadow wolves, he discovered that all the pups had been slain by Yi Feng, leaving the den desolate. After finishing off the wolves, he reported his findings. "I will come immediately," responded Charlotte, who, after several encounters with Ma Chao, was not at full health. He first consumed the health pack beneath the opposing turret before proceeding toward the blue zone. At that moment, Shen Mingxi had arrived near the blue pit, tossing his first skill, Cat Bomb, into the bushes. Witnessing the audacity of the bomb cat to approach the blue area so closely, Xiao Jin shook her head, fully aware that death was imminent for the opponent. "They are beginning to bombard us. What should we do?" At that moment, Yi Feng and Pandai were concealed in the blue bushes, watching in panic as the bomb cat hurled explosives into the underbrush. Due to the necessity of rejuvenating Zhuge Liang, she must ensure her own state remains optimal. "Fear not. You will only endure a single explosive impact at most," Yi Feng reassured through the team voice chat. Just as Shen Mingxi unleashed the first bomb, Yi Feng, concealed within the bushes, abruptly ceased his blue buff assault. With a second skill that traversed walls, he struck Shen Mingxi with precision. In an instant, her health plummeted from a substantial amount to a mere sliver. The ultimate move, Spirit Bomb, was locked onto its target. What immense damage is this? The bomb cat was caught off guard. In this life and death moment, he finally comprehended why Li Bai had advised him to exercise caution. Such damage could spell doom for anyone who dared to absorb it. Without anyone to shield her from the Spirit Bomb, Shen Mingxi, after bouncing off Zhuge Liang with her second skill, resigned to her fate. As an assassin, Zhuge Liang's Spirit Bomb had gathered sufficient power and was unleashed with force, striking Shen Mingxi squarely. Her health bar was instantly depleted, sparing her the need to use her flash. After eliminating Shen Mingxi, a multitude of energy spheres materialized around Zhuge Liang. Naturally, Yi Feng would not squander this high-damage passive ability and swiftly redirected his focus towards Charlotte. He executed a decisive strike to claim the blue buff, mindful of not wasting a precious passive. At that moment, Charlotte, having hit the lizard with her first skill Swift Triangle Sword, surged towards Yi Feng and his companions with a fierce determination, embodying the spirit of a fight for survival. Yi Feng admired this tenacity. After all, encountering an opponent who willingly sacrifices themselves is a rarity in each match. "Run, don't approach." Shen Mingxi attempted to deter the enemy. Yet she underestimated Charlotte's speed. Reflecting on the plethora of passives that could have been unleashed upon Shen Mingxi, he mused that her full health would have likely dwindled to a fraction. However, upon striking Charlotte, it seemed almost inconsequential. It is worth noting that aside from a pair of resistance boots, Charlotte had no other defensive items. Although Yi Feng was dissatisfied with his own damage output, Charlotte was utterly astounded. What incredible damage! Despite the damage reduction, a third of my health was obliterated. Without such mitigation, would I not have lost half my health? Look at his economy. He is ahead by an entire Echo staff. How could it not hurt? At this point, Zhuge Liang had amassed 2.5 items, nearing a full 3-piece set, while Charlotte only possessed 1.5. The disparity in equipment was not trivial. Furthermore, Charlotte, being a warrior focused on sustained damage, posed a significantly lesser threat to Zhuge Liang compared to burst damage heroes like Hua Mulan. As expected, after executing 7-star Radiant Sword, Charlotte followed up with Breaking Sky Light Sword. Upon completion of these two skills, Zhuge Liang lost half of his health. "Ah, you've taken damage." Fat D observed Zhuge Liang's diminished health and promptly activated his ultimate move, Tai Gua Longevity. The health of Ming Shirin plummeted instantaneously as he deftly molded a sphere of light in his hands, channeling it through a violet thread into Zhuge Liang's body. In an instant, the latter's health surged from half to full. Astonished, Charlotte exclaimed, "Goodness, how can one recover so much? This has to be cheating." Observing Zhuge Liang now at full health, she could no longer contain herself. With no need for intricate maneuvers, Zhuge Liang unleashed his 12th skill at close range, triggering his passive ability. Charlotte's health, however, began to diminish once more, dipping below half. Yi Feng decisively activated his ultimate ability to lock onto Charlotte. As his passive energy sphere struck her, the chi blast he conjured was also successfully released, effortlessly obliterating a third of Charlotte's health. In a triumphant flurry, he secured a triple kill in the jungle, drawing the attention of his teammates. Diao Chan remarked, "Wow, brother, you're so impressive. Can I join you?" Ma Chao added, "After consuming so many minion waves, I suppose I should prove useful, but it's just average." Marco Polo chimed in, "Lead us, big shot, I'll just relax. In stark contrast to Yi Feng's side, Xiao Jiner's team had already initiated a blame-shifting mode. While it was eloquently termed as a jungle play, the harsh reality was that Yi Feng single-handedly dispatched all three of them. After all, Fat DS Ming Shireen resembled more of a mascot, doing little more than tethering a purple line while lurking in the bushes. What have you all accomplished? Xiao Jiner pondered as Zhuge Liang amassed 7,000 gold in just 4.5 minutes. Meanwhile, Sun Shangxiang, still engaged in her lane, looked on in disbelief as Zhuge Liang approached invincibility. It felt as though she remained in her lane while the enemy had already breached the crystal. Observing Xiao Jiner's distressed expression, viewers in the live chat began to flood the screen with messages. Ha! Trying to fish, but ended up being fished. As the situation escalated, Yi Feng, buoyed by his economic advantage, entered a mode of unparalleled dominance. Besides purchasing the Boots of Arcane, he also acquired Boots of Swiftness, with the clear intent of roaming swiftly across the lanes to gather even more riches. However, the speed of the Boots of Swiftness proved overwhelming for Fat D, who exclaimed, "Slow down, or I'll lose my lane. Why not get a pair of Boots of Swiftness yourself? Then our speeds should be comparable," he suggested. Given the auxiliary item, the support character's speed was already insufficient. Adding Boots of Swiftness would surely allow Ming Shireen to outpace Zhuge Liang. Sure enough, after acquiring the Boots of Swiftness, Ming Shireen dashed forward, quickly surpassing Yi Feng's Zhuge Liang. Hey, slow down. At this rate, my lane will be lost." Under Yi Feng's persuasion, Ming Shireen continued to move intermittently, biding his time for Zhuge Liang. What a delightful experience this is. As she holds onto Yi Feng, the feeling of walking a dog in the streets envelopes Pundi, bringing her an unprecedented sense of relaxation and joy amid her busy schedule. As the match progresses, by the 7th minute, Yi Feng has become an unstoppable force. In stark contrast, on Xiao Jiner's side, apart from their marksman boasting 6,000 gold, the other teammates linger around 5,000 gold. No matter the lane, they are consistently overwhelmed by Yi Feng's dominance. Each time he approaches a lane to farm, the mere sight of the enemy prompts him to unleash a flurry of attacks. Due to the significant disparity in equipment, even the tankiest Charlotte finds it impossible to withstand the full brunt of Yi Feng's damage. News of victories echoes through the lanes, leading to the rapid destruction of defensive towers. Soon, they reach the high ground. With Yi Feng's powerful strike, Xiao Jiner's side is utterly unable to withstand the onslaught, resulting in a complete defeat. Goodness, once Zhuge Liang gets going, it's truly insurmountable. Xiao Jiner sighs helplessly. They lack any tanky frontliners. Once Zhuge Liang is unleashed, his damage can only be described as extraordinary. Take the final wave, for instance. Once Zhuge Liang locked onto Shun Mingxi with his ultimate, none dared to assist in blocking the energy blast, fully aware that anyone who attempted would surely perish. Thus, for a moment, no one had the courage to intercept. However, the absence of proactive defense did not prevent Shin Mingxi from forcing his teammates into a defensive position. With his second skill activated for acceleration, he swiftly flashed into the fray, hoping to make his teammates absorb the blast. As a result, Zhuge Liang's energy blast obliterated 3 foes. Had it not been for Xiao Jiner's quick reflexes, dodging the blast at the last moment with her second skill, the outcome could have been catastrophic. One strike could have claimed 4 lives. It was indeed Shin Mingxi's outrageous maneuver that rendered Xiao Jiner's team incapable of defending their base, leading to their loss. As the results screen displayed, Zhuge Liang's output soared to 66, with a record of 1306 and a score of 160, earning him the coveted gold medal. Chapter 85, Telling Stories to Lull to Sleep? Observing Pundi's unwavering trust without reason, a warm sensation blossomed in Yi Feng's heart. Having grown up with feelings of inferiority and accustomed to solitude, how could he not be moved by encountering a woman who believes in him unconditionally? Are you still playing? If you are, I shall continue. Pundi, a prominent star, maintains a strict regimen, and Yi Feng does not wish to encroach upon her rest. Let us keep playing. I'm not too tired yet. All right. With a confirmed response, Yi Feng resumed the match. In the clash between low-ranked kings and starry glories, it would not be an exaggeration to claim that Zhuge Liang can dominate the battlefield. In these 2 tiers, the junglers lack unique farming techniques, simply heading wherever the jungle monsters spawn. As for ganking, it is executed without thought. As an old saying goes, since you're here, it seems a bit remiss not to engage. It is precisely due to the lack of strategic thinking that Yi Feng was able to swiftly amass wealth and develop his capabilities. Once he had ascended, Zhuge Liang's prowess became strikingly evident. With a mere combination of skills and passives, He could eliminate even a fully unleashed Zhang Fei, let alone more fragile heroes. The two enjoyed a delightful duo, playing together until the late hours of the night. Each match saw Yifeng effortlessly elevate Pang Di to the ranks of the elite. Although this was not her first time achieving such a status, the joy she felt was indescribable. Never had she experienced such ease in reaching the pinnacle of success. She merely followed in Yifeng's wake, and victories came to her quite inexplicably. Was this the sensation of being uplifted by a master? How exhilarating! Pang Di reveled in her good fortune, and as the games progressed, her fatigue vanished, replaced by an increasing excitement. At 11 o'clock in the evening, it was time for rest, and Yifeng gently suggested she refrain from playing any longer. He himself felt no weariness. Yet he was concerned about Pang Di staying up too late. Fearing she might face repercussions if she appeared with dark circles under her eyes at any event the following day. Even in his quiet admiration, he wished to spare her from such troubles. All right, but I find it hard to sleep now. Could you tell me a story to help me drift off? Pang Di responded, eager to hear Yifeng's voice. She readily acquiesced to his proposal to cease gaming, but simultaneously made a new request for him to narrate a bedtime story. This was a common practice among young couples. Yet for Yifeng, it felt somewhat awkward. A grown man telling stories to soothe a girl to sleep. What a peculiar situation. The refusal lingered on the tip of his tongue, but transformed into, wait a moment, let me find a book. Okay, let us call in a bit, she replied. With that, they exited the game. At that moment, Yifeng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, fretting and murmuring to himself, what should I do? He had never narrated a bedtime story to a girl before, and the prospect of his first time made him quite flustered. Perhaps he should search online for a bedtime story. If there's a problem, don't panic, just consult the internet. Yifeng followed this advice. But upon encountering the stories available online, he grimaced in distaste. The overly sentimental phrases paired with suggestive undertones made him feel nauseous. How could anyone utter such words? Unable to bring himself to speak those lines, he rummaged through his suitcase to retrieve his high school Chinese literature book. Though it was covered in dust, the pristine cover revealed Yifeng's fondness for it, as it had scarcely been opened. After flipping through a few pages, he quickly found an article. Nodding to himself, he mused, this one seems good, I shall share this with her. Have you found a story to tell? She inquired. After the call was connected, Pang Di asked with a hint of anticipation. It was Yifeng's first storytelling experience, and it was also her inaugural encounter with a tale. I think this is quite good. Just lie down and hold your phone to your ear, she suggested. All right, Pang Di complied, awaiting Yifeng's narrative. The story commenced with Wu Song's departure from Songjiang, recounting that he spent the night at an inn. As Yifeng began, Pang Di's eyes widened in astonishment. Wu Song, Songjiang, is this really water margin? A wave of discomfort washed over her, nearly taking her breath away. Who would use water margin to lull their girlfriend to sleep? Was he genuinely a straight man, or was this intentional? Pang Di couldn't help but wonder. Nevertheless, the mere fact that someone was narrating a story to help her sleep was already commendable, and she bore no ill will. However, her patience soon wore thin. Yifeng's fluctuating voice startled her heart. Who could endure such excitement at night? Resigned, she muted her phone and slowly drifted off to sleep. Listening to Pang Di's soft snores, akin to a little piglet, Yifeng ceased his storytelling, fearing he would disrupt her sweet dreams. The night passed swiftly, and the following morning, they exchanged greetings before attending to their respective tasks. After a simple breakfast, Yifeng returned to his computer, initiating the day's livestream. Since he had signed a contract, the livestream had become an integral part of his daily routine, akin to a regular job. As the livestream commenced, those eager to claim free skins had long awaited this moment. The instant the stream began, they flocked into the room. One couldn't blame them for being drawn by the prospect of free rewards, especially considering Yifeng's generous giveaways, often distributing around 30 skins daily. This was hard to resist, even for many who could easily afford a skin but sought the thrill of luck, as free gifts were always the most enticing. Brother Yi, how many skins are you planning to give away today? I've never won a single one. It's truly disheartening. The real disappointment isn't the noise, but the silence. What? Could it be that someone has never won a skin? I've won too. Moderator, are you there? Kick this person out. The lively banter among the viewers instantly invigorated the atmosphere of the live stream. All right, everyone, today let's lend a hand to Brother Han. Yifeng announced while logging into the account. Chapter 86, a dreamlike collaboration in Huyas Zhang Daxian's livestream. As his streaming career progressed, the once handsome Zhang Daxian had gradually lost his youthful physique, becoming somewhat portly over time. From legendary limited skins to the current standard ones. The moment he started his broadcast, the popularity of the entire Cat Tooth King module diminished significantly. This highlighted Zhang Daxian standing as a representative figure in the realm of King S streaming. Brothers, today I have brought along a friend for you to guess who it is. With a slight arch of his brows and a mischievous smile, the renowned Zhang Daxian captivates all. It must be said that the unfiltered expressions of Zhang Daxian are nothing short of meme-worthy in every frame. Under his playful teasing, netizens begin to speculate about the identity of this mysterious guest. Surely, it cannot be the likes of Dahua, Tegan, or Zhu Xiaomei forming a score-boosting team, can it? Surprisingly, there is indeed a possibility of such an occurrence. Could it be that a certain female celebrity is set to engage in a sweet duo match with Daxian? The online chatter abounds, with many teasing Zhang Daxian's gaming prowess. As the years have passed, Daxian's gaming skills have noticeably declined. The once mighty warrior has now transformed into a culinary master. Although his gaming abilities may have waned, his culinary creations remain a feast for the senses. Instead of rushing to clarify the situation, Zhang Daxian uses another phone to connect with the enigmatic guest. Soon enough, a player enters Daxian's ranked room. Hey, can you hear me, Xiange? The somewhat unfamiliar, yet recognizable voice resonates through the live stream, reaching every viewer. This voice sounds so familiar. Many echo the sentiment, struggling to pinpoint where they have heard it before, reminiscent of a long-lost friend reappearing after a lengthy absence. Wait, could it be Meng Lei, Teacher Meng? A viewer's comment suddenly awakens the dazed audience. No way, could it truly be Teacher Meng? The realization sends ripples of excitement among the viewers. I just checked on Penguin Esports, and the person playing with Xiange is indeed Teacher Meng. This revelation causes a collective gasp among the onlookers. Meng Lei, a former professional player known for his exceptional skills with Han, has garnered fame that rivals that of Zhang Daxian. To call him a representative of the game would not be an exaggeration. The duo's fantastic collaboration sends the online community into a frenzy, akin to water boiling in a pot. Teacher Meng, what shall we play today? Zhang Daxian inquires with a smile. One is referred to as Xiange, while the other is called Teacher Meng. I am uncertain about the hierarchy, but they each hold their titles. Let's play ranked. We can't possibly play casual matches. Meng Lei replies. Indeed, as professional players, it would seem beneath them to engage in casual matchmaking, a sentiment Daxian readily agrees with. Before the live chat can voice any objections, Meng Lei, akin to a playful critic, speaks up first. Xiange, your skills have seriously declined. I watch your stream every day. The implication being that Zhang Daxian would likely struggle in casual matches. Hey, if you watch me every day, why not send me some gifts? Daxian responds with good humor, acknowledging that his decline in skill is a well-known fact across the internet. After all, he is nearly 30 years old. It is entirely natural that his reflexes and awareness cannot compare to those of the younger generation. All right. I will send you one right away, Dream Mist replied with a smile. As soon as the words left his lips, a rocket soared in Zhang Daxian's livestream. A single rocket is worth 1,000 yuan, a trifling sum for individuals of their stature. I appreciate the gift from my teacher, Dream. Zhang Daxian expressed gratefully to the camera, smiling. Yet, in truth, he had not noticed the gift sent by Dream Mist. Gifts like cat tooth now. One are so frequent in his live stream that it is quite normal to overlook them. Entering the room now. I'm ready to start, he announced. Okay. He responded as Dream Mist invited him into the live stream. However, he was immediately amused by Dream Mist's avatar. Although it featured his own likeness, the skin appeared slightly blue, making him look as if he had been poisoned. More importantly, beneath Dream Mist's handsome visage, the words Ultimate Hunter were inscribed in golden letters. Why are you using this avatar? Zhang Daxian inquired with a chuckle. Oh, it's just a fan account. Don't mind the details, Dream Mist replied shyly. It's evident that your fans truly adore you, Zhang Daxian remarked with a smile. However, before the smile could fully spread across his face, it suddenly froze. This was due to the fact that the avatars of those on his fan contribution leaderboard had all transformed. They were all his own emojis. None of them were flattering. What on earth is going on with you all? Zhang Daxian exclaimed, unable to contain his disdain. Meanwhile, the comment section had already erupted. I was just lamenting the lack of emojis. I never knew Daxian had so many ugly ones. This is hilarious. I bet there are no gifts at all. Haha. And you still have the audacity to laugh at me? Dream Mist also began to mock Zhang Daxian upon seeing the avatars on the contribution leaderboard. The two were evenly matched, and in the end, neither could claim superiority. As Zhang Daxian prepared for the match, Dream Mist also commenced his own game. On the other side, Feng, after waiting for 2 minutes in matchmaking, began to feel perplexed. This isn't a peak match of 400 points. Why is it taking so long? He had never waited this long for a match. If a game exceeded 30 seconds, he would consider it abnormal. This was because it was highly likely that the matchmaking mechanism was at play. The longer the matchmaking took, the higher the probability of losing. Previously, Yifeng might have worried about deliberately waiting 3 to 4 minutes before a match. However, since acquiring the system, he had felt fearless. With the system in hand, the world is mine. After another half-minute of waiting, just as Yifeng was about to close the waiting screen and rematch, the team composition was revealed. Chapter 87, Collision of the King of Kings, Han Xin against the Mirror? This is quite rare, Yifeng murmured to himself. Although Han Xin is classified as a jungle farmer, he is undeniably a quintessential brush jungler. But what exactly does it mean to be a brush jungler? It refers to those who are primarily focused on farming the jungle and securing lane resources. This raises the question, do brush junglers ever engage in ganks? The answer is, indeed, they can. However, their approach to ganking differs significantly from that of conventional junglers. Since brush junglers must maintain their own health and resources, they are unlikely to initiate a gank unless an opportunity presents itself, such as a guaranteed kill. In other words, they prefer to wait for the right moment to strike, akin to a hawk waiting for its prey. Conversely, Jing possesses a unique combination of recovery, mobility, and burst damage, making him adept at both initiating fights and executing kills. Despite the inherent advantages of his hero, Yifeng remains vigilant. The fact that the opposing team opted for Han Xin in response to his selection of Jing suggests two possibilities. Either they were frustrated by a previous match and are now reluctant to play seriously, or they are exceptionally skilled with Han Xin. In the context of a peak competition, Yifeng leans towards the latter, yet in a ranked match with a player possessing 50 stars, he suspects the former is more likely. With the presence of star protection cards and ranking points, even a player with a negative win rate can still reach the rank of king. Given a modicum of skill and a bit of dedication, achieving glory within a season is certainly feasible. As for why many individuals never attain the rank of king each year, Yifeng is left pondering. Do these players truly possess such a lack of skill? As he muses over these thoughts, the compositions for both teams have been finalized. Blue team, Yifeng's team top lane, Li Xian jungle, Jing, Yifeng, mid lane, Shishir ADC, Marco Polo support, Yao Mei red team, top lane, Bai Qi jungle, Han Xin, Ming Lei, mid lane, Shengwan Wan'er, Zhang Daxian, ADC, Sun Xiangxiang support, Tai Yizhenren from a purely compositional standpoint. Yifeng's side appears to be at a significant disadvantage. Tai Yizhenren's passive for gold generation, whether alongside Sun Xiangxiang, Han Xin, or Shengwan Wan'er, can lead to formidable power spikes for the enemy. Any of these three heroes, once they reach their peak potential, pose a lethal threat to Yifeng's team. Moreover, if they falter in the early game, their chances of a comeback in the late game diminish drastically. With a weakened Li Xian, it should be quite apparent whether he leans towards light or dark. However, there remains an element of unpredictability, as Tai Jin, the player in question, is known for utilizing a weakened light version of Li Xian. It seems I must exert my efforts early on, as Yifeng muttered to himself. He also cast a glance at the barrage of comments. Brother Yi, you faced off against Zhang Daxian. Brother Yi, you've encountered Ming Lei. The screen was flooded with these messages, starkly contrasting with the previous supportive comments wishing him luck in obtaining a skin. What? I've encountered Ming Lei and Zhang Daxian? In the realm of honor of kings, these two individuals are as renowned as the illustrious Peng Di in the entertainment industry. Even during his academic years, he had heard of their illustrious names. However, at that time, his skills were not particularly impressive, barely achieving a meager 50 stars of glory each season. The prospect of encountering these two was almost impossible. To his surprise, he has now realized this aspiration, thanks to the myriad benefits bestowed upon him by the system. With the support of these two top-tier streamers, Yifeng's live streaming room has witnessed a surge in popularity, a sight that has undoubtedly drawn envious tears from countless peers. Typically, when top streamers go live, many streaming rooms experience a significant drop in viewership. Few, like Yifeng, manage to thrive amidst such circumstances. Although they are his idols, he must respect them with all his might. As he spoke, Yifeng stretched his limbs, and the sounds of his joints cracking echoed, a testament to his long hours of sitting. Before long, the loading screen concluded, and he was thrust into the match. Welcome to Honor of Kings. The enemy will arrive on the battlefield in 5 seconds. All troops advance. This is not the glory of a single individual, but the honor of the entire team. Considering that his opposing lane featured Li Xian, Yifeng opted for a blue buff start to initiate a gank. Before reaching level 4, Li Xian's landing capabilities were rather weak. It would be beneficial for the jungler to assist him if possible. Moreover, if Li Xian were to gain momentum, he could become a disruptive force on the battlefield, tipping the scales of victory in Yifeng's favor. With his jungle strategy confirmed, Yifeng swapped his shoes for a jungle knife and proceeded towards his blue area. The opposing mid and support comprised Tai Yizhenren and Shangwanwaner, possessing a much quicker wave clear speed than his own team. Thus, Yifeng prudently refrained from attempting a counter jungle. Noticing that Tai Yizhenren was absent from mid lane, he remained vigilant in both the opposing and farming lanes. As the minion waves converged, he searched extensively but failed to locate Tai Yizhenren's Yao Mei. Immediately, he switched to voice communication. The explosive power of Tai Yizhenren's first skill in the early game not only inflicts a stunning effect, but also deals substantial damage. Whether lurking in the opposing lane to ambush Li Xian or targeting Marco Polo in the farming lane, his presence would be impactful. Having scouted the lower lane without encountering Tai Yizhenren, he also found no trace of the alchemist in the opposing lane. Upon realizing that Tai Yizhenren might be lying in wait along his lane, both Li Xian and Marco Polo promptly devised countermeasures. However, this raised questions for everyone. As a support, Tai Yizhenren was neither in the opposing lane, nor in mid lane, nor in the farming lane. Could it be that he had gone idle? Perhaps he is assisting Han Xian with jungle clearing, Yifeng suggested in the team voice chat. Tai Yizhenren's passive ability allows allied teammates to gain additional gold while near him, enabling the jungler Han Xian to rapidly acquire equipment, potentially leading to a 4v1 advantage. With Yifeng's reminder, the team was now aware of Tai Yizhenren's whereabouts. At present, a sense of tranquility envelopes the atmosphere. As the match reached the 52nd second, Yifeng completed the clearing of his blue jungle and ventured into the red jungle. Given that the opposing Han Xian was aided by Tai Yizhenren, he surmised that Han Xian had similarly finished half of his jungle. Meanwhile, Yao Mei had also arrived at the location of Han Xian's blue. The blue buff remained untouched, suggesting that the enemy had commenced from red. As this thought crossed his mind, Han Xian, utilizing his second skill, Desperate Struggle, swiftly entered the blue pit, sweeping his blade to begin the assault on the blue buff. Chapter 88. The Duel of the Junglers. Before long, both junglers had cleared their respective areas. Originally, Yifeng intended to assist the duo in the side lane, but it appeared that such intervention was unnecessary. Li Xian had retreated beneath the tower, relying solely on his second skill to farm minions. Bai Qi lacked long-range skills and posed no threat to Li Xian. Unless three players forcefully dove the tower, no alternative strategies seemed viable. However, Meng Lei and his companions were not naive. Tai Yizhenren had yet to reach level 4, and his summoner spell was flash, not a disruptive ability. Unless Li Xian was critically wounded, he would not take the initiative to dive the tower. Presently, Li Xian not only boasted over half his health, but had also acquired 2 pieces of armor, coupled with the weakening summoner spell. Even if 3 players attempted a tower dive, the likelihood of being eliminated in the exchange remained substantial. After a moment's reflection, Meng Lei decisively opted to abandon the endeavor. Having already relinquished his intention to assist in the side lane, Yifeng positioned himself stealthily in the left brush of the mid lane. At this moment, the minion wave in the mid lane converged, and Zhang Daxian, oblivious to the lurking danger, was clearing the lane. His first and second skills unleashed explosive damage, reducing the minion's health by more than half in an instant. Just as Zhang Daxian prepared to finish off the remaining minions with his second skill, the eager Yao Mei struck first. She unleashed her energy ball towards the position of Su Guowan Air. Sensing peril, Zhang Daxian attempted to retreat, but it was already too late. The energy ball struck, sending Su Guowan Air flying. Shishir immediately followed up with her control ability. And while still in the state of gale, Su Guowan Air was firmly ensnared by Shishir's first skill, Silk Binding Seal. The knockup concluded, leaving Zhang Daxian exclaiming in shock at the ambush. Upon noticing Jing nearby, he instinctively flashed towards the safety of the tower, only to fall right into Shishir's trap. She had been waiting for him to expend his flash. Once Zhang Daxian used his escape, Shishir deftly manipulated her first skill's key, pulling it back. In that very instant, Yifeng's Jing sprang into action, executing a flawless 12-13 combo. Not only did he inflict tremendous damage, but he also propelled Su Guowan Air from beneath the tower. The fluidity of his combo obliterated Zhang Daxian's health bar in an instant. Jing secured the kill on Su Guowan Air, claiming first blood. Damn it, when did this guy arrive? Zhang Daxian seethed with frustration, for when he had perished, the minion wave in the mid lane had still been alive. This indicated that the experience and gold from this wave would likely be devoured by the tower. Do not fret, my friend. I shall avenge you, Dream Tears assured Zhang Daxian in the team voice chat. He lacks his ultimate ability. You have a substantial opportunity. Upon witnessing Mirror depart from the illusionary realm, Zhang Daxian remarked, indeed. Dream Tears confirmed with a slight nod, and then employed Shadow Step to stealthily enter the central left brush. This maneuver was executed with remarkable fluidity, prompting the viewers in the live stream to praise Dream Tears as a master still in his prime. Once inside the brush, Dream Tears refrained from hasty actions. He opted to remain concealed, waiting for Tai Jinren to arrive before launching a coordinated assault. Exercise caution in the central left brush, Feng cautioned. His voice transformed into text. If Han Xian has cleared all the monsters in the lower jungle and has not appeared in the lane, he must be lurking in the central left brush. Yet, Shishir was the first to express doubt. I have been near the central left brush all along. If anyone were to enter, I would have spotted them immediately. However, I have seen nothing, which implies that Han Xian and his companions are not in the central left brush. As her words concluded, Han Xian, hidden in the brush, initiated the attack. Having prepped 3 passive stacks, he used his first skill to launch Shishir into the air, swiftly following up with a basic attack to execute a second aerial strike. During Shishir's moment of vulnerability, Tai Jinren emerged from the river with his first skill activated. Thanks to the acceleration from the knowledge gem, he quickly approached. His second skill extended a long tongue, landing firmly on Shishir. As she descended, Tai Jinren promptly connected his control without allowing her time to use her flash. With a fully charged first skill, he unleashed the bamboo shoot explosion, reducing Shishir, who was already at half health, to a mere sliver. With control expiring, Shishir, ensnared by red glue, realized escape was futile and decisively flashed towards the turret. However, this proved to be an exercise in futility. Immediately after her flash, Dream Tears deftly adjusted the direction of his second skill, Desperate Fight, casting it in the opposite direction. Han Xian instantly pursued the fleeing Shishir, delivering a sweeping strike that obliterated her health bar, eliminating her from the game. How on earth did he enter the central left brush without my noticing? Shishir lamented. Her mood dampened after her demise. It was Shadow Step, Feng clarified, controlling mirror towards Han Xian's direction. He must have first entered the upper left brush and then used his second skill or the second part of his first skill to reach the central left brush. Shishir, incredulous, replied, "You junglers really played dirty." After hearing Feng's explanation, she expressed disbelief. With such convoluted tactics, it's no wonder people say not to date a jungler. With so many tricks in mind and lacking several years of experience, one simply cannot withstand it. Feng could only offer a resigned, awkward smile. As I observed the enchanting Yao beside me unleash her first skill towards Han Xian, I too felt compelled to act swiftly and charge towards him. The moment my skill struck Han Xian, he activated his ultimate ability, the Unmatched Hero. How audacious it is to think he could eliminate me, I mused in disbelief. As long as the Unmatched Hero could send Jing flying, coupled with the explosive force of Tai Jinren's first skill, my own skill set would surely leave Jing in a dire state. At that juncture, I could lead the Great Sage into Jing's blue zone. How would the opponent respond then? During Han Xian's ultimate, he was entirely invulnerable, rendering Yao's Spirit Ball utterly ineffective against him. Foreseeing Meng Lei's intentions, Feng dared not linger. At the moment the second segment of the Unmatched Hero swept through, he adeptly utilized Jing's skill mechanics, unleashed his second skill to refresh his first, and swiftly evaded Han Xian's ultimate attack range. Han Xian's ultimate struck Yao. In Chapter 89, contesting for the red buff, there was a moment when the mid-lane minions converged, and Feng seized the opportunity to push the lane first. Having learned from past experiences, Zhang Dexian refrained from recklessly advancing, fearing that Jing might suddenly appear and unleash a flurry of attacks on his Shangguanwan heir. "Brother Dexian, your skills seem to have declined significantly," Meng Lei teased upon witnessing Zhang Dexian's hesitance to leave the tower. Yet, he understood that venturing out now would indeed be perilous. Remaining within the tower was the prudent choice. "Alas, age has taken its toll. I cannot compete with you young ones," Zhang Dexian acknowledged, being 5 or 6 years senior to Meng Lei. One must not underestimate those few years for professional gamers. Such an age gap can drastically shift one's standing from peak to nadir. "Let us venture to the enemy's red zone," Feng proposed after signaling for a gathering in Meng Lei's red area. "It seems the responsibility of countering the jungle falls solely upon you," remarked Shishir, who was aware that Han Xian and Shangguanwan heir were formidable foes, with only Jing capable of dealing damage on our side. The success of our counter-jungle efforts rested entirely on her performance. "Fear not, by the time we counter the red, Shangguanwan heir won't reach level 4. Feng declared with utmost confidence. "How could that be? What grounds do you have for such a claim?" Shishir retorted, embodying the role of a contrarian. "Oh, It is due to Shangguan Air's swift demise earlier, Yao clarified, noting that she had missed out on crucial minion experience and thus could not achieve level 4. Astute observation, Yifeng praised her keen insight. In that case, let us proceed. Acknowledging her own limitations, Shishir refrained from further argument and followed Yifeng and the others towards Han Xian's red zone. Meng Laoshi, it appears the enemy is making a move into your red zone. As the three individuals vanished from the central lane, Zhang Daxian conveyed to Meng Lei through the team voice chat, "No worries, once you secure this wave of minions, we shall swiftly encircle them." Meng Lei believed that as long as Shangguan Wan'er reached level 4, coupled with the jungle protection mechanism, this skirmish would be effortlessly won. Good, Zhang Daxian replied. And he no longer hesitated to unleash his skills. The 212 combo was executed, and the explosive damage from the skills rapidly cleared the wave of minions. However, the anticipated level up did not materialize. What the heck? Why haven't I reached level 4? A look of bewilderment crossed Zhang Daxian's face. If he remained at level 3, the outcome of this jungle conflict would be evident. Without level 4, Shangguan Wan'er's damage output would be significantly diminished. Hearing that Zhang Daxian had not reached level 4, Meng Lei felt a chill of despair. That's it, he lamented, as he was engaged in taking the red buff. When suddenly Yifeng and his companions appeared in his line of sight. Once again, Yao Mei initiated the attack, casting her energy orb towards the red pit. Meng Lei dared not confront it head-on. Having just attained level 4, Shishir activated her ultimate, allowing her to cast her first skill twice. Being struck by Yao Mei's seemingly innocuous energy orb was tantamount to signing one's own death warrant. The second skill, Desperate Struggle, was unleashed, and he immediately retreated from the red pit. Yao Mei's energy orb followed closely, locking onto him with unyielding precision. The moment Han Xian exited the red pit, Yifeng, who had been waiting, swiftly advanced to assume the role of the rescuer. What shall we do now? The hesitant Tai Jinren stood beside Han Xian, unwilling to initiate the engagement without his ultimate. Let us wait a moment. I'll see if I can contest the smite, Meng Lei proposed in the chat. But Mirror possesses dual smite. Do you really think you can contest that? Tai Jinren was skeptical of Meng Lei's smite contention. With the jungle protection mechanism in place, even with dual smite, the damage difference between mine and his would be marginal. Meng Lei's explanation quickly won over Tai Jinren, who realized he had been too simplistic in his thinking. While he was still pondering the first layer, others had already begun tackling more complex problems. Then go for it. After a moment of contemplation, Tai Jinren finally uttered those 4 words. At this moment, the 6 players gathered, each side engaging in a delicate balance of power. Shishir guarded the river, preventing Shangguan Wan'er from passing. Yao Mei and Mirror relentlessly attacked the red buff, while Han Xian and Tai Jinren stood at a distance. The continuous basic attacks from Han Xian indicated that the opposing team was poised for action. It seems they are preparing to contest the smite, Yifeng observed quietly, having guessed Meng Lei's intentions. However, this is for the best. It saves us from a desperate struggle. After all, the one capable of outsmiting him has yet to be born. His hand speed has been honed to an extraordinary degree, enhanced by the system's blessings, reaching tens of thousands per second. Even a woman could not withstand it. In order to conserve his skills for combat, Yifeng refrained from utilizing his abilities to rapidly deplete the red health bar. This resulted in a sluggish decline of the red health, which greatly distressed Meng Lei. He soon realized that the player controlling Jing was indeed a formidable opponent. Should Jing unleash all his skills against the red health, the moment those skills were exhausted would mark Jing's demise. However, the opponent's vigilance indicated a meticulous mindset. Taking a deep breath, Meng Lei calmed his restless heart. His gaze fixated intently on the red health bar. 4,000 health, 3,500 health, 3,000 health. Now is the moment. With swift movements of his fingers, Han Xian charged forward at that very instant. Although the health at 3,000 did not fall within the execution range of his ultimate, by the time that moment arrived, it would be too late. The moment Han Xian moved, Yifeng, who had been relentlessly attacking the red health, was equally engaged. Skill 12 once again diminished the red health line. Han Xian, using his second skill, delivered a sweeping strike. Under the assault of both players, the red health plummeted to 2,000. This health level was now within the execution threshold. In perfect synchrony, both players activated their execution skills. The outcome was instantaneous. Suddenly, skill 13 was unleashed, rendering Meng Lei, who had yet to react, immobile. Meanwhile, Shishir, who had been keeping a watchful eye on the red pit, sprang into action. She cast her first skill, Silken Bind, which connected flawlessly due to Jing's third skill, which charged towards the enemy. ensuring Shishi's first skill hit its mark. However, at that moment, Shishi made a critical error. In attempting to execute a double pull with her ultimate, she inadvertently allowed Han Xin to break free from control. As the control effect ended, Meng Lei seized the opportunity to activate his ultimate, Peerless Hero. This skill not only granted him invulnerability, but also provided damage mitigation. Even within the mirrored space, Jing would be unable to eliminate him. Indeed, despite Feng exerting all his speed to employ the Flying Thunder God technique, the dual damage reduction from Peerless Hero and the jungle protection mechanism rendered Jing's damage negligible. After a prolonged assault, Han Xin still retained a third of his health. Soon, Han Xion's Peerless Hero concluded. Without a moment's pause, he attempted to swiftly retreat from the jungle using 2 segments of his first skill, but his wishes were thwarted. Just after he released the first segment, the activated ultimate from Shishi promptly initiated a second pull. Well done, Feng praised. He then maneuvered Jing to shift out of the mirrored space. Executing a rapid 121 combo, coupled with Shishi's second skill damage, he completely depleted Han Xion's health bar. A successful takedown. With Han Xion now dead, the underleveled Tai Yizhen and Shangwanwan heir could only retreat in disappointment, their levels a most awkward predicament. In the face of adversity, devoid of power and lacking resilience, the only option to survive is to flee swiftly. Witnessing the retreat of Tai Yizhen and Shangwanwan, Meng Lei refrained from uttering a word. As a professional player, he understood the nuances of engagement. He knew which battles were worth fighting and which were not. My friends, I am not exaggerating. The opposing Jing possesses at least a professional caliber, Meng Lei declared in the livestream. However, the audience was unconvinced. Suspecting that Meng Lei was merely fabricating excuses for his inability to overcome Jing. Dream Teacher, just because you failed to secure the red buff does not mean others possess professional skill. Why does this player known as Ganzhou Clown seem so familiar to me? It is obvious. Aside from Niu Wei, who else could it be? Niu Wei's Flying Thunder God isn't this swift. The discussion among netizens erupted as if revealing a monumental secret. If this Ganzhou Clown account does not belong to Niu Wei, then to whom could it belong? I am aware of Hanhan. His awareness is commendable, yet his skills are somewhat average. Hanhan is also a prominent figure in the realm of King's live streaming. Naturally, Meng Lei had witnessed his impressive highlights and had some understanding of his gameplay. When considering both skill and awareness, Hanhan ranks among the elite in casual play. However, when viewed through the lens of a top-tier professional player, he may fall short. Even professional players can falter in their performance at times. Yet, it remains undeniable that professional players consistently represent the pinnacle of gaming excellence. This understanding led Meng Lei to conclude that the opposing Jing was indeed formidable. Despite exerting his utmost effort, he found himself being outmatched by this Jing, a testament to the latter's exceptional capability. Moreover, he was certain that this Jing was not Hanhan. Before long, Meng Lei's Han Xin resurrected from the fountain. Aware that the red zone had fallen, he deftly maneuvered Han Xin towards the blue zone. At that moment, the astute netizens uncovered the identity of the player controlling Hanhan's account. Dream Teacher, I have discovered that the opposing Jing is indeed Hanhan's account, but it is being operated by Feng. Upon hearing this, an expression of astonishment crossed Meng Lei's face. Feng, is he not the one who has recently garnered immense attention? Feng's fame in the King's live streaming community had soared, seemingly eclipsing even that of Zhang Daxian in just a week. Coupled with the fervent promotion from Cat's Tooth, there were even whispers online claiming that Feng was the favored child of Cat's Tooth. Meng Lei had certainly heard of Feng's name, but he never anticipated crossing paths with him so soon. If it truly is Feng, then I must summon every ounce of my strength. At that moment, Meng Lei was filled with a fervent determination, eager to gauge Feng's prowess. Yet, he soon realized that this notion was akin to striking a stone with an egg. After securing the red zone, Feng promptly issued a command. Let us advance together to the blue zone. Dreamy, having completed the red buff, proceeded directly to the blue. Therefore, it is only reasonable to assume that he would find the blue still freshly contested. The successful counter jungle not only thwarted their opponents, but also invigorated the morale of the duo. At this moment, Feng's words were law, and the two did not dare to voice any dissent. As the three ascended, Zhang Daxian promptly remarked that it seemed they were going to contest the blue. I am aware, Dreamy responded, unfazed by Zhang Daxian's caution. Such is the nature of counter-jungling. Once the enemy claims dominion over the jungle, it becomes a relentless endeavor. Thus, the Jungle Bible wisely asserts that in counter-jungling, there are only 0 attempts or countless attempts. If Feng were not to appear, it would indeed be peculiar. However, we can engage in this skirmish, Dreamy stated while clearing the shadow wolves. You are currently level 4, and neither the opposing mirror nor Shishir possesses their ultimate abilities. Thus, the advantage lies with us, Dreamy correctly analyzed. Despite Mirror holding a slight advantage in kills, the sheer force of numbers could not be underestimated. Moreover, Mirror's lack of an ultimate ability meant a significant deficiency in self-preservation. Should Zhang Daxian deliberately reserve Su Guanwanner's ultimate for him, Yifeng would find himself at a loss. They say your skills are unparalleled, the true sovereign of jungle mastery. I am eager to see how you navigate this jungle encounter. After dispatching the shadow wolves and lizards, the blue buff appeared as anticipated. Shishir and Yao may emerge from the brush in the river. Not having spotted Mirror, Dreamy proceeded with utmost caution, utilizing basic attacks to draw the blue's aggro and luring it into the foliage. This way, even if Mirror attempted to seize the blue, uncertainty regarding its health would cause hesitation. Shishir and Yao may persistently harass Han Xian lurking in the brush. To engage or not, Zhang Daxian exclaimed, while Dreamy and his companions swiftly shifted their focus to the opposing lane. Aside from the shadowy figures of Bai Qi and Han Xian, there gleamed the radiant form of Mirror. Was his initial intent not to contest the blue, but rather to support the opposing lane? Dreamy pondered, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, from the outset, Yifeng's objective had never been the blue buff. Faced with both Tai Yizhenren and Su Guanwanner equipped with their ultimates, even with their skills, they would struggle against the enemy's might, let alone without them. Thus, his true target was the opposing lane. The diversion of Shishir and Yao Mei to trouble Dreamy's blue zone merely served to create an illusion of his presence. Consequently, Bai Qi in the lower lane relaxed his vigilance, allowing Yifeng to capitalize on the opportunity. After exchanging blows with Han Xian, Bai Qi found himself in a precarious state. Yifeng, seizing the moment, utilized the minion wave to execute a swift combo, closing the gap with Bai Qi, applying a slow effect with his smite to prevent his escape to the safety of the turret. Yet, with Bai Qi's singular focus on fleeing, how much could a mere slow truly impede him? With deftness, I maneuvered the joystick for my third skill, unleashing my ultimate ability, Arrogant Taunt, towards the tower. Although it was a misfire, it managed to create a slight distance between me and Yifeng. However, with Bai Qi still possessing a third of his health, thoughts of surrender began to creep into Yifeng's mind. After all, he was devoid of any skills at that moment. Yet, the determined Xian was unwilling to yield. Grasping his first skill, Fearless Charge, he swiftly closed the gap towards Bai Qi. Due to the lingering slow from Bai Qi's retribution, Xian quickly caught up. They soon found themselves within the tower's attack range. As the cannonball from the tower was about to strike him, Xian wasted no time. He activated Weakened Domain, enveloping himself in a shroud of darkness. Weakened Domain, unlike a fabled blade, must be activated without hesitation upon realizing one is about to take damage. The effect was evidently substantial. With a damage reduction of 20 from Weakened Domain, even the tower's assault appeared somewhat trivial. Simultaneously, Xian unleashed his ultimate, Shadow Eruption. Bai Qi's passive already enhanced his movement speed. If he failed to effectively utilize the slow from Retribution, he might not be able to activate his ultimate at all. After executing these maneuvers, Xian unleashed his second skill, Brutal Tear, relentlessly slashing at Bai Qi. As a tank, Bai Qi's health was significantly thicker than that of ordinary heroes. Xian's damage was akin to mere scratches, compounded by the tower's protective mechanism. Bai Qi's health remained largely intact, leaving Yifeng astonished. Is this not a match of honor? Why does my teammate fight with such fervor? As if in a diamond or starry match. However, Yifeng had no intention of betraying his teammate. With Xian engaging, he could not remain idle. He directed Jing towards Bai Qi. Bai Qi, having reached this rank, was no novice. He decisively unleashed his second skill outside the tower, Scythe of Death, aiming to draw both combatants within the tower's grasp. Even if it meant his own demise, there was a chance to eliminate one of them. After setting the trap with his second skill, Bai Qi attempted to use his charged first skill for healing, forgetting that it could be interrupted by control effects. Just as the slow dissipated, Xian's ultimate successfully erupted, launching Bai Qi into the air. The first skill, Echo of Blood, thus became futile. At that very moment, as Bai Qi propelled into the air, Yifeng's Jing was drawn in by Bai Qi's second skill. With the comet and mana at his disposal, his skills recharged rapidly. He promptly thrust his first skill towards Bai Qi. Xian, displaying remarkable awareness, quickly retreated from the tower's attack range. With Xian out of reach, the tower shifted its focus to Jing. Yet, Xian did not stray far. The instant he exited the tower's attack range, he swiftly returned to continue his assault on Bai Qi. Under the relentless assault of the two adversaries, Bai Qi found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. In his final moments, he unleashed his lethal strike, yearning to inflict more damage. However, fortune did not favor him, as the damage from the turret proved insufficient to fell either of his opponents. Both Jing and an Xian made their escape, while Meng Lei contemplated pursuit. Realizing it was already too late, once again, he had fallen victim to Yi Feng's cunning tricks. Why was Yi Feng always so full of clever schemes? Meng Lei felt a surge of frustration, just as Yi Feng was poised to engage in the side lane. Yao and Shi Shi had already retreated to the safety of the mid-lane turret, leaving Zhang Dexian and his companions feeling helpless, akin to a cooked duck that had flown away. The more they pondered their retreat, the more irate they became. Enduring this humiliation felt increasingly intolerable. Resolute, Meng Lei decided to explore the enemy's red jungle. Yi Feng endured the damage from the turret in the side lane, his health dwindling to about 1/3. Even after consuming a health pack and recuperating, he could only restore himself to half health. Such a state rendered him incapable of guarding the jungle effectively. Moreover, with both Shangwan Wan'er and Tai Yizhan Ren possessing their ultimate abilities, their overall strength was decidedly superior. Xiangu, would you care to accompany me in countering their red? Meng Lei inquired, his eagerness palpable. After enduring frustration for so long, Zhang Dexian promptly agreed, unwilling to remain passive any longer. The level 4 Shangwan Wan'er presented a prime opportunity, and he was not inclined to relinquish it easily. Thus, they resolved to go together. After Zhang Dexian nodded in affirmation, Meng Lei signaled for a gathering in the enemy's red zone. The alchemist hurriedly made his way over. In the mid lane, Shi Shi observed Shangwan Wan'er advancing toward the red area and immediately reported, the enemy has invaded the jungle. Oh, so they wish to counter my red. Yi Feng mused. Slightly taken aback, he knew that he was currently equipped with his ultimate ability, with his skills honed and his equipment optimized within his own jungle. He was curious where the enemy's confidence stemmed from. However, he needed to address his health concerns first. An Xian, you should return. Give me the health pack from the side lane. At that moment, an Xian, with merely 1/3 of his health remaining, though capable of some recovery through his first skill, clearly lacked sufficient vitality. Returning was indeed the wisest choice. Nonetheless, an Xian was a person of principle. Whoever seized the opportunity would claim the spoils. With that declaration, he activated his first skill,